Chapter 1. Trapped by Manipulative Femme Fatale. Country H. Jianghua University. You know, it's utterly shameful for Xiao Fei to continue to linger in our class. One wonders what he is thinking, abandoning such a beautiful girlfriend, Shun Yue, only to pursue other women. This is a classic case of wanting to have one's cake, and eat it too. He may look presentable, but he's nothing but a scoundrel. Ugh. Click. Unable to endure the mocking tones of his peers, Xiao Fei stood up, his movements so abrupt that he knocked over the chair beneath him. With a heavy sigh, he left the classroom, his countenance dark. Memories of his recently ended relationship flooded his mind, and a torrent of resentment surged within him. His current predicament was entirely the doing of his ex-girlfriend. A fortnight ago, the school forum had erupted with a flurry of posts about him, featuring numerous photographs of him with another girl. Though the images depicted nothing out of the ordinary, certain individuals had maliciously distorted the narrative, claiming he was cheating on Shun Yue and leading a double life. The forum at Jianghua University quickly became a cauldron of outrage, with everyone turning against Xiao Fei. Shouts of abuse, curses, and slander filled the air. As the victim of this unfounded chaos, Xiao Fei felt emotionally and mentally scarred, unable to articulate his innocence. Only 2 days prior did he discover that the mastermind behind this entire affair was none other than his ex-girlfriend. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He picked up his phone and dialed that alto familiar number once more. 10 minutes later, in a grove within the school park, "I have already made it clear that we are done. Please do not seek me out again," came a voice growing nearer, followed by the entrance of a stunningly beautiful woman. With captivating eyes and exquisite features, her mere presence was breathtaking. She was Shun Yue, one of the 3 campus beauties of Jianghua University and also Xiao Fei's former girlfriend. Yet, it was this very woman who had brought Xiao Fei to ruin. "Were those photos you posted? Why did you conspire against me in secret?" Xiao Fei wasted no time with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Shun Yue furrowed her brow, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. "I do not understand what you're talking about. If there are issues with your personal principles, you should reflect on yourself rather than question me." "Principles?" Xiao Fei scoffed. "Do you really believe that your actions go unnoticed? Your new boyfriend, Shui Kai, came to flaunt his superiority to me just days ago and revealed everything. My current plight is entirely due to you." Shun Yue frowned, surprised that Shui Kai had been so indiscreet. Indeed, Xiao Fei was poor and honest, qualities that Shun Yue held in disdain. Initially, she merely sought a shield from her numerous suitors, choosing him as a mere facade while expecting him to run errands. However, Shui Kai was different. He was charming, generous, and adept at sweet talk, far superior to Xiao Fei in her eyes. Yet, to the public, she and Xiao Fei were still a couple. If she were to be seen with Shui Kai, people would accuse her of abandoning her ex for a wealthy heir, branding her a heartless gold digger. As the campus belle, she had long been perceived as a gentle and elegant girl. How could she tarnish her own image? Thus, she devised a plan to tarnish Xiao Fei's reputation, shifting all blame onto him. This way, others would not reproach her, and her relationship with Shui Kai would seem perfectly reasonable. As for the harm this did to Xiao Fei, it was of no concern to her. "I do not know what you're talking about. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," she said, turning to walk away. She was not foolish enough to admit her wrongdoing. What if he recorded her confession? "You cannot leave. Our matter is far from resolved." Xiao Fei swiftly grasped her wrist. What nonsense! Was he to bear this unjust burden indefinitely? "What do you want?" Shun Yue asked, her irritation beginning to surface. "Quite simply, I want you to publicly apologize on the school forum, clarifying the truth. You succumbed to temptation and chose to be with Shui Kai first, yet you then maliciously framed me. How can you live with yourself?" Xiao Fei demanded, raising his voice. Shun Yue had been flirting with Shui Kai all along, yet here she was, playing the victim. "Let go of her. This is school, and I advise you not to lay your hands on her." "Xiao Fei, I never imagined you would stoop so low as to cling to her at this point. Are you even human? I have recorded a video of what just transpired. I will post it on the forum shortly. We will ensure your utter disgrace, you shameless man." At that moment, a group of over 10 girls emerged from behind a large tree, each holding a phone, capturing the entire scene. "You!" Xiao Fei stood dumbfounded, his gaze shifting to Shun Yueli, his anger boiling over. You truly are something else even now. You do not hesitate to plot against me. Shun Yueli yanked her wrist free and replied coolly, I am merely protecting my own interests. Xiao Fei, your recent actions have been captured on film. Apologize to Yueli now, and we can move on. Otherwise, these photos will be uploaded to the forum, and you shall see the consequences. Her friend, Sun Yin, sneered as she threatened him, her disdain for clingy men evident. I simply wish for her to clarify the truth and restore my name, Xiao Fei replied, furrowing his brow, dismissing her threats. His reputation was already in tatters. What was he to fear from them? How can you, a grown man, shift the blame onto Yueli? What is your true intention? Sun Yin paid no heed to his words, determined to ensure her friend was not bullied by this scoundrel. We're leaving, she said, pulling Shun Yueli's hand as they departed the grove with the others. Before they left, she shook her phone at Xiao Fei, issuing a warning. Watching them depart, Xiao Fei felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been selected. The super reward system is now online. System loading 30, 70, 100. System task issued. Reveal the truth and restore your reputation. Accept the task, and upon completion, you will be rewarded with 51 shares of the Jiangxing Shenghao Hotel. Refuse the task and be branded as a scoundrel, coward, and fool for life. Chapter 2. The Descent of the System, Methods of Retaliation. What on earth is this? Does such a concept, typically found in web novels, truly exist? The sudden voice echoing in his mind startled him. Of course. I exist within your consciousness. I can manifest spontaneously or be summoned by the host. Completing the tasks assigned by the system will yield a variety of rewards. The emotionless voice resonated, akin to that of a machine. Upon hearing the introduction of the system, Xiao Fei was overjoyed. Such miraculous occurrences truly existed, and he had not anticipated that fortune would finally smile upon him. I accept the task, Xiao Fei promptly replied. After all, he had no desire to earn those cruel titles. Moreover, the pivotal prize was the Shenghao Grand Hotel. That establishment was the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangxing, frequented by countless socialites and wealthy heirs eager to showcase their esteemed status. Holding such a significant stake in the company would ensure his lifetime of comfort. Merely contemplating it filled him with exhilaration. Yet soon after, his brow furrowed. He wished to reveal the truth. But how could he expose her without evidence? As a super data system capable of controlling all electronic devices, this system has already acquired all surveillance footage of her rendezvous with Shui Kai. Now stored in your computer's files. Footage? He asked, bewildered. These are videos of Shun Yueli and Shui Kai's meetings outside of school, dated prior to your breakup, serving as evidence, the system explained. Excellent. Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these videos, once they were disclosed on the school forum, the truth would inevitably surface, and he was eager to see how Shun Yueli would attempt to defend herself in another area. Xiao Yin, what do you plan to do with these videos? In a corner of the teaching building, Shun Yueli inquired of her close friend. Of course, I will publish them online so everyone can see just how despicable he truly is. Even after our breakup, he still refuses to let go, Sun Yin replied, her eyes glinting with coldness. She despised individuals like Xiao Fei, who were ungrateful and opportunistic. Indeed, this Xiao Fei should be taught a lesson. So he understands that bullying you will not go unpunished, another woman chimed in. These individuals had always maintained a good rapport with Shun Yueli, and now that she was in distress, they naturally wished to stand up for her. Perhaps this was the allure of being the campus belle. I sent this a bit excessive. Although his character leaves much to be desired, he was once my boyfriend. Shun Ti, I grant him a chance for redemption? Shun Yueli said, her brow furrowing with concern. What's wrong with that? Such extreme measures are necessary to deal with a person like him. Let us see if he dares to harass you again. Her friend Sun Yin boldly asserted. Exactly. Xiao Li, you're too kind-hearted, always thinking of others, another girl agreed. Well then, let us proceed together, Shun Yueli said with a calm smile, expressing her gratitude. Having learned this lesson, she was confident that Xiao Fei would not dare to trouble her again in the boys' dormitory of Jiang University. As Xiao Fei reached the stairway, two men brushed past him, casting him peculiar glances. He had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. After today, the truth would undoubtedly come to light, and he no longer needed to bow his head in submission. "Hey, Xiao Fei, why have you only just returned? Do you have any idea what has happened? Congratulations, you've once again become a hot topic on campus. It seems you're about to become the center of attention. You're quite bold, daring to confront that woman. I suppose you're in for another round of trouble." As soon as Xiao Fei stepped into the dormitory, several boys erupted in a lively chatter, as if energized. They were Xiao Fei's classmates and close friends. "How do you know I went to find Xinyueli? What is going on?" Xiao Fei asked, momentarily taken aback that you'd better take a look for yourself. One of the boys handed him his laptop. Without further inquiry, Xiao Fei accepted the computer, his instincts warning him that something unpleasant had transpired. Upon opening it, he found it logged into the Jiang University forum, and as he scrolled down, he was met with a barrage of posts about him. The disgrace of Jiang University, the heartless scoundrel Xiao Fei, who, after abandoning his girlfriend, continues to entangle himself. What is wrong with this world? Is there no sense of morality left? Just because she is beautiful, must she be subjected to such bullying? My goodness, it's shocking to see so many posts, each more exaggerated than the last. He clicked on one, revealing footage of his confrontation with Xinyueli from earlier that morning. The recording lacked audio due to distance, yet the visual content was unmistakably clear. Heavens, how shameless can Xiao Fei be? Even after cheating, he refuses to let go. Why would the stunning Xinyueli ever date someone like him? He simply doesn't deserve her. Xiao Fei is merely a fleeting presence in Xinyueli's life. I trust Xuekai will bring her happiness. Indeed, Xuekai is handsome and wealthy. They are a perfect match. As for Xiao Fei, he should just disappear. This post garnered hundreds of comments, with thousands of views. Each person expressed their sympathy for Xinyueli while venting their dissatisfaction with Xiao Fei. Regardless, we believe in you. A hefty fellow patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder, offering comfort. His name was Ma Yuan, one of Xiao Fei's closest allies. That Xinyueli is quite the actress. She engages in such self-serving behavior. Yet all the praise goes to her. Other roommates also rallied to support Xiao Fei. After all, they had shared years together and understood his character. They would soon receive their due punishment, feeling the encouragement from his friends. Xiao Fei's heart warmed, and he spoke with composure. "Xiao Fei, what are you planning to do? You mustn't act rashly. Surely, but don't intend to retaliate violently?" His friends urged, fearing he might take imprudent actions. "Fear not. I'm not that foolish. I merely intend to repay them in kind," he replied with a cold chuckle, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He had not expected his adversaries to act so swiftly, releasing the recorded footage and plunging him back into public scrutiny. Since they had chosen this path, he would show no mercy. He was eager to witness the reactions of those who had wronged him once the truth came to light. After returning the laptop to his friend, he powered on his desktop computer to verify the existence of the files. 3 minutes later, his computer, which boasted an impressive startup speed, finally booted up. Ding! You have new mail stored in your files. Please check. Xiao Fei opened the D drive and, with a few swift keystrokes, discovered a newly created folder. Chapter 3. A dramatic turn of events on the Jiang University forum. Posts condemning Xiao Fei continued to multiply, with an increasing number of replies. Some even labeled him as a student of disgrace, calling for his immediate expulsion from school. Amidst this turmoil, a post explicitly targeting Xinyueli and Xuekai suddenly appeared. Standing out starkly and piquing the curiosity of many. As people clicked on it, a series of videos unfolded before their eyes. There were clips of Xinyueli and Xuekai at a hotel, as well as footage of them shopping at high-end stores, dining at upscale restaurants, and even at a bar. Xuekai even pulled Xinyueli into the dance floor, where they danced intimately, their movements undeniably suggestive. At the top of the video, an extensive written account detailed how Xinyueli met Xuekai and how she had conspired against Xiao Fei. This narrative was penned by none other than Xiao Fei himself. All thanks to Xuekai. Without his direct input, this content would never have materialized. What on earth? Is this really our campus, Belle? Xinyueli. The video is dated from May. My goodness, had they been together for that long? Wait, does this mean Xinyueli was already involved with him before breaking up with Xiao Fei? This was the typically gentle and serene campus belle. The dance depicted was so sultry, it was a complete transformation. Could it be that the video was edited? Are you foolish? Can't you distinguish between real footage and edited clips? The entire forum erupted in chaos, as the goddess everyone revered was revealed to be so different from their perceptions. The tranquil and graceful image they had cherished was shattered in that moment. Everyone was left speechless. They found it hard to accept and believe that the idealized figure they had held in such high regard could be this way. Yet the reality was laid bare before them, forcing belief upon them. Anger surged through the crowd as they felt profoundly deceived. The esteemed campus belle, known for her elegance, had engaged in such disgraceful infidelity, utterly upending their worldview. Who would have thought that the so-called campus belle of Jiang University would be so reckless, frequenting bars and hotels, pretending to be pure? It is indeed true that one can know a person's appearance, but not their heart. How foolish we were to have regarded her as a goddess all this time. Indeed, reflecting back, the few pictures of Xiao Fei were merely indicative of a normal friendship, hardly crossing any boundaries. Yet, it is Shun Yuli who has been thoroughly implicated, and according to the aforementioned article, it seems that someone may have truly conspired against Xiao Fei. In an instant, the tide of public outrage shifted towards Shun Yuli. Xiao Fei's singular post eclipsed the numerous posts of others, garnering thousands of views within a mere 10 minutes, swiftly ascending to the top of the forum. The number of viewers continued to surge at an astonishing rate, showing no signs of abating. Sitting before his computer, Xiao Fei felt a wave of satisfaction as he watched the forum traffic increase. It was time for Shun Yuli to experience the sensation of being reviled daily. Having been a mere scapegoat for 3 years was one thing, but to be ungrateful and conspire against him was utterly deserving of no sympathy. Moreover, the post he had just made was not under his actual forum account, but rather a fictitious one conjured by the system. The information within was entirely fabricated, representing a non-existent individual, rendering him untouchable. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his computer. Upon opening it, he found yet another folder. Just as he pondered this, the system chimed. Ding! The system had once again gathered video evidence, this time of Shui Kai meeting with other girls during his interactions with Shun Yuli. Accepting the mission to retaliate against Shui Kai would yield a reward of 5 times his physical capabilities. Should he decline, the system would purchase a green hat for him to wear for 10 days, allowing him to fully experience the essence of the green pastures. Xiao Fei was taken aback. The system was quite adept at its games. Wearing a green hat to class would be more mortifying than social death itself. I accept the mission, he responded without hesitation. After all, he and Shui Kai were already enemies. Further antagonism mattered not that in the girls' dormitory. Shun Yuli stared at the pinned post on her phone, her complexion pale, her mind a blank. How could there be such videos? Where did they come from? Moreover, they were all external recordings. The most critical point was that as the female lead in those videos, she knew all too well that the content was indeed authentic. Panic filled Shun Yuli's eyes. She was the belle of Jiang University, the center of attention wherever she went, surrounded by admirers. Now that these videos had surfaced, how could she ever remain at the university? Her reputation, her image, all her cherished qualities would be reduced to mere shadows. Xiao Fei must be behind this. Shun Yuli's gaze sharpened, a torrent of hatred igniting within her. She understood that only Xiao Fei had the motive to do this. Initially perceiving him as honest and enamored with her, she thought she had him firmly in her grasp. Little did she expect his actions to be so utterly ruthless. Yet, moments later, her brows furrowed in confusion. How did he know where she had been? Moreover, his family was ordinary, without power or influence. What capability did he possess to acquire these videos? It is known that surveillance footage from bars and hotels is not easily accessible to just anyone. Xiaoli, what on earth is happening? In the midst of her thoughts, Sun Yin rushed into the dormitory. It's Xiao Fei's doing. He wants to drag me into public scrutiny. This is his revenge. At this moment, Shun Yuli regained her composure, as if nothing had transpired. She would never allow anyone to witness her panic. Maintaining elegance in public had become her habit. But are these videos authentic or not? Sun Yin asked in shock, unable to believe her close friend could be such a person. Yet how could the videos be explained? Just as Shun Yuli was about to respond, a notification chimed on her phone. Opening the forum, a post about Shui Kai appeared in the public eye. Within moments, Shun Yuli's face fluctuated between shades of red and white. The post featured several videos, each depicting Shui Kai on dates with different girls. All dated during the time she was involved with him. Chapter 4. A transformation. Xiao Fei became a wealthy tycoon. Shun Yuli's fists tightened with mounting fury. All those notions of love at first sight, of love deeper than mountains and seas, were nothing but lies. Shui Kai was a master of deceit. The most crucial point was that she, as the campus flower, should be cherished like a star. Now, what did she amount to? Merely one among his many women. What distinguished her from the ordinary? How could she accept such a devalued reality? Was Shui Kai engaging with other women while courting her? Sun Yin, oblivious to the tension, looked at the newly emerged post, unsure of what to say. It must be Xiao Fei's machinations. He has gone mad. Don't believe him, Shun Yuli explained to her friend. In her current predicament, having someone stand by her side was of utmost importance. Her eyes hardened as she contemplated the ruthlessness of her adversary. She would not hesitate to retaliate, gathering her thoughts. She took out her phone and dialed Shui Kai's number. Who is this? A woman's voice answered after a few seconds. Shun Yuli's brow furrowed as she coldly replied, Who are you? I am his girlfriend. Who are you? The voice retorted, dismissive and clearly not one to be trifled with. Shun Yuli suppressed her burgeoning rage and calmly inquired, Where is Shui Kai? You haven't answered my question. What is your relation to him? The woman asked lazily, clearly unwilling to divulge information without reciprocity. Whose call is this? Just then, another voice chimed in on the line. Shun Yuli recognized it as Shui Kai's. Shaoli. After a few moments, Shui Kai's voice came through. Are you aware of the forum situation? In a surprising turn, Shun Yuli refrained from unleashing her wrath upon him. What do you mean? Shui Kai was taken aback, expecting her to confront him about his dalliances with other women. But instead, she posed a perplexing remark that ITS Xiao Fei. He released videos of our off-campus interactions. We are now embroiled in public scandal at Jiang University. You should check it out quickly, Shun Yuli stated nonchalantly, and after a brief exchange, she hung up decisively. Though her eyes burned with fury, she managed to suppress it. Now was not the time to sever ties with Shui Kai. She still needed his influence to confront Xiao Fei, especially since Shui Kai had close ties with the university's president. Meanwhile, Shui Kai, just out of the shower and wrapped in a towel, furrowed his brow before logging into the Jiang University forum. Minutes later, slam! His phone was hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Even the woman lying on the bed was startled by his sudden outburst of rage. Shui Kai's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. He was furious, exceedingly furious. From the very first day he entered the university, he had never encountered such an ungrateful individual. Xiao Fei was merely a penniless student. Yet he dared to challenge him. Who did he think he was? It was audacious to oppose him. He would ensure that Xiao Fei could not remain at Jiang University. Shui Kai seethed, I will make you regret this. Ding 1. Exposed Shun Yuli. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 51 of the shares in Shenghao Hotel. The contract is being copied, and someone will deliver it later. The system has assisted in opening a legal account for Shenghao Hotel at the bank, which is now linked to your mobile banking. Subsequently, dividend from the hotel shares will be directly deposited into your account. Point 2. Congratulations to the host for exposing Shui Kai, receiving a 5-fold boost in physical capabilities. Host, Xiao Fei, strength, 50. Speed, 50. Reaction ability, 50. Upon finishing, Xiao Fei felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through him, invigorating his spirit. Clenching his fist, he felt as if he possessed boundless strength, capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. This exhilaration was overwhelming. Not only had his physical prowess increased, but he was now also the largest shareholder of Shenghao Hotel. He had become wealthy. Haha, host, your computer is running too slowly. Frequent logins to disreputable websites have caused it to become infected. The 300 gigabytes hard drive is severely hampering performance. Allow me to assist you in cleaning it up? Oh no, please don't. Just as he was reveling in his newfound fortune, the system's voice startled him. He attempted to intervene, But the system was too swift. By the time he reacted, the computer had already begun rebooting. This time, it took merely 10 seconds to start up, surpassing 99 of users nationwide. Xiao Fei was left in despair. All those films were precious memories of his youth. Each frame, each moment was worth savoring. Alas, just like that, they were gone. You are now the esteemed host of the system. No longer the mere loser you once were. Only losers seek solace in hard drives, while the strong have already found their partners. The system's ruthless words left Xiao Fei speechless. Well, I never expected you had such capabilities. In the dormitory, Ma Yuan gazed incredulously at Xiao Fei. Please, tell us how you managed to do it. The others chimed in, equally perplexed, for such surveillance footage was not easily obtained. It is secret, something I cannot divulge. Suffice it to say, it wasn't acquired through any underhanded means, Xiao Fei replied, striving to maintain his composure. He was at a loss for an explanation and felt no inclination to provide one. Tomorrow evening, let us all dine out. It's on me, he continued, deftly shifting the topic. Whoa, is this for real? Aside from spending on Shenyueli, when did you become so generous? One exclaimed. Hearing that from your lips is like a cow flying, a remarkable feat indeed. It was quite an adjustment to see Xiao Gu exhibiting such extravagance. Clearly, breaking up with Shenyueli had left him with some extra funds. The group immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. Who didn't he know that Xiao Fei had once been notoriously frugal? It was a challenge to extract even a modicum of generosity from him. This was merely playful banter, of course, as they were well aware of his family's difficult circumstances. Observing their reactions, Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Had he truly been such a sycophant towards Shenyueli in the past? A day later, in class, the teacher was passionately lecturing on the subject matter, yet the students' attention was elsewhere. They frequently glanced toward the same direction, where Xiao Fei was seated. In that moment, he resembled a 1,000-watt light bulb, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. Their gazes were no longer laced with disdain, but were imbued with sympathy, pity, and camaraderie. A cold smile crept across Xiao Fei's face, unperturbed by their scrutiny. His concern had never been their perceptions, but rather the distorted truths that could tarnish his reputation. Now that the truth was laid bare, even if they continued to regard him with disdain and gossip about him, he would not be fazed. Who is Xiao Fei? Step forward. At that moment, a voice pierced through the lecture. Interrupting the teacher, Mr. Wang Yang, what does he want with Xiao Fei? Someone inquired, I don't know. Perhaps it has to do with Shenyueli and Shui Kai. Another speculated. Amidst their chatter, a serious-looking man, slightly plump and bespectacled, scrutinized the students of Class 3, Year 5, exuding an ominous aura. That's me. Xiao Fei replied, unaware of the situation but recognizing that he couldn't remain silent. Follow me, the man said coldly, casting a brief glance in his direction before turning to leave. Confused, Xiao Fei followed suit. In the administrative building of Jian University, in the highest conference room, the principal, 2 vice principals, and several guiding teachers sat around a large table. Xiao Fei's unauthorized posting of the video on the Jian University forum has severely infringed upon the rights of others. This matter must be pursued to the fullest extent and met with stringent punishment. Does he not understand the considerable negative impact this could have on the school? If the situation escalates further, it may even tarnish Jian University's reputation outside of campus. The vice principals solemnly critiqued, discussing the issue concerning the forum video. Therefore, I implore the teachers to address this matter seriously and restore justice for Shenyueli and me. Shui Kai stated nonchalantly from the center of the room. Rest assured, we will investigate thoroughly and ensure Xiao Fei provides an explanation. Principal Wang Feng replied gravely. During their conversation, the conference room door swung open, and a teacher escorted Xiao Fei inside. Upon seeing him, Shui Kai's eyes nearly sparked with murderous intent, followed by a cold smirk, anticipating the moment his adversary would break down in tears, realizing the tension in the room and Shui Kai's presence. Xiao Fei understood trouble was brewing. Are you Xiao Fei? Vice Principal Jiang Tao inquired, his expression grim. Yes, may I ask why the principal is looking for me? Xiao Fei responded calmly, showing no signs of panic. What is the situation with the forum video? Are you aware of the magnitude of impact it could have on the school? The vice principal interrogated sternly. Principal Jiang, I must admit, I do not comprehend your meaning. Xiao Fei feigned ignorance, shaking his head, still trying to weasel out of it. You don't know about the post you made? He slammed the table in fury. Another vice principal, Zhou Wenzhang, added sternly, Shuaikai demands that you immediately retract the post. Write a letter of apology and read it before the entire school. Otherwise, he will sue you for invading his privacy. Xiao Fei chuckled inwardly at the irony. When he had been cyberbullied on the forum, he had not witnessed such fervor from them. Principal Wang Feng shot Xiao Fei a knowing glance, attempting to persuade him. While the school typically does not intervene in forum matters, your actions this time have gone too far. You are, after all, a student of Jiang University, that if you can admit your mistake and clarify this misunderstanding to the student body, Shuaikai has promised not to pursue your accountability, and we will not expel you. What do you think? Unmoved by their appeals, Xiao Fei recognized the absurdity of their proposition that if he complied, how could he ever hold his head high at school again? He would be the subject of ridicule, a laughingstock for all. Meanwhile, Shuaikai reveled in the unfolding drama, relishing the predicament Xiao Fei found himself in. Whether expelled from school or facing legal repercussions, neither outcome was something Xiao Fei could bear. Besides, if Xiao Fei capitulated, Shuaikai would undoubtedly renege on his promise and promptly sue for damages and emotional distress. Although Shuaikai was indifferent to the monetary aspect for someone from Xiao Fei's humble background, it constituted a significant blow, precisely the form of retribution he sought. The post was not authored by me. I'm unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. Surely, the school wouldn't rush to judgment before thoroughly investigating the matter. Xiao Fei replied calmly in the face of the accusations that, at this point, you still wish to deny it. Is there anyone else besides you who could have done this? Jiang Tao retorted, discontent evident in his tone. Principal Wang Feng paused for a moment, unexpectedly nodding in agreement. He is right. We should first gather the evidence. After all, this is a school, and we must uphold fairness as the highest authority at Jiang University. He had to consider all aspects meticulously. Very well, we shall present the evidence to convince you, Jiang Tao announced, retrieving a laptop from the adjacent room and logging into the forum. Each student must register their information to access the forum. Once registered, every statement and post made by the student is meticulously recorded in the backend. Sun Yu. Who is Sun Yu? Jiang Tao queried, having opened the information of the user who made the post. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the identity details did not match Xiao Fei. He opened another post and discovered the username was also Sun Yu. Have you found anything? Principal Wang Feng inquired. Noticing Jiang Tao's peculiar expression that IT is not Xiao Fei. The post was made by someone else. Jiang Tao replied, taken aback by the revelation that Xiao Fei had indeed spoken the truth. The room fell silent as everyone processed the information. Shuaikai was incredulous, exclaiming, "Impossible! It must be him. No one else had the motive. Perhaps he used someone else's account. We should check if he borrowed account from fellow students," he insisted urgently. After a moment, Jiang Tao shook his head. Registration requires real name verification. I've checked the entire school, and there is no student by the name of Sun Yu. This is absurd. Are we to believe that Jiang University has magically generated an account? The teachers were skeptical. Such anomalies were unprecedented. The forum accounts are verified one-to-one. There is no room for error. You may all take a look, Jiang Tao offered, passing the laptop around. This is indeed peculiar. External individuals cannot register without being enrolled. This must be an internal student account. Yet we cannot find it. They murmured, thoroughly baffled. I told you it wasn't my post. Now do you believe me? If you still doubt, feel free to check my account for any posts. Xiao Fei chuckled, observing their bewildered expressions. He then turned to Shuaikai, sneering, if I didn't author the post, why should I bear the responsibility? As for your intention to sue me, that is utterly ludicrous. How can you claim such without evidence? Xiao Fei relished the moment, enjoying the sight of Shuaikai's futile attempt to control him. Principal Wang Feng and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the matter concerned Xiao Fei, the original poster was not him. Hence, the responsibility could not rest on his shoulders. Indeed, if it turns out this was not your doing, then the responsibility does not lie with you. Wang Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging that fairness must be upheld regardless of the circumstances. Shui Kai's countenance darkened severely, as if a fiery rage burned within him, his heart brimming with unexpressed resentment. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a chilling smile, he remarked, "Principal Wang, the upcoming sports meet is just around the corner, and I hear the school requires a new batch of equipment worth millions. The school's equipment has always been sponsored by my father's Whaley Group. And I presume you wouldn't want this sponsorship to fall through, would you?" Chapter 6. The most beautiful campus belle. Su Yinshi, what does this mean? The principal was perplexed by his abrupt inquiry. The answer was simple. If the school expelled Xiao Fei, the collaboration could proceed as planned. Shui Kai stated gravely, "Since gentler measures have proven ineffective, we resort to firmer tactics. Xiao Fei had been a student for 3 years. Should Jiang University expel him, it would equate to a total loss of his previous efforts. This was a blow no one wished to face, especially not someone from an ordinary family like Xiao Fei's." Wang Feng furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat troubled. If the video post had been made by Xiao Fei, it would be a different matter, but currently, there was no evidence pointing to him. Expelling a student without just cause was indeed hard to justify and would tarnish the school's reputation. However, the school's equipment was undeniably outdated, and for the sake of safety, the sports meet had already been planned with Whaley Group sponsorship to replace all the old equipment. Yet now, if the young master of Whaley Group, Shui Kai, intended to thwart this, the plan was certain to collapse. After all, it was Shui Kai's enrollment at Jiang University that had prompted his father to choose to sponsor the school. The senior officials exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Inside, Shui Kai laughed heartily. In this contest, Xiao Fei was still rather inexperienced. Should Whaley Group withdraw its sponsorship, Tianxue Group was willing to step in, just as the higher-ups were grappling with their dilemma. The conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman enter, her tall figure radiating elegance. With cascading black hair and a pristine white dress, she epitomized grace. "Why are you here?" Shui Kai asked incredulously. In the school. No one was unaware of the girl before them. She was the renowned campus belle of Jiang University, Su Yinshi from the Chinese department. Even Shun Yuli would appear dim in her presence. Amidst the astonished gazes, Su Yinshi approached slowly, glancing at Xiao Fei as a form of greeting. "What brings you here?" Xiao Fei asked in surprise. Indeed, he not only recognized her, but was also quite familiar with her. Perhaps it was serendipity. A year prior, during a school trip, he and Su Yinshi had been grouped together, when she accidentally twisted her ankle during the event. Xiao Fei had carried her several times, and they gradually became acquainted, even exchanging WeChat contacts. However, feeling committed to his girlfriend, he had kept in touch much over the year, their exchanges on WeChat being few and far between. "Student Su, is what you said true?" Principal Wang Feng and the others stood up, incredulous, their tone laced with excitement. "Certainly. As long as the issue with Xiao Fei is no longer pursued, Tianxue Group can oversee any sponsorship needs for the school in the coming years," she replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the senior officials could no longer remain seated. It was well known that Su's family, Tianxue Group, was one of the most prestigious enterprises in Jiang City. With its real estate ventures sprawling across regions, even stronger than Shui Kai's family business. Moreover, Su Yinshi was the cherished daughter of Su Yunsheng, the chairman of Tianxue Group. Her words were beyond question. With their support, Jiang University would undoubtedly flourish and thrive. Su Yinshi. "What are you doing?" Shui Kai's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that a variable like her would come to disrupt his plans. "Xiao Fei is my good friend. Targeting him is tantamount to targeting me. Are you intending to make an enemy of me?" Su Yinshi's voice was melodious, yet the underlying threat sent chills down the spine. Shui Kai's expression shifted slightly. Though he was tempted to retort, he ultimately fell silent. With Su Yinshi present, his plans for the day were undeniably thwarted. "Student Su, when shall we formalize our agreement?" Wang Feng began but hesitated. "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word regarding the sponsorship. Tomorrow, someone will come to sign the agreement with you. However," she shifted her tone, continuing, "before that, you must provide us with a satisfactory response." Previously, someone maliciously posted on the forum to attack Xiao Fei, subjecting him to a storm of public opinion. "This matter must be addressed," she insisted. Wang Feng paused for a moment before nodding. "No problem." Malicious postings without cause indeed warrant accountability. However, what exactly do you wish us to do? Xiao Fei, what do you think? Su Yinchi turned to him. Certain individuals have maliciously slandered me from the shadows. It is hard to imagine what they might do next. I propose expelling the poster to prevent them from ensnaring others in the future. Although unsure of Su Yinchi's intentions, Xiao Fei naturally seized the opportunity to voice his demands. He felt no sympathy for Shun Yueli, as her wrongdoings against him were numerous. If she were expelled, it would be her own doing. Very well. Vice Principal Jiang, you shall investigate this matter, and once verified, the expulsion shall be communicated throughout the school, Wang Feng declared with conviction. Understood, Jiang Tao nodded. Humph. Shuai Kai let out a cold laugh before abruptly turning to leave the conference room. He was acutely aware of his failure in this confrontation and saw no reason to linger. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Xiao Fei, his eyes filled with intense hatred. He could not fathom how Xiao Fei had come to know Su Yinchi, the daughter of Tianxue Group, a figure of high status, while Xiao Fei was merely an ordinary person without the qualifications to befriend someone like her. That moment, Xiao Fei returned Shuai Kai's gaze, his expression calm and unbothered. He was now the owner of Shenghao Hotel, possessing numerous hidden advantages through the system. Should a conflict arise, Shuai Kai would be utterly powerless against him. Yet he was taken aback by Su Yinchi's sudden appearance and assistance, leaving him puzzled. Replacing the equipment would cost several million, a staggering sum in his previous life. Their acquaintance had not been particularly deep. Why was she willing to go to such lengths? Minutes later, after finalizing the arrangements, Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi exited the office building together. How did you end up here and assist me in such a significant way? He finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. It's nothing. You helped me in the past, and now it's my turn to return the favor, Su Yinchi replied with a faint smile. Xiao Fei was left speechless. What kind of answer was that? He had only assisted her with a minor favor. Was it truly worth millions in return? Was this what they called a drop of water reciprocated with a fountain of gratitude? Chapter 7. The promising profits of Shenghao Hotel. Su Yinchi gazed intently at Xiao Fei, sighing, I never expected you to be so aloof. Every time I message you, it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Don't I always reply? Xiao Fei scratched his head in defense. Is that even a reply? Su Yinchi was utterly speechless, continuing, I always start with a lot to say, and your responses are always just as if you're terrified of saying more. Am I a tiger? Is it that frightening? Just mentioning this made her quite irate. Indeed, she had to admit that she harbored feelings for Xiao Fei. His straightforward and genuine character was infectious, and one could easily become drawn to him. If it weren't for his girlfriend, Su Yinchi might have genuinely pursued him. Tea times, she found herself envious of Shun Yueli. Despite being a scoundrel, Xiao Fei remained devoted to her. It was hard to determine whether to regard Shun Yueli as lucky or to see Xiao Fei as too naive. Faced with her accusations, Xiao Fei found himself at a loss for words, for she spoke the truth. He had always thought that since he had a girlfriend, he ought to maintain a distance from other girls. Reflecting back, his self-proclaimed devotion to Shun Yueli seemed like mere self-delusion. Instead, he appeared more like a sycophant, while she had never truly valued him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the affection of Su Yinchi. Invite her to dinner tonight. Successful invitation rewards a limited edition sports car. Failure rewards a 200 yuan purchase voucher. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Fei's mind. Having helped you with such a significant matter, how should I be thanked? Su Yinchi, unaware of the changes in his mind, asked without reservation that if you don't mind, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Xiao Fei replied instantly, eager to avoid any further inquiries. This time, it was not merely to fulfill the system's task, but also because he genuinely wished to express his gratitude to Su Yinchi. Sure, I happen to be free, she said with delight, contemplating how to find reasons to spend time with Xiao Fei. Then it's settled. Remember to contact me tonight, she said, twirling around and leaving with a light-hearted demeanor. Wow, no way. Isn't that Su, the campus belle? How is she with Xiao Fei? She was the most renowned among Jiang University's 3 campus beauties. How could she possibly know Xiao Fei? And why were they exchanging laughter? I am utterly consumed by jealousy, sobbing uncontrollably. The class has already ended, and a considerable crowd gathers in the distance. whispering and gossiping. One is the most beautiful flower of Jiang University, while the other is the recently infamous Xiao Fei. Their mere presence together makes it nearly impossible to go unnoticed on the third floor of a certain teaching building. Shui Kai clenches his fists as he witnesses everything unfold. Xiao Fei is merely a penniless wretch. Why does he deserve to be with Su Yinchi? The first time he laid eyes on Su Yinchi, he was awestruck by her beauty, and he harbored thoughts of winning her over. Little did he know that Su Yinchi would reject him, which left him quite displeased. It was only after some investigation that he discovered she was the daughter of Tianxua Group, which not only shocked him but also extinguished his vengeful thoughts. Although Whaley Group is also a well-known company in Jiang City, it pales in comparison to Tianxua Group. Point 1 can evade the initial strike, but not the final blow. Just wait, I will ensure you can no longer remain in Jiang City, Shui Kai muttered darkly while observing Xiao Fei. Ding, the other party has accepted the invitation. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the limited edition supercar Pagani Huayra. The car is purchased through legitimate channels and will be personally delivered shortly. Please ensure to sign for it. Pagani Huayra, good heavens, Xiao Fei exclaimed in astonishment. It is a top-tier supercar, rumored to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds, worth $500 million. My goodness, this system is truly remarkable, utterly omnipotent. The paths you once tread, we no longer remember. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Xiao Fei speculated that it was likely someone from the Shenghao Hotel. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of Jiang University, a slender man in a suit and tie stood, frequently glancing into the school. His face etched with confusion. Shenghao Grand Hotel, the largest and most luxurious super hotel in Jiang City. Just yesterday, during a high-level meeting, the hotel chairman suddenly announced that a mysterious buyer had invested heavily in acquiring them. Yet this powerful and mysterious buyer claimed to be a student at Jiang University, which seemed utterly unbelievable. Are you here to deliver the contract? Shortly, the man noticed a casually dressed, handsome young man approaching him. Who are you? The man inquired cautiously. I am Xiao Fei, the mastermind behind the acquisition of your Shenghao Hotel, Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly. Greetings, I am Zhao Bin, the assistant to the hotel chairman. The man's heart sank, and he immediately nodded and bowed. Good heavens, he seems far too young. There's a CAF over there. Shall we sit and discuss? He hastily gestured for Xiao Fei to follow. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. This is the stock transfer agreement. Please let me know if you have any questions. Inside the CAF, Zhao Bin handed over a contract. Xiao Fei merely skimmed it before accepting the pen to sign. The former chairman asked me to convey a message. When will you assume office? Zhao Bin began relaying the message once he noticed Xiao Fei had no objections to the contract. Xiao Fei shook his head. Just proceed as usual. I am not cut out for business. You should continue as you see fit. He only desired to be the behind-the-scenes owner, focusing solely on revenue collection. As the shares were firmly in his grasp, what is the annual profit of the company? Xiao Fei inquired with curiosity. The hotel's profits vary yearly, approximately around 700 to 800 million, Zhao Bin estimated. So, that means I will receive at least 300 to 400 million annually? Xiao Fei was taken aback, astonished. Concurrently, Zhao Bin retrieved a black card from his bag and presented it to Xiao Fei, stating, This is the exclusive card for Shenghao Hotel, which can only be possessed by company shareholders. With this card, all expenses at Shenghao Hotel are free and unlimited. Moreover, as the chairman, this card also comes with a special limit of 5 million, which will be deducted from your share dividends later. He gazed enviously at the card. One must understand that only the wealthy dare to spend at Shenghao Hotel. The minimum expenditure begins at 10,000. If one were to dine and stay here for a night, the cost could soar up to tens of thousands or even over 100,000. Who wouldn't desire such a card? Is that not the illustrious Xiao Fei from school? After a few days of absence, he has become so extravagant that he dares to step into a CF. How unfortunate. Who would have thought that a simple coffee could lead to encountering a scoundrel? Suddenly, a chorus of women's voices interrupted their conversation. Chapter 8. They come to sow discord. Xiao Fei furrowed his brow and looked up. He noticed several girls approaching from the other side. The very ones who had previously assisted Shen Yueli in filming a video. You again? What a coincidence. Xiao Fei's expression turned cold as he spoke indifferently. You are truly heartless, resorting to such despicable means to deal with Xiaoli. And she even praised you as an honest person. The leader, Sun Yin, exclaimed in a fit of anger, seemingly harboring even greater hostility toward Xiao Fei. They were not unaware of the exposure regarding Shun Yueli on the school forum. Yet instead of alleviating their disdain for Xiao Fei, it only intensified their hatred, viewing him as a petty man. Honest man? In today's society, being an honest man is hardly a compliment. Xiao Fei scoffed dismissively and continued. The authenticity of the video need not be reiterated. Anyone can discern who truly strayed, though some may be blind to the truth, which is somewhat understandable. The sarcasm was unmistakable. He felt no need to be courteous to them. He finally grasped that this group had never judged right from wrong based on the facts, but simply because they were friends with Shun Yueli, thus taking it upon themselves to berate him. In reality, they were no different from her. This handsome fellow, I don't know your relation to Xiao Fei, but I must advise you to keep your distance. Beware of being stabbed in the back one day. Precisely, one may be poor and downtrodden, yet to betray one's ex-girlfriend is someone best avoided. Point two of them attempted to sow discord with Zhao Bin. Their intention was to humiliate Xiao Fei deliberately, rendering him a laughingstock in front of his peers. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Zhao Bin slammed his palm on the table. A bunch of shrews. Our boss is not someone you can casually slander. Zhao Bin stood up, his voice filled with fury. Although he was unaware of Xiao Fei's grievances with them, he could not tolerate the humiliation of his boss. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to showcase himself, potentially earning the boss's favor. The women were startled by his sudden outburst, their anger causing them to tremble. Shrews? How dare he insult them as such? Having been pampered all their lives, they could hardly endure such humiliation. Instantly, they felt an impulse to confront Zhao Bin. Refrain from acting recklessly, lest you find yourselves trending online one day. That would be quite amusing. Xiao Fei took a sip of the coffee on the table. Appearing leisurely, Sun Yin and the others immediately glanced around, realizing that their commotion had drawn attention from everyone in the CF, some even pulling out their phones to record. The urge to confront immediately dissipated. In this age of communication, the speed of online dissemination is astonishing. One misstep could make you the center of public attention. What hotel owner? He certainly knows how to put on an act. Just look at his pitiful appearance. Pray tell, which hotel does he own? Indeed, who isn't aware that Xiao Fei is a pauper at school, unable to afford even a few thousand for Xiaoli's birthday gift? And yet he claims to be a boss? Uffed. What a laughable notion. Humiliated, they retorted, unwilling to leave quietly. Furthermore, they believed that Zhao Bin was likely just another pretender, pretending. Have you ever seen someone bring a contract to pretend? Zhao Bin sneered coldly, displaying the contract before them. Open your eyes and see clearly. It clearly states Shenghao Grand Hotel. This gentleman here is about to assume the position of our new chairman. The crowd stared at the contract, their expressions turning incredulous. How could this be? Shenghao Grand Hotel, the most luxurious and grand 7-star super hotel in Jiang City. No. To claim that this hotel's owner is Xiao Fei is akin to claiming a hen is the king of beasts. It is both absurd and laughable. Yet, to dismiss it as a lie would be unrealistic. Who would prepare a contract in advance to deceive you? The cacophony of women was abruptly silenced, realizing they could not win the argument. And they swiftly fled the CF, their tails between their legs. Xiao Fei coldly observed their retreating figures, a smirk playing on his lips. He understood Shun Yueli well. None of the posts could have been made solely by her. She would undoubtedly leverage her connections to rally a group to assist her, as evidenced by the multiple IDs posting on the forum. And this group was likely the very individuals before him. None would escape unscathed. Once the school investigates, it will be their turn to weep. The matter is nearly settled. You may head back now. After finishing his coffee, Xiao Fei informed Zhao Bin, then exited the restaurant with the contract in hand. However, before he could step onto campus, a white supercar came to a halt at the school gate. Are you Mr. Xiao Fei? A man approached politely after alighting from his vehicle. Yes. How do you know my name? Xiao Fei inquired in astonishment. Of course. You provided your identification and photographs when purchasing your vehicle on our platform. The man replied, Mr. Xiao, This is the limited edition supercar you ordered from our dealership. Please inspect it and sign here." As he spoke, the man gestured toward the strikingly magnificent Pagani parked nearby, simultaneously presenting a contract for Xiao Fei's signature. Xiao Fei paused for a moment, then checked the time on his phone. It had barely been over half an hour since the system had informed him of the reward vehicle. Goodness, this is incredibly swift. Typically, purchasing a car takes several days to complete. Yet here it is done in a fraction of that time. Ding! The system chimed, clarifying that all necessary documentation and review processes were expedited through its intervention, thus facilitating the rapid acquisition of the vehicle. Understanding dawned on Xiao Fei, and he nodded in agreement, happily signing the purchase contract. The system confirmed, "Host has received the supercar. The system will unconditionally provide driving experience and a license. Documents are being photocopied and can be collected at the vehicle management location." Upon completion, Xiao Fei felt a sudden influx of knowledge in his mind, all pertaining to driving expertise. The efficiency of this system was astonishing. He silently commended it. After signing, the man departed, leaving Xiao Fei staring at the supercar before him. Filled with exhilarating anticipation, the pristine white body, the exquisitely sleek design, and the top-tier configuration all exuded an aura of majesty and grandeur. It was worth noting that, even globally, only a handful of such vehicles existed. Just a few days prior, Xiao Fei would never have dared to imagine owning a car of this caliber. Without further ado, he retrieved the key handed to him earlier and entered the vehicle. Inside, he explored every inch, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. The genuine leather seats felt as delicate and smooth as human skin, and the interior space was perfectly designed, devoid of any feelings of confinement. Even the gear shift exuded a sculptural elegance befitting its exorbitant price. As he took hold of the controls and pressed the accelerator, the dazzling Pagani gracefully made its way toward the school parking lot. Barely moments after Xiao Fei had driven away, a few women approached from a distance. It was Sun Yin and her companions. Chapter 9. Tonight Su Yanxi is radiantly beautiful. Could it be my eyes deceiving me? Was that Xiao Fei just now? That impoverished fellow is driving a luxury car. Could it truly be that he is the owner of the Shenghao Hotel, and his previous portrayal of a destitute persona was merely a facade? Although the luxury vehicle had been too distant for them to discern its brand, its distinctive shape was unmistakably not that of an ordinary sedan. What should we do? We've already had 2 altercations with Xiao Fei. If he chooses to retaliate, we may be in dire straits. One girl suddenly expressed her concern. The moment those words left her lips, a chill ran through the hearts of the women, as they began to feel apprehensive. They had only focused on the thrill of their insults, neglecting to consider the consequences. Regretting it now would be too late. Sun Yan's expression shifted repeatedly, forcing herself to regain composure. Humph. I refuse to believe he is truly that formidable. If he were genuinely wealthy, Xiaoli would surely have noticed. Her words seemed to serve as encouragement to her companions, while simultaneously being a reassurance to herself. At 6 o'clock in the evening, several dormitory roommates were engrossed in playing League of Legends. 10 minutes later, amid a few sighs, they lay listlessly on their beds. Damn it, I just dropped from my rank in the game again. I can't believe it. I've dropped 3 tiers that I'm done. If my rank won't improve, it's just a waste of my youth. The group could not help but exchange banter among themselves. Let us head out for dinner, Xiao Fei suggested as he finished watching a movie. And invite your girlfriends as well. Since I'm treating, let us enjoy a proper feast, he continued. Subsequently, he sent a message to Su Yanxi, inviting her to join them for dinner. What the hell? Xiao Fei, you're acting quite out of character today. Don't tell me you're feeling down and want to treat us to a meal before going to your end? Ma Yuan was the first to react. When things seem too strange, there is always something afoot. Another roommate, Chen Yu, chimed in. It was indeed unprecedented for Xiao Fei to invite so many people to dinner. Well, it's now or never. Once we pass this village, there may not be another opportunity. Xiao Fei shrugged. Don't worry, we're on our way. Immediately, Ma Yuan and the others hurriedly messaged their girlfriends. 20 minutes later, 6 or 7 individuals gathered at the school gate. The winter air was particularly biting, and they stomped their feet to ward off the chill. Xiao Fei had no intention of driving, as the 2-seater Pagani could not accommodate such a large group. Where shall we dine? Shuan inquired, warming his hands with breath. That you'll find out when we arrive, but we must wait a moment longer. Someone is yet to join us. Xiao Fei explained. Haven't we all arrived? Who else could it be? Chunyu asked, puzzled. Just as he finished speaking, a stunning girl emerged from the school. With an ethereal beauty and an otherworldly grace, she wore a white sweater that radiated warmth and softness. Contrasting with her striking appearance, Su Yinshi, she is the most beautiful campus belle at Jiangda. What could she be doing out here so late? No way. She is heading our way. Don't tell me the person we're waiting for is her. The group was taken aback, staring blankly at the approaching girl, momentarily at a loss for words. Hello, Su Yinshi greeted as she approached Xiao Fei, nodding and smiling at the astonished gazes surrounding her. Her voice was soft and melodious, devoid of any pretense, leaving everyone utterly mesmerized. The previously unattainable Su Yinshi now seemed so approachable. She is breathtaking. Ma Yuan's girlfriend, Liu, murmured. Even she, as a fellow woman, was awestruck by Su Yinshi's beauty. Goodness, Xiao Fei, when did you get acquainted with the campus belle? We thought of you as a brother, yet you didn't even mention knowing her. His friends clamored, chiding him. Let us discuss this after dinner. Xiao Fei replied, shaking his head helplessly. Having anticipated their teasing, once they learned of his connection with Su Yinshi, I've called 2 Didi cabs. They should arrive shortly. With everyone gathered, Xiao Fei smiled and continued. Although he appeared calm on the surface, inside he shared the same astonishment at Su Yinshi, despite it not being their first encounter. It was evident that she had applied a touch of delicate makeup today, enhancing her already stunning features to a more dazzling level. As Su Yinshi glanced at Xiao Fei, catching his gaze, and for the first time, she felt a warmth in her cheeks. The city at night was a tapestry of brilliant lights, enveloping Jiangsheng in a kaleidoscope of colors. The Shenghao Hotel, the epitome of luxury and opulence, stood tall among the city's skyline, boasting 100 floors and ranking among the top 10 skyscrapers. Its prime location was one of the many reasons for its popularity. Despite the exorbitant costs, countless individuals flocked here daily to indulge in the pleasures of life. Goodness, Xiao Fei, what are you bringing us here for? Don't tell me you plan to dine here. Are you out of your mind? The expenses here are astronomical. I hope you're not planning to treat us and then find yourself unable to pay. As the group disembarked, they were immediately taken aback by the grandiose hotel before them. Even Su Yinshi bore a look of bewilderment. Of course, if we're going to eat, we shall dine at the finest establishment, he declared, leading the way toward the hotel entrance. However, the others exchanged glances. Hesitating, they knew Xiao Fei's background. His family had always struggled financially, and he typically lived frugally, barely having enough to buy a gift for Shenyueli. Now he was taking them to Jiangsheng's most extravagant 7-star hotel, where a single meal could cost over 10,000. If he couldn't pay, wouldn't they be indulging in a lavish meal for free? Let us go. He wouldn't bring us here without reason. Since we're here, I believe he has the means to treat us. Su Yinshi was the first to speak up. Although she had known Xiao Fei for a short time, she believed he wasn't the type to live beyond his means. Following her lead, Ma Yuan and the others steeled themselves and followed her inside. The Shenghao Hotel is a magnificent fusion of Chinese garden artistry and Western Baroque culture, adorned with golden sculptures and opulent decor. Its area spans over 20,000 square meters. Upon entering, guests are greeted by a lavishly styled expansive space. The ceiling boasts exquisite crystal chandeliers, each angle reflecting a dreamlike spectrum of colors. Welcome, as they stepped into the grand lobby. 2 rows of reception staff greeted them courteously. Wow, is this really the place where the wealthy gather? It's simply stunning, Chunyu fervently remarked. Aside from Su Yinshi, everyone here is experiencing such a beautiful place for the first time. Coupled with this VIP treatment, one can't help but feel a bit euphoric. However, this sensation dissipated almost instantaneously as Xiao Fei's expression subtly shifted. Approaching him were several individuals, none other than Shenyueli and Shui Kai, with whom he had a past grievance. It's you. Shui Kai's gaze fell upon Xiao Fei and the others beside him, and his previously radiant demeanor immediately turned frigid. Manager Yang, I never imagined that the threshold of your Shenghao hotel would plummet so low, allowing all manner of riffraff to enter. he sneered, addressing the middle-aged man beside him who had been obsequiously nodding. His voice, seemingly deliberate, resonated loudly, capturing the attention of everyone in the grand hall. Chapter 10. Enemies meet with extra hostility. This group of young individuals likely hasn't even entered society yet. And they've already learned to indulge here. Look at their commonplace attire. Do they truly believe a meal here costs only a few hundred? Someone mused. Who is that person across from us? So audacious? I don't recognize him. That is Shui Xiao from Whaley Group, a regular at Shenghao Hotel. Offending him would be disastrous. Before long, a crowd began to gather around the scene, many casting sympathetic glances towards Xiao Fei and his companions. Su Yanxi, having rarely visited such places, was unknown to most. Xiao Fei, I must say, I never expected to see you here. As your ex-girlfriend, I feel compelled to advise you that this is not your realm. You and this place belong to entirely different worlds. Shun Yueli cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Fei, disliking his pretentious demeanor. To appear in such a high-end establishment, while being clearly impoverished, was a territory he had no right to tread. What are you so proud of? You are merely one of Shui Kai's many women. Do you not know the meaning of self-respect? Xiao Fei scoffed, no longer inclined to be courteous with Shin Yueli. Manager Yang, some individuals here have particularly foul mouths. I hope someone can escort them out, or I might reconsider my future visits, Shui Kai declared coldly, with Shun Yueli now one of his girlfriends. Insulting her was tantamount to insulting himself. As the young master of Whaley Group, with so many eyes upon him today, he could not afford to lose face. The man addressed as Manager Yang was immediately taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of subservience as he profusely apologized. Shui Kai was an esteemed patron, spending vast sums during each visit, making him a veritable cash cow for Shenghao Hotel, should he choose not to return. It would spell significant losses for the establishment and, consequently, for Yang's personal performance. With a wave of his hand, several security personnel swiftly approached to block Xiao Fei and his companions. These guards, well-trained and astute, understood the manager's intentions with a mere gesture. Xiao Fei, I think it's best we leave and dine elsewhere, Su Yanxi urged, sensing the escalating tension as more people gathered. It's fine. Xiao Fei replied with a faint smile, producing a black card. He turned to Manager Yang and inquired, You wouldn't happen to be unfamiliar with this card, would you? The confusion on Yang's face evaporated as he recognized the card, his gaze momentarily frozen. The prestige card, it's the prestige card. The revelation struck him. The presence of such a card indicated that this individual was one of the shareholders of Shenghao Hotel. Panic surged through him, for offending a shareholder was no trivial matter. Losing one's job could happen in an instant. He hastily gestured for the security to cease their actions and rushed to apologize profusely. My sincerest apologies. I was unaware you were a shareholder. Please forgive my ignorance. Yet as he bowed his head, he caught another glimpse of the card, and his heart sank. The edges of the card were indeed black and white. He could discern clearly. It was the Platinum Prestige card, a privilege reserved solely for the chairman, signifying an unparalleled standing within Shenghao. This revelation rendered him speechless, as he had just received notification of a mysterious figure acquiring 51 of the hotel's shares, thus becoming the new chairman. The sudden appearance of this platinum card was like a thunderclap, leaving him rooted to the spot. Could this individual truly be the new chairman of Shenghao, the enigmatic figure? Otherwise, how could he possess such a card? The thought sent a chill through Yang, making him feel as though he should kneel before Xiao Fei. Manager Yang, I shall overlook the earlier incident, but I find the individuals before me quite distasteful. I hope you can ensure their immediate departure, and preferably, they should never set foot in Shenghao again. Otherwise, do not blame me for any repercussions. Xiao Fei coolly remarked, casting a glance at him. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Yang responded, his fear palpable as he hurried towards Shui Kai. I.my sincerest apologies, Shui Xiao, but our new chairman has ordered you to leave immediately. As he concluded, sweat beaded on his brow, torn between the new boss and the influential Shui Kai. He found himself in a precarious position. What did you say? New chairman. Shui Kai's brow furrowed, followed by a derisive laugh, deeming it the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. Shun Yueli echoed his sentiments, her expression laced with scorn. Manager Yang, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? He is merely a pauper. Both his parents are just temporary workers in the city. How could he possibly be your chairman? No mistake, Xue Xiao. He possesses our Shenghao Hotel's Platinum Prestige card, which is exclusive to the chairman. Yang insisted urgently. Manager Yang, you'd best move quickly. Otherwise, you want need to show up for work tomorrow. Xiao Fei deliberately raised his voice as a reminder that Yang's heart dropped. He sensed that this young man was entirely serious. He promptly called for the security to prepare for the ejection. You dare? I am Xue Kai of Whaley Group. Who would dare touch me? Xue Kai seethed with fury as he realized they were indeed going to expel them. Throughout his life, countless individuals had sought his favor, and never had anyone dared treat him with such disrespect. To be thrown out today was a humiliation he could not bear. However, with the chairman's command, Manager Yang had no choice but to comply, ordering the guards to surround Xue Kai and Shun Yueli. You need not escort us. We can leave on our own. Shun Yueli interjected, recognizing the multitude of spectators around them. If they were forcibly removed, it would be a significant embarrassment, despite the current situation being far from dignified. Xiao Fei, just wait. I will remember this grievance. Xue Kai's eyes glimmered with profound hatred. This person had repeatedly opposed him, and he would not rest until vengeance was his. Amidst the clamor, the two departed Shenghao Hotel in a state of disarray. What's happening? Did that manager just claim Xiao Fei is the chairman of Shenghao Hotel? Could there be a mistake? A few friends standing at a distance watched the unfolding scene in disbelief. As Yu Yinchi looked at Xiao Fei, her eyes equally filled with confusion. Meanwhile, onlookers from the upper echelons of society gaped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. This seemingly youthful lad was the new chairman of Shenghao Hotel, and he had expelled Xue Kai from the premises. My goodness! This was not only a provocation to Xue Kai, but an affront to Whaley Group itself. This young man had audacity in abundance. Chapter 11. So, it is Xiao Dong, boss. Please come in. My name is Yang Mingfeng. You can call me Xiao Fei. After dismissing Xue Kai, Manager Yang led Xiao Fei and his companions toward the elevator, graciously introducing himself. Xiao Fei merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. In a short while, they ascended to the 30th floor of Shenghao Hotel. This level could be deemed one of the highest-tier private rooms, reserved specifically for shareholders or the chairman. Even significant clients could only enter when accompanied by them. Beyond this floor lay accommodations for weddings or hotel stays. Goodness, there's even a pool, a rockery, and a small waterfall. This is simply ethereal. It's stunning, akin to stepping into paradise. The group marveled at the dreamlike design and decor of the 30th floor hotel lobby, each feeling an overwhelming sense of longing. Xiao Fei finally comprehended why Shenghao Hotel commanded such exorbitant prices yet remained so popular. The initial investment had indeed been substantial. Now, with half ownership, the thought alone filled him with exhilaration. That not Manager Yang. Who are these individuals? At that moment, several men in suits approached. One middle-aged man displayed a hint of displeasure upon seeing Yang Mingfeng escorting a group of young individuals. This floor was strictly for shareholders. How could he bring others in so casually? Manager Zhang. Yang Mingfeng immediately bowed his head in greeting, hastily explaining, "This is our new chairman, Xiao Fei. I'm escorting him to the private room." New chairman? The man referred to as General Zhang was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Xiao Fei of his astonishment. This was none other than the young man depicted in the photograph from the board meeting. It turned out to be Chairman Xiao. Greetings, greetings. I truly failed to recognize such a distinguished figure. Please forgive me for any previous indiscretions. General Zhang's previously displeased expression was immediately replaced with a smiling apology, as he extended his hands in an attempt to greet him. Even the group of clients beside the middle-aged man wore expressions of disbelief. How could such a young fellow possibly be the chairman of Shenghao Hotel? No worries, Xiao Fei replied with a slight smile, not one to hold grudges, and shook his hand in acknowledgement. I shall not intrude any further. With that, he discreetly led the clients away, well aware of when to advance and when to retreat in the business realm. Before long, Yang Mingfeng guided them to one of the private dining rooms. He pressed a switch, and a grand door towering over 3 meters swung open automatically, revealing an expansive banquet hall that a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, enveloping the entire dining area in an elegant and tranquil ambience. The room was furnished with the most opulent fixtures and amenities, exuding a bold yet graceful atmosphere that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding refined decor. At the center of the room stood a circular wooden table, 2 meters in diameter, polished to a sheen, with intricate carvings adorning its edges. Goodness, could this be golden Nanmu? Ma Yuan exclaimed upon spotting the table. Its prominence impossible to overlook. His remarks startled the others into silence. Golden Nanmu, the most expensive wood in the world, is rumored to cost $1 million for a mature tree. Manager Yang, does your hotel feature golden Nanmu dining tables? Chen Yu asked incredulously. Yang Mingfeng chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. Only the most exclusive private rooms possess such exquisite tables. It would be financially unfeasible to furnish the entire hotel with thousands of tables of this caliber. Moreover, golden Nanmu is priceless and scarce. Even if one wished to procure a quantity, it would be nearly impossible. The group nodded in understanding, seemingly convinced. Even Xiao Fei found the notion somewhat far-fetched. Let us order. Feel free to select whatever you desire, Xiao Fei offered, handing one of the menus to them as they took their seats. After everyone made their choices, Xiao Fei selected 3 dishes himself and handed the menu to Yang Mingfeng, casually stating, "Once the order is placed, let the servers attend to us. You needn't worry about us. Your presence makes us uneasy." "Understood, boss. Should anything arise, I will have the staff summon me directly," Yang Mingfeng replied with a nod before stepping away. "Xiao Fei, what is going on? That manager referred to you as the hotel chairman. When did you become so wealthy? I nearly thought I was dreaming, given the manager's deference towards you," the others inquired. Having been unable to ask while Yang Mingfeng was present, "Consider it a stroke of luck." Xiao Fei smiled, unable to concoct a plausible explanation for his newfound status as hotel owner. It seemed absurd to claim it was bestowed by a system. This was a closely guarded secret, one not to be divulged, particularly since no one would believe it. Though still puzzled, the group chose not to press further, recognizing that some matters are best left unexamined. Shortly thereafter, the dishes they ordered began to arrive. Emerald lobster, lemon snowflake beef, chestnut vegetable hearts, roasted suckling pig, fish-flavored baked lobster, snow frog shark fin, premium abalone and oyster sauce, and sand chicken. It seemed every luxurious dish imaginable was being served. "Let us feast," Xiao Fei declared upon surveying the table laden with delicacies. Having once lived a life of scarcity, this was his first encounter with such extravagant cuisine, were it not for the need to maintain the image of a protagonist. He would have been drooling at the sight that he picked up his chopsticks and selected a large shrimp, but instead of serving himself, he placed it in Su Yanqi's bowl. "Thank you," Su Yanqi said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I should be the one thanking you for your generous assistance today," Xiao Fei replied with a smile. "And this abalone looks succulent. It should be delightful." He added another delicacy to her bowl. Tea that moment. Su Yanqi's already rosy complexion deepened inexplicably. Chapter 12. Su Yanqi twists her ankle. "This food is absolutely delectable," Ma Yuan exclaimed after finishing a piece of roasted suckling pig. His expression one of utter satisfaction. He was not alone. Chen Yu and the others were devouring their meals with little regard for decorum. Xiao Fei was similarly indulgent, having eaten sparingly at lunch in anticipation of this evening's feast. Liu couldn't help but shake her head. Although the dishes were indeed exquisite, the ravenous manner in which her companions consumed their food was rather unbecoming, especially her boyfriend, Ma Yuan. Her gaze shifted to Su Yanqi, and what she witnessed left her utterly astounded. Who could explain why the campus belle could dine with such grace? This elegance was not a facade of feigned delicacy, but rather an innate beauty, as if she were born to embody such poise. Especially in contrast to the other's lack of decorum, she appeared supremely perfect. Liu felt a surge of admiration, wishing she could possess even a fraction of that elegance. This impression stemmed primarily from Su Yanqi's upbringing in a prestigious family, where she had been instilled with a sense of decorum from a young age, allowing her to exude such refinement. "Ah, I am full." Xiao Fei sighed contentedly after finishing his meal, having thoroughly enjoyed the culinary experience. Even Su Yanqi, who typically ate little, had indulged herself this evening, likely due to Xiao Fei's generosity. When the servers entered, they were taken aback to find the table nearly devoid of remnants. In all their time working, they had never encountered such an appetite. What remarkable appetites you all possess! As the plates were cleared, the servers brought out a selection of desserts, pastries, ice cream, and milk tea. Xiao Fei offered a cup of milk tea to Su Yanqi, then took one for himself. Casually popping a piece of pastry into his mouth, that he finally understood why so many aspired to wealth. The world of the affluent rendered even dining an exquisite pleasure. 2 hours slipped by in an instant, and the group, thoroughly satisfied, made their way downstairs. In the lobby, Manager Yang had been waiting for quite some time. Upon spotting Xiao Fei, he approached with utmost respect. "Chairman, how did you find today's meal?" Yang Mingfeng inquired with a smile. Prior to their dining experience, Yang Mingfeng had made a special trip to the hotel kitchen to inform the head chef that the new chairman had arrived, necessitating a meal of the highest standard. Thus, Xiao Fei's dining experience was emblematic of Shenghao Hotel's finest offerings, allowing them to enjoy their meal to the fullest. "Leave me your WeChat. I would like to have you prepare in advance for my next visit," Xiao Fei suggested, having found the service to be quite satisfactory. "Certainly, Chairman," Yang Mingfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of adding the chairman on WeChat, a splendid opportunity to foster a connection. As they exited the hotel, a cool breeze greeted them, yet the group, having feasted to their heart's content, felt no chill. Suddenly, Su Yanqi winced, having twisted her ankle. Fortunately, Xiao Fei was quick to assist her, preventing her from taking a nasty fall. "Are you all right?" he asked, noticing her distressed expression. Su Yanqi shook her head, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Initially, she had intended to feign indifference, but as soon as her foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her, making it impossible to hide her discomfort. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Xiao Fei helped her to a nearby flower bed, disregarding any notions of propriety as he removed her shoes and white socks. Her ankle was already swollen and red, alarming even Xiao Fei. "This is serious." Li Yu and the others expressed their concerns. Yet, Su Yanqi appeared to have forgotten the pain, her face burning with embarrassment. It was the first time a man, particularly one she admired, had held her foot in his hands, leaving her feeling utterly flustered. "Old Ma, you all should head back. I'll take her to the hospital," Xiao Fei declared with sudden resolve. "But it's quite late. Is there still anyone at the hospital?" Ma Yuan checked his phone, noting it was already 8 o'clock. "No worries. The emergency room operates 24/7. Xiao Fei reassured him, then turned to Su Yanqi, stating, "I can carry you to the hospital. If we don't address that sprain, it will be difficult for it to heal properly." Jiangxing was all too familiar to him. Not far from here lay the Grand Hospital, merely 700 or 800 meters away, easily reached within 10 minutes. Su Yanqi nodded, instantly recalling the scene from 3 years prior when Xiao Fei had carried her on his back, and her heart was unexpectedly filled with anticipation. After reaching a consensus, the group dispersed. Xiao Fei hoisted Su Yanqi onto his back and set off towards the third affiliated hospital. Jiangxing was a bustling metropolis. Ranking among the first-tier cities in the nation, its vibrancy only surpassed by the capital and the magical city. Countless individuals strove desperately to carve out a niche for themselves here, seeking employment, making a name, and establishing a home of their own. The city's nightscape was breathtaking. A figure strolled along the street, the lights casting a long shadow behind him. Su Yanqi leaned against his back, a sense of unprecedented security enveloping her. "How are your feet? Still hurting?" Xiao Fei asked softly. "I'm fine," Su Yanqi replied, shaking her head. Such close proximity allowed her to bask in his warmth, and her arms instinctively tightened around him, drawing her closer. "To be honest, ever since learning about Shun Yueli's breakup with Xiao Fei, it would be disingenuous to say she harbored no feelings." Yet Su Yanqi understood Xiao Fei's nature. He was unlike other men, not swayed merely by looks. Thus, she remained uncertain of his true thoughts. Clearly, she comprehended Xiao Fei, yet she struggled to decipher that moment. Xiao Fei's warmth enveloped her, combined with the unique fragrance emanating from Su Yanqi. This scent was not that of perfume, but rather an innate aroma that seemed to draw others closer, even causing Xiao Fei to feel a stir of emotion. However, this sensation was abruptly interrupted by the loud roar of motorcycles. Initially assumed to be just a few passing vehicles, it soon became evident that the situation was far from simple 6 or 7 motorcycles, as if part of a prearranged plan, circled around Xiao Fei. Their noise becoming increasingly irksome. Xiao Fei detected the anomaly, his expression growing progressively colder. Even Su Yinshi sensed something amiss, unsure of their intentions. Moments later, just as they turned a corner on the street, nearing the hospital, several motorcycles came to a halt, blocking their path. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Fei asked icily, gazing at them. Yet the assailants offered no inquiries or responses, instead charging forward brandishing weapons. Each wore a helmet, obscuring their identities as Su Yinshi's complexion paled. She was a clever girl, and upon assessing the situation, she quickly recognized the danger. Chapter 13. One day, I will repay him. Zhongxiao Avenue was one of the most prosperous thoroughfares in Jiangxing, and a striking Bentley had been parked there for over 2 hours. Shun Yueli sat inside the car with a grim expression, while Shui Kai's face was even darker. Today marked the most humiliating day of his life. In broad daylight, he'd been unceremoniously expelled from a hotel. If word got out, the Shui family would lose all face. He could not swallow this indignation, so after leaving the hotel, he made a call to the bodyguards at home, instructing them to station themselves at the entrance of the Shenghao Hotel and to look for an opportunity to teach Xiao Fei a severe lesson. After an undetermined amount of time, his phone finally rang. Someone was calling it. IT seemed the operation had concluded, and this was the consequence of offending Shui Kai. Upon seeing the bodyguard's number on the screen, Shui Kai smirked with satisfaction. He believed that a few bodyguards could easily handle one Xiao Fei. Therefore, when the call came, it signaled that the task had been accomplished, and even Shun Yueli displayed a pleased expression. However, "What did you say?" Within moments, Shui Kai's expression shifted drastically. "You mean to tell me that so many of you couldn't deal with just one Xiao Fei?" he demanded furiously. "He knows martial arts, and his moves are quite impressive," came the defeated voice from the other end of the line. "You are all a bunch of useless fools, a pack of imbeciles." After a brief silence, Shui Kai bellowed in rage, slamming down the phone and hurling it away. "What happened?" Shun Yueli's brows knitted together, puzzled by sudden outburst. "A bunch of useless fools, utterly ineffectual. Tell my father to dismiss all of them tomorrow." Shui Kai seethed, trembling with anger. They couldn't find an opportunity to strike. Shun Yueli asked, bewildered. "It's not that they didn't try. It's that 7 or 8 men couldn't take down one Xiao Fei. Ha." Shui Kai laughed in disbelief. "How is that possible? Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms?" Shun Yueli echoed his confusion. "That's why I called them imbeciles." Shui Kai slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his eyes blazing with unexpressed fury. "Xiao Fei, I will make you pay dearly," he said coldly. Meanwhile, at the corner in front of the 3rd affiliated hospital, cries of anguish echoed, drawing the attention of numerous passersby. Lying along the roadside were 7 or 8 burly men, some clutching their legs, others their bellies, writhing in agony. Their helmets lay shattered, revealing their true identities. The one who had made the call slumped against a tree, his face a mess of bruises, with multiple fractures rendering him immobile. Xiao Fei looked down at him from above, his voice icy as he said, "Go back and tell Shui Kai that this debt is noted, and I shall repay him." As Su Yinshi's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the scene before her. The man she had thought she knew so well had suddenly transformed into someone so foreign to her. Xiao Fei had always been an honest and simple soul, hailing from a modest background. But what on earth was happening today? First, he inexplicably became the chairman of Shenghao, and now he had single-handedly taken down 7 or 8 thugs. Woo, is this still the Xiao Fei I know? Su Yinshi found herself utterly bewildered. "Let us go. We're almost there." In the midst of her thoughts, Xiao Fei stood before her, his back turned. "All right." Oh, Su Yinshi acquiesced, climbing on his back once more, her heart brimming with unanswered questions. Upon reaching the emergency department, Xiao Fei gently placed her on a chair in the lobby, then proceeded to register her, take her to see the doctor, and finally purchase her medicine. Throughout the entire process, Su Yinshi was cradled like a porcelain doll, her cheeks flushed slightly, a blend of shyness and joy. Oh, Oh, this was a care she had never experienced before, as if she were surrounded by bubbles of happiness. The pain in her feet had long faded into oblivion, and she wished time could halt in that moment, allowing her to remain with Xiao Fei forever. Yet, joyful moments are often fleeting. By the time they returned to school, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Thank you so much for today," Su Yinchi murmured softly at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "No problem. Can you manage on your own?" He hesitated at the threshold, still worried about her well-being. "I am fine. It hurt a lot at first, but after applying the medicine, it's much better now that I can manage this short distance," Su Yinchi assured him, shaking her head. "All right, then I'll take my leave." Seeing that she was truly all right, Xiao Fei felt reassured and turned to leave as Su Yinchi watched his figure until it disappeared from sight, a smile gracing her lips, as if fate had aligned. Or perhaps due to the intimacy of that night, in the following days, their exchanges via WeChat surpassed the total of the past few years combined. "Xiao Shi, what are you up to?" in the morning. Several roommates stared blankly at Su Yinchi, who was still in bed, rolling around with her phone like a maggot. Her long, slender legs were restlessly swaying. This still the demure and beautiful Su school flower we know. "Xiao Shi, are you feeling unwell?" Her close friend Lu Xiu approached, checking her forehead with concern. Perhaps she is possessed. Another roommate ventured boldly, unable to otherwise explain Su Yinchi's strange behavior. Simultaneously, on the other side, Xiao Fei lay in bed, looking at a cute emoji Su Yinchi had sent, a smile creeping onto his face. For some reason, being with Su Yinchi made him feel warm and happy. It was a mutual desire to draw close and understand one another, a sensation he had never experienced during his 3 years with Shun Yueli. "Wow. Guys, I have some big news for you. Shun Yueli has been expelled from school, and she is not the only one." Suddenly, a loud exclamation broke Xiao Fei's reverie, startling everyone else. It was Ma Yuan, returning from the cafeteria with breakfast, sharing the news he had just heard, which had already made it into the school publication. "What is going on?" Chinyu perked up immediately to ITS about the incident with Xiao Fei's post. Shun Yueli and several other female students were behind it, attempting to frame him. The school deemed their actions severely damaging to the reputations of other students. So they made this decision to, as Ma Yuan explained. He distributed breakfast to the other roommates. "Wow. If that is true, it's truly gratifying. Xiao Fei, you must be feeling elated now. Indeed, the wheel of fortune has turned in your favor. The heavens do not spare anyone. And finally, a breath of resentment has been released." Several roommates were bubbling with excitement, all rejoicing for Xiao Fei. He accepted the hand-grab pancake that Ma Yuan handed over, a faint smile gracing his lips as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Chapter 14. The consequences of one's own actions. As the group engaged in animated conversation, a message from Su Yinchi pinged on Xiao Fei's WeChat. "Su Yinchi, do you have any free time after the morning classes?" "Xiao Fei, I only have one literature class. Su Yinchi, I have just one too. Let us meet on the playground afterward." "Xiao Fei, what is up?" "Su Yinchi, nothing much. Just wanted to see you. Shall we meet?" "Xiao Fei, okay." Regarding Su Yinchi's proposal, Xiao Fei did not decline, for deep down, he cherished the moment spent with her. After finishing breakfast, he headed off to class. Perhaps due to the anticipation of their rendezvous, this brief 45-minute class felt interminable, stretching into what seemed like 2 hours. Yet, while some reveled in happiness, others were steeped in despair. In stark contrast to Xiao Fei's situation, Shun Yueli found herself in dire straits. Within the female dormitory, several students had chosen not to attend class today, and the atmosphere was decidedly discordant. "Lily, you must stand up for us. We helped you deal with Xiao Fei when you were in trouble. Now that something has happened, do you intend to abandon us? Indeed, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have posted anything and wouldn't be facing expulsion from a school. You must bear this responsibility. I assent to your boyfriend Shui Kai, a rich second generation. Have him speak on our behalf. Perhaps the school might reconsider their decision." The girls were distraught, tears brimming in their eyes. Realizing the gravity of their predicament. 3 years. 3 years of university. Are we truly to see it all come to naught? What can I do? I can barely save myself. How can I help you? Shun Yueli frowned, her annoyance evident as she surveyed the group. Her roommates exchanged glances, taken aback by the coldness that had surfaced after years of camaraderie. Seemingly to sever any lingering hope, Shinyueli spoke again. Do you think I can remain at the school? To tell you the truth, the moment I learned of this news, I called Shui Kai, and he can't even assist me, let alone you. With a derisive laugh, she paused before continuing, however, I am slightly better off than you. At least I have Shui Kai to rely on. As for you. Shinyueli hesitated, her words trailing off. Blame Xiao Fei. It is he who has brought this calamity upon you. Alternatively, you could plead with him. Perhaps he might allow you to stay. Her final words carried a mocking undertone. The girls sat in stunned silence, each lost in thought. Sun Yi's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. They had been vehemently opposed to Xiao Fei, even belittling him. Now, did they truly need to lower themselves to seek his forgiveness in hopes of remaining? In that moment, despair enveloped them all. Jiang University, a prestigious institution in Jiang City, is teeming with students who, aside from attending classes, can be found in the library or the nearby groves. The playground, however, remains the most favored gathering spot, boasting basketball, football, badminton, and table tennis courts. At this moment, the playground was bustling with activity, and the ongoing basketball game drew the most attention. Xiao Fei stood at one corner of the playground, awaiting Su Yinqi's arrival. Here you go. Before long, a melodious voice chimed from behind him. It was Su Yinqi, bearing 2 cups of milk tea. How did you know I liked red bean paste? Xiao Fei asked, astonished as he accepted the drink. You mentioned it during our first group trip. Remember? Su Yinqi smiled. Did I? I don't recall. Xiao Fei furrowed his brow, trying to remember, and indeed, there had been a moment when they shared milk tea. Warmth spread through him. He and T expected her to remember his preferences after all these years. Walk with me. I've heard that when a man and a woman stroll around the playground together, good fortune is bound to follow, Su Yinqi suggested. But your foot injury? It's been several days. It's nearly healed. She lifted the foot clad in a sneaker for emphasis. Seeing this, Xiao Fei felt reassured, and together they ambled toward the track. Wow. Su Yinqi, the campus flower, is actually walking with Xiao Fei. Am I seeing things? This Xiao Fei is quite remarkable. He has interacted with 2 of Jiang University's 3 campus flowers. How enviable, what do you think? Besides being somewhat handsome, he has neither wealth nor influence. How do campus flowers end up entangled with him? In mere minutes, their leisurely stroll caught the attention of many, even causing a game to pause. Zhou Xiao, ISNT Su Yinqi, the campus flower you've been pursuing? Indeed, she is your quarry. How can you allow another man to seize the opportunity? This Xiao Fei truly lacks self-awareness. Doesn't he realize some people are beyond his reach? Zhou Xiao, Zhou Wenbin, the scion of the Zhou group, stood among them, his lineage arguably surpassing even that of Shui Kai. At that moment, the crowd surrounding him fawned over him, their animosity towards Xiao Fei palpable. Zhou Wenbin's gaze darkened as he watched the pair on the playground. Daring to vie for a woman against him was tantamount to courting death. Zhou Xiao, don't underestimate him. He is now the owner of St. Hao Hotel, no longer the impoverished boy from before. Just then, Shui Kai strolled over leisurely, hands in pockets, seemingly unfazed by Shinyueli's expulsion from school. What do you mean by that? Zhou Wenbin frowned. Shui Kai, familiar with Zhou Wenbin, had interacted with him several times. While not close friends, they were acquaintances, and their financial standings were comparable. I can't quite explain it. But his identity is more complex than you might think. That I advise you not to provoke him. Otherwise, you'll find yourself regretting it, Shui Kai cautioned. There is no one in this world Zhou Wenbin cannot handle. Especially not Xiao Fei. Zhou Wenbin scoffed, twirling the basketball in his hand, clearly dismissive. Little did he realize he had fallen for Shui Kai's baiting. Chapter 15. Zhou Wenbin's provocation being in the limelight is no easy feat. Wherever one goes, they become the center of attention. On the track, Xiao Fei sighed. At this moment, hundreds of students were observing them, making it nearly impossible to ignore. Indeed, this feeling is rather uncomfortable, yet one cannot expect everyone to close their eyes. Can they? As the most aesthetically pleasing presence on campus, Su Yinqi wholeheartedly agreed that be careful. At that instant, a basketball hurtled toward them at breakneck speed. Su Yinqi barely had time to react, but Xiao Fei, quick on his feet, raised his hand effortlessly to intercept the ball. My apologies. I didn't control the force well. Just then, Zhou Wenbin, accompanied by several friends, approached from the basketball court, his demeanor devoid of any semblance of apology. The crowd was instantly drawn to them, many pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Xiao Fei tossed the ball back without much thought, preparing to leave, but Zhou Wenbin interjected that I've heard that the engineering department as students are quite skilled at basketball. Last year, they secured third place in the campus tournament. Care to challenge us to a match? This blatant provocation sent ripples through the crowd. Everyone knew that Zhou Wenbin's finance department was the reigning champion of Jiang University's basketball tournament. Having won consecutive titles, Zhou Wenbin's words were clearly intended to embarrass Xiao Fei, especially since he hadn't even participated in last year's tournament. It was evident he was not cut out for basketball. Your classmates are all here in the court. I can invite them over immediately if you're willing, Zhou Wenbin continued. Sorry, but I'm not interested, Xiao Fei replied coolly. Since entering university, he had played basketball only a handful of times. Although he had some skill, it was not his forte, nor was it a pastime he enjoyed. Engaging in meaningless bravado was not his style. Zhou Wenbin shook his head, feigning a sigh. That's fair. Judging by your frail appearance, it's obvious you're not basketball material, that you'd likely be better suited to embroidery or fish-keeping. TSK. He was already quite handsome, tall, and well-built, standing 2 centimeters taller than Xiao Fei at 1.8 meters, and his prowess in basketball only amplified his commanding presence. His words only served to elevate his status, making him seem like a king deriding mere mortals. The crowd was indeed swayed by his charisma, with female students gazing at him with starry eyes. How charming! This is the kind of sunny boy I adore. What is so great about Xiao Fei? I fail to comprehend why the campus flowers with him. Zhou Xiao is so much more appealing. They are truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, wealthy, handsome, and a key player on the championship basketball team, such an individual is nothing short of perfection. The praises for Zhou Wenbin have become increasingly effusive, while the sentiments toward Xiao Fei have dwindled to indifference. After all, who wouldn't he be enamored by a young man embodying athleticism and vitality? Moreover, the fact that the campus belle, Su Xiaohua, has become entangled with Xiao Fei has only fueled jealousy, deepening the animosity towards him. Xiao Fei, given these circumstances, let us engage them in a match. Suddenly, Chen Yu's voice rang out. As the captain of the engineering department's basketball team, he possessed the authority to make such a statement. Moreover, as Xiao Fei's roommate and closest ally, he could not stand idly by while his friend was ridiculed. Even though he was aware that their side was at a disadvantage, he could not allow Xiao Fei and their team to be looked down upon. Xiao Fei furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Ding! The Super Assist system has been activated. The system issued a task. Accept Zhou Wenbin's challenge. Successful completion would reward 70 of Yanhai Bank's shares. Refusal would result in a reduction of 15 centimeters in JJ. What the heck? A reduction of 15 centimeters. That would mean it was gone entirely. Xiao Fei was inwardly astonished. The system was compelling him to take action. It seemed there was no way to avoid the confrontation. In that case. Very well, let us play a match. Xiao Fei replied calmly, his tone devoid of any panic. Xiao Fei, Su Yanqi, standing nearby, hesitated, clearly worried. After all, she had heard of Zhou Wenbin's reputation. He was exceptionally talented in basketball, having led his team to numerous victories in various competitions, and he had even secured top 3 finishes in matches against teams from other schools, placing him leagues ahead of other campus teams. She feared that if they lost, it would severely impact Xiao Fei's confidence, prompting her to try to dissuade him that, "It's all right, I can hold my own in basketball and 1T lose to them." Xiao Fei gently patted her shoulder. "Su Yanqi, rest assured, Miss Su, I shall show mercy." Zhou Wenbin, with a predatory gaze, scrutinized Su Yanqi, smirking darkly. Soon, he would exert all his efforts to defeat Xiao Fei, ensuring he lost face in front of everyone. At the same time, he intended to demonstrate his prowess to Su Yanqi, proving that he was the one truly deserving of her. Su Yanqi's brow furrowed. She detested the way he looked at her. "Captain Chen, are you out of your mind? Allowing Xiao Fei to join our team to face Zhou Wenbin? Can even play basketball. Isn't this just asking for punishment? I don't want to end up with a shaved head." The players beneath Chunyu began to complain. Their team was already at a significant disadvantage compared to Zhou Wenbin's, and now, with Xiao Fei joining Wu Ti, they face an even more humiliating loss. With such a lack of confidence, we've at least achieved third place before. How can we shrink back now? Chunyu, as the captain, was displeased with their attitude. Xiao Fei, if you dare to compete with me for a woman, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking my wrath. Upon returning to the court, Zhou Wenbin sneered coldly. Here, he was the king, and his opponents were merely there to be trampled. Xiao Fei, however, merely smiled indifferently, ignoring him as if he were air. With the referee's whistle, the match finally commenced. 0-2. The opposing team's center seized the jump ball, and Zhou Wenbin received the pass, effortlessly dodging 3 players to score, netting 2 points in less than a minute. Zhou Xiao, Zhou Xiao, Zhou Xiao. Instantly, the entire playground erupted in excitement. Regardless of gender, everyone displayed expressions of adoration. The girls were particularly enamored. Zhou Wenbin's layup was simply too impressive. Zhou Wenbin flashed a confident smile, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Fei, seemingly mocking his weakness. The game continued, this time with Xiao Fei's team initiating the play. Yet, champions are champions. The opponents intercepted the ball, and Zhou Wenbin launched a three-pointer, the basketball swishing effortlessly through the net. The crowd erupted once more. 0-5, 2-10, 5-20, 10-45. The score gap widened dramatically. The number of spectators swelled, reaching 500, then 1,000, then 1,500. Zhou Wenbin's team shone like a beacon, illuminating the entire arena. The students chanted but one name, Zhou Wenbin. Chapter 16. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. The first half of the match concluded with a score of 15-70. Haha, Chunyu's basketball team is utterly pathetic. Xiao Fei is incapable, having yet to score a single point. His only attempted layup resulted in a foul. What do you think the final score will be? I estimate they won't even reach 30 points. They may set a historical LOWT this point. Their match had captured the attention of the entire crowd. Even though a second half remained, everyone understood the outcome was inevitable. Chunyu's team would face a crushing defeat. Even Su Yinchi watched Xiao Fei with concern. Many students from the same department as Xiao Fei had rushed to witness the match, only to be greatly disappointed, believing Xiao Fei had brought shame to their engineering department. However, students from other departments were different. They wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration, proud to have Zhou Wenbin representing Jian University, observing the adoring glances of the crowd. In Zhou Wenbin's self-satisfied demeanor, Xiao Fei merely sneered. There was neither frustration nor panic. Although he had played little basketball, his seemingly lackluster performance during the first half was merely a ruse to observe each player's movements and understand the rules. Now, having gathered sufficient data, there was no need to conceal anything further. In the second half, he would reveal to them what true despair looked like. Upon returning to the court, Zhou Wenbin regarded Xiao Fei with a sinister smile. Whoosh! With the sound of the whistle, the second half commenced, and the crowd erupted in support for Zhou Wenbin once more. Perhaps fueled by anger or the sting of ridicule, Chunyu's team finally unleashed their fury. Successfully securing the jump ball for the first time, a teammate made a low pass, and Xiao Fei received the ball. That moment, Zhou Wenbin, sensing danger, rushed to block Xiao Fei, observing Zhou Wenbin's mocking and contemptuous expression. Xiao Fei smiled calmly. From this moment forth, your team shall score not a single point. Zhou Wenbin paused, momentarily taken aback, still unclear of Xiao Fei's intent. Suddenly, Xiao Fei appeared to vanish before his eyes. Moments later, as Zhou Wenbin turned in bewilderment, he realized the ball had already gone through the hoop. What just happened? It went in. Hey, did you see how he scored? I saw it, but not entirely. It was as if he glided past like a specter. Instantly, the entire playground was in shock. Quick, it was simply too fast. The most perfect offensive route, a speed akin to that of a cheetah, dismantling the opponent's defense in an instant, with a physique far superior to the average person. Combined with an understanding of most basketball techniques, after adapting during the first half, a basketball powerhouse had emerged. What followed was a terrifying spectacle. Dunks, hooks, Euro-step layups, Euro-step shots. Each technique in his hands was executed flawlessly, leaving the opponents utterly defenseless. Rather than a match, it felt like a one-sided slaughter. Xiao Fei truly managed to prevent the opposing team from scoring a single point. 15-70, 20-70, 30-70 since the second half began. Zhou Wenbin's team had not managed to score again. "Quick, stop him!" Zhou Wenbin shouted at a few teammates instantly understood and rushed from different directions to block Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei merely smiled calmly, taking a step back and sinking a three-pointer effortlessly. "Ah, Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei." The playground echoed with excited cheers, naturally coming from the students of the engineering department, the AS members of the same department. They were thrilled by their team's victory. "Defense, defense," the opponents cried out, desperate to halt Xiao Fei's momentum once more. However, facing their encirclement, Xiao Fei did not merely showcase his individual skills, but instead delivered passes at the most opportune moments. Chunyu received the ball, launching a three-pointer from beyond the arc that swished through the net, securing another 3 points. The spectators erupted in applause. Cheers, shouts, and exclamations filled the air. "Xiao Fei, your basketball." Chunyu paid no heed to the cheers. He merely raised his hands, reflecting on the numerous passes he had received, astonished. Every ball delivered by Xiao Fei, regardless of angle, weight, or timing, was perfectly executed, and the moment he received the pass, his touch was unprecedented. This level of skill transcended mere individual prowess. It demonstrated an exquisite control of the entire game. Such technique and ability far surpassed what a typical player would possess. But how could this be? Xiao Fei was merely 20 years old, just like him, and he had never seen him undergo any rigorous training. How could he possess such formidable strength? Time passed swiftly, and over 40 minutes later, the match was nearing its conclusion. Zhou Wenbin's team was crumbling, their initial momentum long gone. Pass. At that moment, Zhou Wenbin suddenly let out a mighty shout, prompting his teammates to react immediately. In stark contrast, Chunyu sighed, buoyed by the impending joy of victory, faltered, allowing Zhou Wenbin to slip past unchallenged. A surge of elation filled Zhou Wenbin's heart as he seized this fleeting opportunity to make a shot. Confident he could score 2 points from his position. Regardless of the outcome, at the very least, he would secure a single point. Yet, scarcely half a second after the basketball left his hands, a shadow darted past. None other than Xiao Fei. Zhou Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his opponent. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, he had been several meters away, and in such a brief span he had managed to. "I warned you wouldn't score." Xiao Fei sneered coldly, delivering a thunderous block mid-air. Thud! The sound of the basketball striking the floor echoed around them. While everyone stood in stunned silence, Chunyu reacted with remarkable speed, seizing the ball for an offensive play. By the time the opposing team regained their composure, it was too late. A thunderous slam dunk sealed the fate of the match, which had persisted for an hour and a half. The final score was 120-70. An uproar erupted among the spectators. Zhou Wenbin stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his face. Xiao Fei turned to his opponent, his expression a mix of a smile and derision as he remarked, "Your prowess is limited to personal gain, while I can oversee the entire court." Zhou Wenbin trembled, his face drained of color. How could this be? How could my idol, Zhou Xiao, possibly lose? He is the champion of Jiangda. Zhou Xiao is lost, and so thoroughly at that. This truly not a dream. Not scoring a single point in the second half. Has such a record ever been set in our school? Xiao Fei's strength is overwhelmingly formidable. It feels as though he could easily enter the NBA. Having never seen him compete before, I never anticipated he possessed such skills. Reactions varied. Some were shocked, others exhilarated, while some found it difficult to accept. Zhou Wenbin had always been idolized by many as a basketball star, and now, with his defeat, the faith of the crowd had crumbled. Zhou Wenbin stood dazed on the court. Vanquished by an opponent he had once scorned, suffering the humiliation of a complete shutout in the second half. All his confidence and brilliance were ruthlessly shattered in that moment. He was no longer the sovereign of Jiangda basketball. A tumult of unwillingness surged within him, yet the outcome was already sealed, a fact that could not be altered. Never had he felt so powerless. He was filled with resentment, hatred. Meanwhile, Shuekai stared in shock at the match results. His perception of Xiao Fei undergoing a radical transformation. Initially, he had intended to use Zhou Wenbin to suppress Xiao Fei, but ended up inadvertently letting the latter seize the spotlight. Chapter 17. The Scene of Social Death. Roommates gossip Xiao Fei. You are truly impressive. As Xiao Fei left the court, Su Yinchi handed him the milk tea she had just prepared, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Fei scratched his head, feeling a little lightheaded. Who wouldn't feel elated being admired by the most beautiful girl on campus? Xiao Fei, I sincerely invite you to join our basketball team. With your presence, our squad will undoubtedly grow stronger, Chinyu said as he approached. The two were already close friends, and given Xiao Fei's prowess, Chinyu was particularly eager for his inclusion. Forget it, I don't particularly enjoy playing basketball, as you should be able to tell. Xiao Fei replied with a smile, shaking his head. Having finally gained a foothold thanks to the system, he was keen on enjoying the moment rather than spending excessive time on basketball. Seeing his friend's refusal, Chinyu felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not press the issue. Recognizing that everyone has their own aspirations, I envy Xiao Fei so much. Not only does he have the school beauty by his side, but he also excels at basketball. There's no justice in the world. Indeed, I wish I could be in Xiao Fei's place, even if it meant sacrificing 10 years of my life. Alas, such is fate. We should not indulge in wishful thinking. The crowd on the playground watched Xiao Fei chatting and laughing with the campus beauty, their envy palpable. Su Yinchi was extraordinarily beautiful, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Being in her company felt like sheer bliss. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted. Xiao Fei answered, only to find an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? A remarkably polite voice came through the line. Who is this? Xiao Fei asked. Frowning. I am Wu Cheng, the president of Yanhai Bank. Previously, you acquired our bank, and I would like to arrange a time to finalize the contract, the caller stated respectfully. Those around Xiao Fei would surely be astounded if they overheard this. Yanhai Bank is the most renowned bank in Jiangsheng, boasting substantial assets and bustling operations, collaborating with numerous prominent enterprises in the area. Xiao Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system's efficiency to be so remarkable. How about this weekend, Saturday morning? You can wait for me at the bank, Xiao Fei suggested after a moment's thought. Very well, Mr. Xiao. The caller seemed pleased with the response before hanging up. How did it go? On the other end, the vice president and manager inquired. They were eager to meet this extravagant figure behind the scenes who could afford such a hefty acquisition that it is essential to understand that Yanhai Bank operates as a national chain. It is not merely a small bank that can be compared. Acquiring a majority stake in such an institution requires trillions, underscoring the power of the buyer. The response indicated that the individual would visit this Saturday. So everyone should be prepared to welcome him. Given that this person could acquire Yanhai, his background must be extraordinary. Let's not provoke his displeasure, the president cautioned solemnly. Understood, the others nodded, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. At Jiangda, in the age of the internet, news travels at lightning speed. The astonishing defeat of Zhou Wenbin by Xiao Fei spread like wildfire across the campus. Within a single afternoon, it created a colossal stir. Many recorded videos and posted them on forums, garnering widespread attention. Wow! Incredible! This is unbelievable. That layup was so stylish. From now on, Xiao Fei is my idol. I never expected the controversy surrounding the campus beauty would reveal Xiao Fei's hidden talents. I truly underestimated him. The crowd buzzed with discussions, sharing their thoughts on Xiao Fei. From this moment onward, more and more people ceased to view Xiao Fei as merely a figure associated with gossip, but rather as a low-key powerhouse. Xiao Fei, you become quite the celebrity. Everywhere you go, you're met with admiring gazes from classmates. In the school cafeteria, Su Yinchi and Xiao Fei sat across from each other. Enjoying their dinner, it was merely a basketball game. Nothing to fuss over, Xiao Fei remarked nonchalantly. If anything is shocking, it is becoming the chairman of Shenghao Hotel and soon to be the clandestine owner of Yanhai Bank. That is truly remarkable. If all these identities were to be disclosed, the entire school would surely be in an uproar. Little Shi, may we sit here? As they spoke, two girls approached, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they gazed at Su Yinchi. You've already come over. Why ask me? Su Yinchi shook her head in resignation. These two were her roommates. Known for their incessant gossip, it was clear that their presence would spell trouble. Hee hee. Little she is the cutest, one of the girls exclaimed happily as they settled down without hesitation. So, you are Xiao Fei. I've heard so much about you, but now that I see you up close, I realize how handsome you are. And oh wonder, even little she is smitten. Indeed, you have no idea. Little she was once so aloof, but she has completely transformed since a few days ago. She has been inexplicably lying on her bed, giggling and rolling around with her phone. That I wonder if it's because she is in love, so she is acting this way. By the way, what stage are you two at? Holding hands, kissing, or as soon as the two girls sat down? It was as if they had opened a floodgate, bombarding Xiao Fei with a barrage of questions. Cough, cough. Su Yinshi, caught off guard, choked on a mouthful of food. She had every reason to believe they were intentionally causing a ruckus. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt as if she could sink into the ground. Heaven! Would she even survive this? Truly, her roommates were relentless, exposing her vulnerabilities in front of the person she liked and asking such explicit questions. This was social death. Xiao Fei, however, was astonished to discover this unexpected side of the beautiful campus flower. He turned to look at her, only to find Su Yinshi with her head bowed low, intently focused on her meal. You've misunderstood. Su Yinshi and I are merely friends, he clarified, wanting to alleviate her embarrassment. Yet, some matters are destined to worsen with more explanation. One of the girls, named Deng Jiejia, completely disregarded Xiao Fei's words and mischievously replied, Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Hurry and eat your food, otherwise you'll never sit with me again. Su Yinshi suddenly snapped, her anger evident. If they are allowed to continue speaking, one cannot fathom what astonishing revelations they might utter. To everyone's surprise, the incessant chattering of the two individuals was quelled, and they obediently began to eat. Miss Su is the esteemed daughter of the Tianxue group. What does it matter if Xiao Fei excels at basketball? He remains just a pauper. Indeed, you are the young master of the Zhouyang group, and only such a status is worthy of her. What is Xiao Fei in comparison? At another table in the cafeteria, several young men observed Xiao Fei and whispered among themselves. While Zhou Wenbin was also present, he smirked coldly. I have plenty of ways to deal with him, dismissing Xiao Fei entirely. Chapter 18. Has their son lost his mind? Since we must wash the dishes anyway, I might as well wash yours too. After finishing their meal, Su Yinshi calmly took Xiao Fei's lunchbox and said, This gesture felt entirely natural, as if it had occurred countless times before. Yet for Su Yinshi, this action was trivial, while it left the other students in the cafeteria astounded. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Su, the campus belle, is going to help Xiao Fei wash dishes. Could it be that Xiao Fei saved the galaxy in his previous life to receive such intimate attention from a beauty? Oh, how envious. I wonder if the food will taste better when eaten from a bowl washed by Su. The classmates were in disarray, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, while a few felt a twinge of bitterness. Xiao Fei, just you wait. Zhou Wenbin's jealousy reached its peak upon witnessing this scene. That Su Yinshi's roommates, Deng Jiejia and Song Ran, were utterly stunned. That this still the indifferent Su Yinshi, who previously showed no interest in men. At this moment, her actions could only be described by one word. Wifey material. That a few minutes later, having finished washing the dishes, the two exited the cafeteria together, just as they were about to return to their dorms. Su Yinshi suddenly said, Xiao Fei, how about we catch a movie this weekend? Sure. You choose the time, and I will pick you up. Xiao Fei readily agreed. An invitation from the campus belle was something he could never refuse. Great. Let us plan for Sunday afternoon. I found a horror film that is currently showing, and it seems quite interesting. Su Yinshi exclaimed with delight. A horror film. Xiao Fei felt a bit flustered. Aren't girls typically fond of romantic films? How could she be interested in horror? Nevertheless, if she enjoyed it, he had no objections. What mattered was that he felt elated being with Su Yinshi. However, oblivious to their buoyant spirits, a girl who happened to be nearby had eavesdropped on their conversation. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the weekend arrived. Xiao Fei had gone home for the holiday, waking up early today. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he prepared to head to the bank to sign a contract. Tomorrow, he was set to go to the movies with Su Yinshi. This was, after all, their first date, and he wished to present himself well. Dad, Mom, let us take a moment to appreciate our home. We might not get another chance to do so. he remarked while standing before an old mirror in the living room, fixing his hair. What do you mean you won't have another chance? Are you cursing me to death? Xiao Fei's father, Xiao Tong, set down his newspaper, sounding irritated. Before long, we'll be moving to a bigger house, a luxurious villa. It's about time we left this place after so many years. As he spoke, Xiao Fei tidied his appearance. Catching a glimpse of his handsome visage in the mirror, a crooked smile spreading across his face. Your son is becoming more foolish in university. He's rambling nonsense again. His mother, Tao Rong, remarked while mopping the floor. Xiao Fei merely smiled nonchalantly, offering no explanation. Once he felt presentable, he bid farewell to his parents and stepped outside. Xiao Tong, do you think our little Fei has lost his mind since he returned last night? He has been spouting nonsense about getting rich and buying a car and a villa. Tao Rong voiced her concerns. Oh, that's just how it is. After puberty comes a phase of fantasies, dreaming of becoming wealthy. Xiao Fei might just be overly immersed in his daydreams. He will surely come to his senses soon. Xiao Tong dismissed her worries. After all, who hasn't he indulged in daydreams? Xiao Fei remained oblivious to his parents' discussion. At this moment, he was brimming with joy. Soon, he would become a behind-the-scenes director at Yanhai Bank, elevating his worth and preparing for a date with Su Yanxi, a double blessing indeed. Good morning, Aunt Wang. You look stunning today. As he descended the stairs, Xiao Fei encountered his neighbor buying groceries, realizing for the first time how youthful she appeared. How had he previously thought to call her aunt? That was terribly impolite. The woman known as Aunt Wang gazed in astonishment at the fleeting figure of Xiao Fei, momentarily lost in thought. She touched her wrinkled cheek, then turned to see Xiao Fei's departing silhouette. A smile creeping onto her face. This young man has certainly sweetened his tongue today. Xiao Fei's family resided in the older district of Jiangcheng, an area designated for future development. The environment here was in stark contrast to the bustling parts of the city. Most residents were migrant workers, a mixed crowd in a rather dilapidated setting, and the Xiao family was no exception. Yet, amidst this chaos, a striking limited-edition sports car emerged from the alley, glaringly out of place. Isn't that Xiao Tong's son, Xiao Fei, driving that car? A group of women gathered at the alley's entrance gasped in disbelief. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Did you see that? Another chimed in. You must be mistaken. You know their family situation. How could they afford a sports car? Exactly. Not to disparage them, but owning a regular car worth a few $100,000 would be a stretch for them. Others voiced their disbelief, their words laced with a hint of envy. However, no matter what they said, it had little effect on Xiao Fei at that moment. When one is truly impoverished, such mockery might sting. But today was different. His worth had risen, and so had his perspective that in Jiangcheng, on Zhongwan Avenue, an imposing building stood grandly, housing the headquarters of Yanhai Bank. Today marked a significant occasion for Yanhai. Their new chairman was about to take office. Staff had prepared an array of flowers and were making a ruckus, ensuring the atmosphere was lively. Not far away, a sleek white Pagani glided toward Zhonghuan Avenue. Inside, Xiao Fei sensed something amiss as he approached the bank. Upon nearing, he was taken aback to find over 100 people gathered at the entrance, including staff, managers, and the bank president, all ready to celebrate. Oh no, I don't want my contract signing to turn into a public spectacle. Xiao Fei was genuinely alarmed. Couldn't they keep it low-key? After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone and dialed the president's number from the previous call. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? We have been waiting for quite some time. When will you be arriving? The bank president's eager voice came through. Cancel everything. I don't want any fanfare. If this continues, signing the contract will become a challenge. Xiao Fei replied with a frown. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. The president, sensing Xiao Fei's displeasure, quickly instructed the manager to scale down the festivities. Chapter 19. Xiao Fei's worth rises steadily as the crowd dispersed. The bank became considerably quieter, leaving only the staff and the president. At that moment, a top-tier white sports car slowly came to a halt at the bank's entrance, and Xiao Fei stepped out. Greetings, you must be Mr. Xiao. I'm the president of Yanhai Bank. A sharply dressed middle-aged man approached respectfully, followed by the vice president and several managers. Xiao Fei nodded and replied coolly, if there are any unnecessary ceremonies, let us skip them and proceed with the contract signing. Of course. President Wu Cheng quickly agreed. leading Xiao Fei inside. Meanwhile, the staff in the lobby stood in shock. They had only been informed of the change in chairmanship, unaware that the new chairman was so young that, oh my, he is incredibly handsome. The new chairman is such a young and dashing figure. One exclaimed. Indeed, I had expected an elderly gentleman or at least a middle-aged man. Oh my, I feel my heart racing. I want to marry him and bear his children. Did you notice? He drives a limited edition Pagani worth over 50 million. 50 million. That's absurdly outrageous. Who exactly is this person? Comparisons among individuals can be particularly disheartening. Here we have a group of young people. Yet one among them, who is even slightly younger, has already ascended to the prestigious position of chairman at Yanhai Bank, driving a top-tier sports car, while we remain mere junior employees. This revelation stirs a cocktail of emotions among the onlookers: envy, jealousy, and even infatuation. Notably, two female professionals attempt to catch Xiao Fei's eye, hoping to garner his attention. After all, with his charm and wealth, seizing an opportunity with him could lead to a meteoric rise. Who wouldn't want to try their luck? Regrettably, these advances are met with indifference from Xiao Fei. On the 7th floor, the highest tier of the bank, access is restricted solely to internal personnel. Even VIP clients are barred from entry, i.e. a long glass table. Xiao Fei is engrossed in reviewing contracts. Concurrently, the screen on the wall displays a video connection featuring a middle-aged man in formal attire. Zhao Wei, the former chairman of Yanhai, a notable figure in the business realm. Yanhai operates as a domestic joint stock bank, with its headquarters in Jiangsheng, collaborating with numerous leading enterprises, such as Dahong Industrial, Dingrue Holdings, and Tianxue Real Estate. Due to his absence from the locality, communication and contract signings with the former chairman are conducted via video. As Xiao Fei reads, he nods in acknowledgement, but suddenly his expression shifts upon noticing the names Whaley Group and Zhouyang Holdings in the contract. It becomes evident that they too are in collaboration with Yanhai. A cold smirk crosses his face, as he resolves to be less than courteous, especially towards Xue Kai, who has repeatedly provoked him, even going so far as to send people to physically assault him. Had it not been for the enhancements to his own physique, he would surely have found himself in a hospital. With this in mind, there is nothing left to discuss. He intends to make Xue Kai pay a steep price. Once the contract is signed, both parties terminate the video call, and he is officially inducted as the new chairman of Yanhai. President Wu, from this moment forth, terminate all collaborations with Whaley Group. Do not sign the next contract. Xiao Fei states coolly. Wu Cheng, puzzled, inquires, but Whaley Group has always been a reliable partner. Why? Do not question. Simply comply. Xiao Fei interrupts firmly. Holding the absolute majority, there is no need for him to expound further to the president. Understood, Wu Cheng replies with a nod. And regarding the collaboration with Tianxue Real Estate, feel free to relax the policies within reasonable limits. Xiao Fei adds, recalling something. Understood. Although Wu Cheng is unsure of Xiao Fei's intentions, he is bound to follow the chairman's directives. The sunlight outside is remarkably bright, but by the time Xiao Fei completes his tasks and exits the building, over an hour has elapsed. Checking the time, he realizes it is just past 9, and an idea strikes him. Since tomorrow marks their first official date, it would be prudent to purchase a gift. With this thought, he enters his car and drives toward a nearby department store. The department store, situated not far from Yanhai Bank, lies in a bustling area at the entrance. Two colossal mechanical structures stand guard, Iron Man on the left and Optimus Prime on the right, exuding an impressive aura. This is the essence of commercial strategy, designed to draw in onlookers, who, in turn, may be tempted to make purchases. 10 minutes later, the Pagani glides into the parking lot, and Xiao Fei strolls leisurely toward the entrance of the store. With ample time on his hands, he can take his time selecting a gift. Upon entering the atrium, he is captivated by a claw machine nearby. Having a few coins to spare, he decides to try his luck, thinking perhaps he might snag a plush toy, knowing how girls adore such trinkets. However, it quickly becomes apparent that luck is not on his side. None of his attempts yield success. Shaking his head, he opts to venture deeper into the store. The department store boasts 30 floors, each featuring a different array of merchandise. Ascending to the 13th floor, which specializes in toys and plush bears, he is greeted by a dazzling variety: stuffed animals, bracelets, and countless miniature toys. There seems to be an endless selection, limited only by one's imagination. He peruses the offerings, finding delight in various items. However, as he delves further in, he encounters increasingly perplexing products that baffle him. Shaking his head again, he decides to explore another section. After much deliberation, he ultimately settles on a small white bear plush. Initially, he had contemplated purchasing a larger doll for Su Yinshi, but considering they would be going to the movies later, he opts for something more manageable. As he completes his purchase and prepares to exit the store, an alarm suddenly blares as he passes through security. The sound startles everyone nearby, prompting several security guards to rush over. "Don't move. Put the item down," one of them warns, brandishing a security baton. "I don't understand why this is happening." "I've already paid," Xiao Fei responds, somewhat exasperated. He holds the pristine bear plush, questioning why he would discard it after purchase. "Stop your excuses. Just drop it." Another guard retorts brusquely, "Could you kindly refrain from making baseless accusations? I've already stated that I paid for this." Xiao Fei's tone grows icy. The guards, having jumped to conclusions without even investigating the matter, are quick to label him a thief. "Daha! You claim to have paid?" The guard scoffs, continuing, "Every item in this store is fitted with an electronic tag. Only those who have paid can have the tags removed by the cashier. Your item has been detected by the system. How can you deny being a thief? If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with the cashier about whether I stole it or if she simply forgot to remove the tag." Xiao Fei replies, maintaining his composure. "Come, you're coming with us," the guards insist, their glares fixed on him, as if they are convinced of his guilt. The distance between the security checkpoint and the cashier's desk is a mere 10 meters, and within moments, they arrive at the latter. The commotion has drawn the attention of many shoppers who pause to witness the unfolding drama, curious about the situation. What is going on here? At that moment, a group of well-dressed individuals, men and women exuding authority, approaches. Among them are youths, middle-aged individuals, and even an elder. "Young in, what's the situation? Don't you realize the deputy director is here to inspect today?" Manager Zhang Xiaoji of the department store frowns, clearly displeased with the security team's actions. "Manager Zhang, we didn't intend to cause a disturbance. We caught this young man stealing from the store." A security guard named Yang replies respectfully, his demeanor starkly contrasting that which he displayed towards Xiao Fei. "Stealing?" Manager Zhang turns to scrutinize Xiao Fei, then states, "If there's a thief, simply call the police. Why block the entrance?" Without verifying the facts, they hastily label him a thief. It seems that this manager is not much better than his subordinates. Xiao Fei muses with a cold smile, mocking them. "What did you say?" Manager Zhang, taken aback, hadn't anticipated such a sharp retort from Xiao Fei. Today is indeed significant, with the deputy director visiting to review the store's operations, and he had prepared meticulously. The thought of being publicly reprimanded by a young man ignites a raging fire within him. "Ask your staff whether it was her oversight in not removing the tag or if I truly stole anything." Xiao Fei maintains his calm demeanor, betraying neither anger nor frustration. "Manager Zhang, perhaps we should clarify the situation before proceeding." To avoid wrongfully accusing someone, interjects Deputy Director Luo Jiang, finally speaking up. Nodding, Manager Zhang approaches the cashier with a grim expression, casting a warning glance before addressing her. "What happened? Did you forget to remove the tag? Or did he steal the item?" The young cashier, inexperienced and overwhelmed by the confrontation, knows she indeed neglected to remove the tag. As she prepares to respond, she notices the imposing gaze of Manager Zhang, which seems to warn her that misstepping could have serious repercussions. "And no, I haven't seen him before," she stammers, clearly intimidated. The truth becomes apparent. The item was indeed taken without proper procedure. Manager Zhang's tone turns severe. Today, with the deputy director conducting inspections, any mistake made by his staff could have dire consequences, potentially jeopardizing his own position. Preserve his reputation, even if he suspects an employee might be at fault. He cannot afford to acknowledge such a possibility. Moreover, considering the scene unfolding before numerous witnesses, if a customer were wronged, the store's reputation would suffer greatly. Once the deputy director departs, he could easily erase the surveillance footage and transaction records, fabricating another excuse to let the young man go. After all, he reasons, he is merely a young man. Surely he can be easily dismissed. "Youngin, take him to the security room." ensure he doesn't escape. I'll handle the matter of contacting the police, he commands. Manager Zhang immediately spoke up, showing no intention of allowing Xiao Fei a chance to defend himself. Xiao Fei displayed no anger, nor did he demand to review any security footage. Since the other party was intent on confronting him, he was equally unwilling to simply walk away if he felt it necessary to make them pay a price. Otherwise, his internal fury would remain unresolved. Without resistance, he followed them to the security room, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers whispering and pointing. Alas, such a young person, choosing to forsake the path of righteousness for thievery. Indeed, he appeared to be of university age, yet had strayed on such a misguided path. What a pity! As the crowd's attention shifted towards the young man, Zhang Xiaojie felt a surge of satisfaction. The reputation of the department store had been preserved, and he would not lose face before the deputy director. It was indeed splendid AS for Deputy Director Luo Jiang. He had previously only feigned impartiality, but now remained silent, while the shareholders turned a blind eye. After all, although Manager Zhang's judgment had its flaws, the image of the department store had been safeguarded. Being shareholders, they naturally would not oppose Zhang Xiaojie's actions. Behave yourself. If you provoke me further, do not blame my stick for being indiscriminate. Hadn't he been so arrogant just moments ago? Why was he now silent, so naive to challenge us? Inside the security room, Yang and several colleagues relentlessly mocked Xiao Fei. Each of them wielded a security baton, clearly intending to intimidate. Xiao Fei sat calmly in a chair, paying them no mind. He retrieved his phone, glanced at his contacts, and directly dialed the number of Bank President Wu Cheng. Just then, the sharp-eyed Yang shouted, "Still dare to make a call? Seeking death!" As he tightened his grip on the baton to strike, before it could land on Xiao Fei, a sharp crack echoed, and Yang felt a searing pain. His wrist had dislocated. Witnessing this, the others could no longer remain seated and rushed forward with their batons, yet a glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes. 2 minutes later, the room was filled with wails of despair. "Mr. Xiao, why is it so noisy on your end?" Xiao Fei's phone continued to ring, and President Wu Cheng's voice came through. Unfazed, Xiao Fei replied calmly, "It's nothing, but I recall that Yanhai has a partnership with a department store. Correct? Please inform the owner that I, Xiao Fei, am currently in their security room at Exinhang Boulevard. Due to the scarcity of property resources, the headquarters was established here, on the top floor. Chairman Helan was signing a sales contract when his phone rang. An incoming call from President Wu Cheng of Yanhai Bank." He furrowed his brows, puzzled. Typically, he was the one to contact President Wu. Why was the latter calling him this time? "President Wu, what brings you to personally call?" Helan inquired cautiously, aware that their department store required the bank's consent for financial matters. "Helan, your company is quite audacious, daring to detain even our Yanhai's chairman. Does the department store no longer wish to operate?" President Wu's voice came through with a sharp reprimand. "WA?" Helan jumped to his feet, his heart sinking with a sense of foreboding. "President Wu, there must be some misunderstanding," he stammered. "He would never dare to detain the chairman of Yanhai Bank." "Humph. You may not dare, but your employees certainly do." Wu Cheng retorted mockingly, then continued, "I advise you to personally explain the situation and apologize to our chairman. Otherwise, do not say I did not warn you. Whatever consequences arise, you shall bear them." With that, Wu Cheng ended the call. Without allowing any further explanation, Helan stood dumbfounded, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed his chair away, disregarding his business partners, and hurried out of the office toward the department store. Meanwhile, not long after Xiao Fei finished his call, Manager Zhang Xiaojie entered the security room. Initially, he intended to teach this young man a lesson for daring to oppose him. However, upon opening the door and witnessing the scene within, he was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his face. 4 or 5 security personnel lay on the ground, groaning in agony, while the young man who had irked him sat leisurely in a chair. Engrossed in his phone, "WH was going on here?" Zhang Xiaojie demanded angrily. "Manager, this kid knows martial arts. He injured us all." One of the security guards groaned from the floor. "You brat, you're asking for death. Prepare for our department store's lawsuit." Zhang Xiaojie fumed. Yet no sooner had he spoken than his phone began to ring insistently. It was the chairman's call. "You fool, what in the world have you done?" Do you intend to ruin the department store? Do you even realize who you have detained? Let me tell you, his name is Xiao Fei, the newly appointed chairman of Yanhai Bank. If you offend him, prepare for dire consequences. A barrage of furious words left Zhang Xiaojia's ears ringing. Confusion flickered in his eyes. Xiao Fei, chairman of Yanhai Bank. After 2 seconds of bewilderment, Zhang Xiaojia's eyes widened in realization as he looked at the young man before him. Could it be that he was indeed Xiao Fei, the new chairman of Yanhai Bank? How could this be possible? This young man could not possibly be the chairman of Yanhai. Surely, it must be a mistake. He reassured himself internally that why you? Who are you? He stammered, summoning his courage to ask. Xiao Fei, the young man replied coolly, casting a brief glance at him. It was as if lightning had struck. Zhang Xiaojia's expression froze in shock. That it's over. It's completely over. It really is him. What a misunderstanding. Mr. Xiao, please show mercy and let me off the hook. Manager Zhang, without a moment's hesitation, rushed forward, bowing and scraping in an attempt to ingratiate himself. He understood that his only chance now was to quickly apologize to Xiao Fei, hoping that a change in mood would lead to forgiveness. Xiao Fei regarded him coldly, a palpable aura of pressure emanating from his gaze, causing Zhang Xiaojia to promptly close his mouth in fear. Before long, several vehicles pulled up outside the department store. It seemed that arrangements had been made in advance, as Chairman Helan, Deputy Director Luo Jiang, and the shareholders all returned to the department store. What is going on? Zhang Xiaojia is incompetent. You, a deputy director, should have stopped this madness. Helan berated Luo Jiang as he walked. Luo Jiang, sweating nervously, replied, I only considered the company's interests. Who knew the other party was so formidable? Regret washed over him. He wished he had intervened to stop Zhang Xiaojia earlier. Humph. Zhang Xiaojia is utterly useless. We should not let this troublemaker remain. As the words left his mouth, the group reached the door of the security room. Helan took a deep breath and opened the door, stepping inside with the others. Only 2 individuals remained within, Xiao Fei and Zhang Xiaojia, standing beside him, while the other security guards had already been expelled. You must be Mr. Xiao. I am Helan, the owner of the department store. Helan greeted, donning a conciliatory smile. On the way here, he had researched information about Yanhai and learned about Xiao Fei. Even recognizing his appearance, I have been waiting for you. Xiao Fei replied coolly, Mr. Xiao, please do not be angry. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Had I known you were visiting, I would have personally welcomed you to avoid such an incident. Helan added helplessly, Mr. Xiao, I, Luo Jiang, did not recognize your status and inadvertently offended you. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. Luo Jiang chimed in hastily. The shareholders behind them dared not utter a word. Helan took a step forward, cautiously continuing, Mr. Xiao, if you have any requests today, I, Helan, will fulfill them immediately if it is within my ability to. In an effort to quell Xiao Fei's anger, he set aside all other considerations. They were aware that their department stores still owed a considerable sum to Yanhai Bank. If the other party sought an excuse to terminate the contract now, they would face serious trouble. Your employees exhibit a lack of professionalism. They require restructuring as for how to proceed. I believe you are more aware than I, Xiao Fei remarked, looking at Helan, although he did not explicitly state any concrete demands. Everyone present understood his implication. This was a directive for Helan to dismiss Zhang Xiaojia and the security guards involved. As for the cashier, she was excused. She had acted under duress and could not be deemed a co-conspirator. Mr. Xiao, please show mercy and spare me. I cannot be dismissed. Zhang Xiaojia was already in a state of panic, disregarding his pride as he felt his knees before Xiao Fei, tears streaming down his face. Humph, you've only just become a manager this year, and already you've caused such a mess. If I let you continue, this department store is doomed. Helan spoke sharply, his tone seething with anger. Chairman, I cannot be dismissed. I have dedicated a decade of my life to this company, sacrificing so much. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to plead with Xiao Fei, convinced that if he could just gain Xiao Fei's forgiveness, all would be well. Chairman Xiao, I implore you to show mercy this once. I shall never dare to offend again, Zhang Xiaojia beseeched, utterly devoid of dignity. Rest assured, I will not spare you. Accusing customers and distorting the truth, prepare for a lawsuit from Yanhai. With that, Xiao Fei rose, picked up the teddy bear from the table beside him, and without casting another glance at the others, exited the security room. Lan and the others hastily followed, leaving Zhang Xiaojia alone, kneeling on the ground, engulfed in despair. Chapter 22. The Dilemma of Mother Su. Chairman Xiao, wait, Lan said eagerly as they emerged from the department store. What is it? Do you wish for me to remain in the security room? Xiao Fei retorted with a cold smile. I wouldn't dare. Chairman Xiao, you have misunderstood my intentions. Lan hurriedly clarified. He then took a black card from the vice chairman and presented it to Xiao Fei with a smile, saying, this is our department store's highest tier VIP shopping card. Any recharge of 10,000 yuan grants a 40 discount. This card, valued at 1 million yuan, was just activated by Vice President Luo as compensation for today. Please accept it. Xiao Fei glanced at the card, initially reluctant to accept. However, considering that his mother could use this card for shopping without spending her own money, he graciously accepted it. Take care, he said as he watched Xiao Fei drive away in a sports car. Finally relieved, Chairman do you think Xiao Fei will trouble us again? Vice President Luo Jiang asked anxiously, watching the card disappear. It is evident that he knows how to distinguish between friend and foe. He should not create further difficulties for us. If he intended to, he would have confronted us already, Lan replied, demonstrating his experience as a seasoned businessman. What about Zhang Xiaojia and those security guards? Luo Jiang inquired. They're all dismissed. Let them fend for themselves, especially Zhang Xiaojia, promoted to manager not long ago, and he caused us a loss of 1 million. What purpose does it serve to keep such a person? Lan's frustration flared at the mention of manager Zhang. Indeed, 1 million is equivalent to 2 months' profit for our department store, Luo Jiang lamented. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. On the roads of Jiangcheng, Xiao Fei parked his car to the side. Glancing at the teddy bear he had purchased for the passenger seat, he couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Acquiring a stuffed bear had proven to be quite the ordeal. That it was now past 11 in the morning, and Xiao Fei took out his phone to message Su Yinxi, intending to invite her out for lunch. Although it was still early, he thought it would be nice to share a meal together. Okay, just let me know the address, and I'll come right over, Su Yinxi replied promptly. Send me your location, and I'll pick you up, Xiao Fei responded. You have a car? Su Yinxi asked, seemingly surprised. After a moment, she replied with a simple all right. Seeing the location Su Yinxi sent on WeChat, Xiao Fei drove his Pagani towards Yushan Park. Yushan Park is one of the 3 renowned villa districts in Jiangcheng, particularly Area A, which is known as a gathering place for business magnates. In a grand villa near the eastern edge of the park resides the Su family. At that moment, in Su Yinxi's room, an exceptionally beautiful girl was applying makeup in front of a mirror. To be honest, when it comes to makeup, few could rival Su Yinxi's speed, as she merely touched up her features slightly. Overdoing it would only obscure her exquisite visage. Mom and Dad, I won't be having lunch at home today, she declared, dashing out of the hall before her parents could react. Old Su, what's with Xiao Shi? Why is she in such a hurry? Su Yinxi's mother, Yao Yu, furrowed her brow as she watched her daughter rush away. What could it be? Perhaps she's off to meet friends for a shopping spree. Su Yinxi's father, Su Yunsheng, replied dismissively, his attention mostly consumed by the football match on his computer. But old Xiao and sister Su will be here soon. We were supposed to have lunch together. Yao Yu expressed her dissatisfaction. Having just the 2 of us is fine. Whether Xiao Shi comes or not is irrelevant, especially since Su Ting isn't coming either. Su Yunsheng seemed indifferent. That's not the same. You know very well why they're visiting this time. Their son is here. Yao Yu lightly nudged her husband. It was only then that Su Yunsheng shifted his focus, looking at Yao Yu seriously. Dear, I stand by my words. Xiao Yin is not suitable. Is he really that bad? Yao Yu couldn't help but frown at her husband's assertion. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for old Xiao, his son would have been a failure, Su Yunsheng declared firmly, exuding confidence in his judgment. Yao Yu's brows knitted tighter as she grappled with her conflicting loyalties, one to her longtime friend who had promised to matchmake their children, and the other to her husband's direct assessment. In truth, she was beginning to waver. She knew her husband well. After decades of navigating the business world, his judgment had never faltered. Moreover, he was typically quite humble, rarely passing harsh judgments unless absolutely warranted. Should she truly jeopardize her daughter's future based on her long-standing friendship with Sister Sue? Though still torn, she recognized that her internal compass was tilting towards her husband's perspective. After all, he was her lifelong partner. How could she trust an outsider over him? Just then, a video call request pinged on the computer. Su Yinxing answered, and a middle-aged couple appeared on the screen. Old Xiao, Su Huan, have you arrived? Su Yinxiang greeted them with a smile. Just landed. Still getting used to this crazy weather, a woman's clear voice responded from the other end. The restaurant is already booked. I'll come pick you up? Su Yinxiang continued the conversation. After a few minutes, they concluded the video call. At the airport, Su Huan set down her phone, and a young man spoke up. Mom, once we meet with Uncle and Aunt, you must help me secure this marriage to prevent any unforeseen complications. The speaker was Qiao Jidong's son, Qiao Yin, whose family had always had dealings with the Su family. However, Qiao Yin had often been absent from home, even neglecting his university studies. Thus, he wasn't particularly familiar with the Su family, having only visited once 2 years prior when he had been struck by Su Yinxi's beauty. Since then, he had persistently urged his mother to arrange a marriage for him, culminating in the current situation. Su Huan glanced at her son, exasperated. I can help you with the marriage arrangement, but you must rein in your wild ways and stop gallivanting around all day. Don't worry, Mom. If I marry such a beautiful wife as Su Yinxi, I'll be too busy at home to think of running off. Qiao Yin soothed his mother, a charming smile on his face. Though internally he remained indifferent. After the marriage was settled, he would do as he pleased, going out whenever he wished. Thank you for the bear. It's adorable. On the road to Shenghao Hotel, Su Yinxi exclaimed happily, hugging the teddy bear tightly to her chest, clearly enamored with the gift. Though the item was not expensive, it held far greater significance for her than any luxurious item. I'm glad you like it. Xiao Fei smiled back, relieved that his efforts yesterday were not in vain. By the way, when did you buy this car? I've never seen you drive before. It was only then that Su Yinxi remembered she had just entered a limited edition Pagani. This car was worth no less than 50 million, and even if one had the money, it was not guaranteed they could purchase it. When Xiao Fei had come pick her up, she had recognized it immediately, as the Su family was one of the leading enterprises in Jiangcheng, and she had some knowledge of these top-tier luxury vehicles. However, the joy of receiving the teddy bear had dulled her curiosity considerably. Chapter 23. I really like it here. I bought this car a long time ago. I just never drove it until now, Xiao Fei replied with a smile. All right then. Su Yinxi pouted, increasingly intrigued by the mysterious side of Xiao Fei. However, she found it acceptable. Perhaps he was simply a low-key individual who preferred not to flaunt his wealth like others. Thus, throughout their 3 years at school, no one had realized he was a secretive millionaire. Yet it was precisely this quality that made Su Yinxi like him even more. Other rich second-generation kids were often desperate to showcase their wealth, eager for everyone to know just how affluent they were. So, where shall we eat? Su Yinxi inquired curiously. Of course, Shenghao. It would be quite unbecoming not to patronize our own hotel, Xiao Fei replied casually as he gazed ahead. Are we really going to a grand hotel for lunch? It seems you rarely visit the Shenghao Hotel. Our establishment is not merely a venue for sumptuous feasts, as there is a dedicated restaurant situated in the lobby on the first floor. Xiao Fei explained to her, isn't it said that a meal there costs at least 10,000? Su Yinxi inquired, increasingly perplexed. If it's just a simple dinner for 2 or 3 people in the restaurant, it would only amount to a few hundred, and many patrons frequent the place. As the hidden owner of the hotel, he had undoubtedly gathered substantial knowledge about various matters. Otherwise, should the hotel's higher-ups consult him one day regarding plans, and he is left speechless, it would be quite unbecoming. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei's Pagani finally arrived at the entrance of the Shenghao Hotel, but a valet approached, and Xiao Fei handed him the keys, then walked side by side with Su Yinxi into the hotel lobby. However, shortly after their entrance, 2 luxurious Bentleys pulled up to the hotel entrance. Stepping out of the vehicles were none other than Su Yinxi's father, Su Yunsheng, her mother, Yao Yu, and 3 members of the Qiao family. This is the most renowned hotel in Jiangcheng. It appears quite impressive, Qiao Jihong commented, being the chairman of the Xiqing West Wind Group and having visited numerous hotels. Indeed, establishments of this caliber rank among the elite. Of course, The Shenghao Hotel is a symbol of our Jiangqing, attracting countless out-of-town business guests. Akati not only offers luxurious accommodations, gourmet cuisine, and high-end banquets, but also features an independent swimming pool, spa, and beauty massage services with facilities that are quite comprehensive. Su Yunsheng enthusiastically introduced, completely oblivious to his wife's presence beside him. Yao Yu pinched him sharply at the waist, causing him to flinch. You seem to know quite a bit about this place. What with the spa and massages, it appears you visit often. Yao Yu remarked through gritted teeth, her actions hidden from the others as she clung to Su Yunsheng's arm. Just wait until I deal with you tonight, she whispered ominously, as Su Yunsheng wished he could slap himself. He usually had impeccable control over his words, but today he had let something slip. If he were to face her wrath later, it would be disastrous. With her fierce temperament, he hoped to conserve his energy and extend his life a few more years. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was a cozy restaurant impeccably arranged on the north side of the lobby. Several small groups were seated, providing an opportunity for ordinary patrons to enjoy themselves. Even some white-collar workers and sales managers favored this spot for dining and conversing with their clients. Xiaofei, I must say, this place is quite beautifully decorated. Especially in winter, it feels so warm. I really like it here, Su Yinshi exclaimed with a radiant smile as she sat by a window, astonished by the surrounding ambience. She had initially thought that such a luxurious hotel would be opulent and grandiose, yet she was pleasantly surprised by its unique and inviting decor. Naturally, the front half of the Shenghao Hotel was designated for receiving guests, while the rear half was specifically decorated as a restaurant due to the vast space. Additionally, its unique geographical location, with dual thoroughfares on both the north and south sides, ensured that the northern section did not feel oppressive, allowing for a bright and airy atmosphere. Standing nearby to provide an introduction was the hotel manager, Yang Mingfeng. As soon as Xiaofei entered, the receptionist had already noticed him, and someone had sent a text to Manager Yang. This was a prior instruction from Yang Mingfeng, allowing him to be promptly informed of Xiaofei's arrival. The Shenghao Hotel, being a landmark of Jiangqing, definitely understands the preferences of its clientele, knowing what kind of environment they appreciate. Manager Yang, Mr. Su from Tian Snow Group has arrived, a staff member whispered to Yang Mingfeng. Yang furrowed his brow. As one of Jiangqing's leading enterprises, the arrival of the group's chairman, Su Yunsheng, warranted his personal attention. However, what? My father is here. Before he could respond, Su Yinshi stood up, startled. You go attend to them. I could just have a casual meal here, Xiaofei instructed Manager Yang. Understood, Yang Mingfeng nodded and departed. Once the manager was dispatched, Xiaofei turned to Su Yinshi with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Are you afraid of your father? It's not my father I fear, but my mother, Su Yinshi replied, regaining her composure and sitting back down. Just the thought of her mother's stern face and incessant nagging made her head spin. If her mother discovered that she was having dinner alone with a boy, she could only imagine the lecture that would ensue. Xiaofei remained unfazed, chuckling, It's just dinner. Is it really that terrifying? You don't understand. My parents' friends are coming over today, and they brought their son along, intending to set us up that I've met that man. And he is utterly detestable, Su Yinshi explained slowly, recalling Xiao Yin and feeling a wave of disgust, as he reminded her of Zhou Wenbin. A glint of realization crossed Xiaofei's eyes. I see. But don't worry, this is a restaurant, and given your father's status, he wouldn't dine here. He would book a private room. As Su Yinshi found comfort in Xiaofei's words, feeling a bit more relaxed. Chapter 24. What a surprise encounter as the two dined and drank. An hour slipped by. Though this may sound rather bold, I feel you possess quite the appetite, much like myself, Xiaofei remarked incredulously. Observing Su Yinshi, goodness, you've devoured the salad, sauced ribs, and braised noodles all by yourself. Truly, you are a consummate foodie, Su Yinshi responded with a pout. Alas, I've inadvertently revealed my true nature as a glutton. In truth, she was a gentle, virtuous girl, kind-hearted and attentive. She continued to reassure herself with this thought. Are you finished? Shall we take our leave? Xiaofei suggested as he sensed they were nearing the end of their meal. Yes, Su Yinshi, still blushing, gently nodded, clutching a teddy bear from the side and walking out of the restaurant alongside Xiaofei. Hey, did you see that couple just now? They were so good-looking. The guy was handsome, and the girl was beautiful. A perfect match, one patron remarked. Needless to say, I noticed them as soon as they entered, especially that girl. She is stunning. If she were to be my wife, I'd be willing to sacrifice 20 years of my life. Another chimed in, puffed, dream on. I'd rather marry that handsome guy. He is good-looking and wealthy. What a dream. How do you know that guy's rich? Please, didn't TUC? The other patrons were being attended by the staff. But when that handsome guy walked in, he had a man in a suit beside him. Typically, that is a managerial role that, oh, I'm so envious. Many patrons in the restaurant continued to gossip about Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi. Their eyes filled with envy. Xiao Fei, already a handsome young man, had undergone system enhancements that not only improved his physique, but also subtly altered his demeanor. Su Yinshi, with her exceptional beauty in one 68-meter-tall figure, complemented him perfectly, drawing the attention of onlookers wherever they went. Su Yinshi, what are you doing here? Just as they stepped out of the restaurant and into the main lobby, a man's voice called out from across the room. It's you. Su Yinshi's expression shifted slightly that a young man was slowly approaching from the other side of the lobby. It was Xiao Yin, the son of Qiao Jihong. That Su Yinshi furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of aversion wash over her. Despite her efforts to avoid him, she had ultimately run into him. Uncle and Aunt said you wouldn't come. Yet here we are in the same hotel. It seems we truly are fated, Xiao Yin said, his gaze fixed on Su Yinshi's face, delight evident in his tone. Initially, he had found this gathering dull without her presence, so he had stepped out of the private room for a stroll, only to unexpectedly encounter her here. It was this very face that had haunted his thoughts for 2 years, and seeing her now only intensified his infatuation. This reinforced his determination to marry her. Only a man of his caliber deserved such a beautiful woman. As for Xiao Fei, he was completely ignored, epitomizing the essence of being overlooked. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Su Yinshi said curtly, attempting to pull Xiao Fei away. However, Xiao Yin was quick to grasp Su Yinshi's wrist, blocking her exit. Regardless, the Su and Xiao families have been close for years. It would be inappropriate not to acknowledge each other upon meeting. Xiao Yin felt a flicker of anger. When had he ever been so disregarded? Aren't my parents hosting you? Even my brother isn't here. Why should I be concerned? Su Yinshi retorted coolly. Su Yangzi, you should know why we are here, Xiao Yin said, his brow furrowing. I have no feelings for you. There can be nothing between us. Let go, Su Yangzi declared loudly, clearly infuriated. If I were to inform Uncle and Aunt that you refused to join us downstairs, I wonder what their reaction would be, Xiao Yin replied with a smirk. Xiao Yin let out a cold laugh and said, let go. Just then, a fierce aura emanated from the side. It was a warning from Xiao Fei. Who are you? This is none of your business. Get lost, Xiao Yin shouted angrily. He was quite displeased with another man intervening in matters between him and Su Yinshi. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt his wrist being gripped as if by an iron hand, followed by an overwhelming force. In an instant, a scream pierced the air, causing him to release Su Yinshi's hand in pain. The security personnel, receptionists, and everyone at the front desk were drawn to the sound. Yet, when they realized that the one who had struck was their boss, they all stood frozen in place, too intimidated to speak. After all, who would dare to intervene when the chairman took action? You seek death. Do you know who I am? To dare to strike at me. I will make you regret your actions today. Xiao Yin, clutching his painful wrist, did not forget to make threats. Let us go. There's no point in conversing with such a person, Xiao Fei said indifferently. Su Yinshi nodded and was pulled away from the hall by Xiao Fei. As Xiao Yin watched the two depart, an unmistakable hatred flickered in his eyes. That on the 10th floor of the hotel, in a luxurious private room, Su Yinshi's parents were engaged in conversation with Xiao Yan's parents. At this moment, Yao Yu's brows were furrowed, clearly indicating that the discussion was not very pleasant. Xiao Yu, didn't we agree to let the two children meet for a meal, giving them space to talk? Xiao Yan's mother, Su Huan, said discontentedly, realizing that the long-awaited day had been thwarted by Su Yinshi's absence. I've spoken to Xiao Shi about this many times, but my daughter is quite resistant to it. There's nothing I can do, Yao Yu replied, shaking her head with a feigned sigh. That is because they have yet to interact. Although Xiao Yan's temperament leaves much to be desired, it can be improved. Perhaps after spending time with Xiao Shi, you will temper his disposition, Su Huan continued patiently. Moreover, in terms of family background, how many in Jiangsheng are worthy of Xiao Shi? Only our Qiao family can match up to you. At that moment, as Yao Yu struggled with her thoughts, Su Huan's phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Yin. What? A few seconds later, Su Huan frowned. Her son had seen Su Yinchi? The voice on the other end continued speaking. And half a minute later, Su Huan hung up the phone. Xiao Yu, what on earth is going on with Su Yinchi? She came to the hotel, but didn't T come up to see us? Her tone was clearly tinged with irritation. Xiao Shi is here? Yao Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to look at Su Yunsheng, who also appeared puzzled. In the hotel lobby, customers were bustling about. At this moment, Qiao Yin stood still, glaring in the direction where Su Yinchi had departed, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Yin, what happened? Su Huan inquired as she descended to the lobby to IT with Su Yinchi. She was accompanied by a man that I intended to keep her here, but that man pulled her away. Qiao Yin gritted his teeth as he spoke. That a man. Su Huan's expression darkened further. What kind of man was so audacious as to vie for a woman with her son? She turned to Yao Yu and said in a low voice, Xiao Yu, your daughter is quite disrespectful. I assent she. Knowing we are here, she still refuses to meet us and even goes out to dinner with another man. What does this mean? Facing the accusations from a longtime friend, Yao Yu felt equally displeased. While it was indeed inappropriate for her daughter to avoid them, the tone suggested that her daughter was being unfaithful. Who could bear to hear their child spoken of in such a manner? Had it not been for the fact that they were longtime friends, she would have wanted to leave in a huff. I should have never agreed to your request to bring the two together. What was meant to be a kind gesture has instead led to discord between our families. Seemingly realizing she had spoken too harshly, Su Huan softened her tone. Xiao Yu, I have this temperament. Please don't take offense that I am just anxious for Qiao Yin and Su Yinchi. If they truly become a couple, wouldn't that be a good thing for both of us? I'll give Xiao Shi a call. Yao Yu nodded silently and took out her phone. She too wished to inquire about what had transpired and who that man was. The Pagani cruised slowly down the street, with Su Yinchi holding a teddy bear, looking somewhat dejected. Are we still going to watch a movie this afternoon? Xiao Fei glanced at her and asked, I don't know. Su Yinchi replied helplessly. Her earlier good mood had been ruined by the encounter with Qiao Yin, and she was uncertain how her mother would react upon learning of it. She had no fondness for the Qiao family, particularly for Su Huan and Xiao Yin. Their arrogance and conceit were glaringly obvious, as if the world should revolve around them. Were it not for her mother, she would not have even allowed them into her home. Yes, they spoke. Su Yinchi's phone rang. After a brief pause, she ultimately decided to answer it. Expecting her mother to scold her, she was unexpectedly met with a gentle tone. Her mother merely inquired where she was and who she was with. That I'm with classmates from school. Su Yinchi explained. Come back in the afternoon. At least say hello to your uncle and aunt. The woman's voice on the other end was soft. In the evening. I have plans with classmates to go watch a movie this afternoon. Su Yinchi pouted in response. All right. Then in the evening, be careful while you're out, and remember to protect yourself. Got it, Mom. After hanging up, Su Yinchi sighed with relief. It seemed her mother was not angry after all. Mom still loves me. Meanwhile, Yao Yu had made a decision in her heart. Perhaps her husband was right. Qiao Yin indeed was not suitable for Xiao Shi. After interacting with the Qiao family today, she was more certain of this notion. Su Huan's fiery temper and arrogant disposition were apparent. If Xiao Shi went to their home, the treatment she would receive was easy to imagine. She did not want her precious daughter to endure mistreatment. At this moment, she was merely putting on a facade, knowing that when they met in the evening, Xiao Shi's character would undoubtedly make her stance clear. She would then step in to put an end to the matter, which wouldn't be too embarrassing for the other party. Shall we go archery? Su Yinchi suddenly suggested in Xiao Fei's car. Her current mood rendered her unable to settle down and watch a movie. She preferred something more exhilarating. Archery. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes. He expected her to have such an interest, although he had never tried it before, since Su Yinchi liked it. Why not give it a go? The Jiangchang Flying Sports Center, located on the east side of Central Avenue, was one of the city's renowned sports venues. The distance between it and Yanhai Bank was only a few kilometers, demonstrating the vastness of Jiangcheng, a city that truly lived up to its title as a first-tier metropolis. Xiao Fei drove the sports car at a leisurely pace, which suited Su Yinchi's mood. allowing her to appreciate the scenery along the way and ease her worries. Half an hour later, the Pagani arrived at the parking lot of the sports center. The Flying Sports Center was open to the public. After paying the entrance fee, one could enter. Did you know? I'm an expert marksman. Upon mentioning archery, she seemed to come alive that in the last competition, I shot 36 arrows, with 5 hitting the bullseye, 10 in the 9 ring, and the rest in the 7 and 8 rings. How about that? Am I impressive? She added with a hint of pride that I've never participated in archery competitions. Xiao Fei candidly admitted he had no idea what the statistic she mentioned meant. But if Su Yinshi claimed to be impressive, she probably was. Your expression tells me you've never played before, but that is all right. I'll teach you later, Su Yinshi said confidently that you've been doing this for quite a while. Haven to you, Xiao Fei guessed out of course. And let me tell you, this sports center ranks its archery competitions. However, they only rank the top 30 scores, and my highest score is 305, placing me at 28 teeth, and I'm quite proud of that. She beamed as she spoke. As they chatted, they entered the inner arena. It was Xiao Fei's first time realizing just how many people frequented the sports center daily. There are not thousands, but certainly hundreds of attendees. Both participants in archery competitions and spectators as Su Yinshi led Xiao Fei towards the archery range within the center. Su Yinshi, shortly after entering, a voice called out from the front. Xiao Fei and the others turned to see 2 young figures approaching, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Though they seemed slightly inferior compared to Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi, especially the girl, while indeed attractive, could only be rated at the level of Shun Yueli at best. I didn't expect you to be here too. As she gazed upon the newcomer, Su Yinshi's initially exuberant expression swiftly morphed into one of displeasure. The girl standing before her was named Xiali, a long-standing adversary from the shooting range. In the early days, due to her late start, Su Yinshi consistently fell short against her. However, over time, and with her considerable talent in shooting, she surpassed her rival in just a year to her astonishment. Xiali, unwilling to concede, had previously enlisted Su Yinshi's boyfriend to challenge her. The outcome was predictable. Su Yinshi suffered a crushing defeat, with Xiali scoring 12 tens, 15 nines, and 9 eights, decisively outpacing her. To add insult to injury, during the competition, Xiali flaunted her affection with her boyfriend, leaving Su Yinshi not only defeated but also inundated with unwanted romantic displays. Upon returning home, Su Yinshi discovered that her opponent was, in fact, a professional shooter ranked among the top 5 in the entire sports arena, which infuriated her even further. Chapter 26. A novice daring to compete with a professional. So, shall we have another match today? Xiali chuckled lightly, her tone dripping with disdain. The last defeat had made it abundantly clear to Su Yinshi the disparity between them. Did she truly dare to contest with me again? Xiali's boyfriend, Feng Mo, scoffed in derision that he regarded opponents like Su Yinshi as negligible, and had it not been for Xiali, he would never have bothered to compete against her as a professional shooter. He naturally sought out equally skilled opponents. Very well. Let the competition commence, Su Yinshi declared, her eyes devoid of any trace of fear. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved not to falter in spirit. Just don't come crying if you lose. Xiali giggled, reveling in her own sense of triumph. She recalled the first time she had faced Su Yinshi, when her rival was still a novice. That it was astonishing how, in just a year, Su Yinshi's prowess had eclipsed that of someone who had trained for 2 or 3 years. In a fit of frustration, Xiali had sought the assistance of her shooting-savvy boyfriend to reclaim her honor. Being the daughter of a prominent family in Jiangcheng, her background required no elaboration, especially paired with her striking beauty. It wasn't long before she met a professional shooter at the arena, and their romance blossomed. Ultimately, she achieved her goal of having him defeat Su Yinshi. During this period, her spirits soared, and the prospect of encountering Su Yinshi again today filled her with excitement. Xiao Fei, standing nearby, seemed to comprehend the situation and remain silent. Xiao Fei, just watch how I defeat her. Su Yinshi turned to him, her cheeks flushed with determination. Xiao Fei chuckled, finding her adorably spirited, and affectionately ruffled her hair in encouragement. Humph, overestimating oneself, Feng Mo interjected. Since his debut, he had encountered few worthy opponents, and certainly did not consider a shooter with merely a year of practice a challenge. No matter how talented they might be, them again in a match. Huh. Indeed, but that girl is sure to lose miserably. Of course, I know that man. He is Fong Mo, the fifth-ranked shooter in the arena. His skills are formidable. Many spectators have begun to take note of the unfolding drama. And with the youthful charm of the competitors, more eyes were drawn to the scene. As Su Yinshi and Fong Mo prepared for the match. The competition finally commenced. Su Yinshi took the first shot, landing a respectable 9 in the yellow zone. Fong Mo let out a cold laugh. His opening shot also registered a 9. As the second arrow was launched, Su Yinshi struck a 10, sending her heart racing with excitement. Yet Fong Mo matched her with a 10 of his OWNKBY the third arrow. Su Yinshi hit another 10, while her opponent only managed a 9. However, her performance soon faltered, scoring 8s and 7s. With only the occasional 9, or T and I in contrast, Fong Mo maintained a steady performance, consistently hitting 9s and 10s, with a rare 8. This was the hallmark of a professional. Consistent performance, a stark contrast to the inconsistency exhibited by non-professionals. Time flew by, and before long, they had completed 30 arrows, with the score gap widening. Su Yinshi recognized her impending defeat, yet she refused to surrender. In a final burst of determination, she managed to hit 2 consecutive 10s. As the match concluded, Su Yinshi finished with 310 points, while Fong Mo scored 330, a clear disparity. However, she did not allow herself to be overly disheartened. Despite her loss, her score of 310 had propelled her up 3 ranks, positioning her as the 26th record holder. Fong Mo, though silent, was taken aback. This Su Yinshi truly possessed shooting talent, having made such significant progress in just a month or two, in a few years. He might very well find himself outmatched. How about that? You lost, but at least you can accept it, Xiaoli triumphantly remarked, wrapping her arm around her boyfriend's. Humph. Su Yinshi merely huffed in response, acutely aware of the undeniable truth of her defeat. This game appears rather intriguing. Xiao Shi, why don't I challenge him to a round? Suddenly, Xiao Fei stepped forward, addressing her with an affectionate tone. You? Su Yinshi gazed at him in disbelief, quickly attempting to dissuade him. No, please don't. You've never even touched a bow before. It's fine. I observed your match closely and have learned quite a bit, Xiao Fei dismissively replied, as he took hold of Su Yinshi's bow, demonstrating an ease that belied his words. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Fei recognized that Su Yinshi had been wronged. It was evident to anyone that pitting a novice against a professional was an unfair matchup. As her closest friend, he felt compelled to restore her honor. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have assisted Su Yinshi, triggering a conditional task. Point 1. Defeat Fong Mo. Reward, a luxurious villa. 2. Break the shooting record at FIUS Sports Arena. Reward, a commercial plaza. A plaza as a reward. Xiao Fei was instantly captivated by the second task. What a delightful surprise. He discreetly accepted the second challenge. Meanwhile, Su Yinshi stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Soon, however, she felt a pang of embarrassment. Did this fellow truly believe he could master shooting after merely observing it once? While her reaction might have been mild, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, casting incredulous glances at him. This young man, though handsome, appeared somewhat foolish. Without any prior experience in shooting, he audaciously sought to challenge a professional. It was a truly absurd endeavor. Clearly, he was merely trying to impress the girl beside him, attempting to reclaim a victory for her. Yet he had chosen the wrong opponent. Challenging a professional shooter without any background in the sport was akin to courting disaster. Let Fong Mo teach him a lesson, so he might understand the meaning of knowing one's limitations. The spectators and other competitors expressed their disdain and ridicule, considering this young man an affront to the sport of shooting. Particularly in shooting competitions, it was not merely about releasing an arrow. The precision of one's form and technique was crucial to hitting the target effectively. Mastery required years of dedicated practice. Anyone acquainted with the sport understood this well. Thus, it was inevitable that the audience felt a mixture of disbelief and amusement when a novice like Xiao Fei declared his intent to compete against a seasoned professional like Fong Mo. Xiaoli suddenly erupted into laughter, her eyes gleaming with contempt. Su Yanqi, you're truly amusing that I understand you're still sore about losing to my boyfriend, but there's no need to drag along someone who knows nothing to fill the ranks. Is there? Su Yanqi, unable to tolerate Xia Li's smugness, found herself at a loss for words. She recognized Xiao Fei's intentions to help her regain face, but this only played into Xia Li's hands. Amor, you must compete with him. Do not go easy on him just because he is a novice, Xia Li said sternly, her expression turning serious. Today, she intended to humiliate Su Yanqi in front of everyone, which would bring her immense satisfaction. The jealousy she felt at seeing Su Yanqi's beauty, coupled with her shooting prowess, fueled her desire for revenge. Chapter 27. Xiao Fei's skills astonished the crowd. Fang Mo regarded Xiao Fei with little more than disdain. He had no interest in competing against someone of such a novice level. However, since Xia Li had spoken, he felt obliged to humor her request. Let us begin, Fang Mo said indifferently. Xiao Fei, why are you being so impulsive? Even Su Yanqi began to doubt him. She knew Xiao Fei excelled at basketball, but shooting was an entirely different skill set. Don't worry, I'll win one back for you, Xiao Fei replied, patting her shoulder as he approached the shooting line. Su Yanqi sighed, choosing not to protest further. If he truly wished to give it a try, then so be it. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Uft. Su Yanqi, where did you find this fool? I see he can't even hold the bow correctly, yet he dares to compete with professional players. Calling him foolish would be a kindness. Such a splendid opportunity. Xia Li would naturally not miss the chance to mock Su Yanqi, indifferent to her remarks, reminded herself that it was Fang Mo who had defeated her, not Xia Li. She truly had some nerve. Fang Mo observed his opponent's less-than-standard stance and couldn't help but smile, deciding to deliver a warning shot. Thus, he took the lead and scored a perfect 10 with his first arrow. Xiao Fei had nearly acclimated to the situation. Focused and composed, he released his arrow. Although it did not miss the target, it landed in the white zone with a score of 1. Not bad. At least it was a miss, Xia Li scoffed. That Su Yanqi merely snorted, choosing not to respond. Fang Mo proceeded with his second shot, once again scoring a perfect 10. Achieving 2 consecutive 10s is quite rare. This was indeed an excellent start. Several spectators nodded in approval. This Fang Mo is truly impressive. His strength is remarkably steady, and he is likely to contend for the top spot in the future. Indeed, over the years, his ranking in the gymnasium has steadily risen, and everyone has witnessed his dedication. Unlike that novice, who appears to be a mere greenhorn with no skills, yet craves the spotlight, the audience's admiration for Fang Mo grew. Seeing him as a dark horse in stark contrast, their disdain for Xiao Fei, the ignorant youth, intensified. As they discussed, Xiao Fei had already released his second arrow, which scored a 5 in the blue zone. Xiao Fei nodded, understanding the situation. The crucial factor was maintaining focus on the sight. If one's energy was directed toward the target face, it would broaden the field of vision, increasing distractions and diminishing sensitivity due to divided attention. The key was to control and adjust, striving for perfection and stability, accuracy, and coherence in each movement. Thanks to his physical enhancement, Xiao Fei's reaction control was 5 times that of an average person, allowing him to grasp subtle details with unmatched precision. That he concentrated once more and released his third arrow, which miraculously struck the yellow zone's bullseye, achieving his first perfect 10 instantly. Some spectators were left dumbfounded. No way, did he actually hit a 10? Is this real? Can he truly shoot and pretend not to know? Or was that just a lucky 10? Regardless of the scenario, I refuse to believe he learned this on the spot. Whispers filled the crowd, but the most accurate answer was the one they least wanted to accept. Su Yanqi trembled slightly, incredulous at the unfolding events. What is happening? Wasn't he had said he had never practiced shooting? How could he hit a 10? This defies logic. It turns out you were pretending not to know how to shoot. Are you toying with us? Fang Mo's face contorted with anger. He felt deceived. Who would believe he was a novice? As for coincidence, the odds of hitting a 10 within 3 arrows are minuscule. Humph. Do you think this will allow you to triumph over me? It's a pity your previous 2 arrows scored too low. Even if you give it your all now, you cannot catch up to me. Fang Mo chuckled coldly, confident in his lead. This moment, he had 2 arrows scoring 10 and 1 scoring 9, while his opponent had scores of 1, 5, and 10 the score gap was 13 points. Even Du Yong, ranked first in the gymnasium, would struggle to overcome such a deficit. The competition continued, and as Xiao Fei's peculiar performance drew more attention, he prepared for his fourth shot, achieving another 10. His fifth shot also resulted in a 10, followed by a sixth, yet another 10. At that moment, the entire audience focused intently on Xiao Fei. My goodness. What are we witnessing? For consecutive 10s. Is that even possible? However, the miracle was not over. Xiao Fei continued to unleash arrow after arrow with precise accuracy, each hitting the mark point 10.10.10. The expressions of the audience were collectively one of stunned disbelief. To avoid being too sensational, Xiao Fei deliberately slowed his pace, pretending to exert all his effort. After 36 arrows, he scored 34 perfect 10s, one arrow with a score of 5 and another with a score of 1, totaling 346 points, securing the top position on the shooting leaderboard. In an instant, the entire gymnasium erupted with excitement. And one cared to focus on how many rings Fang Mo had hit or what score he achieved. It had become irrelevant. In a way, what did I just see? A total score of 346, and the previous record holder only had 338, meaning this individual had set a new record. Moreover, he scored only 1 with his first arrow and 5 with the second. If we consider them as 9s, that would add at least 12 points, bringing his total to 358. What does that even mean? Everyone's perceptions of this young man were utterly transformed. Those who had previously looked down upon him were now left speechless, their eyes reflecting shock. Some had already taken out their phones to capture the astonishing moment and subsequently posted the video on the Jiangxing Sports Forum. The ripple effect was instantaneous. The entire forum buzzed with excitement. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Such a level of skill transcended that of a professional shooter. Reaching a world-class pinnacle that it was unfathomable that such an extraordinary shooting talent had emerged in their Jiangxing gymnasium. Su Yinshi gazed at Xiao Fei, utterly perplexed. She could not comprehend how he had achieved such strength. She felt that Xiao Fei was not deceiving her. He truly appeared to be a novice, evident in all his actions. But who could possibly explain to her what was happening? Is there truly a universal genius in this world? Whether it be basketball, shooting, or any other skill, can he master them all effortlessly? Su Yinshi realized that Xiao Fei was indeed extraordinary. Su Yinshi, I never expected you to secretly recruit such an impressive shooting talent. You're truly remarkable. Xiaoli glared at Su Yinshi in fury, wishing she could devour her. At that moment, she just wanted to flee the scene, her pride utterly shattered. Humph. Fang Mo believed that his opponent had deliberately toyed with him, feeling deeply insulted, and left the arena in a huff. Xiao Fei, you're incredible. Su Yinshi, now filled with excitement, momentarily forgot the boundaries between genders and embraced Xiao Fei joyfully. With the soft fragrance enveloping him, Xiao Fei reciprocated the embrace, a gesture of mutual respect. However, sensing the inappropriateness of her actions, Su Yinshi quickly released him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 28. A new day, full of vitality. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and setting a new record for the gymnasium, earning the system reward of a plaza in Henglida. Henglida Plaza is located at the intersection of Donghuan Street and Binhai Road, boasting a prime geographical position and is one of the 8 major plazas in Jiangxing. The plaza features 2 office buildings, 3 commercial buildings, 2 residential apartment buildings, and a 6-star hotel. Numerous shops line the plaza, including supermarkets, dining establishments, recreational venues, electronic stores, cinemas, and more. System notification. The 6-star hotel grants the host a 30 share, making them the largest shareholder, though not an absolute controlling interest, of the 360 residents in the 2 apartment buildings. 128 units have already been purchased, classified as private property, and the host has no authority over them. The remaining 232 units are tenants, granting the host the right to manage, buy, or collect rent. Since many shops are privately owned and cannot participate in the shareholding system, the host does not possess profit rights. In his mind, the system elaborated on these details. After listening, Xiao Fei nodded, fully comprehending its implications. This meant that the majority of the plaza's ownership belonged to him. Apart from those already sold, he could collect rent or reclaim properties and even sell the overall ownership. However, he could not collect dividends from any shops within the plaza, as they were mainly privately operated. Xiao Fei was quite pleased with this outcome, that a plaza of such magnitude would yield substantial rental income. And he no longer needed to concern himself with shares. "Thank you so much for helping me vent my frustrations today," Su Yinchi said cheerfully as they exited the gymnasium, her heart soaring. "It was merely a small effort," Xiao Fei replied, returning to his calm demeanor and smiling at her joy. He felt that his earlier display was worth it. "I still can't fathom how you achieved that," she mused, reflecting on the surreal scenes they had just witnessed. 32 perfect 10s, an indication of extraordinary stability. "Ha, I merely possess a little knowledge in various areas, combined with a dash of luck," Xiao Fei humbly replied. "A little?" Su Yinchi nodded, realizing it was indeed a considerable amount. She then remarked, "You've now become the top-ranked shooter in the Feiyue Gymnasium, and I'm sure many will seek to sponsor you for competitions." Xiao Fei remained non-committal, imagining how the phone number he had registered with earlier would soon be inundated with calls. However, he felt no interest whatsoever. These individuals were destined to face rejection, and when the time came, he would block each one of them without hesitation. The area A of Yushan Park. A Pagani slowly approached the entrance of the estate, from which emerged two individuals, Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi. After leaving the gymnasium, Xiao Fei had driven her around the city, later taking her to a street filled with various snacks, before ultimately escorting her back home. "Is that lunatic at your house?" Xiao Fei inquired with a frown. "Yes, he should be. But don't worry, my parents are home, and he wouldn't dare act recklessly," Su Yinchi explained. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. Even if that fellow harbored intentions, he wouldn't dare to create a disturbance in their home. "Well, I shall take my leave now. See you at school tomorrow," he said, noting the late hour, making it inappropriate to linger any longer. Suddenly, Su Yinchi stepped forward and enveloped Xiao Fei in a warm embrace. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how today would have unfolded." This embrace differed from the excitement of earlier in the day. It was a genuine expression of gratitude from Su Yinchi. Thoughts of Qiao Yin and Xia Li flooded her mind. Without Xiao Fei, she might have truly suffered at their hands. Xiao Fei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently and ruffled her hair, returning the affectionate gesture. To be honest, Su Yinchi was quite tall. For Xiao Fei to ruffle her hair, he had to raise his arm considerably high, rendering the scene somewhat comical. After a few minutes of conversation, Xiao Fei bade her farewell and drove away. With his departure, Su Yinchi felt a weight settle in her heart. She glanced back at her grand villa, exhaled softly, and reminded herself that she must confront her challenges head-on. On the other side, the Pagani sped towards Xiao Fei's old district. Winter was already quite cold, and after a day filled with activity, he yearned for a comforting hot shower point 2 hours later. After drying his hair and completing his routine, he finally returned to his bed. He took out his phone and noted that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Still feeling uneasy, Xiao Fei opened VX and sent a message to Su Yinchi. Half a minute later, Su Yinchi replied with a message, allowing Xiao Fei to finally relax. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was Monday again. Xiao Fei rose early, feeling invigorated and in high spirits as he prepared for the new day. After organizing his belongings, he descended the stairs and drove off in the Pagani. Due to the frequent appearances of this flashy supercar at the alleyway over the past few days, many had begun to take notice of the Xiao family situation. "Oh, you think Xiao Fei has struck it rich outside? Able to afford such a luxurious sports car?" One remarked, "I thought I was mistaken the last time I saw it, but it truly is him." Another chimed in my opinion, he must be supported by some wealthy woman." "You're right. I think so too. T.S. so young, yet has gone astray." Residents gathered in the alley to gossip, their disdain for the Xiao family evident as they speculated about their newfound affluence. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei parked the car in the school parking lot and leisurely made his way to the dormitory. He intended to drop off his backpack before heading to class. As he walked, everyone he encountered turned to glance at him. He had become quite the celebrity at school. First, he was falsely accused by Shun Yueli, then vindicated, followed by walking hand in hand with Su Yinchi, and ultimately triumphing over Zhou Wenbin on the basketball court. Each incident had stirred significant commotion within the school, placing him squarely at the center of attention, even eclipsing Su Yinchi's prominence. However, it was evident that such news would never cease. As he entered the dormitory, several roommates immediately surrounded him. They examined him with curiosity, as if he were a rare specimen, leaving Xiao Fei feeling bewildered. "Wow, Xiao Fei, I never realized you were so talented," one exclaimed. "From now on, I won't call you Xiao Fei anymore. I'll just call you Mastered. You're incredible." Another added, "I'm truly impressed. I had no idea you excelled not only in basketball, but also in shooting." Upon hearing the mention of shooting, Xiao Fei began to grasp the situation. "How did you find out so quickly?" he asked, intrigued. "Don't forget, I'm the captain of the basketball team," Chinyu replied, patting Xiao Fei on the shoulder. "The Jiangxing Sports Forum is a site I often visit. Yesterday, when I logged in, the entire forum was abuzz with videos of your shooting competition at the Feiyue Gymnasium. 36 arrows, a total score of 346 that, though I don't participate in shooting, I know enough about it. Even the world champion Daila's peak record isn't much better, and he started with 2 10 rings." Xiao Fei stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? He must be quite impressive then." His roommates remained speechless. Chapter 29. "We hope you join the sports club, hey. Did you all check the forum this morning?" One asked. "Of course. Xiao Fei is simply amazing. He has become my idol," another exclaimed. "Really? Although I don't understand shooting competitions, I know that Xiao Fei's score would rank among the best in international shooting contests. Isn't he just too talented? Not only is he phenomenal at basketball, but his shooting skills are also terrifyingly strong. Moreover, yesterday the campus beauty, Sue, also went to the gym with him and even excitedly hugged him. Not only did he win the competition, but he also returned with a beautiful companion. Ugh. Xiao Fei must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky? News travels fast, especially at Jiang University, where thousands of students reside. It's no surprise that a few individuals logged onto the Jiangxing Sports Forum, discovered Xiao Fei's video, and subsequently shared it on the Jiang University forum. Thus, it was understandable that everyone learned of the news so swiftly. Sitting in class, listening to the various discussions around him, Xiao Fei shook his head. He had inadvertently found himself at the center of attention once again. A situation he had grown accustomed to. Just then, his phone vibrated with a new message. Pulling it out, he saw it was from the electronic banking account set up for him by the system at Henglida. Upon opening the banking app, a notification popped up. Your bank has received a transfer of 120,000 yuan. Xiao Fei was taken aback and quickly checked the details. The transfer was the rent for a restaurant at Henglida Plaza, which had just been paid for the new year. How wonderful it is to receive money while sitting here, he thought, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him as he gazed at the additional 120,000 yuan in his account. Oh, this is the joy and contentment of being a landlord. The happiness of the wealthy is indeed simple and unpretentious. He opened VX and found the account without a profile picture, which belonged to his mother, but he promptly transferred 10,000 yuan, advising his parents not to engage in hard labor anymore, which would ease his worries that he held a premium card with a 5 million exclusive limit. But unfortunately, it could only be used for purchases and not for cash withdrawals. Otherwise, he would have sent the money long ago. Nevertheless, he refrained from transferring too much at once. Giving too much would undoubtedly shock his parents and raise suspicions. So he decided to send small amounts periodically. After a moment, he remembered it was Monday, that he wondered if Su Yinchi had arrived yet. So he sent her a message. 10 seconds later, he received a big smiling face from Su Yinchi. I just arrived at the school dormitory. I'll head to class soon and I'll look for you at noon, she wrote. Great. Let us have lunch together, Xiao Fei replied. Just as he set his phone down, Chinyu entered the classroom and approached Xiao Fei. The sport club at school is looking for you. They seem eager to invite you to join the basketball team. That I told them you're not fond of basketball, but they're quite insistent on meeting you. The sports club? Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. The sports club at Jiang University was a large organization encompassing basketball, soccer, table tennis, and more, dedicated to recruiting students who enjoyed sports, providing unified management and training, and preparing them for competitions. Chinyu was a member of this club and even served as the captain of the basketball team. They're waiting outside. You should speak with them. Otherwise, they won't give up easily, Chun Yu suggested. All right, Xiao Fei nodded and left the classroom without further ado. Sure enough, he spotted a man and a woman waiting for him in the corridor. The woman held a book in her hands, seemingly for note-taking. She wore glasses, yet they could not conceal the striking beauty of her face, which was as captivating as Shun Yueli's. Xiao Fei recognized her immediately. She was one of Jiang University's 3 campus beauties, named Jiang Zishi. "Are you Xiao Fei?" she asked, her voice fresh and imbued with a charming warmth. If an ordinary person were to face her, their heart would undoubtedly race, but Xiao Fei remained unfazed. "Is there something you need?" he inquired coolly. "This isn't a suitable place. Let us find somewhere more private to talk." Jiang Zishi spoke slowly. Xiao Fei furrowed his brow. Although he was reluctant to engage with them, he surmised that they would not relent if he chose to ignore them. Thus, he decided to accompany them for a brief clarification. The sprawling campus of Jiang University featured, in addition to the athletic fields, a dedicated sports club situated in the Western District. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei found himself seated at a long table within the club. "Can we discuss the matter now?" he inquired, already having an inkling of the subject at hand. "Xiao Fei, we have closely observed your recent match against the finance department and found your basketball talent to be truly unparalleled. You should not squander such a remarkable gift. If you were to join our sports club, I would ensure your place on Jiang University's finest team, allowing your talent to shine," Jiang Zishi asserted earnestly. Her demeanor sincere. "The finest team? Zhou Wenbin's team?" Xiao Fei retorted with a cold smile. Jiang Zishi nodded. "Yes, I am aware of your past conflicts with Zhou Wenbin, but if you are willing, I can facilitate your entry into the team and appoint you as the vice captain." "That is unnecessary. I have no interest in basketball," Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly. "Why be so obstinate? I have inquired with Zhou Wenbin, and he has no objections to your joining the team. For someone as proud as he, to set aside his grievances with you speaks volumes. Why can't you do the same?" interjected a nearby male student, Sun Hao, the vice president of the sports club, while Jiang Zishi served as its president. "Joining his team would only provide him with opportunities to scheme against me." Xiao Fei thought the notion absurd. "Why do you perceive people in such a negative light?" Jiang Zishi countered, "It is you who are too naive." Xiao Fei observed their innocent demeanor, realizing they had likely never faced deception or bullying, hence their unfounded optimism. "Your narrow-mindedness is quite disappointing," Sun Hao remarked. Join a team that openly provokes me." "I doubt anyone would choose such a path," Xiao Fei replied. "But who would have thought that at Jiang University there exists a saint like you, Sun Hao, who is willing to embrace everything? How utterly disheartening." A hint of mockery danced at the corners of his lips. "You?" Sun Hao was taken aback by Xiao Fei's audacity, a surge of anger igniting within him. Having been revered within the club, he was unaccustomed to such disrespect. "Xiao Fei, mind your tone," he snapped. "What's the matter? Is that too much for you to handle?" Xiao Fei mused with a hint of amusement. Zhou Wenbin's provocations were far more severe than this. Jiang Zishi furrowed her brow. "After the school sports meet, there will be a city-wide competition, and outstanding members will be selected to compete against other universities. If the finance department's team had your participation, I believe winning the championship would be well within reach. And what does that have to do with me?" Xiao Fei replied coldly. "Naturally, it pertains to the honor of the school, and by extension, to your own honor." Jiang Zishi appealed to a sense of pride that "I've already expressed my lack of interest in such matters. May I leave now?" Xiao Fei responded, sensing the futility of their persuasive tactics. Jiang Zishi, frustrated that her arguments had failed to sway him, resorted to bargaining. "I have investigated your family situation. Your parents are temporary workers, and your financial circumstances are quite precarious. If you help the school secure the championship in the city tournament, you would receive a scholarship of 30,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Her cold demeanor hinted that, having exhausted other means of persuasion, she was now resorting to incentives. She had ascertained that the annual salary of Xiao Fei's parents was likely around that sum, and she was confident he would not refuse such an offer. Xiao Fei regarded her with a frigid gaze, his dislike for those who pry into his private affairs evident. Jiang Zishi recoiled slightly, startled by his intensity. For the first time in her tenure as president, she felt a twinge of fear towards someone. Without uttering another word, Xiao Fei rose and departed. Engaging with such unworldly individuals felt like a waste of time. Even Su Yanqi, the heiress of Tianshu Group, surpassed them in substance. Time flew by swiftly. As the morning slipped away, Xiao Fei received a message from Su Yanqi instructing him not to leave the classroom as she would come to find him. Although perplexed by her insistence, he complied. After 10 minutes, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door. Su Yanqi had arrived. The classroom was empty, as it was lunchtime. Dressed in a white down jacket and blue jeans. Her cascading locks framed her face beautifully. She was holding a small box, which she placed on Xiao Fei's desk. "What is this?" Xiao Fei inquired, perplexed, as it did not resemble a gift. "Lunch," Su Yanqi replied with a smile. Xiao Fei's eyes widened. "You made this?" She nodded proudly. "Don't think you are the only one with skills. I have my own talents as well." Her increasing confidence, hands on her hips, only added to her charm. Xiao Fei shook his head in amusement and opened the insulated box. Braised ribs, minced eggplant, scallion omelet. It all looked delectable. "Did you really prepare this?" He feigned skepticism, the daughter of a powerful business mogul. "It seemed unlikely she would take an interest in cooking. That I can see doubt in your expression." "My feelings are hurt." She pouted dramatically. "No, I believe you," Xiao Fei admitted. Despite their brief acquaintance, he trusted Su Yanqi not to fabricate lies. He picked up chopsticks and sampled the braised ribs. They were exquisitely tender and flavorful. The eggplant, infused with a subtle aroma of fermented bean paste, was equally delightful. "This is incredible," Xiao Fei exclaimed, astonished that the daughter of the Tianshu Group chairman could cook so well. "I'm glad you like it," Su Yanqi said cheerfully as she retrieved 2 more boxes from the insulated container, one for each of them, and they sat down to enjoy their meal together. In university, it was a commonplace sight to see students eating lunch in pairs or small groups, so there was nothing particularly unusual about their situation. However, to onlookers, it was quite a different story. Several students, having finished their meals quickly and without returning to their dorms, entered the classroom and were taken aback that, "Oh my, is that Su Yanqi and Xiao Fei?" Not only are they dining together in the cafeteria, but they're also secretly sharing a meal in the classroom that they're eating from the same bowl. Surely that signifies more than mere friendship. Oh my gosh, how is Xiao Fei so fortunate? Why is he so close to the campus beauty? The onlookers, unable to contain their excitement, began filming the scene with their phones. Instantly, the campus forum erupted with activity, with Xiao Fei's image once again dominating the headlines. "Oh no, my beautiful Su campus flower truly has a master now." The once aloof campus beauty had seemingly descended to the role of delivering meals to Xiao Fei and accompanying him for lunch. Sigh, who could blame Xiao Fei for being so talented? He excelled in basketball and was a top-notch marksman. Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi's unintentional moment had inflicted a staggering emotional blow on their peers. Time passed swiftly, and after finishing their meal, Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi strolled leisurely along the campus path, heading towards her dormitory. After all, she had gone out of her way to bring him lunch, and it would be remiss not to accompany her in return. "You seem troubled?" Xiao Fei asked, noticing that the previously cheerful Su Yanqi now wore a furrowed brow. You know Xiao Yin? The one we encountered at the Shingao Hotel over the weekend? He wants to enroll at Jiang University." Su Yangzi furrowed her brows, a lingering anger simmering within her. That fellow was typically inept. Indulging only in food, drink, and frivolity, he had shown no desire to attend university in their summer city. Yet upon arriving in Jiang City, he suddenly expressed a wish to pursue higher education. Xiao Fei frowned slightly, a cold smirk forming in his heart. It was evident that the other party's intentions were directed at Su Yangzi. However, if he remained well-behaved, there would be no issue, should he engage in any improper conduct. He should not expect Xiao Fei to be courteous. "Rest assured, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen if he troubles you. Just send me a message on WeChat, and I will arrive swiftly," Xiao Fei reassured her. Su Yanqi nodded, her mood lifting slightly as if to validate her words. That very afternoon, a luxurious Bentley rolled into Jiang University. The car did not head toward the parking lot, but instead made a beeline for the university's administrative building. Stepping out of the vehicle alongside the driver were Qiao Yin and his mother, Su Huan. Simultaneously, as if alerted by Tianxue Group, the university's president, Wang Feng, and vice president, Jiang Tao, had been awaiting their arrival. Chapter 31. Not One Family. Not entering one door, the arrival of the chairman's wife of the West Wind Group from Summer City at our school truly brought prestige to Jiang University. Wang Feng and the others greeted them with smiles. Promptly gesturing for them to take a seat, Su Huan surveyed the surroundings and nodded. The school seemed quite commendable, which explained its status as a prestigious institution in Jiang City. However, Qiao Yin remained indifferent. His sole purpose for being here was to pursue Su Yanxi. The quality of the school held no significance for him. Upon entering the reception room on the third floor of the administrative building, Wang Feng invited the two to sit and subsequently offered tea. I have heard from Su Dong of Tianxue Group that young Master Qiao wishes to enroll at our Jiang University. However, I am curious about which major you intend to pursue, so I can make the necessary arrangements, Wang Feng inquired, looking at the pair. What major is Su Yanxi in a Tianxue Group? At this moment, Qiao Yin finally spoke. Su Yanxi is in the foreign language department. Wang Feng replied after a brief pause. Very well, I shall also choose the foreign language department, Qiao Yin stated without hesitation. Young Master Qiao, you must consider this carefully. Selecting a major is no trivial matter, as it will impact your future. Wang Feng, as the principal, felt it necessary to issue a word of caution. However, Qiao Yin waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Just ensure I am placed in the foreign language department. Principal Wang, since my son Qiao Yin has expressed himself so, please proceed with the arrangements that we shall pay the tuition fees immediately. Su Huan said slowly from her seat on the sofa, her demeanor resembling that of a mogul conducting an inspection rather than a prospective student as parent. That would be a jest. With your financial standing, how could tuition possibly be a concern? Wang Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Principal Wang, I have heard that your school is organizing a sports meet and purchasing new equipment. Su Huan suddenly inquired. Indeed, thanks to the support from Tianxue Group, the school is able to procure new equipment for the event. Wang Feng nodded in explanation, as this was no great secret that required concealment. Should the school require assistance in the future, feel free to contact me directly. With that, Su Huan retrieved a business card from her LV bag and placed it on the table. Wang Feng was overjoyed. With such an offer, the school could seek funding for any future developments. By the way, there is another matter. The chairman's wife of Tianxue Group, Yao Yu, is my close friend. She asked me to inquire about how Su Yangzi has been doing at school lately, particularly if she's been seeing anyone. If so, please inform Principal Wang, so I can provide my friend with a response. Su Huan queried nonchalantly. One could only wonder if she was speaking truthfully. Wang Feng, unaware of Su Huan's ulterior motives, pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Recently, there have been numerous posts on the university forum regarding Su Yanxi and Xiao Fei. They appear to have a close relationship, often seen together. However, whether they have officially entered a romantic relationship remains unclear, as they are now university students, and some matters are best left unexamined. Xiao Fei, Su Huan's brows knitted together. Could he be the same person Qiao Yin had encountered at the hotel? Principal Wang, could you share some information about Xiao Fei? Su Huan inquired. This, Ms. Su, it is our duty to protect students' information. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Wang Feng hesitated to reply. After all, he had an obligation to protect his students. However, Su Huan merely smiled calmly. Principal Wang, you misunderstand. I am not seeking any sensitive data. I simply wish to know some surface-level information, such as what his family does and his financial situation. Realizing this was her request, Wang Feng let out a sigh of relief and responded without much thought. Xiao Fei has had quite a few incidents at our school. We have also kept an eye on him. His parents are both temporary workers, and their financial situation is rather poor. Qiao Yin and Su Huan exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. With this information, matters would be easier to handle. Does the school have his phone number? I would like to arrange a meeting with him, especially since he is so close to my friend's daughter. We must ensure he has no ulterior motives, Su Huan suggested. Wang Feng nodded after a moment of thought. A phone number was hardly classified information. 30 minutes later, having completed the enrollment procedures, Qiao Yin and his mother, Su Huan, exited the administrative building. Mom, please help me find a house near the school, as close as possible. That a villa would be ideal. I cannot stand living in a dormitory with multiple people, Qiao Yin declared as he settled into the car. That is fine. I will search for one online when I return, that if you can manage to have Su Yinshi move in as well, it will show your capabilities, Su Huan replied, naturally not rejecting her son's request. Although Yao Yu had suggested they abandon the idea of a family alliance last night, the primary reason for that was Su Yinshi, if her son could frequently be in close proximity to her. Perhaps a relationship would blossom. In truth, Su Huan supported her son primarily because Su Yinshi was impeccable in both appearance and family background, that a union between their families would be a substantial alliance, advantageous for both sides. Were it not for this, how could she be so close to Yao Yu? In her mind, friends without mutual benefits were not worth considering. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely make Su Yinshi fall for me. Women simply adore sweet words and various gifts that I refuse to believe that after 6 months or a year of spending time together, showering her with affection and presence, she won't change her mind about me. Xiao Yin asserted with confidence. By the way, Mom, what are you planning to do about that fellow named Xiao Fei? Xiao Yin continued. There is nothing to worry about, without any notable background or conditions. It should be easy to deal with him. We can simply pay him off, Su Huan replied, nonchalantly. Wouldn't that be too easy on him? Xiao Yin frowned. Anything that can be resolved with money is a trivial matter, especially for a mere poor student. Besides, securing Su Yinshi's affection is the main priority. Do not let minor interests get in the way of your pursuit, Su Huan instructed. Xiao Yin nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his mother's words, and ceased to press further. Wow, whose car is this luxurious? It's even made its way here. It's a Bentley Mulsanne. I saw it heading toward the administrative building earlier. Which young master drives such an extravagant vehicle? Zhou Wenbin, Shuekai. This is simply enviable. From a distance, the crowd gathered in the corridors of various teaching buildings, discussing the sleek black Bentley that passed by. Chapter 32. Su Huan confronts Xiao Fei Old Chun. Park at the school gate. You take Xiao Yin back first, Su Huan suddenly instructed the driver from within the black Bentley. Mom, are you going to find that fellow named Xiao Fei right now? Xiao Yin turned, surprised. Yes, did you not confirm his identity on the Jiang University forum just now? Su Huan countered. Yes, that's him, Xiao Yin affirmed. Now that he had completed his enrollment, he was officially a student of Jiang University and could log onto the forum to verify whether the Xiao Fei mentioned was indeed the same man he had encountered at the Saint Hao Hotel. As expected, Su Huan's suspicions were confirmed. Shall I accompany you? Xiao Yin offered immediately. He could not forget how Xiao Fei had treated him that day and sought to regain some dignity, especially after seeing various posts about Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi together, which drove him to jealousy. The sight of them dining together at school, with Su Yinshi personally delivering lunch, was too intimate for him to bear. You are too impulsive. It could lead to complications. He is just a student. What power does he possess? Su Huan, have navigated the business world for over a decade. Handling such a raw youth is a mere trifle, Su Huan replied calmly, seemingly dismissive of Xiao Fei. In the past, her husband's West Wind Group had merely been a medium-sized enterprise. Since her involvement, it had flourished remarkably, becoming one of the leading companies in Summer City, rivaling even Tianxue Group. Given her experience, dealing with an inexperienced student posed no challenge. Seeing his mother's determination, Xiao Yin refrained from further argument. He felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of successfully pursuing Su Yinshi in the near future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Fei walked directly back to the dormitory after his classes, relishing the thought of a restful nap. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Xiao Fei retrieved his mobile device and unlocked it, revealing a notification from his online banking. After logging into the app, another message appeared at the top. Your electronic account has received a transfer of 96,000 yuan. Upon checking the details, he discovered that this payment was the annual rent from one of the tenants in the apartment building. With a monthly rent of 8,000 yuan for 12 months, it totaled exactly 96,000 yuan. In just one day, Xiao Fei had received rent payments twice. This was neither surprising nor coincidental. Henglida Plaza was vast. With countless properties, excluding the ones that had already been sold, there were still over 200 apartments available for ownership. Adding the office and commercial buildings, there were likely thousands of rooms leased out. Each tenant's rental schedule varied throughout the year, spanning 365 days. Xiao Fei imagined that, from this point onwards, he would likely receive 1 or 2 rent payments daily. Of course, There might be days when he received none, as it was improbable for the payments to be distributed so evenly. Alas, the monotony of collecting money every day was truly tedious. Glancing at his bank balance, which had increased by nearly 100,000 yuan, Xiao Fei couldn't help but sigh. The paths we once traversed are now but distant memories. Just then, a melodious tune emanated from his phone. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated briefly before answering the call. A woman's voice resonated from the other end. 10 minutes later, in the same CAF opposite Jiang University, at the same table, sat a middle-aged woman adorned in lavish attire, exuding an air of affluence. "You called me earlier to discuss matters concerning Su Yanxi?" Xiao Fei inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of this stranger, curious as to how she had obtained his phone number. Was she connected to Su Yanxi? Could she be Su Yanxi's mother? Xiao Fei pondered silently. However, despite scrutinizing her, he was unable to discern even the slightest resemblance to Su Yanxi, prompting him to dismiss that theory. "I am a close friend of Yao Yu, Su Yanxi's mother, and have been her confidant for many years. Thus, I regard Su Yanxi as my own daughter and am genuinely concerned for her well-being." Su Huan spoke smoothly, her tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with a palpable superiority. "And what of it?" Xiao Fei replied succinctly, not one to be easily swayed. He was no fool. The condescending tone of her speech irked him. "I have taken the liberty of inquiring about Su Yanxi's recent circumstances at school. It appears that you two have grown quite close as her mother's confidant. I must caution you. This relationship may not be suitable," Su Huan stated nonchalantly. "That hardly seems to concern you, nor is it your place to dictate." Xiao Fei retorted with a cold smirk. Su Huan remained unfazed, continuing, "Given that you have spent considerable time at the same university, you must be aware of her background. She is the daughter of Su Yunsheng, head of the Tinxue group in Jiangcheng, a person of high status, unattainable for someone like you. What can you possibly offer Su Yanxi, considering your circumstances? Your family is hardly even average, with parents working temporary jobs, scraping by in Jiangcheng. Even those with better conditions, owning property or cars, are insignificant compared to her family status." Xiao Fei furrowed his brow, observing her articulate monologue with a sense of foreboding, realizing she had come prepared. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze as he opened his phone to send a message to Manager Yang At that moment. Su Huan produced a check from her bag and placed it on the table. "Leave Jiang University and Su Yanxi behind. This 1 million is yours," she declared bluntly, cutting to the chase. Xiao Fei was taken aback. This was a scene he had witnessed countless times in dramas, now unfolding before him. "What's the matter? I suppose you've never seen 1 million in your life?" Su Huan scoffed. "Indeed, I have not," Xiao Fei admitted candidly, acknowledging the truth. Although he possessed 51 of the shares in the Shenghao Hotel, he had yet to receive dividends. Despite having a 5 million yuan credit card, it was non-cashable. Even with a 70% stake in Yanhai Bank, he had just become chairman. Though he owned a Pagani Zonda, it was not cash on hand. While he owned Henglida Plaza and could collect rent daily, his balance was still only around 200,000 yuan, leaving a deficit of 800,000 yuan to reach 1 million. Su Huan, sensing his astonishment at the figure, felt an even greater sense of disdain. "Your family would take years to accumulate such wealth. If you agree to my terms, this 1 million is yours." She spoke nonchalantly, as if the sum were trivial, merely equivalent to a few clothing items or handbags. Yet for someone like Xiao Fei, it was an astronomical figure. She was confident that no one could resist such temptation. After all, who would willingly turn away from money? "Is that your proposition?" Xiao Fei suddenly lifted his gaze. His voice I see wide at "It is indeed my proposition, and it reflects the sentiments of Su Yanxi's parents. They do not wish to discourage you, young man, which is why I have been tasked with conveying this message. You and Su Yanxi inhabit different worlds. Some things simply do not belong to you. It is important for the youth to learn to recognize when to withdraw." Su Huan's tone softened, adopting a paternalistic air as she continued. "Su Yanxi is a princess of the Tinxue group, accustomed to the finest in life. What can you provide for her? Can you afford luxury cars or villa? Can you buy her designer clothes and bags? Can you offer her a life of comfort?" Xiao Fei's fingers lightly drummed against the table as he listened to her earnest counsel. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again. prompting him to check his messages. Seconds later, he closed the app, a smile creeping across his lips as realization dawned upon him. Chapter 33. Su Huan hits a nerve. You are lying. Xiao Fei suddenly reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, a faint smile gracing his face. He had suspected the woman's identity earlier and had sent a message to Yang Mingfeng at Shenghao Hotel, requesting a review of the surveillance footage from the previous day at noon when Su Yunsheng visited the hotel. Yang Mingfeng, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved the footage. One segment clearly showed Xiao Yin arriving at the hotel alongside the very woman before him. It was evident they shared a mother-son relationship, and her intentions for seeking him out became glaringly apparent. Su Huan observed the sudden change in Xiao Fei's demeanor, his enigmatic smile leaving her unsettled. This was the first time she had encountered someone who could see through her so easily. You are Xiao Yan's mother, Xiao Fei asserted confidently, and your earlier claim about acting on behalf of Su Yangzi's parents was nothing more than a fabrication, wasn't it? He mocked with a cold laugh. Su Huan's heart raced, taken aback that he had deduced her identity. However, being well-versed in the ways of the world, she quickly regained her composure. What of it? That does not alter the truth of what I just stated. She retorted with a sneer. Oh, really? All this for your unaccomplished son? Xiao Fei chuckled lightly. What did you say? Su Huan's brows knitted together in anger. She had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak ill of her son, especially not a mere boy. I hear your son, Xiao Yin, has no skills whatsoever, spending his days in indulgence and neglecting his studies. Is it any wonder that he needs his mother to intervene in his pursuit of Su Yangzi? TSK, it must be burdensome to bear such a son. After all, he's your darling. You want to reprimand him for being useless, but can't bring yourself to do it. And so, you find yourself managing every affair on his behalf. I've heard Su Yinchi mention that your son intends to attend Jiang University. Can he even read? Is he capable of basic arithmetic? The sarcasm dripped from Xiao Fei's words, a barrage of mockery that left even the articulate Su Huan momentarily speechless. Xiao Fei smiled nonchalantly. When it came to sharp tongues, who couldn't wield one? After a brief pause, Su Huan's expression shifted dramatically. Her fury surged like a tidal wave, an overwhelming tide of rage. When had she ever been subjected to such ridicule? Always the astute and capable one, she was accustomed to delivering scorn rather than receiving it. Now, confronted by this insolent youth, she could hardly contain herself. Xiao Fei, a wise man knows when to yield. Accepting $1 million and walking away would be your best course of action to not overestimate your worth, or I will ensure your life in Jiangcheng becomes untenable. Su Huan's face contorted, her previously placid demeanor giving way to her true colors. She spoke with confidence. Although this was not Xiaqing, with a single phone call, she could unearth every detail of Xiao Fei's life. With a modicum of financial incentive, she could easily exert pressure on his family, leaving him powerless to resist. That will depend on your capabilities. However, I kindly urge you to think carefully before acting. Should any consequences arise, do not lament your choices. After finishing his words, Xiao Fei let out a cold laugh and rose to leave, leaving Su Huan, who wore an expression of fury, still seated there for the $1 million check on the table. He couldn't be bothered to cast it a second glance. Upon exiting, Xiao Fei sent a text message to Su Yinchi, inquiring whether Xiao Yan's parents owned a company, where it was located, and what it was called. Based on Xiao Fei's conjecture, anyone capable of befriending the Tianxue group and forming familial ties must possess an extraordinary background. Meanwhile, although Su Yinchi was puzzled by Xiao Fei's questions, she promptly provided an answer. Yes, she glanced at the word Shifeng Group, Xiaqing that appeared on her VX. Xiao Fei furrowed his brow and swiftly dialed Wu Cheng's phone number. In no time, the president of Yinhai Bank answered the call. President Wu, does Yinhai have a branch in Xiaqing? Xiao Fei asked directly. Of course. Xiaqing is a first-tier city. Yinhai essentially has branches in all first-tier cities. Wu Cheng replied hastily. Please investigate whether the Zifeng Group in Xiakin has any collaborations with Yanhai. If so, terminate them immediately. If not, then let it be. Understood. Wu Cheng responded. By the way, has the collaboration with Walai Group been cancelled? Xiao Fei suddenly inquired. Yes, Chairman, that we cancelled it the very next day after you issued the order. Wu Cheng answered promptly. He then added with a smile. Moreover, we found that Walai Group indeed has issues. Yanhai has conducted a new risk assessment for their company and reported it on the credit network. IT is now exceedingly difficult for Walleye Group to secure loan from other banks. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, Xiao Fei remarked with a smile. That you've done well this time. It seems I've troubled you, President Wu. How could I dare? It's all part of my duties, Wu Chung replied, visibly excited by the chairman's praise, showering him with compliments. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Wu Chang set down his phone, a look of admiration adorning his face, and a wonder Chairman Xiao insisted on terminating the collaboration with Whaley Group. He must have known there were issues with their company long ago. Wu Chang couldn't help but wonder about Chairman Zhao's background, having invested heavily to acquire 70 of Yanhai's shares while also being privy to the inner workings of Whaley Group. Now, he was tasked with checking for any collaborations with Shifeng Group. Could this company also be problematic? Wu Chang's heart skipped a beat, and he wasted no time in getting to work. Time flew swiftly, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The recent turmoil at Jiang University had unfolded in waves, with posts on the university forum being continuously updated and replaced. Did you hear? Shuekai's Whaley Group is facing a major crisis. Indeed, it has made the news in Jiangcheng that I heard it's due to a broken capital chain, resulting in operational difficulties and unfulfilled orders. I can't imagine how much penalty they'll incur. I suspect they've lost at least several billion. It seems Whaley Group is finished. Not quite finished, considering it a robust company. They might just be significantly weakened. No longer basking in their former glory. Yes, a company that thrived for over a decade can't just collapse overnight. Have you noticed? Shuekai hasn't been to school these past few days. Good riddance. He used to be so arrogant and dismissive of everyone. Now he's got nothing to say, haha. With the drastic changes at Whaley Group, many reveled in schadenfreude, delighted by the unfolding events. However, this was merely one of the sensational incidents at Jiang University. The second affair involved Xiao Yan's repeated declarations of love to Su Yanqi, accompanied by a daily parade of extravagant gifts. Chapter 34. Buying a precious gift for Su Yanqi. Do you know how envious I am of Su Yanqi? That newcomer, Xiao Xiao, sends her gifts every day. Indeed, and they're all exceptionally expensive gifts. 999 blue roses, truffle chocolate boxes, Estee Lauder sets. My goodness. I heard a box of truffle chocolates costs over 10,000, and an Estee Lauder set goes for several tens of thousands. Ah, it's a pity. The flowers have intentions, but the waters are indifferent. Su Yanqi hasn't acknowledged a single gift from him. Sigh. Who could blame her for being so beautiful? If I were in her shoes, I would have accepted him already. Don't forget Su Yanqi's identity. She's the daughter of the chairman of Tianxue Group. If she desires something, she can easily acquire it without needing someone to gift it. Exactly. Besides, Su Yanqi is utterly devoted to Xiao Fei. As for Xiao Xiao, he doesn't stand a chance. Xiao Fei browsed through various posts and comments on the Jiang University forum, shaking his head in resignation. He found the most intriguing aspect wasn't the main events, but rather the colorful commentary from the onlookers. Yet these comments served as a reminder that he had never bestowed upon Su Yanqi any precious gifts. Although he had given her a teddy bear previously, it was merely a trinket worth a few dozen yuan, far from satisfactory if he were still penniless. That would be one thing, but now that he had money, he ought to make a gesture. Over the past few days, he had seemingly earned around 500,000 to 600,000, and it was time to splurge a little. Otherwise, what was the point of having money? Furthermore, he had a 500,000 limit on an exclusive car that he hadn't used yet. Failing to spend it left him feeling uneasy. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Fei opened the VX group chat and tagged Ma Yuan and Chenyu. Xiao Fei, you both have girlfriends. What gifts do they cherish the most? After a while, both Ma Yuan and Chenyu replied simultaneously to Ma Yuan. My girlfriend said her favorite gift is money. Chenyu, my girlfriend said the same. She also loves money. Xiao Fei, well, it seems asking them was futile. I might as well do my own research online as the sun set and nightfall descended. The Pagani glided through the city's twilight, eventually halting at Jiangqing's most renowned jewelry boutique. He parked the car and leisurely strolled into the opulent store. Before he could even enter, the welcoming attendant had already opened the grand door for him. Upon stepping into the lobby, Xiao Fei was momentarily taken aback. This was his first visit to a jewelry store, especially one of Jiangqing's most prestigious brands. Although he could envision it, he had not anticipated the lavish environment to be so extraordinary. His first impression was one of vastness. The entire hall stretched from the entrance to the far end. The space could easily rival the entire first-floor lobby of the Shenghao Hotel, including the rear dining area. To his surprise, while he had expected a dazzling display of golden hues, he was greeted with splashes of green interspersed among the decorations, creating a harmonious blend of opulence and nature. Country bumpkin. The receptionist muttered under her breath upon noticing Xiao Fei's astonished expression, clearly indicating he was unaccustomed to such grandeur. However, she did not openly mock him. It was merely a fleeting comment. Little did Xiao Fei know the thoughts of the employees. As he stepped further into the store, "Sir, may I ask what kind of jewelry you are looking for?" One of the sales staff approached him as he arrived at a display counter. "ILL, just take a look for now," Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly, surveying the array of exquisite items. He particularly detested entering stores where sales personnel inundated him with introductions, leaving him increasingly bewildered and ultimately leading him to make hasty purchases. However, it was evident that this particular saleswoman had mastered the art of engagement. With a professional smile, she gestured toward a selection of necklaces, saying, "Sir, why not take a look at these necklaces? The Bulgari B. Zero is one of the most representative pieces from the 01 series, with the final digit 01 symbolizing a new beginning and timeless charm. The Serpeni series features a captivating array of gemstones, lending an air of mystery to the necklace. And this Van Cleef Arpels piece is both understated and elegant. Listening to her enthusiastic descriptions, Xiao Fei felt a headache coming on, compounded by a sense of confusion. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two familiar figures approaching, Shun Yueli, entwined with Xue Kai's arm. Upon noticing Xiao Fei, they exchanged glances. "It's you," Xue Kai's voice rang out, laced with hostility. "Humph. What a coincidence," Shun Yueli scoffed. It was truly unexpected to see the two of them together after a mere 10 days apart. Feeling as though months had passed, young Master Xue, the female sales representative, greeted politely the heir of Wallai Group. Xue Kai was a frequent patron of Jiangxin's largest jewelry store, leading everyone to recognize his status over time. "I didn't expect you to come here to buy jewelry," Xue Kai remarked nonchalantly. After discovering that Xiao Fei was the owner of Shenghao Hotel, he had dispatched individuals to conduct background checks, ultimately confirming the truth of Xiao Fei's claims, leaving him both prepared and astonished. Xiao Fei chose not to respond, but instead turned to the sales staff, asking, "Miss, could you please show me your most expensive piece of jewelry?" "Certainly, however, the price point of the products in our store is exceedingly high, sir. Are you certain you wish to proceed with viewing them?" The woman inquired, her expression tinged with bewilderment. It was not that she looked down upon the youth before her, but the most expensive items in the store were priced in the millions, vastly surpassing the offerings displayed at this counter by several multiples, thus not even comparable in quality, of course. "And have you not noticed, Mr. Xue is present? Even if I cannot afford it, surely he can," Xiao Fei responded with a smile. "Very well. I shall retrieve it immediately. Please hold on for a moment," the woman exclaimed joyfully. She dashed to the main counter and within a minute returned with a delicately bordered box. It is worth noting that if this sale goes through, she would earn at least a 3 commission, hence her eagerness. She then carefully opened the box to reveal a necklace adorned with dazzling purple gemstones, capturing the attention of all present. "What a stunning necklace," Shun Yueli gasped. "This is the latest high-end gemstone necklace in our collection, weighing 30 carats, embellished with a large purple diamond and 15 smaller white diamonds. Priced at 1.28 million. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced that "I will take this necklace." Xiao Fei interjected before she could finish her sentence. The woman's gaze faltered, seemingly taken aback. She then exclaimed with delight, "Very well. I will prepare the invoice for you." Chapter 35. Putting on a brave face, Xiao Fei nodded and glanced at Xue Kai, asking, "I wonder if Mr. Xue has taken a liking to this necklace? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that the Whaley Group has encountered some issues recently. Mr. Xue might be feeling financially constrained and therefore unable to afford such a high-end item." Xiao Fei chuckled, then turned to the saleswoman, saying, "Please wrap it up for me. I will take this necklace." Suddenly, Xue Kai spoke up, his expression dark as thunder. Xiao Fei was correct. The Whaley Group was indeed facing a crisis. A significant one at that. This predicament left him financially strapped, unable to spend as lavishly as before, had it not been for Shun Yueli urging him to come and purchase a piece of jewelry for her. He would not have set foot in the store. Yet, being looked down upon by a rival was something he could not endure. Even though he was financially strained, he still had to make a purchase. Mr. Shui, if you lack the funds, there's no need to put on a facade. Why pretend to be wealthy? Xiao Fei could not help but scoff at a mere million or so. What is there to pretend about? Shui Kai replied nonchalantly and continued. Miss Yang, I will take this necklace. Please wrap it up. The saleswoman found herself in a quandary, as she had not anticipated that both individuals would compete for the same necklace. Although Shun Yueli maintained an outward calm, inside she was brimming with excitement that if she could acquire this purple diamond necklace worth over $1 million, her months spent with Shui Kai would be vindicated. You should sell it to him. I do not believe he can afford it, Xiao Fei remarked dismissively. With his words, the saleswoman nodded, promptly wrapping the diamond necklace for Shui Kai. Shui Kai produced a bank card from his wallet and handed it over. Though his heart was heavy that he knew that the card held merely $1.5 million, his entire savings. After spending $1.28 million, how would he manage for the rest of the month? For other students, the remaining $200,000 might seem substantial and could last a year, but for him, it could vanish in a day, especially if he impulsively bought a luxury item. However, he felt cornered by Xiao Fei, compelled to spend despite his reservations. After the wrapping and payment were completed, Shui Kai looked at Xiao Fei with a mocking grin, saying, Xiao Fei, do you truly believe the Whaley Group will go bankrupt? Our company is indeed facing some challenges. But for a powerhouse like Whaley, it is hardly significant as for being financially constrained. That is laughable. If I wished, I could easily procure tens of millions for my family at any time. That a diamond necklace is merely a trifle. He chuckled with self-satisfaction, then handed the package box to Shun Yueli, and the two linked arms as they exited. Observing their departure, Xiao Fei maintained a calm demeanor, sneering softly, devoid of any anger. Sir, I apologize. But the saleswoman was at a loss for words. The jewelry she had retrieved for him was now sold to someone else. Xiao Fei shook his head slightly. It is of no consequence. If he desires it so much, let him have it. Sir, we have several other exquisite necklaces in our store. Would you like to? The saleswoman began to recommend. Xiao Fei merely waved his hand, saying, let us forego the necklaces. Do you have any bracelets? Kindly show me the latest selections. That Tio speak frankly, it was not that he was unwilling to spend lavishly on Su Yinchi. Previously, she had generously contributed millions to the school on his behalf, and thus he felt it was only right to spend on her. However, while the necklace was beautiful, it was far too ostentatious and simply did not suit Su Yinchi. His earlier remarks had been a calculated provocation, designed to pressure Shui Kai into purchasing the extravagant jewelry. Knowing Shui Kai's character, Xiao Fei was confident he would take the bait. Others might be ignorant of the Whaley Group's situation, but he was well aware that facing a funding crisis was critical for any company. Shui Kai's life must also be challenging, and he could not let this opportunity to make him bleed financially slip away. Moreover, his relationship with Su Yinchi was currently quite delicate. Gifting her a necklace felt oddly inappropriate, whereas a bracelet seemed much more suitable. Excellent, sir. Please follow me this way. The saleswoman smiled and nodded, leading Xiao Fei to another section of the display. She presented 3 bracelets from the counter, introducing them. These bracelets are all exquisite. The first is a Bulgari brand crafted from platinum, that we also have a Graph sapphire bracelet, featuring small diamonds and sapphires among other materials. However, when Xiao Fei laid eyes on the third bracelet, he was immediately captivated. With its light green patterns, the finely crafted bracelet was dainty yet exceedingly attractive. Xiao Fei instantly took a liking to it. Sensing his admiration for the third bracelet, the saleswoman hastily added, this piece is called the Sea Tide Fragment Water Element Bracelet. It is primarily made from crushed shallow green pearls sourced from the deep sea, meticulously polished and refined, making its production quite complex. Thus, this bracelet is also the most expensive in our collection, priced around $210,000. On the surface, Xiao Fei remained silent. Yet inwardly, he was immensely pleased. He could easily envision how beautiful Su Yinchi would look wearing this bracelet. Wrap it up? "This is the one," Xiao Fei declared with certainty. "Certainly, sir." The saleswoman was equally thrilled, having unexpectedly made two significant sales in one evening. The most expensive necklace and the most expensive bracelet had both been sold. Today she would earn nearly 40,000 to 50,000 in commission, an unparalleled stroke of luck for her. Meanwhile, the other sales staff looked on with envy. Had they known, they should have acted when Xiao Fei first entered, as that commission could have been theirs. Once the packaging was complete, Xiao Fei handed over his premium card. Shortly thereafter, his phone received a notification. "Your premium card has been charged 210,000. Remaining balance 4,790,000. Looking at the balance, Xiao Fei found it curious that he felt no sorrow over the loss of money. Instead, he experienced an unexpected thrill at spending. Truly, the life of the wealthy is remarkably distinct. After receiving the card, Xiao Fei exited with the bag handed to him by the salesman. As he passed through the main door, the greeter courteously opened it for him. Observing Xiao Fei's departing figure, the man was left in shock. It turned out he was acquainted with Shui Kai of the Whaley Group, indicating he must also be a person of considerable standing. Moments earlier, he had mocked him as a country bumpkin. Truly a case of failing to recognize greatness. Meanwhile, on a different street, a red Ferrari sped through the streets. After a while, the car came to a stop, gently pulling over to the roadside. Shui Kai wore a grim expression and spoke in a low tone. "Tomorrow, let us return the necklace to the Yihua jewelry store." "What did you say?" Shen Yueli, who had just been basking in the joy of acquiring the treasure, suddenly changed her expression upon hearing Shui Kai's words, incredulously asking. Chapter 36. The annoying young master of the Qiao family. Shui Kai, "You have never bought me such an expensive gift." "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Shen Yueli retorted coldly. Shui Kai frowned and explained tersely. "Xiaoli, you know that is not my intent, and my current situation is dire. All my assets combined amount to just over 200,000. If we do not return this necklace, we will be facing dire straits in a matter of days." His words left Shen Yueli stunned. She was aware of the troubles Shui Kai's company was facing, but she had not realized the extent of the impact on him personally. "Just how serious is the issue with the Whaley Group?" Shen Yueli asked, her brow furrowed. "My father mentioned that they might file for bankruptcy after the new year." Shui Kai replied nonchalantly, as if discussing what to have for dinner. "What? Bankruptcy?" Shen Yueli was taken aback. "Such a large company can declare bankruptcy just like that?" "Humph. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's merely a procedural delay regarding debt issues. Otherwise, the penalty fees alone would be catastrophic," Shui Kai sneered as he explained. "What does that mean?" Shen Yueli still didn't understand. "The company's financial chain has been severed. This is the only way to secure a moment's respite," Shui Kai added, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. There's still a chance for the company to make a comeback?" Shen Yueli asked with concern, as she had already dropped out of school and hoped to gain some benefits from Shui Kai. "I don't know. It depends on the circumstances." Although he said so, Shui Kai understood deep down that the chances of a resurgence were minuscule. After all, it wasn't just Yanhai Bank that refused to lend funds. Even the other major banks were unwilling to cooperate, leaving the company besieged on all sides. If he had known that the current predicament was the handiwork of Xiao Fei, he would surely have been taken aback. The following day, the first thing Xiao Fei did upon waking was to send a message to Su Yinshi, inquiring whether she was free that evening. Perhaps Su Yinshi was still asleep or busy with her morning routine, for she did not reply immediately. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fei finally received a response. "Su Yinshi, let's make it tomorrow night. I have to go home to see my mother tonight, and you're treating tomorrow evening." Xiao Fei was somewhat astonished. "What is going on?" Though Su Yinshi's tone was casual, he sensed something was amiss. "Su Yinshi, it's just that Xiao Yin keeps sending me gifts every day. It's driving me crazy." Xiao Fei furrowed his brow. "Has he done something outrageous?" Su Yinshi, "Not really. He wouldn't dare, but the constant gifts are quite annoying." A fierce glint appeared in Xiao Fei's eyes. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to deal with this nuisance. Meanwhile, Su Yinshi sighed as she put down her phone. Xiao Yin was indeed bothersome. However, the thought of going on a date with Xiao Fei the next evening lifted her spirits slightly. After tidying up, Su Yinshi headed off to her English class with her friend Dang Jujia and others. Just as she entered the classroom and barely settled in, a flamboyantly dressed man strode in and placed a black handbag on her desk. Wow, that's an Hermes Constance, worth over 100,000. How impressive. The gifts are getting increasingly extravagant. If I were Su Yinshi, I'd be tempted to marry him on the spot. Listening to the surrounding compliments, Xiao Yan's face broke into a smug smile. I won't accept your gifts. Can you please stop sending them? Su Yinshi frowned. She had repeated this statement countless times and truly wished to refrain from reiterating it because of Xiao Fei. Xiao Yan's expression turned disdainful. Su Yinshi, I truly don't understand you. What is so great about Xiao Fei? He can merely shoot a basketball and engage in some sports, right? Can you do that? Su Yinshi retorted with a cold laugh. I don't need to. Why should I compare myself to him? Does he have a prestigious family background? Does he own a company? Does he drive luxury cars or possess wealth? He has none of these. So what is there to compare? By the end of his statement, Xiao Yan's expression was radiating confidence. He was certain that Su Yinshi would ultimately belong to him. However, his words ignited a wave of discussion among their classmates. Isn't Xiao Yan being a bit too arrogant? Just because his family has some money, does that make him extraordinary? Though that may be true, what he said is factual. Who wouldn't want to be wealthy? Indeed, while Xiao Fei possesses many impressive skills, how can he compare to Xiao Yan, who is the son of a major company owner? Sigh. Who do you think Su Yinshi will end up with? Obviously Xiao Fei. Have you forgotten Su Yinshi's family background? She belongs to one of the most prestigious families in Jiangsheng. Would she care about Xiao Yan's lineage? Not necessarily. These days, strong alliances are valued. If Su Yinshi wishes to be with Xiao Fei, what if her parents oppose it? Facing Xiao Yan's arrogance and the skepticism of the crowd, although Su Yinshi knew that Xiao Fei was the owner of the Shenghao Hotel and drove a world-class Pagani, she ultimately chose to remain silent. She understood that Xiao Fei was not the type to flaunt his wealth to the world. Jinhua Tower, Tianxue Group stands as one of the 10 iconic buildings in Jiangxing. Its height reaches 107 stories, surpassing Xiao Fei's Shenghao Hotel by 7 floors. That on the top floor of Jinhua Tower are the offices of the chairman and the president. I could see that moment. A woman clad in a white dress gracefully ascended to the building's highest level. Her gait light and her demeanor gentle. Good morning, Mrs. Su. Good morning, Mrs. Su. Upon entering the lobby, several individuals passing by greeted her politely. Yao Yu smiled and nodded in response. Have you all noticed that the chairman's wife is becoming increasingly graceful? Indeed, she seems genuinely happy with a chairman so devoted to her as a husband. Additionally, she has a business-savvy son and a beautiful daughter, Su Yinshi. There is no greater happiness in the world than this. It is also due to the chairman's wife's capabilities. Back when they were not yet married, Mrs. Su was merely a director in the company, yet she contributed immensely. Most importantly, she never held herself above others, nor did she suppress her subordinates. Her sincerity won everyone over, which is why the chairman was immediately captivated by her. I heard that initially, the chairman's family opposed their union, believing that Mrs. Su, coming from an ordinary background, was unworthy of their family. In the end, the chairman was resolute, insisting on marrying her, which led to their current blissful life together. Wow. By your account, this is a real-life tale of a domineering CEO romance. How wondrous! As they spoke, they couldn't help but glance back at Yao Yu's figure with envy. However, at that moment, Yao Yu's brow was tightly furrowed, and her expression was grim, revealing that she was not as content as one might imagine. Chapter 37. Our precious daughter is about to be abducted. What brings you here? The door to the chairman's office swung open. Su Yunsheng, who was handling documents, looked up at his wife and promptly set aside his work. I'm furious. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Yao Yu spoke in a low voice. It's still about Xiao Yan. Su Yunsheng surmised. Last night, Xiao Shi came home and mentioned something that kept me awake all night. Xiao Yan is constantly pursuing her. How can she focus on her studies? Dear, do you think it was a mistake to allow Xiao Yan into the school? Yao Yu said, her face clouded with worry as she looked at him. I've said it before. Someone like Xiao Yan is not suitable. Since my wife doesn't drink tea or coffee, Su Yunsheng poured her a cup of hot water. I should have opposed Su Huan's decision to let Xiao Yan into Jiangda. But she argued that her son was unwilling to attend university, and it was a rare opportunity for him to consider Zhengde. Moreover, Su Huan is a close friend of mine, so I felt uncomfortable saying no. I never expected her son to become so insistent, bothering Xiao Shi every day. Yao Yu spoke slowly, her heart filled with frustration and anger. She had known Su Huan for decades, their friendship dating back to university days. Back then, Su Huan was merely a girl with dreams that it was hard to believe that so many years later, she had become increasingly unreasonable. Should I sever ties with her? Who knows how much more trouble she might cause in the future? Rest assured, Xiao Yin lacks any real talent and is quite arrogant that if he continues to send gifts to Xiao Shi without receiving a response, eventually he will feel embarrassed and stop pursuing her. Do you fear that over time, Xiao Shi might develop feelings for him? Su Yunsheng sat beside her, comforting her. That is not my concern. Xiao Shi is my daughter, and I know her well that if she dislikes something, no amount of flattery will change that. But when will this end? Who knows when he will give up? What if he stubbornly pursues her, constantly interrupting Xiao Shi's life? As Su Yinshi's mother, she could not bear to see her precious daughter tormented by someone else's relentless pursuit. Don't worry, our daughter is not that fragile, and besides, she has others by her side. Others? Yao Yu was taken aback, not yet grasping his meaning. This morning I called Principal Wang from Jiangda, and he informed me that recently, Xiao Shi's been getting quite close to a student named Xiao Fei. Moreover, just a few days ago your daughter brought lunch to someone. What? Brought lunch? Yao Yu was taken aback, her voice rising a notch. She knew her daughter too well. She rarely showed interest in any man. Now, not only was she close to a boy, but she had also brought him lunch. She had every reason to believe that her daughter had developed feelings for this Xiao Fei. Otherwise, such an act would be inconceivable. And oh wonder she had seen her daughter up early in the kitchen that Monday. It all made sense now. Dear, have you investigated his family's background? Yao Yu furrowed her brow and inquired. Of course, I was equally taken aback when I learned about this matter in the morning, prompting me to have someone investigate this Xiao Fei. Both of his parents hail from rural backgrounds, and they moved to Jiangsheng for their son's university education, yet they have been working temporary jobs for the past few years. Su Yunsheng spoke slowly. Yao Yu nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with Xiao Fei's family background upon hearing this news? Su Yunsheng chuckled. Noticing his wife's frown, I myself come from an ordinary family. How could I possibly hold any discontent towards him? Yao Yu shot him a glance, aware that he was teasing her intentionally. She continued, however, shouldn't we consider meeting this young man? If he possesses a pleasant character and genuinely reciprocates Xiao Shi's feelings, then we ought to allow them to cultivate their relationship. Our family does not adhere strictly to the notion of social status. He is certainly a far better match than Xiao Yin, who is arrogant, rude, and lacking in ability. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, is it not a tad premature to meet him now? We still have no clarity on the nature of Su Yinshi's relationship with him. Su Yinsheng frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Then let Su Ting go. He, as her brother, is always preoccupied with work and seldom shows concern for his sister. Yao Yu expressed her dissatisfaction. That sounds reasonable. It is a good idea. Su Yinsheng nodded in agreement. Their son has been navigating the business world for 7 to 8 years and is a commercial prodigy with a keen eye for talent. He could indeed assist in assessing the situation. At this moment, Xiao Fei remained blissfully unaware that he had already attracted the attention of Su Yinshi's family. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the evening lights began to twinkle. A strikingly exquisite white Pagani parked not far from the school gate. Having arranged to dine with Su Yangzi that evening, Xiao Fei had taken the time to shower and style his hair. Dressed in his meticulously preserved attire, who could resist calling him a dashing young man? At that moment, he had just pulled his car out of the parking lot, awaiting Su Yinshi's arrival. Had he not felt that driving the Pagani directly into the girl's dormitory would be inappropriate, he would have already gone to fetch her. Originally, it was anticipated that Xiao Fei would invite Su Yinshi out the previous evening, but she had to return home for some matters, leading to the rescheduling for today. Nonetheless, glancing at his phone, he noticed a new friend added on WeChat, and a smile crept onto his face. Realizing that his efforts the night before were not in vain, he then sent Su Yinshi a message, inquiring whether she had set off yet. Meanwhile, In the girls' dormitory, Su Yinchi sat at her vanity, applying a light touch of makeup. "What are you up to? Do you have a date with Xiao Fei?" Her friend Deng Jieja leaned over, asking with an air of mystery. "Mind your own business." Su Yinchi replied coolly, not turning her head. TSK, it seems the power of love is indeed formidable. You rarely bothered with makeup before, but now you seem increasingly enthusiastic, Deng Jieja remarked, shaking her head in awe. Just as their conversation continued, a cacophony of chatter erupted from outside. "What is happening?" Deng Jieja inquired, puzzled. Together with another roommate, Gu Qi, she stepped out of the dormitory, while Su Yinchi remained indifferent throughout. The corridor was filled with a crowd, all eyes gazing downwards. Curiosity piqued. Deng Jieja and Gu Qi peered over the edge. They beheld a luxurious Bentley parked beneath the girls' dormitory, with several boys retrieving numerous candles from the trunk. They meticulously arranged these candles on the ground, forming a heart shape. Meanwhile, Qiao Yin descended from the vehicle with an air of nonchalance, observing his classmates bustling about, setting up the candles and igniting their flames, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Such a romantic and thoughtful gesture. He mused. He was certain that Su Yinchi would be moved. Chapter 38. An absurd conclusion. Wow. Xiao Shi, come out and see. Qiao Yin is declaring his love for you again. This is beyond romantic. Heart-shaped candles, Gu Qi exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she called out to the dormitory Ta. I hardly find it romantic. Have you not noticed how precious young Master Qiao is? He stands there like a wooden post, not even lifting a finger to help. I could see all his classmates doing the work. Deng Jieja scoffed disdainfully. Moments later, as the last candle was lit, nearly all the female students from the dormitory poured out. The sight was astonishing. Every corridor was packed with onlookers that, oh my gosh, this young Master Qiao is so devoted. He has gone to such lengths to surprise the campus flower, Su. Indeed, it's hard to fathom why Su Yinchi hasn't accepted him. He is wealthy and such a fine gentleman. The crowd murmured, filled with envy, believing this was akin to a prince proposing to a princess. Young Master Qiao, it's all set. What do you think? Several classmates asked, eager to please him. These students, having benefited from Qiao Yin's generosity, were more than willing to assist him in his endeavors. Leaning against the Bentley, Qiao Yin nodded slightly, surveying the expansive heart-shaped arrangement of candles with satisfaction. Call out for her, proclaim that I, young Master Qiao, have prepared a surprise for Su Yinchi and urge her to come down, he instructed confidently. The students nodded, finding the task trivial, and immediately called out with a hint of mockery in their voices. The atmosphere in the girls' dormitory erupted into a lively commotion. Xiao Shi, hurry out. Young Master Qiao is waiting for you downstairs. Yes, young Master Qiao has declared that he will love you for all eternity. You are his forever beautiful peony. The chants continued, but suddenly a cascade of icy water poured down from above, drenching several boys who had been shouting excitedly below. The flickering heart-shaped candles were extinguished in an instant, creating chaos. Who on earth is so wicked as to pour water on us in this frigid weather? Come out and face us. The boys yelled, their excitement quickly turning to dismay as they shivered in the cold. Meanwhile, Qiao Yin was also affected. Glancing down at his dampened pants and the disarrayed candle arrangement, his once proud demeanor plummeting. Why are you here disturbing the girls' dormitory at this hour? Let you taste my dirty bathwater. Deng Jieja shouted from above, her voice deliberately loud. What? Bathwater? Ew. The boys recoiled in disgust, recalling the unpleasant sensation of having water splashed on them one by one. They succumbed to nausea, unable to contain themselves. Don't worry. There is more to come. As she spoke, a few buckets of cold water were splashed down. Oh my goodness. The crowd below was taken aback, no longer caring about lending a hand. They had already scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, each rushing back to their dormitories to change clothes. If they didn't hurry back, they feared they might freeze to death right there and become ice sculptures by morning. Meanwhile, Qiao Yin, equally disheveled, jumped into the car and promptly stepped on the gas, speeding away. The entire female dormitory was left dumbfounded, and no one had anticipated that what began as a seemingly romantic confession would conclude in such a farcical manner. This outcome was truly unexpected. Outside the gates of Jian University, Xiao Fei leaned against his car, watching a video sent via WeChat of several individuals fleeing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, shortly after, a Bentley Continental emerged from the entrance and vanished in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes later, Su Yinchi finally made her appearance. Xiao Fei turned to look at her, momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Su Yinchi had made a special effort to beautify herself today. Her exquisite face was untouched by any blemish, yet adorned with a subtle blush, her delicate, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, gently swaying in the cold breeze, clad in a light white chiffon gown. Su Yinchi resembled an ethereal ice queen, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her beauty was beyond compare. Even Xiao Fei found himself momentarily entranced, captivated by Su Yinchi's stunning visage. "What's wrong?" As she approached, noticing Xiao Fei gazing at her, her cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to inquire. "You look stunning," Xiao Fei remarked, as Su Yinchi vowed that had she not harbored feelings for Xiao Fei, and if it weren't for her desire to maintain a beautiful image before him, she would have certainly punched him in the face. Infuriating. Yes, winky face. Chapter 39. Outside, the snow began to fall in thick flakes. "You look truly beautiful tonight," Xiao Fei commented as he drove, but he wasn't quite sure how the term stunning beauty had slipped from his lips. While it was indeed a compliment, it carried a peculiar undertone, and it was no surprise that Su Yinchi's expression was "Askew. Thank you." Su Yinchi pouted slightly, deciding to forgive him. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop outside a renowned hot pot restaurant in Jiangqing. Xiao Fei had no intention of heading to Shanghai today. After so many visits, he was beginning to tire of it. Moreover, enjoying hot pot on a winter evening was utterly delightful, not only for the atmosphere, but also for the warmth it provided. Upon entering, a sea of red greeted them. Red walls, red tables and chairs, red lanterns hanging from the ceiling. This hour, around 7 or 8 in the evening. The place was bustling with customers, vibrant and lively. The chill that had lingered around Su Yinchi vanished as her eyes sparkled, instantly warming her spirit. The female receptionist, noticing the handsome young man and the stunning woman entering, couldn't help but be captivated. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman was nothing short of breathtaking, resembling a figure from a painting. Even she, as a fellow woman, felt a twinge of inadequacy. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi followed the server to a table by the window. With only the two of them, there was no need for a private room. Besides, that would diminish the atmosphere. The server presented them with a menu. Xiao Fei favored the mysterious crab, while Su Yinchi preferred beef slices, tripe, and lamb rolls. They ultimately decided on 2 hot pots. Despite the crowd, the service was remarkably efficient. Within minutes, their hot pots and dishes were prepared, featuring an array of vegetables and various meat slices and rolls. There was even a pot brimming with the aromatic, mysterious crab, infused with the scent of garlic and spicy sauce. "It's snowing outside," Su Yinchi exclaimed, glancing out the window in surprise. Xiao Fei smiled calmly, appreciating the scene of thick snowflakes falling against the backdrop of their hot pot, a moment imbued with a certain poetic charm. "Xiao Fei, Su Yinchi," just as they were enjoying their meal, an untimely voice interrupted them. Turning around, they were met with Zhou Wenbin. "I thought that silhouette looked familiar, but I didn't expect it to actually be you too. How pathetic." Eating hot pot in the main hall. "Why didn't you opt for a private room upstairs?" "Can't afford it," Zhou Wenbin mocked. "Why are you always around? So annoying." Su Yinchi fumed, her pleasant atmosphere ruined by an outsider's intrusion. Xiao Fei remained silent, merely casting a cold glance in Zhou Wenbin's direction, an aura of frost emanating from him. Humph. It seemed Zhou Wenbin was intimidated by Xiao Fei's gaze. Sensing that lingering any longer was futile, he merely snorted dismissively and departed. "Let us eat and ignore him. If he comes back, I'll toss him in the pot as an ingredient," Xiao Fei teased, hoping to lighten Su Yinchi's mood. "I won't let him affect me. Nothing can deter me when there's food involved," Su Yinchi stated, picking up a piece of cooked beef and savoring it. Delicious. Watching her indulge in her culinary passion, Xiao Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Despite her striking beauty, she was refreshingly genuine and straightforward. In truth, she and he were kindred spirits. It was no wonder he found himself drawn to her, wanting to be near her, even Time flew by, and the warm moments seemed fleeting. Half an hour later, they had nearly finished their meal, and outside, the snow had begun to accumulate. Xiao Fei, let us build a snowman. Su Yinshi suddenly proposed. It's only just started snowing. You want to wait until tomorrow morning for that? Xiao Fei replied. Okay, then let us agree to wake up early tomorrow and go to the playground to build a snowman, Su Yinshi suggested eagerly. Agreed. Xiao Fei smiled in response. Truthfully, on such a cold day, who would want to rise early if not for morning classes? Yet, seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to decline. Let us go. With that, Xiao Fei settled the bill at the counter. And together with Su Yinshi, they left the hot pot restaurant amidst envious gazes in the depths of winter, with snowflakes swirling around them. Stepping outside felt unimaginably cold compared to the warmth within. However, their bodies still carried the heat from the hot pot, so they didn't feel particularly frigid. Originally, they had planned to stroll around after dinner, but that seemed unfeasible now. Looking at all the snowflakes, I can't help but sigh. Su Yinshi remarked that I'll take you to Henglida Shopping Center. There are plenty of stores, no need to wander outside, Xiao Fei suggested. Great idea. How did I not think of that? Su Yinshi beamed. Henglida is one of Jiangxing's famous plazas, vast in scale. The Henglida shopping website is also a well-known online shopping platform in Jiangxing. Though she had visited infrequently, she had ordered items online several times, receiving them within the day, with exceptional service. Lost in thought, Xiao Fei unconsciously took her hand as they headed towards the Pagani at Su Yinshi. Coming back to her senses, felt a slight blush rise, but did not resist his gesture. Once inside the car, Xiao Fei turned on the heater, and then the white Pagani sped towards the plaza. Henglida enjoys an excellent location, bustling with activity, by the time Xiao Fei parked the car. The lot was nearly full. As they opened the car doors, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Su Yinshi to shiver. To present herself well before Xiao Fei, she had worn a white chiffon dress, which offered little warmth. I'll buy you a down jacket first. You're freezing, Xiao Fei observed, shaking his head in exasperation. Su Yinshi nodded vigorously. After all, in temperatures below 2 or 3 degrees, resisting such cold was impossible. Forget about appearance or elegance. Those things no longer matter in this weather. I could see the entrance of the plaza. The place was abuzz with activity. The young couple strolled in side by side, while Xiao Fei held Su Yinshi's hand. Looking around at a moment later, a prominent brand store caught Xiao Fei's attention, prompting him to lead Su Yinshi inside. Welcome. How may I assist you? A young female staff member approached. But upon seeing Su Yinshi, she was momentarily speechless. In truth, she was utterly enchanted by the beauty before her. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly fall for this girl in an instant. Chapter 40. This dress I shall purchase today. Please show us the women's down jackets, Xiao Fei said casually. Of course. Right this way. The young woman responded promptly, leading them to another section. The store's garments were expensive, particularly those in a plaza like this, but they boasted appealing designs. That a snow-white down jacket adorned with lace caught Su Yinshi's eye. The attentive staff, quick to notice, promptly retrieved it for her to try on. It is often said that one's appearance is enhanced by clothing. However, to Xiao Fei, Su Yinshi was a living mannequin. Every piece of clothing looked stunning on her. Other customers in the store couldn't help but steal glances at Su Yinshi. Their expressions filled with awe. This one looks wonderful, Xiao Fei remarked. His gaze fixed on her, and Su Yinshi felt her cheeks flush slightly. She, too, was quite fond of this particular jacket. I'm afraid this jacket might not suit me, she replied shyly to that moment. An irksome voice pierced the air, laced with a tone of provocation. Without needing to turn around, Xiao Fei instinctively knew who it was. He simply hadn't anticipated such an opportune encounter. Upon glancing back, he confirmed it was indeed Zhou Wenbin. This juncture, he had entered the store accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. The woman was tall, nearly matching Su Yinshi in height, and possessed a striking beauty that would undoubtedly place her among the most attractive at Jiang University. Yet, when compared to Su Yinshi, she appeared somewhat diminished in radiance. That down jacket she's wearing is simply exquisite. I desire that one, the woman cooed, playfully linking her arm with Zhou Wenbin's. In truth, the boutique was quite spacious. The down jacket that Su Yinchi had set her sights on was undeniably beautiful, but there were certainly other appealing styles available. However, upon catching sight of Su Yinchi for the first time, a surge of jealousy unfurled within the woman's heart. Throughout her life, she had encountered many beautiful women, yet they had always been mere equals. This was the first time she had encountered someone so breathtakingly perfect. Beauty that incited envy. Zhou Xiao, a nearby staff member, suddenly called out, courteously greeting him. Simultaneously, other staff members in the store followed suit, offering their salutations. Both Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi were taken aback. There's no need for surprise. This establishment belongs to a friend of mine, and I frequent it often, so they naturally recognize me, Zhou Wenbin explained with an air of pride. Not just this store. There's a food shop on the second floor, a hot pot restaurant on the third, and an electronics store on the fourth, all owned by that same friend. Remarkably, what began as mere amusement has evolved into a series of thriving businesses, each yielding considerable profits annually. Xiao Fei, it's likely that your entire lifetime of hard work would team match the earnings of just this one store in a year, he remarked, shaking his head in feigned pity. Xiao Fei, however, was secretly astonished. Goodness, has he truly established himself at Henglida? What with clothing stores, hot pot outlets, and even electronics? Zhou Xiao, what brings you here? At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman, exuding an alluring charm, approached. Her name was Lu Fun, the manager hired by the owner, and naturally, she was well acquainted with Zhou Wenbin. Lu, you've arrived just in time. There are some individuals in this store that I find rather distasteful, and I would appreciate it if you could kindly escort them out, Zhou Wenbin said with a dismissive tone, while embracing his girlfriend. Lu Fun frowned slightly and then glanced at Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi. The expressions of several staff members shifted, their faces reflecting sympathy towards the couple. Lu Fun was notorious for her harsh demeanor. There had been a previous incident where a customer, dissatisfied with a newly purchased item due to quality issues, was met with scorn by the manager, leaving the customer humiliated and empty-handed. Didn't you hear? Young Master Zhou finds you undesirable. Kindly leave your garments and vacate the premises immediately. Lu Fun approached, her disdain palpable, devoid of any respect for the customers. Su Yinchi's expression turned slightly pale. While the attitude of the woman was indeed excessive, it was ultimately her establishment, and if asked to leave, there was little they could do. She began to remove the down jacket, only for a hand to halt her motion. There's no need for that. I intend to purchase this jacket tonight, Xiao Fei said nonchalantly, proceeding to dial a number in the office of the director of the investment management department on the top floor of Henglida. A middle-aged man was engrossed in paperwork when his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from the new owner, whom he had contacted regarding the transfer of property rights, he promptly answered. A few seconds into the conversation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he set down his documents, exiting the office while summoning the department head and staff responsible for the first floor. Meanwhile, the standoff continued. Xiao Fei, why endure such humiliation for the sake of pride? If you don't leave now, are you prepared to await the arrival of the authorities? Zhou Wenbin scoffed, relishing the prospect of witnessing his rival's embarrassment. Finally avenging his own humiliating defeat on the basketball court at Abin, you two, why treat him this way? Just look at his girlfriend. How embarrassing for him, Zhou Wenbin's girlfriend chimed in with a giggle. Many customers, having momentarily forgotten their initial purposes for visiting the store, began to focus on the unfolding drama. Su Yinchi's face fell slightly. She wished to remove the down jacket and leave, tugging at Xiao Fei to depart. However, glancing at Xiao Fei's ever-calm demeanor brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He was the kind of person who remained unruffled in the face of adversity. Didn't you hear? I told you to leave. The female manager's voice sharpened, her impatience evident as she approached, her domineering attitude on full display. Yet, just then, several formally dressed individuals entered the store, ties neatly in place. Leading them was none other than Zhang Kai, the head of the investment management team who had spoken with Xiao Fei earlier. Zhang, what brings you here? Lu Fun inquired, momentarily caught off guard. However, Zhang Kai ignored her entirely, turning instead to Xiao Fei with utmost respect. To Mr. Xiao, he greeted. Xiao Fei nodded, his brow furrowing as he stated, I am quite dissatisfied with the service at this store. I believe it is unnecessary for it to continue operations. Yes, yes, it is indeed our management's oversight. We will rectify this immediately. Zhang Kai responded promptly, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency. Lu Fen stood in shock, realizing that the director of the investment management department at Henglida, responsible for overseeing investments, communications, planning, supervision, and operations, was exhibiting such deference to this young man. How could this be? Zhang Kai then turned to Lu Fen. Manager Lu, you dare to expel our Henglida's owner. I believe your establishment truly wishes to cease operations? What do you mean, Henglida's owner? Lu Fen's complexion paled, her disbelief evident. This young man, appearing no older than a student, could possibly be the owner of Henglida. Zhou Wenbin and his girlfriend also exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. This prompted Zhou Wenbin to recall the words spoken by Shui Kai. Could it be that Xiao Fei was indeed the owner of Shenghao Hotel, as well as the chairman of Henglida? Not only you, but your boutique's owner wouldn't dare to expel Mr. Xiao, either. To it seems our management department will need to redefine the service standards of your boutique and reconsider whether you should continue operations. Zhang Kai remarked with a scornful laugh, pulling out his phone to call the owner of the store, the very friend Zhou Wenbin had mentioned. This moment, Xiao Fei casually remarked, the owner of this store manages more than just this one. I've heard he owns establishments on the second, third, and fourth floors. Simply inform him that due to personal reasons affecting the reputation of Henglida, we will terminate our lease agreement. All stores must cease operations immediately, and any online shops established under Henglida will be taken down. As for the breach of contract penalties, we will compensate at the agreed rate. Understood, the nearby supervisor, Zhang Kai, replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Fen, who had previously been so arrogant, suddenly felt her legs weaken in fear. Chapter 41. The one being expelled was indeed the manager herself. Heavens! What had she just done? She had offended the hidden owner of Henglida. If this resulted in the closure of all the owner's stores and online shops, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic, far beyond her ability to endure. That Mr. Xiao, I was blind to your grandeur. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, show mercy and spare me this once. Lu Fen implored, her voice tinged with desperation. At that moment, the store's staff stood in shock. The usually domineering Lu Fen, who never relented an argument, was now reduced to a supplicant. And this mysterious young man was indeed the owner of Henglida? However, Zhang Kai was not swayed by her pleas. He directly dialed the store owner as number. 20 minutes later, a slender man in a blue suit with short hair rushed into the store. Clearly flustered, he vowed that this was the fastest he had ever driven in his life. He was the owner of this clothing store and Zhou Wenbin's friend, Han Shun. However, surprisingly, upon entering, his first action was not to inquire about the owner of Henglida or to seek an apology. Instead, he bypassed everyone and rushed straight to Lu Fen, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The sound echoed sharply. You wasteful woman, if it weren't for our past friendship, do you think I would have allowed you to be the manager? Last time, it was because of you that my store received a complaint, costing me several tens of thousands to resolve. Today, you want to shut down my store? Have you lost your mind? You lunatic? I can assure you, you are fired. Get the hell out of my sight. And the further the better. The lean man unleashed a torrent of ferocious words at Lu Fen, utterly disregarding the presence of others in the vicinity. The vivid crimson handprint gradually emerged upon her face. She gazed at Han Shun in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a newfound fear of this man. The onlookers were left in shock, the staff were taken aback, and even Zhou Wenbin's expression shifted slightly, revealing his discomfort. Xiao Fei was slightly astonished, not anticipating that this fellow would show no mercy at all. You two, expel her from my sight, Han Shun commanded, pointing at two of the waitstaff. Yet they were caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to proceed with the expulsion or not. After all, she was their manager, who had always been domineering, instilling fear in everyone. All right, if you refuse to expel her, then consider yourselves dismissed tomorrow, Han Shun declared decisively. Upon hearing this, the two attendants no longer cared about her status as the manager. They immediately acted as if injected with a dose of adrenaline, forcibly dragging her out of the establishment. Heedless of her cries and protests, the commotion within the shop drew an increasing number of spectators, who watched the woman being thrust out as if it were a performance. Aloof and covered her face, feeling the peculiar gazes of the crowd upon her, experiencing a profound sense of humiliation for the first time in her life. She shot a resentful glance at Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi before hastily departing from the entrance. "Are you Mr. Xiao? My subordinates failed to observe proper decorum earlier. I implore you to show mercy and spare me," Han Shun pleaded, his hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. "As compensation, I shall cover all your expenses here today. How does that sound? I rely on these few storefront for my livelihood. Without your lease, I would be unable to survive." Zhou Wenbin, witnessing the once friends now reduced to such a humble plea, felt a tinge of discomfort on his face. "Zhou Xiao, please do not jest. This is my lifeline. There is no place as profitable as this," Han Shun lamented, his brows furrowed in distress. Internally, he harbored resentment towards Zhou Wenbin, believing that had it not been for him, he would not be facing such dire straits now. Zhou Wenbin, who frequently visited the shop to purchase clothing, had been treated with utmost courtesy by Han Shun, even expressing a desire for friendship. Little did he know that this very man would bring about his downfall. Zhou Wenbin was well aware of Han Shun's character. He was a man of whims. He would utter sweet words, promising to help find storefronts, yet once time had passed, who would care? He had established several stores in this location, all boasting prime real estate, yielding millions in revenue annually. At times, the profits soared to 7 or 8 million a year. Where could one find such advantageous locations? This was precisely why he had opened so many stores under Hengladar. Seeing Han Shun dismiss his suggestions, Zhou Wenbin's expression darkened. With a scoff, he prepared to leave. "Are you really leaving?" Xiao Fei would not forget Zhou Wenbin's earlier provocation. "Xiao Fei, I shall remember this debt," Zhou Wenbin said as he awkwardly took his girlfriend's hand and exited the store. "Xiao Zong, is this your girlfriend? This down jacket suits her splendidly. If she likes it, she may take it without charge. Additionally, she is welcome to any other items in the store that catch her fancy." Han Shun interjected, his keen eyes quickly recognizing the down jacket as one of his own. "I am not fond of being indebted to anyone." "Let's use a card," Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly. This, Han Shun found himself at a loss, caught in a predicament. "What, is my card not acceptable?" Xiao Fei's voice turned increasingly frigid. "And no, that is certainly not the intention," Han Shun stammered, sensing the chill in Xiao Fei's gaze, prompting him to hastily instruct his staff to process the payment. The expenditure amounted to 1,750 yuan. A single down jacket priced at 1,750 was indeed steep. Yet for Xiao Fei, it was inconsequential. "And what of this shop?" Han Shun inquired, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. "You should consider yourself fortunate. This down jacket has secured the future of your establishment," Xiao Fei remarked, his expression unchanged. Han Shun's eyes brightened, incredulity washing over him. "Really? Mr. Xiao, are you saying my store can continue operating?" Xiao Fei nodded in affirmation without elaborating. Elation surged within Han Shun. His luck had turned, and he had saved his store. His previously racing heart finally found solace. However, it was clear that this exhilaration was short-lived, for Xiao Fei spoke once more. "This store may have been saved, but the others are no longer necessary," Xiao Fei stated coldly, then took Su Yinshi, still in shock, by the hand and slowly exited the establishment. Han Shun's initially elated expression gradually morphed into one of disbelief. Turning to the general manager, he trembled and asked, "Zhang, Director Zhang, what does this mean?" Zhang Kai let out a cold laugh and replied, "It means that aside from this shop, all your other establishments, including Heidaleo, the food store, and the electronics mall will be reclaimed, leaving you with only this one." What? Like a thunderclap, Han Shun felt himself nearly collapse. 4 stores, with Heidaleo and the largest electronics mall on the 4th floor being the most profitable. Losing these two would mean an instantaneous loss of 70 of his profits. Adding in the food store, the magnitude of the loss was unfathomable. Lu Fun, Lu Fun, Lu Fun. This was all because of her. Han Shun's fury reached a boiling point. His hatred for Lu Fun surged to unprecedented heights. Had it not been for her, he would not be facing such a predicament now. He vowed to never let that woman escape his wrath. Chapter 42. A warm kiss beneath the snowy night. What's wrong? Are you still in a daze? They've been outside the shop for 2 minutes, and Su Yinshi had yet to utter a word. Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Fei, this square. Su Yinshi hesitated, searching for the right words. Yes, it belongs to me. I simply rented it all out. Xiao Fei explained with a gentle smile that he felt no need to conceal anything from Su Yinshi. As their time together stretched ahead, secrets may be kept, but too many would render their existence meaningless. As Su Yinshi's eyes widened in disbelief, the layers of Xiao Fei's identity seemed to multiply. The more time she spent with him, the more she sensed his mystery, both in terms of his background and his personal capabilities. Yet, it was precisely this enigma that instilled in her a growing sense of security and peace while with Xiao Fei. The snow continued to fall heavily outside as the pair wandered the shopping center for quite some time. Though they did not purchase much, they relished the joy of each other's company while perusing the shops. 2 hours later, the Pagani finally pulled into the parking lot of Jian University. Snow had begun to accumulate as Su Yinshi linked her arm through Xiao Fei's, leaning against him as they strolled toward the dormitory. Their footsteps crunched in the snow, leaving a whimsical trail behind them. Upon reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, they came to a halt. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Xiao, I have a gift for you, Xiao Fei suddenly announced. Recognizing that they were about to part ways, he produced a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. What is this? Su Yinshi inquired, surprise evident in her voice as she accepted it. She had not seen him purchase anything that evening. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she opened the box to reveal a delicate bracelet that emitted a faint green glow. What a beautiful piece of jewelry! Su Yinshi gasped in admiration. It felt light in her hands and was incredibly pleasant to touch. Allow me to put it on for you, Xiao Fei said gently. He took her hand, carefully sliding the bracelet onto her wrist. Though Su Yinshi was not typically fond of wearing various accessories, this particular gift from Xiao Fei resonated with her deeply. Her already fair wrist appeared even more exquisite adorned with the bracelet. Waves of emotion surged within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had once assumed that Xiao Fei's connection with Shen Yueli meant that she and he were fated to be apart. Yet, the unpredictable nature of life had brought them remarkably close together. Although their relationship had yet to be defined, Su Yinshi understood that they had both silently acknowledged their feelings for one another. Suddenly, she found herself unable to restrain her body, leaning into Xiao Fei. Caught off guard, Xiao Fei felt a soft, moist pair of lips brush against his own. Chilling, yet capable of warming the heart. By the time he processed the moment, Su Yinshi had already turned away, covering her face as she ran off, her cheeks flushed. Sigh. Regaining his senses, Xiao Fei let out a sigh, lamenting how brief it was. Typically quick-witted, he found himself momentarily bewildered at a crucial moment. He traced his lips with his fingers, recalling the kiss that had just transpired, as if the lingering fragrance of Su Yinshi still enveloped him. This sensation was undeniably exquisite. As dawn broke, the sky was awash in a silvery hue. Having slept late, he was roused the next morning by a video call on VX. Xiao Fei recognized it was Su Yinshi. He had not forgotten the promise they made the previous night. This moment, the dormitory was devoid of life. Everyone else had either gone to class or out for morning exercises. However, the thick blanket of snow today meant that many activities would be curtailed. After answering the video call and completing his morning routine, he hastily gathered his belongings and left the dormitory. Upon arriving at the playground, he stood frozen for a full 10 seconds. Good heavens! Snowflakes danced in the air, and the ground was strewn with snowballs, radiating a chilling aura. He had assumed everyone was merrily building snowmen, but the scene before him was entirely different. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people had gathered on the field, engaging in a chaotic snowball fight. The atmosphere was utterly frenzied, with the swirling snow rendering even the figures in the center of the playground nearly invisible. It was akin to a Transformers battle on Cybertron, or so it seemed. Xiao Fei, a stunning woman with slightly disheveled hair, appeared before him. It was none other than Su Yinshi, the very person he had been waiting for. Her fair complexion was flush with joy, though speckled with snow, and the rabbit-eared hood she had been wearing had been knocked off. Come join me for a snowball fight, hurry, before Xiao Fei could utter a word. Su Yinshi seized his hand and pulled him into the tumultuous battlefield of snow at Yanhai Bank. After a morning of frolicking with Su Yinshi, Xiao Fei received a phone call from Wu Cheng at the bank. He had skipped his morning classes to drive directly here, motivated by the new plan from Zhou Holdings that I have recently delved into the stock market. The fluctuations are erratic that we at Yanhai need not take excessive risks by collaborating with Zhou Yang's company. He asserted firmly as he closed the new contract proposal from Zhou Yang Group. Moreover, Zhou Yang Holdings had set its sights abroad, which seemed an overly ambitious leap. President Wu nodded in agreement with Xiao Fei's assessment. So you mean? He inquired further. Decline. Xiao Fei replied decisively. Their ambitions are too grand. They're no longer a suitable partner for us at Yanhai. Henceforth, let us cease any negotiations with them to avoid undue influence. Xiao Fei stated calmly, determined to sever ties completely. Zhou Yang Holdings harbored delusions of using Yanhai as a formidable ally. Furthermore, owing to Zhou Wenbin's presence, he had long wished to terminate cooperation with that company. This was the perfect opportunity to do, so, by the way, have we clarified the situation with the Shiqing Westwind Group? Xiao Fei suddenly inquired. Wu Cheng nodded, responding, I have looked into it. Westwind Group has no dealings with our bank. Xiao Fei acknowledged with a nod, his expression unperturbed, not overly disappointed. It was unrealistic to expect every company to have a partnership with Yanhai Bank. Half an hour later, after the meeting concluded, Xiao Fei exited the bank, unaware that at that very moment, the entire school forum at Jiang University had erupted, unlike ever before. The scene from the previous night, where Xiao Fei and Su Yinqi shared a kiss outside the girls' dormitory, had been captured clearly on camera. This moment had been uploaded to the forum, igniting fervent discussions among the students. Within a mere 10 minutes, the post garnered over 10,000 views and more than 1,000 comments, far surpassing the impact of Xiao Fei's previous clarification video. Chapter 43. The young master of the Qiao family faces frenzied humiliation. I can't believe my eyes. Xiao Fei and Su Yinqi kissed. And it was Su Yinqi who initiated it. Exclaimed one student that, oh my goodness, my goddess is kissing another man. She is the campus beauty. Another lamented, what does Su Yinqi's kiss feel like? I would give anything to experience it, even if it meant losing 10 or 20 years of my life. Did you all notice? Xiao Fei gifted Su Yinqi a bracelet, and she accepted it without hesitation. Indeed, just last night, Qiao Yin drove his luxury car to light candles for Su Yinqi, only to be doused with cold water. The disparity in treatment is astonishing. Laughter erupted in the comments. I told you Qiao Yin had no chance. No matter how many gifts he gives, it's futile. What use is wealth if he ultimately loses to Xiao Fei? The news of Xiao Fei and Su Yinqi spread like wildfire across the campus within hours, with everyone engaged in spirited discussions. The most unfortunate of all was Qiao Yin. After his failed confession last night, the video of him being splashed with water had also surfaced on the forum, turning him into a figure of ridicule. Now, with the newly surfaced video of Xiao Fei gifting Su Yinqi the bracelet, it was akin to a slap in the face, announcing to the entire school that Xiao Yin had unequivocally lost to Xiao Fei. Unable to bear the humiliation, Xiao Yin abruptly left the classroom and headed towards Su Yinqi's class. The two were from the same department and not far apart. It took him merely 5 minutes to locate her. Su Yinqi, what does this mean? He demanded. I, Xiao Yin, have gone out of my way to show you kindness, showering you with expensive gifts, yet you refuse them. But that Xiao Fei, that nobody, merely presents you with a knockoff bracelet. And you accept it? Xiao Yan's voice was loud and filled with venom. His eyes glinted red, emanating a terrifying intensity as if he were ready to devour her whole. As Su Yinqi's expression darkened, she had not anticipated Xiao Yin would become so brazen, encroaching upon her personal space. Desperate trees do not shed their bark, and shameless people are invincible. Suddenly interjected her roommate, Deng Jejia, her voice perfectly audible to the entire class. What the hell? Deng Jejia is actually brave enough to insult young Master Qiao, murmured one student. Has she lost her mind? If he even twitched a finger, wouldn't she be in for it? The classroom buzzed with whispers, entirely taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly ordinary student. Yet, the most astonished of all was Su Yinqi. Watching her usually timid friend boldly confront Xiao Yin left her wide-eyed in disbelief. What did you say? Xiao Yin stumbled momentarily, his rage simmering to a boiling point. How dare this mere female student reprimand him, the heir of the Westwind Group? Was that not clear enough? Very well. Allow me to clarify. You are nothing but a shameless, self-important coward devoid of self-awareness. Were it not for your parents, you wouldn't even measure up to an elementary student. How could you possibly think you deserve Su Yinshi? Su Yinshi held a prestigious position, being the princess of the renowned Tianxue group in Jiang City. She could have everything she desired. The gifts he offered were mere trifles, easily replaceable. To think that he could win her affection with such paltry offerings was a testament to his foolishness. Being dim-witted is not your fault. Causing harm to others is where you are. An oppressive silence fell over the room that it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Shocking, shocking, shocking. What had they just heard? Deng Jiajia's audacity was astounding. To hurl such disparaging words at the heir of the Westwind Group was beyond comprehension. Even an average person would struggle to endure such a verbal onslaught, let alone Qiao Yin. After delivering an unrelenting tirade, even Deng Jiajia was taken aback by her own boldness. At that moment, Qiao Yan's composure shattered. He raised his fist towards Deng Jiajia. Throughout his life, he had never been openly insulted like this. If he didn't teach this audacious woman a lesson, how would others perceive him? This is school. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I assure you, you will be expelled, Su Yinshi warned coldly. With her friends standing up for her, she would not allow Deng Jiajia to be bullied. That you'll pay for this. Qiao Yin glared at Deng Jiajia, his eyes ablaze with barely concealed hatred. Before storming out of the classroom, he would not let this woman off so easily, despite his numerous attempts to woo Su Yinshi with lavish gifts. He had never felt humiliated before. However, today he felt as though his dignity had been trampled upon, reaching an unbearable threshold. Once Qiao Yin had departed, Deng Jiajia slumped in her chair, deflated and trembling. I was terrified. She admitted, Jiajia, I never realized you were so loyal, Su Yinshi remarked, her eyes shining with admiration. Seated in the front row, Guqi stared incredulously at Deng Jiajia, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. Su Yinshi, like Guqi, could hardly believe that this was her timid best friend. When it came to dealing with Qiao Yin, she seemed particularly determined. Deng Jiajia merely smiled shyly, saying nothing at all. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Xiao Fei, who was driving, received a VX message. Glancing at the flurry of messages from the other party, he could not help but smile nonchalantly. It seemed that a spontaneous idea from that evening had indeed allowed Deng Jiajia to play a significant role beside Su Yinshi. To handle someone like Qiao Yin, sometimes it was unnecessary to confront him directly. Finding a way to exploit his weaknesses was sufficient. Half an hour later, Xiao Fei arrived at the school, due to the impending winter sports meet. The school authorities had mobilized all students to clear the snow from the playground and other areas. Among them was, of course, Su Yinshi, who, after a morning of wild fun, was now utterly exhausted. Several students had offered to help her, but she had declined, unwilling to accept special treatment and face gossip. Xiao Fei was fortunate to have left the school. Otherwise, he too would likely have found himself shoveling snow alongside Su Yinshi. Xiao Fei, what are you doing here? I searched everywhere for you. As he entered the school, a physical education teacher rushed over. Teacher Su, what's the urgency? Xiao Fei inquired, puzzled. It's the principal. He wants to speak with you. I am not sure of the details, the teacher replied, shaking his head. Xiao Fei nodded and followed the teacher in another direction, to the top floor of the Jiang University office building, in the principal's private office. Wang Feng was reviewing documents when suddenly the glass door swung open, and Xiao Fei stepped inside. Xiao Fei, you're here, Wang Feng exclaimed, immediately setting aside his papers to welcome him with a beaming smile. Principal Wang, may I ask what this is about? Xiao Fei inquired with curiosity. It concerns the sports meet. Wang Feng invited Xiao Fei to take a seat and continued, I've learned that the leaders of the sports club have approached you about joining the basketball team. But you declined. Xiao Fei's expression remained unchanged as he responded slowly. Principal, if you're here to persuade me to join, I must apologize. I have no interest in basketball and only possess a rudimentary understanding of it. Rest assured, I'm not here to persuade you. I simply hope you can assist us in an important basketball match. Wang Feng hurriedly clarified, fearing a misunderstanding. What do you mean? Xiao Fei furrowed his brow slightly. You should know that the school sports meet is imminent. Following that, the city sports meet will commence. If our basketball team encounters strong opponents, I hope you can step in as a substitute to help us secure victory. Wang Feng stated after a brief pause, revealing his objective. Last year, they had lost the city sports meet to a formidable rival, Hang University. Recently, they had discovered that Xiao Fei was a basketball prodigy. And naturally, they did not want to miss this opportunity. Securing the city sports meet basketball championship would bring new accolades to the school. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Accept the mission to receive 51 shares of Liddergon Electric Group. Refuse the mission, and you shall perform a striptease in front of Su Yinqi until you are entirely unclothed. What? Xiao Fei was taken aback. Was this a joke? A striptease in front of Su Yinqi? The thought was too absurd for him to fathom. It appeared that refusing the mission was not an option, as he would have to accept it. However, he was aware that Liddergon Electric Group was a well-known company in Jiang City, manufacturing a wide array of appliances such as air conditioners, water heaters, solar panels, rice cookers, washing machines, refrigerators, and televisions. The brand was renowned, with sales points across the nation, with a market value of at least 30 billion. Becoming the owner of such a large company was indeed a tempting prospect. After a moment's pause, Xiao Fei formulated a plan. I can agree to your request to play a basketball match for the school. But I have two conditions that if you agree to these two conditions, we can discuss further, Xiao Fei stated calmly. Please go ahead, Wang Feng nodded, eager to hear the conditions. First, once I step onto the court, Zhou Wenbin must leave. I can win a championship for the school, but I do not wish for his presence while I am playing, Xiao Fei articulated methodically, unperturbed by the possibility of refusal. After all, such decisions were ultimately made by the school. Zhou Wenbin, no matter how reluctant, would have to comply with the school's arrangements. Wang Feng frowned but nodded, finding it not unreasonable. Second, there have been some significant incidents at the school recently, of which you, as the principal, must be somewhat aware. Since Qiao Yin enrolled, he has continually harassed Su Yinqi, causing her considerable distress. Particularly this morning, he disrupted her class and hurled insults at her. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. And Jiang University should not tolerate this. That I hope Principal Wang can issue a school-wide announcement condemning Qiao Yin's actions as a warning to all. Wang Feng, however, appeared somewhat troubled. Qiao Yin held a prominent status. His mother had personally come to the school to request that they look after her son, that if Xiao Fei's demand were met, it would be akin to slapping Xiao Dong's wife in the face, especially considering her connections to the Tianshu Group as Su Yunxin. Seemingly sensing the principal's concerns, Xiao Fei pressed on, Principal Wang, you must know that Su Yinqi is the daughter of Su Yunxin, the chairman of Tianshu Group. Their company has invested significantly in new sports equipment for Jiang University that if he were to discover that his beloved daughter was being bullied while the school did nothing, how would he react? Though Qiao Yin's family was friends with Su Yunxiang, one was a daughter, while the other was merely a friend. Surely, Principal Wang could discern the weight of each relationship. It was as if a light bulb had flickered on in Wang Feng's mind, and he suddenly realized the validity of Xiao Fei's argument. What did it matter if Qiao Yin's family were friends with Su Yunxiang? What significance did a business card from Xiao Dong's wife hold, claiming she could assist in the future? Thus far, it had only been empty words. Meanwhile, Su Yunxiang's Tianshu Group was firmly established in Jiang City and had genuinely invested in their university. Neglecting to protect his daughter while allowing Qiao Yin's destructive behavior to harm Su Yinqi was indeed foolish. Very well, I agree to your terms, Wang Feng decided promptly. Xiao Fei nodded, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Yet his recent assertions had accomplished three goals at once: fulfilling the mission, sidelining Zhou Wenbin, and avenging Su Yinqi. Time passed swiftly. The school seemed eager to demonstrate its sincerity. That afternoon, the higher-ups conducted a thorough investigation, confirming that Xiao Yin had indeed harassed Su Yinqi. Regarding this issue, the principal personally drafted an announcement, which was broadcasted live. Instantly, all students of the school heard the condemnation of Qiao Yin's actions. The language was sharp and incisive, filled with righteous indignation. Even the students began to feel a sense of shame for Qiao Yin's behavior. In the foreign language department, within the classroom, all eyes occasionally turned towards Qiao Yin. There were sneers, scorn, anger, and entertainment. Xiao Yan's face shifted between shades of green and white. He had never felt so utterly humiliated and vulnerable. First, he had made a clumsy confession to Su Yinchi the previous night, which had ended in disgrace. This morning, he was inexplicably berated by a girl, and now he faced condemnation from the entire school to AKT. This moment, he realized that he could no longer remain at Jiang University. Who knew what further humiliation awaited him? With a steely resolve, he decided to leave the school. Moments later, a black Bentley Continental sped out of the campus gates, vanishing into the streets 10 minutes later. In a luxurious villa community less than 3 kilometers from the school, Xiao Yan drove into the estate. After parking in the garage of his family villa, he pulled out his phone and directly dialed his mother. Due to business commitments, his father had left Jiang City the day after arriving, returning to Xiaqing. After dropping him off at school, his mother had likewise returned to Xiaqing. Moments later, the call connected. Chapter 45, A Relentless Pursuit in Xiaqing. At the Shifeng Group, the top floor of the building, Chairman Xiao Zhihong's office was rudely opened that a middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed and exuding an air of authority, strode in, her high heels clicking against the floor. She slammed her designer handbag onto the desk. "What is going on? What has you so riled up this time?" Xiao Zhihong asked, astonished. Typically, such a display indicated that the other party was in a state of extreme anger. Su Huan's face was stormy, her voice sharp as she retorted, "Your son has been bullied, and you're not going to do anything about it? You're busy with work all day. Is your son less important than your job?" Xiao Zhihong paused for a moment, then chuckled. "It's just a little matter with Su Yinchi. Young people can sort these things out themselves. Why are you so worried?" Moreover, Xiao Yan's disposition is excessively arrogant. It is indeed beneficial for him to hone his skills independently and temper his sharpness. In this regard, Xiao Zhidong harbors a contrasting perspective. Upon hearing this, Su Huan was incensed. Disregarding whether this was a company matter, and vociferously demanded, "What do you mean by that? He is your son. He has been bullied, and you, as his elder, do not stand up for him, but instead make sarcastic remarks." However, Xiao Zhidong retorted, "Who would dare to bully him with that temperament? It is undoubtedly he who bullies others, and they retaliate out of necessity. I know my son too well. He is the one who bullies others. There is no instance of him being bullied. Our son is the young master of Shifeng Group. He bullies others because he possesses that strength and backing, and that is only to be expected. Those who dare to bully our son are nothing. They would dare to oppose Shifeng Group?" Su Huan countered loudly, seemingly oblivious to the blatant double standards and unreasonable nature of her words. Even Xiao Zhidong found her attitude intolerable. You realize your son has been expelled. He is targeted by several individuals at school, one named Xiao Fei and the other named Deng Jiejia. Regardless of how you perceive it, you must find a way to deal with these two." Seeing that Xiao Zhidong appeared indifferent, Su Huan tired of further discussion and directly ordered him to resolve the matter. "Is there really a need for that? They are merely young individuals yet to enter society. A bit of conflict is quite normal." Xiao Zhidong attempted to express more, but Su Huan interjected, "If that's how you feel, then there is nothing more to discuss. We shall divorce, and I will take our son. You need not concern yourself any further." Su Huan refrained from lengthy discourse, throwing down the ultimate trump card. "Look at you, resorting to this again. I will immediately send someone to investigate the situation and discuss countermeasures, shall we?" Xiao Zhidong had no choice but to acquiesce, and no need to investigate. What more is there to investigate? Just find someone to teach them a lesson and make them kneel before our son to apologize, then expel them from Jiang University and Jiang City. Su Huan offered no opportunity for Xiao Zhidong to be evasive, issuing a firm command. All right, I will send someone right away." Unable to resist his wife's insistence, Xiao Zhidong chose to compromise that he then picked up the office phone and dialed a number. 2 days later, Jiang City, Jiang University. In the engineering department's break room, Xiao Fei was seated, reviewing his recent earnings. Ever since acquiring all the properties of Henglida Plaza, he had been enjoying a daily influx of income. Just yesterday, the of Henglida officially reclaimed all 3 stores under Han Shun's name, aside from the exclusive store, and re-rented them on Henglida's network. Within a single day, dozens of individuals returned for visits, many eager to pay rent. This is the reputation of Hang Plaza in Jiang City. Its prime geographical location makes it a hub of foot traffic. Who wouldn't want to do business in such a place? Especially in the electronics mall, the area of a single store is equivalent to 3 or 4 other storefronts, and naturally, the rental price is unmatched by other shops by the end of the day. The 3 storefronts collectively garnered an annual rental income exceeding 500,000. Coupled with the continuous rent received over the past 10 days, he had nearly amassed 2 million in his account. Delightful, Xiao Fei thought. Thoroughly satisfied. However, satisfaction often comes hand in hand with dissatisfaction. The classroom entrance. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Zishi and Sun Hao had found him. Xiao Fei looked up and noticed them, but he merely scoffed internally. Remaining seated and motionless. Just because they arrived, did he have to go out? Sensing his deliberate avoidance, Jiang Zishi and Sun Hao exchanged glances and walked as they entered the classroom. The other students quickly recognized them. After all, one was the head of the sports society and also the campus beauty, while the other was the vice president. It was hard not to attract attention. Yet everyone was curious. What brought them here? I don't know what there is to discuss between the 3 of us, Xiao Fei coldly remarked as they approached, genuinely disliking their presence. Yesterday, our instructor informed us that you would be participating in this city's basketball tournament. Jiang Zishi adjusted her glasses and inquired, "So what?" Xiao Fei replied, puzzled. After discussion, "We hope you can spare some time for basketball training in the society." Jiang Zishi finally stated her purpose for being there. "Training?" Xiao Fei responded incredulously, then coolly said, "That's unnecessary. I only promised the principal to help him secure the championship, but I never said I would join the society for training, though we are well aware of that." Jiang Zishi nodded and continued, "However, as the head of the society, I must inform you not to underestimate the city basketball tournament. Be prudent. We hope you can train daily to keep your physical condition at its peak, ensuring a higher chance of victory in need." Xiao Fei succinctly declined. He had thought they meant something significant, yet it turned out to be a matter of no concern, seemingly caught off guard by his outright refusal. Jiang Zishi felt her anger rise and stated firmly, "Xiao Fei, you are being overly arrogant. That I acknowledge your strength, but do you not realize that beyond Jiang University, there are even more formidable opponents? Especially last year, where Lanhang University decisively defeated us. The city basketball tournament is not as simple as you think." Sun Hao, unable to bear Xiao Fei's haughty demeanor, chimed in, "Even if your strength is impressive, the team still requires cohesion, right? Without training and cooperation, how can you perform well with your teammates?" Listening to their words, Xiao Fei could only shake his head in resignation. He scoffed, "I've been at Jiang University for quite some time. How many times have you seen me play basketball? It was only when I faced Zhou Wenbin's team that as long as his team doesn't trip me up, I'll be fine." Xiao Fei's words were not without reason. He had a past grievance with Zhou Wenbin. Who knew whether they would collude to sabotage him? However, when the time came, he would have his own methods to deal with it. So there was no need for excessive worry. Jiang Zishi, seeing his obstinacy, ceased her attempts to persuade him but felt a surge of indignation. Since becoming the head of the society, she had never been so blatantly ignored. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and ultimately she taunted, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Rushing in at the last minute will only lead to regret when you lose. I wonder how you will explain it to the principal." "What does that have to do with you?" "Mind your own business," Xiao Fei replied with amusement, observing her. Individuals like Jiang Zishi and Sun Hao, who were so self-righteous, seemed to believe the world revolved around them, expecting everyone to acquiesce to their demands. Once was tolerable, but now they returned again, and he was determined not to oblige. Furthermore, his exceptional basketball skills were not merely a result of talent. They stemmed from a systematic enhancement of his physical capabilities. His physical abilities were 5 times that of an average person, with speed, strength, and reflexes far surpassing the norm. Thus, whether it was basketball, shooting, or any other sport, it was all a walk in the park for him. If he were to follow her advice and develop his talents earnestly, he would have a lot on his plate. Jiang Zishi, unable to retort, could only huff in frustration and leave. With her departure, Sun Hao followed suit, unable to remain in the classroom any longer. Seething with indignation, as Xiao Fei watched their retreating figures, he couldn't help but smirk. From the very beginning, they had not considered his position, merely acting on impulse. Xiao Fei would not indulge them. However, while they had exited, the students in the classroom were far from calm. Wow. Wow. Did you all hear that? Xiao Fei is going to participate in the city basketball tournament. How can we not hear? I thought I wouldn't get another chance to witness his basketball prowess. Absolutely. We are so lucky. I must go watch this city tournament. With Xiao Fei on our side, Jian University is bound to win the championship and avenge last year's defeat. Exactly. Let's show everyone the basketball powerhouse of Jian University. We will certainly defeat Hang University and become the new champions. At that moment, the classroom was abuzz with excitement. Reflecting on Xiao Fei's previous performance on the basketball court, the anticipation for the city tournament reached unprecedented heights. Xiao Fei observed the adoration in his classmates' eyes and could only shake his head in exasperation. Just then, Su Yinchi sent a video call via VX, and Xiao Fei promptly connected. Your brother wants to see me. After a few seconds, Xiao Fei looked at the stunning face on the screen. Perplexed. Yes, it seems Mom and Dad sent him to probe you. Su Yinchi speculated with a furrowed brow. If you don't want to go, I can tell my brother a lie to deceive him. Concerned that Xiao Fei might not be ready, Su Yinchi suggested. That won't do. I can't shirk my first meeting with your family. It would leave a poor impression. Xiao Fei shook his head, resolutely refusing. If all goes well, he could very well be my future brother-in-law. I must show some respect. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as the two had yet to establish anything substantial. So, you are agreeing then? Su Yinchi could not help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. She had feared that the other party might not wish to go. Xiao Fei smiled faintly and nodded. After all, he would eventually meet Su Yinchi's family, so there was little difference in meeting them now or later. Moreover, the earlier they became acquainted, the closer their relationship with Su Yinchi could grow. What could be more delightful? When Xiao Fei inquired, tomorrow morning, at the Shenghao Hotel, Su Yinchi promptly replied, Shenghao. Indeed, I doubt he would ever anticipate that the chairman of the hotel would be you. Su Yinchi chuckled to herself. She was genuinely curious to see the expression on her brother's face if he were to discover that the owner of the hotel was Xiao Fei. The thought brought her amusement. Xiao Fei, too, smiled nonchalantly. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Shenghao was one of the landmarks of Jiangshan. Given that Su Ting was the president of Tianxue Group, it was only natural for him to invite them for a meal there. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following day at the entrance of Shenghao Hotel. A Pagani smoothly rolled in. Xiao Fei opened the car door and stepped out. Today he had taken special care to style his hair and donned a formal black suit. After all, it was his first meeting with Su Yinchi's family, and he felt it necessary to dress appropriately. Meanwhile, Su Yinchi was equally stunningly attired. After exiting the vehicle, she walked alongside Xiao Fei into the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, manager Yang Mingfeng approached with a smile, saying, Boss, President Su Ting of Tianxue Group specifically asked me to wait for you at the entrance and escort you both over. Xiao Fei nodded, reminding him, do not inadvertently reveal my identity. Understood. Yang Mingfeng, being astute, naturally grasped the implications, as Su Yinchi's brother had reserved a table not in an upstairs private room, but in the restaurant on the first floor's northern side. This arrangement suited both Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi's preferences, as dining in a more intimate setting was preferable when the crowd was sparse. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they noticed a figure standing up. With a handsome visage and an extraordinary aura, he possessed a steadiness that set him apart from Su Yinchi. Xiao Fei could not help but silently commend. They were indeed siblings, as their looks were exceptionally striking. Nearly rivaling his OWNAS, he assessed the individual. Su Ting also scrutinized him. The first impression was quite favorable. It was no wonder his sister held such affection for him. You must be Xiao Fei. Please sit, Su Ting greeted with a smile, inviting them to take their seats. Xiao Fei returned the smile, offering a friendly response. This invitation is merely for a meal, nothing more, Su Ting clarified, hoping to ease any tension. Not at all. In fact, I was eager to meet you both, as Su Yinchi often praises her brother in my presence, Xiao Fei remarked with a smile. Really? Su Ting was slightly taken aback. It was remarkable that his younger sister would speak positively about him, let alone praise him, as Su Yinchi, too, furrowed her brow slightly. Had she ever extolled her brother in front of Xiao Fei? She had no recollection of such instances. As their conversation unfolded, time slipped by, and the congenial atmosphere made the dining experience quite pleasant. Through their interactions, Xiao Fei sensed that Su Yinqi's brother was a commendable individual, not one to harbor a disdainful attitude. He had never exhibited any signs of condescension or disdain towards him, which endeared him to Xiao Fei. In today's society, it was rare to encounter someone in Su Ting's position who maintained such a mindset, compared to individuals like Shui Kaiqiao and Yin. Su Ting was indeed exemplary. President Su, I never expected to see you here. A sudden voice interrupted the harmonious atmosphere at the table. Xiao Fei frowned and looked over, noticing several elegantly dressed men approaching, their faces adorned with provocative smiles. Ah, it's you. Su Ting frowned slightly, clearly not welcoming their presence. The individual before them, named Tang Ji, was the president of Dachong Real Estate in Jiangxing. Despite his youth, he was quite shrewd in business. Yet his character left much to be desired. Dachong Real Estate was also a well-known real estate company in Jiangxing, boasting substantial financial resources, ranking among the top 10 enterprises in the city. Just behind Tianxue Group. Why do you seem so unwelcoming? Is it due to the landmark on Danyang Avenue? Tang Ji remarked with a smirk, his tone dripping with concealed arrogance. Indeed, Danyang Avenue is a prime location. Countless companies are vying to develop that land. I heard Tianxue Group has been preparing for a long time, aiming to win the bid, but unfortunately, you managed to snatch it away, didn't you? How could one not be upset? The speaker was a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure, exuding an air of sophistication, yet unmistakably carrying a hint of a dubious background. That moment, she was nestled in Tang Ji's embrace. Their closeness apparent. President Peng, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Su Ting chose to ignore the two and turned his attention to another man nearby. Yes, what a coincidence that I trust you are well. President Su, replied a short middle-aged man named Peng Guan, the chairman of Jiangchang Fua, a building materials company, and also a former collaborator of Tianxue Group. President Peng, it's surprising that after years of collaboration between Tianxue Group and your Fuhua building materials, you would leak our bidding price to Dachong, Su Ting stated coldly. President Su, one must speak with evidence. How can you accuse me without proof? Perhaps it was one of your own who divulged Tianxue's secrets. Peng Guan retorted with a sneer, inwardly dismissive of the accusation, as those in their line of work prioritize profit above all else. Our bidding prices have always been confidential, apart from me and the chairman. Not even the shareholders are privy to that information. How could there be any leaks? Only during the last collaboration did you feign casual interest, and we, maintaining our trust, shared that information with you. Only to find out that you had secretly informed the Haoing. Su Ting scoffed, feeling a flicker of anger rising within him. Yet he managed to suppress it. Peng Guan appeared indifferent, though he was secretly unbothered. Indeed, he had shared Tianxue's intended base price with Dachong. Initially, Dachong had offered to pay 10% more than Tianxue for their building materials, on the condition of acquiring Tianxue's bidding price. With such profit, Peng Guan readily agreed. Having collaborated with Tianxue for many years, obtaining such information was a trivial matter for him. This ultimately led to Dachong winning the bid on Danyang Avenue. However, despite his actions, he was not foolish enough to admit it openly. Some matters did not need to be laid bare until the final moment. The members of Tianxue were not foolish. They all understood the implications. And afterward, they ceased cooperation with Fuhua Group. Peng Guan was unconcerned. Establishing ties with Dachong and reaping substantial profits brought him greater joy. Yet he overlooked the fact that, in terms of overall transactions, Tianxue's dealings exceeded Dachong's significantly. Over the course of a year, the gains and losses were not vastly different, but he had certainly offended such a major client as Tianxue. Moreover, who could say if Dachong would continue purchasing their materials at that price in the years to come? President Tang, why don't we move to the private room upstairs? The woman, initially intending to savor the dining experience in the restaurant, now expressed disdain upon encountering Tianxue Group's members. Fine, if you dislike it here. Let's head upstairs to avoid the sight of them. President Peng, shall we go? Tang Ji replied, his tone dismissive. I share the same sentiment. Peng Guan chuckled, preparing to leave with him, and no need to go upstairs. You should turn around and exit instead. Suddenly, Xiao Fei interjected calmly from his seat. What did you say? Tang Ji and his companions frowned. Turning around, they realized the speaker was a stranger seated opposite Su Ting. Was my message unclear? Let me reiterate. Exit straight away. Shenghao Hotel is not a place for you to linger. Xiao Fei reiterated coolly, taking a sip of the red wine on the table. Puffed. Who do you think you are to command us? You truly are unaware of your own insignificance. Tang Ji's expression hardened, disdain evident in his gaze. President Su, are all your friends this foolish? The alluring woman could not help but burst into laughter. Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly before me? Tang Ji shot back, his brow furrowed as he regarded Xiao Fei with contempt. As the president of Dacheng Group, he found it absurd that a stranger would dare speak to him in such a manner. Even Peng Guan shook his head, sharing the same disdain if he dared not speak so boldly to Tang Ji. How could this young man, appearing barely in his 20s, presume to do so? Manager Yang. These individuals are exceedingly bothersome. Please have security escort them out. From now on, none of them are permitted entry without my express command, Xiao Fei stated, uninterested in further explanations, directly instructing his subordinate to remove them. Understood. Yang Mingfeng nodded slightly and promptly summoned the security guards via the intercom. Ever since he had expelled Shui Kai from the hotel, his audacity had increased significantly. Observing the relationship between his boss and Su Yanqi, coupled with the fact that Su Ting was also present today, it seemed inevitable that they would soon be considered family. This was a matter of great significance. The status of their boss was rising. And who would dare to provoke him? If he performed his duties well, his boss would become his support. What was there to fear? However, he remained unaware that Xiao Fei possessed multiple identities, and had he been privy to them, it would likely leave him astounded for an entire year. In less than half a minute, several security guards rushed to the northern restaurant and encircled Tang Ji and his companions. Mr. Tang, please vacate the Shenghao Hotel. Yang Mingfeng stated calmly, refraining from resorting to violence immediately. Who exactly are you? Tang Ji's expression darkened as he realized the other party was not to be underestimated. Finally, he acknowledged Xiao Fei's significance. The one who commands the manager of Shenghao Hotel is certainly not an ordinary individual. That he is our chairman at Shenghao Hotel, our clandestine proprietor, Yang Mingfeng introduced solemnly, standing to the side, although the boss had previously instructed him not to reveal his identity in front of Su Ting. Yang Mingfeng understood from the moment he was called to deal with the situation that his boss no longer intended to conceal his identity. What? The owner of Shenghao Hotel? Yang Mingfeng's revelation stunned everyone present. How could someone so young hold the position of chairman? Even Su Ting, seated across from him, could not help but feel astonished, as this contradicted the information his father had uncovered. Su Yanqi sighed slightly. It seemed the identity had indeed been exposed. Manager Yang. Xiao Fei spoke indifferently, as if urging him. Yang Mingfeng grasped the hint and promptly instructed the security guards to remove the intruders without a hint of politeness. Chapter 48. Xiao Fei's intense fury. What are you doing? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Are you all seeking death? Tang Ji shouted vehemently that I don't care if you're the owner of Shenghao Hotel. You crossed me today, and I, Tang Ji, will not let this go. Madmen, all of you are insane. Let me tell you, if you offend Mr. Tang, you're finished. The trio cursed angrily as they were shoved out of the restaurant and expelled from Shenghao Hotel by a number of security guards. No matter how unwilling or furious they felt, they could only be mercilessly pushed out. Along the way, numerous patrons observed their disgraceful exit, pointing and gossiping as they bore witness to the spectacle. Xiao, I will not let you off easily. The entrance of the hotel. Tang Ji seethed with rage. Never had he felt so humiliated. He'll be expelled from a hotel. What an absurdity! Beside him, the alluring woman and Peng Guan from the Fuhua group felt equally incensed. Their pride thoroughly tarnished. Once so self-satisfied, they now found themselves utterly disgraced, their faces smeared with shame. The bustling crowd around them only amplified their embarrassment as they fled to the parking lot. Unable to linger any longer, observing their retreating figures, Manager Yang could not suppress a derisive smile. Previously, these individuals had held themselves in high esteem, exuding an air of superiority. As a mere manager, he had endured their arrogance in silence, forced to curry favor with them. Yet, since the change in ownership at Shenghao Hotel, first with Shui Kai and now with Tang Ji, these haughty individuals had been ousted from the premises, and it was immensely gratifying. Yang Mingfeng could not help but admire his boss. Each one of them had been dispatched with ease, truly formidable. Meanwhile, back in the restaurant, though the intruders had been expelled, Xiao Fei's identity was now exposed. Su Ting, having experienced the world, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment, yet he could not shake the lingering shock. His father had once investigated Xiao Fei's background, discovering that his parents were temporary workers in the city, laboring at arduous jobs. They even rented their home, leading a life of considerable hardship. Yet what was this situation? He had transformed into the chairman of Shenghao Hotel. This was the most renowned seven-star hotel in Jiangxing. A landmark establishment. To become the chairman of such a hotel was no trivial matter. Su Ting glanced at Su Yinshi, pondering whether his sister was aware of this revelation. What's wrong? Su Yinshi noticed her brother's gaze fixed upon her. A hint of curiosity in her voice. Nothing, just surprised to learn that Xiao Fei is the owner of Shenghao Hotel. It caught me off guard, Su Ting replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. I was equally astonished when I first found out. You'll get used to it, Su Yinshi responded nonchalantly. Seems you were aware of his identity long before. Su Ting inquired tentatively. Yes, I learned about it when we first got together. Su Yinshi explained. Su Ting nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Li Xiao Fei had not deceived his sister by concealing his identity. However, his father's misunderstanding needed clarification. He would have to investigate further upon returning. The meal had initially been quite harmonious, but due to the interruption caused by Tang Ji and his companions, they no longer had the appetite to continue dining. Xiao Fei was unfazed. Sudden disruptions had become commonplace for him. However, for Su Ting, the revelation of Xiao Fei's identity had rendered the situation somewhat perplexing, igniting his curiosity about the circumstances. Overall, he held a favorable view of the man before him. He was neither arrogant nor haughty, perfectly aligning with Su Ting's expectations. Moreover, Xiao Fei had just helped him save face by humiliating Tang Ji from the Dacho group, allowing Su Ting to release pent-up frustration. This favor was one he would remember. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had slipped by. Ultimately, Su Ting had to leave Shenghao Hotel early due to an unexpected obligation. Just as he departed, Xiao Fei's phone rang. It was a call from his mother. What did you say? Moments later, a sudden chill swept over Xiao Fei as he stood up abruptly, his expression darkening. In Jiangxi at the 3rd Affiliated Hospital, Tao Rong supported her husband, Xiao Tong, as they sat on a bench in the hospital corridor. How is your arm now? Does it still hurt? Tao Rong asked, her face streaked with concern. It's nothing. Why do you look so mournful? I'm not dead, Xiao Tong retorted, unable to tolerate her tearful demeanor. Those people were too ruthless. How could they be so unreasonable, beating you to this extent? The memory of the earlier incident sent shivers down her spine. Alas, I had intended to retrieve my wages. But given their attitude, it seems I worked for nothing these past months, Xiao Tong sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. That moment, a Pagani raced into the 3rd Affiliated Hospital. 2 figures emerged from the car, Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi. He had called his mother and, after confirming their exact location, found them within 2 minutes. Dad, what happened? Xiao Fei's face darkened as he noticed his father's arm wrapped in bandages and the bloodstains on his forehead. Xiao Fei, you've come. This is his mother, initially grim-faced, was taken aback upon seeing the striking Su Yinshi beside him. What a remarkable young lady. It was her first time encountering someone so beautiful, eclipsing even television stars. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Su Yinshi, Xiao Fei's good friend. She hesitated, introducing herself. Oh, how lovely. Tao Rong nodded eagerly, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized Su Yinshi. How wonderful it would be if such a beautiful girl became a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. The earlier tears of concern for her husband were forgotten in an instant. Feeling the scrutiny, Su Yinshi inexplicably felt her cheeks flush, unable to evade the attention. I wish I could just vanish in a thin air. Mom, what on earth is going on? Noticing his mother's unwavering gaze on Su Yinshi, Xiao Fei shook his head and pressed for answers. It was to clarify the situation and to defend Su Yinshi. As Tao Rong recounted the events surrounding Xiao Fei's father, Her expression darkened once more. "A few months ago, your father took a temporary job with a company called Amlin Engineering. After 3 months of work, he was to receive a payment of 10,000 yuan, which he found satisfactory, so he continued for the full term. However, now that the 3 months have passed, when he went to collect his wages, they claimed that they had no record of your father's information and that he didn't exist, so he effectively worked for nothing and won receive a single cent." Xiao Fei inquired, puzzled. "Of course. There is a contract, but they suddenly changed the company name to Jinli Engineering." Xiao Tong interjected angrily. "They told me to approach the original company, claiming the contract had no bearing on them. I've been here before. It looks exactly the same as it did months ago. Even the staff are the same. How can it not be their company?" As he reminisced about the events of noon, he remained seething with anger. Subsequently, your father confronted them, only for the proprietor to audaciously command his staff to assault your father, forcibly ejecting him from the premises. Moreover, he brazenly threatened that if your father were to return, he would be met with violence once more. Alas, they take advantage of us honest folks, knowing we lack connections and are too intimidated to retaliate, sighed Tao Rong bitterly. This job was already exhausting enough, and now they were withholding wages. How could one not feel infuriated? Upon hearing his parents' account, Xiao Fei grasped the situation's essence. That moment, an aura of cold determination enveloped him. He would spare no one who dared to lay a hand on his family. Yesterday, when I accessed the back-end data, I was momentarily taken aback, then filled with exhilaration that a reader by the name of Long Yu sent me a prestigious certification and gifted me a character summon. It was my first time receiving such a grand present. Sincerely, I am especially grateful to this reader. Thank you for your generosity. Chapter 49. The arrogant cashier. I'll take you home. You can leave the rest to me. Seeing that his father's hand was properly bandaged, Xiao Fei felt it was time for him to be discharged. He and his mother assisted his father, preparing to help him into the car. Initially, Su Yinshi also wished to lend a hand, but upon noticing that the two of them were already supporting him, she decided against it. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the old city district. Tao Rong helped Xiao Tong out of the vehicle. Gazing at the sleek sports car in astonishment, "Xiao Fei, where did you get this car?" Although Xiao Fei's vehicle had frequently been parked in the alley, Tao Rong and Xiao Tong had never laid eyes on it before. Even if they had seen it, they could hardly fathom that it belonged to their family. "I bought it. I partnered with friends to open an online store, and we earned several 100,000 each month." Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. "And no wonder you often send money home." "So it's because of this venture?" Tao Rong remarked, her expression one of enlightenment. Throughout his life, Xiao Fei had always been honest and never lied, so his parents harbored no doubts about his words. Observing the Xiao family, Su Yinshi felt an increasing sense of curiosity. However, at that moment, she wisely refrained from asking any questions. "Xiao Shi, please accompany my parents upstairs for a while. I need to visit the company to investigate the matter and will return shortly." With their arrival at the building, Xiao Fei suddenly turned and spoke. "Okay, please be careful," Su Yinshi replied, understanding his character and abilities, offering only a brief admonition without further elaboration. "Xiao Fei, don't do anything reckless. Your father has just come out of the hospital." "What are you planning to do?" Tao Rong quickly interjected, concerned that her son was intent on confronting his debtors. The image of her husband covered in blood was still fresh in her mind, causing her anxiety. The people inside are quite ruthless. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble, but if it's unavoidable, then so be it, Xiao Fei's father urged, emphasizing that safety was paramount, despite the hard-earned money at stake. "Uncle and aunt, you need not worry. Xiao Fei is formidable. Ordinary individuals are no match for him." Su Yinshi interjected, having witnessed Xiao Fei's prowess firsthand. She recalled the night she twisted her ankle and was cornered by several motorcycle thugs, only for Xiao Fei to dispatch them effortlessly. His gallant and striking figure remained etched in her memory. However, Tao Rong wished to say more, but Xiao Fei had already entered the car, accelerating away with a swift press of the gas pedal. Watching him depart, the elderly couple could not quell their growing anxiety. "Rest assured, he will be fine," Su Yinshi comforted them, noting their continued concern. "Hey, old Xiao, what happened to your hand? How did it end up like this?" At that moment, two neighbors happened to pass by the alley and Seeing Xiao Tong's bandaged arm, curiously inquired. Just as they finished their question, they noticed Su Yinqi's presence. Upon seeing her, they were momentarily struck dumb. This young lady was exceedingly beautiful. Old Xiao, Rongzi, who is this girl? I've never seen her before, one of the women asked, astonished, noting that the girl's attire and demeanor were far from ordinary. She is my son's friend, Tao Rong replied candidly. Friend? Or perhaps girlfriend? One of the women probed tentatively. The term friend could imply many things, prompting their imaginations to wander. Listening to their conversation, Su Yinqi felt her cheeks flush slightly, her bashful demeanor only affirming their speculation. Instantly, the two women felt a pang of envy. Could the Xiao family truly be on the verge of upward mobility? They had once been the poorest family in the alley, and now they own a luxury car and were acquainted with such a stunning young lady. Perhaps she was from a wealthy family. If they were to become family in the future, the Xiao family would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. With this thought, the two neighbors quickly took their leave, feeling uncomfortable at the prospect of lingering longer. Why was it that their own sons had such poor luck in finding such exquisite companions? Uncle, let me assist you. Once the neighbors had departed, Su Yinqi turned to Xiao Tong, offering her support. She did not mind his dusty appearance as she helped him towards the stairs. Tao Rong observed the interaction with growing approval, nodding inwardly. She truly was a good child. The more she looked at Su Yinqi, the more she liked her. If only Xiao Fei could marry her, it would be a blessing for their family. Meanwhile, a Pagani sped through the streets of Jiangchong, following the navigation's directions. Xiao Fei's expression was clouded with frost. To dare lay a finger on his family crossed a line that could not be resolved merely with money. The vehicle moved swiftly, reaching its destination in less than 10 minutes. The company, named Jinshi Engineering, was a conspicuous establishment located on Minghua Avenue in Jiangxing. However, the firm's scale was modest, featuring only a 3-story building with a front that consisted of 3 connected storefronts. Xiao Fei parked the car beside the entrance and strode purposefully into the establishment. The receptionist was engrossed in a film, casually munching on sunflower seeds, too lazy to even lift her head as she indifferently inquired, "What do you want?" "Tell your boss that Xiao Tong's son is here." Xiao Fei stated directly, disliking any form of circumlocution. The woman paused momentarily, then raised her gaze to scrutinize Xiao Fei. She scoffed. "The one who caused a scene and got beaten up at noon was your father? Our boss made it clear that anyone associated with Xiao Tong is not welcome here. You think you can see him?" The woman stood, sizing up Xiao Fei, her expression one of blatant disdain. Xiao Fei could not help but wonder what kind of small-time cashier felt so empowered, probably relying on someone else's influence. Just as she finished speaking, she picked up the landline and made a call. Throughout, Xiao Fei remained silent and made no attempt to intervene. This woman was merely a minor player, not deserving of his ire. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, within a minute, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the upper floor as several burly men descended. The leader, a tall man clad in a suit and tie, wore a stern expression with piercing eyes. His imposing presence could intimidate an average person, but to Xiao Fei, it was hardly formidable. "Are you Xiao Fei, son of Xiao Tong?" the leader inquired, pointing a finger at Xiao Fei's nose with an attitude that was nothing short of arrogant, as if prepared to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The men behind him mirrored his brashness, exuding an air of intimidation. Crack! In an instant, the sound of a bone snapping reverberated through the hall, followed by a sharp scream that startled everyone present. "Your reach is too long. It requires a slight adjustment," Xiao Fei remarked coolly, gazing down at the man who was now crouched on the floor. Chapter 50. This man is too powerful. The once arrogant man was now writhing in pain, utterly disoriented. The agony of losing a fingertip was unimaginable. "Damn it, you're seeking your own demise." One of the burly men, unable to contain his seething rage, glared fiercely at Xiao Fei. Never had anyone dared to disrupt their company, and today was the perfect opportunity to send both father and son of the Xiao family to the hospital. With a guttural roar, the rugged man charged at Xiao Fei, fists raised as he lunged. The others could no longer hold back either. They were all robust individuals, and dealing with this young upstart would be as effortless as squashing an ant. "Beat him to a pulp. How dare he cause a ruckus in our company?" This is insurrection. The woman at the cash register shouted arrogantly. It was noon when Xiao Tong came into the store, clamoring for his wages, which delayed her from watching a movie. Consequently, she had a fierce argument with him, even going so far as to scratch his face in frustration, unable to quell her anger. She further incited the boss against him. The boss, taking advantage of the situation, ordered his men to give Xiao Tong a beating and expel him from the establishment. Little did they expect that not 2 hours later, his son would return to cause trouble, daring to lay hands on his former lover, Yao Chong. The woman's volatile temperament could hardly tolerate such insolence. She wished fervently that Xiao Fei would be left on the brink of death. Yet it was evident that this time they had encountered something formidable. Xiao Fei surveyed the throng before him, his eyes glinting with cold ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Within half a minute, the entire hall fell silent. The once vigorous and robust men lay motionless on the ground. One and all, this time, Xiao Fei spared no mercy. While he did not intend to take lives, leaving them bedridden for a year and a half was certainly within his capability. To strike with force and precision was paramount. If his purpose was merely to reason with them, then what significance did his visit hold? Some individuals, it seems, require a profound lesson to learn their place. The woman at the cash register stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Xiaman swore she had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle in her life. Was the man before her human or specter in mere moments? He had rendered several sturdy men unconscious. Such scenes, typically reserved for the silver screen, were vividly manifesting before her eyes, rendering her incredulous and bemused. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei maintained an expression of indifference, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to the leading man from earlier, advancing toward him step by step, his slow gait instilling trepidation. What do you want? The approaching Xiao Fei evoked a look of terror in the man's eyes. He was genuinely afraid that it was terrifying, utterly terrifying. For the first time in his life, Yao Chong felt such fear that it was as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, poised to rend him apart at any moment. He had never felt this way even in the presence of his own employer. However, no amount of fear could extinguish the fury burning within Xiao Fei. His purpose today was to confront the owner of the company, the very instigator who was unwilling to pay wages and resorted to violence. As he drew near Yao Chong, he struck with lightning speed, seizing the man's wrist and twisting it violently. Another wave of excruciating pain surged through Yao Chong, nearly prompting him to cry out for his mother. "Can I summon your boss now?" Xiao Fei spoke coldly, his voice frigid. Yes. The boss is next door entertaining guests. I'll call him back immediately." Yao Chong hastily replied, tears streaming down his face from the pain. He then glared at the woman at the cash register, berating her. "Are you a dead woman? Hurry up and call the boss. What are you waiting for? Can't you see I'm about to be killed?" I'll call right now. Xiaman nodded vigorously, her bravado long extinguished by fear. After the call was made, 10 minutes later, a black Mercedes arrived at the company entrance. Alongside it emerged several bodyguards clad in black suits. "What is going on? Who dares to cause a ruckus in my company?" A deep voice resonated. A rather rotund man, impeccably dressed, strode in with his entourage of bodyguards. Seemingly emboldened by the boss's arrival, Xiaman pointed at Xiao Fei, declaring, "That's the guy. He's Xiao Tong's son, here to collect a debt, and he has injured our staff." The boss's face darkened as he swept his gaze across the hall, his fury igniting. Yet, as the owner, he differed from the brutish men. He suppressed his anger, adjusted his briefcase, and stepped forward. "So, you're the one who harmed my employee. Are you the owner of this company?" Xiao Fei disregarded the question, retorting instead. A chill permeated the air, as if a mere affirmative response would provoke him to strike. "I am." The man replied tersely, then continued, "Brother, I can see that despite your youth, you possess formidable skills. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to take down my employees single-handedly. However, I, Zhao, would like to offer you a word of caution. Not everything in this world can be resolved through brute force yet." Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past, followed by a searing pain in his shoulder. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself pinned against a glass table in the hall. "Ah, it hurts. Let go, Zhao De felt as if a giant iron hand had seized his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Pressed against the cold glass table, the discomfort was unbearable. That I'm here to settle the score with you. Not to heed your advice. As you have treated my family, I shall repay you tenfold. Xiao Fei's tone was as frigid as an abyss, devoid of any emotion. If you dare to approach, I guarantee he will remain bedridden forever, he warned, his gaze fixed on the eager bodyguards. And no, don't come closer. I was wrong. Brother Xiao, I was wrong. Zhao depleted. It wasn't my intention to go after your father. It was others who targeted you, and I had no choice. Chapter 51. Some people are destined to be offended. Who is targeting me? Xiao Fei furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unforeseen development. It's the West Wind Group. They're the ones after you. Zhao De replied urgently, continuing to explain. It wasn't the West Wind Group that contacted me directly, but the chairman of Lingfeng Hongya. He Shengli investigated you. He learned that your father worked for me. So he treated me to a meal, and of course I was delighted. During the meal, he mentioned your connection to the Qiao family and asked me to look after your father, which led to this incident. In agony, Zhao De divulged everything, not daring to lie. The West Wind Group, Xiao Fei's gaze sharpened, so it was connected to Qiao Yin. Yet it was evident that mobilizing the West Wind Group's network was beyond Xiao Yin's capabilities. Su Huan, a middle-aged woman's visage flickered in Xiao Fei's mind. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed as Zhao De felt an unbearable surge of pain wash over him. Plunging him into unconsciousness, Xiao Fei slowly withdrew his hand, having never intended to show mercy to these individuals from the outset. Gazing at the unconscious Zhao De, he scoffed. Your name bears the character De, yet you utterly disgrace it. Xiao Fei was not the sort to exploit the weak or oppress the innocent. However, he would not show compassion to those who bullied the weak and believed themselves invincible. The boss has been assaulted. What are you all waiting for? Why not take action? Xia Man, terrified, shouted at the bodyguards, disregarding her authority over them. Meanwhile, she herself hastily made her way toward the exit, hoping to use them as shields to make her escape. But she was fast. Xiao Fei was faster. Before she could reach the door, a figure surged forward, arriving beside her in an instant. Xia Man felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, followed by an overwhelming force. Bang! The tremendous impact sent her rebounding against the cash register, ultimately crumpling to the floor. An excruciating pain coursed through her, as though her limbs had been mercilessly battered, leaving her unable to rise. This agony approached the limits of human endurance, provoking thoughts of death. You were the loudest just now. Did you think you could leave unscathed? Xiao Fei remarked with a cold smile, given her previous arrogance. He had every reason to believe she bore some responsibility for the mistreatment of his father. Please, big brother, I was wrong. Can you spare me? I dare again. I truly came a weak voice. Despite being devoid of strength and on the verge of passing out from the pain, her survival instinct compelled her to plead. If not for the excruciating pain preventing her from standing, she would have knelt in supplication. She had come to deeply understand how terrifying the man before her was. That it was utterly foolish of her to have made an enemy of someone so formidable. The bodyguards standing nearby were already paralyzed with fear. Such speed, such skill, they had never encountered anything like it, and they no longer dared to retaliate. To put it more eloquently, they're referred to as bodyguards. However, in reality, they're scarcely stronger than the burly men sprawled across the ground. The only solace at present is that they were not involved in the incident this afternoon when Xiao Tong was assaulted. Had they been, the repercussions would have been dire once the truth came to light. It seems, in a bid to prove their innocence, the bodyguards hastily approached Xiao Fei to offer their apologies, explaining the circumstances of the situation. Naturally, the altercation earlier today between this woman and Xiao Fei's father came to light. Xia Man felt a sudden jolt, a wave of inexplicable chill washing over her. Fear, extreme fear, regret, endless regret. Since entering society, she had feared nothing, emboldened by her relationship with Yao Chong, who served as her manager. She had grown accustomed to arrogance. Yet never had she felt such profound trepidation. It was as if a perfectly concealed mouse had suddenly discovered a cat lurking just behind it, sending a shiver down her spine. Surprisingly, Xiao Fei merely cast her a cold glance before turning to leave the company. Remaining here served no purpose. These were merely minor players. The true adversaries she needed to confront were Lingfeng Hongye and the sinister West Wind Group. Moreover, given the severity of his earlier actions, this woman would not recover for months. Nursing her injuries in a hospital as Xiao Fei opened the car door and settled inside, he did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he reflected, Lingfeng Hongye, if his memory served him correctly, was a subsidiary of the Dahong industry. He had encountered this name in the documentation regarding the collaboration between Yanhai Bank and various large enterprises in Jiangcheng when he first assumed his position. It was clearly stated that Dahong Industry had two subsidiaries, one being Lingfeng Group, while the other was located outside the city. After some contemplation, Xiao Fei retrieved his phone and dialed Wu Cheng from Yanhai Bank. Within 10 seconds, the call was connected. Old Wu, please investigate Jinli Engineering and see if there are any other hidden agendas aside from my father's involvement. That if there are, gather evidence and file a complaint. Such a deceitful company has no place in Jiangcheng, Xiao Fei stated icily. Understood? Wu Cheng promptly agreed, as these matters were trivial for him and easily manageable. Additionally, I need you to investigate Dahong Industry's intentions toward me. Xiao Fei added in a low tone. Dahong Industry. Are you referring to Dahong Industry? Wu Cheng asked, astonished. What is the matter? Xiao Fei frowned. This is impossible. The owner of Dahong Industry knows you and is aware of your position as the chairman of Yanhai Bank. Dahong is our most frequent collaborator, and from the moment you took office, I informed Dahong's chairman to contact you for future collaborations. Just a few days ago, he mentioned that the group was developing a new project and wished to discuss it with you. Given these circumstances, I find it hard to believe he would harbor any ill intentions toward you. Wu Cheng quickly clarified, sharing his perspective. This is news to me. Xiao Fei frowned, realizing that the situation was not as he had presumed. After a brief pause, he continued, Lingfeng Company is a subsidiary of Dahong and has previously taken out loans from our bank. Use the pretext of cooperation to invite him to Yanhai for discussions and gauge whether Lingfeng is targeting me or if it reflects Dahong Group's stance. Understood. That's a sound strategy. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 52. Who says only Xiao Fei is capable after hanging up? Xiao Fei exhaled deeply. The frustration he had vented earlier had dissipated significantly. Yet, thoughts of Qiao Yin and his mother, Su Huan, caused his expression to chill once more. It appeared necessary to seek an opportunity to firmly suppress the West Wind Group and Dahong Industry. If the issue lay solely with Lingfeng Company, it might not escalate into a conflict with Dahong, making the resolution more manageable. In the old district at the alley entrance, a white Pagani came to a gentle stop. Xiao Fei alighted from the car, envisioning the awkwardness Su Yanxi must be experiencing at his home. Originally, today was supposed to be a meeting between him and Su Yanxi's brother. Yet, it had turned into a situation where Su Yanxi was now meeting his parents instead. A smile involuntarily crept across Xiao Fei's face as he ascended the stairs to his home, that on the 4th floor. Within Xiao Fei's abode, Su Yanxi sat on the living room sofa while Tao Rong sat beside her, holding her hand and asking a barrage of questions. They were on the verge of inquiring if she was Xiao Fei's girlfriend and what their relationship entailed. However, Su Yanxi did not seem to mind. They chatted animatedly, both wearing cheerful smiles. The awkwardness Xiao Fei had envisioned for Su Yanxi simply did not exist. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei's father sat on the opposite sofa, entirely forgotten by his wife. Xiao Ting even began to question whether he was still the injured party, as no one seemed to care upon his return home. Nonetheless, witnessing his son bring home such a beautiful girlfriend filled him with immense pride. If Xiao Fei were truly to marry this girl, it would undoubtedly elevate Xiao Tang's standing in the community. Rest assured, Aunt, Xiao Fei just messaged me. He's fine and will be home shortly, Su Yanxi reassured Tao Rong, sensing her concern for her son. For reasons unknown, being with Xiao Fei's mother made her feel an extraordinary sense of warmth. Previously, she had worried that his family might not take a liking to her. Yet, after engaging with them, all those anxieties vanished mysteriously. With a creak, the old iron door swung open, followed by the wooden door being pushed ajar. Old houses often employed double doors for security. They didn't harm you, did they? Tao Rong asked anxiously upon seeing her son return. No. Everything has been resolved, and the money will be returned, Xiao Fei replied with a calm smile. He then recounted how he had reasoned with Jinli Engineering and how they had engaged in a composed dialogue, ultimately reaching an agreement to settle the wages in question. Afterward, he transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother via WeChat, finally alleviating the worries of both Xiao Tong and Tao Rong. Su Yinchi looked at Xiao Fei with mild surprise. Goodness, a woman's intuition tells me something feels amiss. Yet, she understood that Xiao Fei might have fabricated the story of recovering the money to spare his parents' feelings. Mom, why don't you cook? Su Yinchi and I will have dinner before heading back to school, Xiao Fei suggested suddenly. Since Su Yinchi had come to his home, it would be rather impolite not to share a meal. All right, Tao Rong nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a garlic clove. They had bought a plethora of ingredients just yesterday, and she felt it essential to host properly. Aunt, I'll help you, Su Yinchi exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Tao Rong's arm and moving toward the kitchen. No, you shouldn't be in the kitchen. Just sit on the sofa and relax with Xiao Fei, Tao Rong interjected, startled. It would be scandalous to have a guest cook on their first visit, and the neighbors would surely gossip about her. Don't worry, Aunt. I often cook at home, Su Yinchi said with a smile. Unfazed, this left Tao Rong in a quandary. Allowing her seemed inappropriate, as it was their first meeting, but denying her would be difficult given the eager expression on the young girl's face. Mom, just let her go. Since Su Yinchi is willing, I support her decision, Xiao Fei chimed in. Well, all right then. Tao Rong hesitated for a moment. Since her son had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to object and joined Su Yinchi in the kitchen. The refrigerator was stocked with an array of ingredients, which Tao Rong began to take out, preparing to create a sumptuous dinner. Xiao Shi, can you help me with the ingredients? I'll handle the chopping, Tao Rong said with a gentle smile, assuming Su Yinchi was merely indulging in some light assistance. Sure. Su Yinchi nodded and began selecting and arranging the vegetables as Tao Rong instructed. To her astonishment, Su Yinchi moved with remarkable efficiency, choosing, washing, and preparing the ingredients with the grace of a seasoned chef. Do you often wash vegetables at home? Tao Rong inquired, taken aback. Yes, I frequently cook for myself. Aunt, may I chop? Su Yinchi replied candidly, picking up 2 freshly washed potatoes with a smile. That seems dangerous. Not at all. She quickly waved her hand, exuding confidence. She then seized a knife, set up her cutting board, and began to chop with practiced ease. Methodical and orderly, she maintained a calm demeanor, her speed neither hurried nor sluggish, demonstrating a mastery born of experience. The potatoes, expertly sliced by Su Yinchi, were as thin as gossamer, neatly stacked and shredded into fine strands. Tao Rong gazed at the impeccably sliced potatoes, disbelief etched across her features. This. How could a 20-year-old possess such culinary skill? As the shredded potatoes were prepared, she picked up the freshly washed green peppers and sliced them into strips. With the oil heated, she swiftly added the ingredients and vegetables, stir-frying them with remarkable efficiency. In merely 10 minutes, from washing the potatoes to serving the dish, a plate of stir-fried green peppers and potatoes was completed. Its golden hue still emanated steam, a sight to behold. Child, you are truly remarkable. Have you been managing the household since you were young? Tao Rong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was no wonder she asked this. Nowadays, children who can cook are exceedingly rare, let alone those who do so with such skill and finesse. Truly astonishing. Some of the tasks were executed with a precision that surpassed her own, a skill not easily acquired in just a day or two. Oh no, it's merely a hobby, Su Yinchi replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, hesitating to reveal the truth. Yet inwardly, she felt elated by the praise. Humph. Who says only Xiao Fei has talent? As a matter of fact, her culinary prowess stemmed from her passion for exploring the art of cooking. For some reason, she found great interest in the realm of food, not just in consuming it, but in preparing it herself. Chapter 53. Su Yinchi in a blissful reverie, what a good child. Watching the young girl bustling about in the kitchen, Tao Rong could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. She must have endured considerable hardship from a young age. Otherwise, how could her knife skills and culinary techniques be so polished? She wished fervently that Su Yinchi could be her daughter-in-law. allowing her to cook more delectable dishes to make up for any past grievances. If Su Yinshi were to discover her thoughts, she would likely feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the two gentlemen outside remained oblivious to the scene unfolding within, upon noticing that his wife and the young girl had gone to the kitchen. Xiao Tong switched on the television to watch a drama. For him, the modern smartphone felt cumbersome. Nothing compared to the ease of watching television. An hour later, Xiao Fei set up a square table pushed to the side. Steaming dishes, vibrant in color and fragrant in aroma, were continuously brought to the table, evoking an insatiable appetite. Goodness, an entire table of dishes. As Xiao Tong selected a seat, his initially cheerful expression faltered in surprise. When did his wife's cooking become so visually appealing? However, with guests present, he knew he couldn't start eating right away. He would have to wait until he could sneak a taste. Please, everyone, let us dig in, Tao Rong said with a smile. The four of them sat at the table, each occupying a corner. Today, we owe a great deal to Xiao Shi. Most of these dishes were made by her. I merely assisted, she added, feeling a bit bashful herself. It was quite a rarity for guests visiting their home to be the ones cooking. Xiao Tong, seated nearby, wore a perplexed expression. It's nothing, I just felt inspired to cook. It's not such a big deal. Su Yinshi quickly gestured, encouraging them to eat freely. After some coaxing from Xiao Fei, her parents finally felt at ease to enjoy their meal, that I must say. Su Yinshi's culinary skills are truly impressive. Each dish was cooked to perfection, with the right level of spice and fragrance. A feast for the senses. Tao Rong and Xiao Tong were genuinely astonished by this young girl. Having spent a lifetime cooking, Tao Rong had always believed her culinary skills were commendable. Yet, Su Yinshi's dishes had a superior quality that was undeniable. Tao Rong found herself increasingly fond of this considerate young girl, continually serving more food into Su Yinshi's bowl. Although her demeanor was humble, it was evident she understood her son's affection for the girl. After all, why would such a remarkable young woman come to their home and cook for them? A girl of such caliber, who also cherished Xiao Fei. If her son didn't seize the opportunity, Tao Rong felt she might just have to knock some sense into him. Her thoughts were not merely because Su Yinshi could cook. It was her exceptional character that made her truly remarkable. If her son could be with someone like Su Yinshi, she was certain they would lead a steady, fulfilling, and joyful life together. The meal was filled with laughter and concluded swiftly. Su Yinshi basked in the compliments from Xiao Fei's parents throughout dinner, feeling as though she were floating on air. Never before had she received such an abundance of praise. Had it been her own mother, she would likely have received a round of teasing instead. Time passed quickly, and soon it was around 7 or 8 in the evening. Reluctantly, Su Yinshi bid farewell to Tao Rong and got into Xiao Fei's car to return to school. Thank you for today. I intended to see your brother, but ended up cooking in my house instead, Xiao Fei said, feeling a bit sheepish as he parked in the school lot and walked along the pathway. Su Yinshi shook her head, unbothered. She hadn't expected to meet Xiao Fei's parents so suddenly, but it was for the best, as it alleviated her worries about how future encounters with their parents might unfold. While she mused, she suddenly felt warmth envelop her. Upon realizing it was Xiao Fei embracing her, she felt a surge of emotion. This embrace conveyed unspoken words. Xiao Fei genuinely felt a deep affection for Su Yinshi. Although she came from a well-off family, she was neither pretentious nor aloof, making her incredibly approachable. Being with her brought immense comfort, joy, and happiness. If given the choice, he would spend every day by her side, a feeling no one else could offer. After a brief pause, Su Yinshi boldly wrapped her arms around his waist. Since Xiao Fei was so forward, she had no concept of rejection until that moment. The campus was devoid of snow, with the ground cleared by students. After a few days of sunshine, the paths were clear, and many students passed by. It was quite normal for couples to embrace during university life. However, in such a conspicuous location, it felt somewhat like they were flaunting their affection. Yet when onlookers turned to look closely, they were instantly taken aback. And no way, no way, no way. Is that really Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi? They exclaimed, feeling as if they were witnessing a live performance of a romantic spectacle, which was utterly exhilarating. Oh no, every time I see them together, I get so envious. They quickly began snapping photos, eager to share the moment on the forum. Students milling about immediately halted. pulling out their phones to capture the scene. Sensing something unusual, Xiao Fei released Su Yanxi and looked around at the sparse crowd. Shaking his head in exasperation, he disregarded everyone and took her hand, leading her toward the girls' dormitory to drop her off before returning to his own residence. The two of them were now completely unreserved, not caring in the slightest what others thought. Before long, the forum, which had been quiet for a couple of days, was buzzing once more. The snowy days had passed, and the weather began to warm slightly. As time progressed, it had been 2 or 3 days since Su Yanxi had returned from dinner. The school sports meet was fervently being prepared, set to commence in about a week. Even students who had never participated in a sports meet before couldn't resist signing up in droves. Naturally, Xiao Fei would not be participating. Given his current physique, any exertion on his part would be tantamount to bullying. When the city sports meet arrived, the school would undoubtedly record his name and subsequently enroll him as a substitute member. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes, he spent his time on dates with Su Yanxi. Occasionally, they would stroll through the woods, walk together on the playground, or lean against each other on the grass. Enjoying a leisurely and carefree time together, the familiar ringtone interrupted the tranquility. It was Wu Cheng calling. Xiao Fei was leaning against a large tree on the campus lawn, while Su Yanxi sat beside him, resting her head on his knee, dozing off. Furrowing his brow, he ultimately answered the call. Mr. Xiao, we've uncovered information regarding the matter. IT has nothing to do with Dahong Industry. IT's the intention of the branch company's chairman. He's Shengli, and he seems to have further plans. Chapter 54. The hidden machinations of Shengli called the chairman of Dahong Industry and inform him that I, Xiao Fei, would like to meet him this afternoon at the Yanhai headquarters. To avoid waking Su Yanxi, Xiao Fei spoke only a few words before hanging up. His expression gradually turned grave. It seemed that the sooner the matter was resolved, the better. IT was wise to take the initiative. Those who act first often gain the upper hand. Since it was solely an issue for Lingfeng Company, the resolution would be straightforward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a reward task. Uncover the mastermind behind Shengli and deliver a heavy blow. A successful strike will earn you a 51% stake in Wanqing Media Advertising Company. Refuse the task, and you could embrace the lovely Miss Su right now. Goodness, Xiao Fei was taken aback. Should he proceed with such an action? It might very well mark the end of his blissful days with Su Yanxi. I accept the task. Xiao Fei promptly declared, as he shared the same intention, preparing to ensure that the other party received the punishment they deserved. If successful, he could also acquire shares from other companies. What's not to gain? Wan stands as the most renowned and vibrant advertising firm in Jiangxing. Its business scope encompasses advertising design and production, marketing, consulting services, and online media information dissemination. Having such a company equates to possessing a nationwide media channel. Even the reputations of Shenghao Hotel and Hanglida could ascend to new heights. After a brief moment, Xiao Fei regained his composure, glancing down at the slumbering Su Yan11 that moment. She rested her head against his thigh, her previous vivacity replaced by an exquisite tranquility that adorned her stunning visage. Xiao Fei found himself momentarily captivated, as if the most beautiful sights in the world paled in comparison to her flawless face. In that instant, he couldn't help but smile gently, running his fingers through her soft, flowing hair. It was as if he had suddenly comprehended the essence of tranquil times and stable existence. Yet, beautiful moments always seemed to pass in a fleeting blur. Xiao Fei accompanied Su Yanxi for lunch, and by afternoon he departed the school in his sleek Pagani, heading towards the headquarters of Yin Point. 20 minutes later, as he arrived at the headquarters, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. Manager Yangming's phone was sending a video message. Frowning, he clicked on it, and a few seconds later, his phone connected to Jiangxing News Network, now broadcasting a segment of Jiangxing News. This morning, our city's illustrious 7-star Shenghao Hotel was revealed to be embroiled in multiple scandals. Customers reported that during their stays, they were repeatedly intruded upon by strangers who accessed their rooms with key cards, resulting in the loss of valuable possessions. Some even captured images of the hotel's luxurious suites, which were in a filthy and disheveled state, failing to meet 7-star standards. Guests hosting banquets afterward expressed their dissatisfaction, claiming that the food served was not only subpar, but also comprised expired and unclean ingredients. Just as Xiao Fei finished watching the video, The hotel manager's call came through. "Boss, there's trouble at the hotel. Did you see the video I sent you?" Upon answering, he was met with the frantic voice of the manager. "What is going on?" Xiao Fei inquired in a low tone. Having been the chairman of Shenghao Hotel for some time, he had a general understanding of the hotel's hygiene management and safety protocols. How could such a fundamental error possibly occur in their establishment? Hearing his boss's voice seemed to steady Yang Mingfeng's anxiousness as he gradually calmed down, explaining, "We maintain high standards of care at our hotel, with dedicated personnel inspecting hygiene, personal safety, and food safety. In theory, there shouldn't be issues with poor conditions, expired banquet ingredients, or unauthorized access by strangers. However, coincidentally, all surveillance footage of the incidents has vanished, and the two individuals responsible for managing the monitoring have disappeared. The head chef of the kitchen hasn't reported to work since yesterday, as if everything had been premeditated." Listening to the manager's words, Xiao Fei's gaze turned as deep and inscrutable as the abyss, calm yet harboring an underlying chill. Customer complaints, the disappearance of surveillance and management, and the absence of the kitchen staff painted a clear picture. Even a fool could discern that someone was clearly targeting him. His first instinct was to think of Lingfeng Company, but that thought dissipated as quickly as it had surfaced. If they knew he was the chairman of Shenghao, they wouldn't have started with his father under the pretense of a mere 1,000 yuan debt. They would have directly targeted Shenghao. What's the situation at the hotel now? Xiao Fei pondered for a moment before asking. Just now, the complaining customers arrived at the hotel, accompanied by reporters, demanding a thorough explanation from us. Yang Mingfeng replied, taking a breath. Xiao Fei listened intently, his mind racing, and then stated, "Send me the information regarding the individuals responsible for the hotel surveillance. I need it immediately. As for the rest, just keep the reporters at bay. I'll handle the subsequent matters." "Understood." Yang Mingfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging his boss's directive. The moment the call ended, Manager Yang promptly forwarded all pertinent information to Xiao Fei. Subsequently, he shared the information with Wu Cheng before exiting the vehicle and heading towards the bank headquarters. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a series of tasks. Identify the mastermind behind the scheme against Shenghao Hotel and prove the hotel's innocence, ensuring its rating remains unchanged. Accept this task and complete it for a double increase in physical capabilities. Refuse the task and undergo the punishment of 3 rounds of inverted hair washing." What a surprise! Each task catches him off guard. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the 3rd uninitiated task he had accepted. And what on earth was inverted hair washing? Why were the penalties for refusing tasks always so bizarre? Nonetheless, the reward of a physical upgrade was quite appealing, though he mused whether such opportunities for physical enhancement were becoming too scarce. Xiao Fei couldn't help but grumble in his mind. After all, he had experienced firsthand the benefits of becoming stronger. Physical upgrades were rare, opportunistic tasks, and shouldn't be taken lightly. One must cherish them. The system replied directly. Xiao Fei chose not to contest the point. He was merely inquiring. This indicated that upon the completion of the task, his strength would increase once more. What once could fell a single cow with a punch would soon allow him to dispatch 2. "Cow! Chairman, Mr. Wang from Daong Group has been waiting for you for quite some time." Just as Xiao Fei concluded his conversation with the system, 2 figures swiftly exited the bank lobby. Point one was Old Wu, while the other, a slightly plump man clad in a red suit, was undoubtedly Wang Yongfa, the chairman of Daong Group. "You must be Chairman Xiao of Yin Bank. I've heard much about you from Wu, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person," Wang Yongfa exclaimed with a beaming smile, extending his hand in greeting. Xiao Fei reciprocated the gesture. After all, a modicum of courtesy must be observed. If any of Wang Yongfa's acquaintances or employees saw this, they would likely be left speechless. Was this truly the same chairman known for his stern demeanor and imposing presence? "Let us step inside. I have limited time. I'll keep it brief," Xiao Fei interjected, turning to Wu Cheng with a serious tone. "Old Wu, did you see the information I sent you earlier? Immediately investigate these 2 individuals and locate them. I want to meet them within 2 days. Chapter 55. The malicious intent of Tang Ji. Chairman Xiao, is what you said truly the case? In the conference hall on the 7th floor of the bank headquarters, Wang Yongfa, chairman of Changhong Group, gazed at Xiao Fei in shock, struggling to comprehend. Just moments ago, he had heard that Dahong Group's subsidiary had targeted Xiao Fei's family. A chill ran down his spine. What nonsense is this? He had collaborated countless times with Yin Bank, and it was precisely due to this mutually beneficial relationship that Dahong Group had grown stronger in recent years, that Ayin Jiangxing. It was nearly on par with Tianxue Group, that T. Oafin Xiaofei, and lose such a significant partner as Yin Bank would not only undermine Dahong Group's foundation, but could also result in severe repercussions. Finding other banking partners would not be as favorable as Yin Bank had been. As the chairman of Changhong Group, Wang Yongfa was acutely aware of this. Ling Feng, He Xingli, a surge of anger ignited within him, threatening to erupt. If it weren't for the ongoing discussions with Chairman Xiao regarding collaboration, he would have driven straight to Ling Feng Group to dismiss He Xingli immediately. What value is there in keeping such an individual? Chairman Xiao, how would you like me to proceed? Wang Yongfa inquired directly. Xiao Fei drummed his fingers against the table. After a brief pause, he seemed to snap out of his reverie, still distracted by the hotel issues. He furrowed his brow and replied calmly, "It's quite simple. You handle your own affairs. I have just two requirements. First, remove He Xingli from his position as chairman of Ling Feng Company. Second, Old has been investigating your company's transactions with Yin Bank over the past few days, and it appears there are issues with the funds under his control. Once he steps down, things will become much easier. Thoroughly investigate his clandestine manipulation of funds within the company, compile the relevant materials, and pursue legal action. You must not only recover all the money, but also ensure he faces the appropriate consequences. Whether Yin Bank is willing to invest in your new projects will depend on how diligently you address the matter concerning He Xingli. After all, He Xingli had obstructed his father's livelihood. Returning the favor in kind would be a fair reckoning. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's proposal, Wang Yongfa felt a jolt. What a remarkable new chairman, unfazed during discussions and resolute in his actions. He was every bit as formidable as the previous chairman, Zhao Wei. Very well. I agree to your terms that we at Changhong Group will thoroughly investigate He Xingli, demanding not only compensation, but also ensuring he faces the justice he deserves. Wang Yongfa resolutely stated. Following that, he spoke for another half an hour. Once the situation had nearly stabilized, he rose to depart. Meanwhile, the bank president, Wu Cheng, had already complied with Xiao Fei's instructions to arrange personnel to investigate the two individuals at the Shenghao Hotel. Yanhai Bank, one of the prominent chain banks in the country, has branches in numerous first- and second-tier cities. As the head of the headquarters, Wu Cheng naturally had access to substantial manpower. The moment Xiao Fei issued the order, he disseminated the information without delay in less than half an hour. Branches across the region had received details about these two individuals, subsequently mobilizing human resources to conduct an investigation in the city and its surroundings. By 7 o'clock that evening, the whereabouts of the two surveillance personnel had been pinpointed. Simultaneously, the head chef from the hotel's kitchen had also been identified. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Fei promptly dispatched the hotel manager to accompany them and bring the individuals back. At that very moment, in the highest conference room of Shenghao Hotel, "Boss Xiao, I beg you, spare me. I was compelled to act against my will. It was Tang Ji from Dacreat Group, who had approached me, and Zhang Ming, offering a substantial sum of money to assist in deleting the surveillance footage, that he threatened that if we did not cooperate, we would face dire consequences, that we are merely insignificant individuals without any backing. How could we dare to offend him? We had no choice but to comply with his demands. That moment, the two personnel responsible for monitoring fell to their knees before Xiao Fei, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded for forgiveness, their voices trembling incessantly. So, you followed his instructions and deleted the relevant videos from those 2 days? Xiao Fei coldly inquired, standing before them. Only a fool would believe their claims of coercion, that if they were truly frightened, they could have simply left Shenghao Hotel. Ultimately, they succumbed to temptation. Yes, we deleted them, but I made a backup to prevent any potential fallout. I had saved a copy on a USB drive before deleting the footage. One of them, Chun Tao, asserted. Indeed, we each have backups. I have mine with me. As he spoke, the man named Zhang Ming hastily retrieved his USB drive. I also have one. Here it is. Chun Tao quickly produced his drive, shaking as he handed it to Xiao Fe. That moment, both men felt immense relief. Before deleting the videos, they had contemplated their escape route, thinking that if they were caught, they could use the backup as a last resort. Little did they expect that within 2 days they would both find themselves apprehended. Had they known this would happen, they might as well have left Shenghao Hotel directly. As Xiao Fei examined the 2 USB drives in his hand, he felt a slight astonishment. These 2 individuals had indeed been thorough in their planning, each securing a copy of the footage. However, some actions, once taken, cannot be undone, and they would now face the repercussions of a lawsuit from the hotel. He then turned to the trembling head chef, Zhang Zhe, who had remained silent since entering. "What? Do you have nothing to say?" Xiao Fei sneered at him. Zhang Zhe, responsible for managing the kitchen, had many thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he could not utter a single word. Fear, overwhelming fear. It is said that when one is terrified to the utmost, speech becomes impossible, and he now believed it. Unlike the 2 beside him, he had no fallback option if the hotel decided to sue him. It would spell his complete ruin. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he looked at Xiao Fei with urgency, saying, "I can testify for the hotel," pointing out that the mastermind behind this is Tang Ji from Daycriat Group. The next day, on the main thoroughfare of the 3rd Ring Road, in a restaurant near Shenghao Hotel, Tang Ji sat across from an unfamiliar man. The man chuckled. "Tang, you truly leave no room for others. Just days ago, you had people complain about Shenghao Hotel, and now you're escalating things further." Tang Ji smiled faintly as he poured a cup of tea for his companion, saying casually, "Of course, this time I will rely heavily on you. Brother Qian, with you, the director of Wanqing Media, assisting, things will become much easier. I am eager to see whether Xiao Fei's hotel can continue operating. Rest assured, your rewards will be plentiful afterwards," the man addressed as Brother Qian replied, his heart swelling with delight. "However, their reputation has been tarnished, and Shenghao Hotel will undoubtedly conduct an investigation. Do you truly believe your plan can succeed?" Tang Ji took a sip of his tea, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "The personnel responsible for monitoring and the kitchen staff have already been bought off by me. After they finish their tasks, they have long departed the city with their money. Even I do not know where they have gone. How could Xiao Fei possibly find them?" Chapter 56. The frenzied accusations of rivals the customers I arrange have gathered outside Shenghao Hotel, and your company's reporters are already in position. Once they create a scene, capturing favorable video evidence, we can then rely on your Wanqing Media to spread the news widely. I intend for Shenghao Hotel to be engulfed in controversy for several consecutive days." As he spoke, a triumphant gleam sparkled in Tang Ji's eyes. The humiliation of being expelled from the hotel by Xiao Fei still lingered vividly in his mind. Now he sought to make his adversary regret it profoundly, returning the disgrace 100-fold. However, the one miscalculation Tang Ji made was underestimating Xiao Fei's capabilities. Meanwhile, at Shenghao Hotel, hundreds of onlookers once again amassed outside the lobby, just as they had the previous day. Numerous entertainment reporters had appeared on the scene. The disgruntled customers had returned to Shenghao Hotel, causing a ruckus at the entrance, their demeanor exceedingly arrogant. "Shameless, shameless, shameless. This hotel is truly brazen, charging exorbitant prices while offering such deplorable service. What kind of luxurious suite is this, with filth that has not been cleaned? Even pigs would refuse to stay here. I booked 2 banquet tables the other day, only to find their ingredients spoiled. And this is supposed to be a 7-star hotel. Bah! I had barely been in the suite for 2 hours when a stranger barged in with a key card and stole my valuable necklace and bracelet while I was in the shower. This hotel poses a serious threat to our personal safety. Is there any need to stay here? Friends, let us form a line at the hotel entrance and ensure no one else can enter." "Exactly. We are already victims. We cannot allow other customers to suffer. We must resolutely prevent anyone from entering the hotel." The disgruntled customers grew more agitated with each passing moment, rallying to collectively resist Shenghao. Boss Tang has said that the more fervently we shout, the more money we will receive in the end. They cared not for the truth of the situation, nor did they consider whether they were falsely accusing others. As long as there was money to be made, they were willing to ACT that moment. Due to their obstruction, the customers who had intended to enter the hotel were all left standing outside, shaking their heads in disappointment before departing. In the face of this turmoil, the hotel manager, Yang Mingfeng, finally stepped forward. However, today he appeared much steadier compared to the previous day's panic. He surveyed the crowd before him and spoke in a stern voice. We at Shanghao Hotel have already verified the issues you raised. Some matters are not as you all imagine. Whether it concerns unauthorized entry into customer rooms or spoiled ingredients, there are intricacies involved. Nevertheless, the customers refused to heed his response that a few well-dressed women among the troublemakers exchanged knowing glances. One of the women, clad in high heels, stepped forward and scoffed. What verification is needed? Your hotel is simply subpar. If anyone doubts it, I have taken numerous photos that illustrate just how filthy the hotel is. With that, she pulled out her phone, displaying images of the various filth and debris in the suite's corners, as well as unidentified objects on the bed, showing them to everyone. She even shared them with several reporters, encouraging them to record videos. These pieces of trash prove nothing. Whether the hotel failed to clean adequately or if certain individuals deliberately brought in trash for photographs is entirely possible. Yang Mingfeng responded calmly, seemingly unfazed. Upon hearing these words, the wealthy woman became incensed that it was as if she had been ignited. Throwing a tantrum as she exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we customers are deliberately framing you?" At that moment, another woman, adorned in designer clothing and carrying an expensive handbag, could no longer restrain herself. She scoffed in disdain. "Admit it. It is your hotel's fault. Otherwise, how do you explain a stranger barging into my room with a key card while I was in the shower? And they stole my precious diamond necklace and antique bracelet. What kind of management is this? Do you know how much that necklace is worth? A staggering 6 million of the ancient bracelet is worth a staggering 30 million. Can your hotel afford such a price?" The woman exclaimed, her haughty demeanor unmistakable, her eyes brimming with derision. 30 million. Yang Mingfeng furrowed his brow, involuntarily scrutinizing her, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "What is the matter? Are you intimidated?" The woman sneered. "Not intimidated, merely bemused by the audacity of your claims," Yang Mingfeng replied, shaking his head. "While your attire may bear the Louis Vuitton name, it is nothing more than counterfeit merchandise, easily purchasable online for a mere couple of hundred. And that handbag you flaunt is a knockoff Hermes, if what you assert is true, that those jewels are worth tens of millions. How curious it is that someone so affluent would choose to adorn themselves in cheap imitations and carry a counterfeit bag." Yang Mingfeng shook his head, his meaning clear without further words that the hotel manager. He had encountered countless wealthy and influential individuals over the years. He could discern genuine luxury from counterfeit at a mere glance. "Ew, what nonsense are you spouting? Every piece of my outfit is authentic designer. Who are you to judge?" The woman, taken aback by his observations, appeared somewhat flustered and quickly shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on trivialities. I lost my belongings in your hotel, and you must promptly review the surveillance footage to reveal the truth. Access to guest rooms is restricted. Only your hotel staff possesses spare room keys. And I have serious doubts about your integrity, that if you cannot provide the footage, it only further implicates you in wrongdoing." Seemingly certain that her opponent would be unable to produce evidence, the woman spoke boldly, a self-satisfied smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, the onlookers began nodding in agreement, retrieving their phones to capture the spectacle. "Ms. Yang, since you claim to have stayed at our hotel a couple of days ago, you must recall the exact time of your check-in, correct?" Yang Mingfeng maintained his composure in the face of her accusations, sensing it was time to counterattack. Chapter 57. The comprehensive counterattack of Shanghao Hotel, of course. "I know. It was the day before yesterday. How could I forget my own check-in?" The woman retorted with a cold laugh. Yang Mingfeng nodded. Just then, a hotel staff member emerged from the lobby, carrying a laptop and connecting a USB drive. "Since you desire video evidence, let us allow the footage to speak for itself. You arrived on December 8th in the morning, booked a room by the hour, and departed 6 hours later. Upon meticulous review of that 6-hour span, we found that no one entered or exited your room. This indicates that from the moment you entered the hotel until your departure, no items were lost." As he spoke, the staff member displayed the surveillance video, subsequently sharing it on the Jiangchang Forum and Jiangxing Media Network. This video is now publicly accessible. Any of you can view it on your phones to verify the accuracy of my statements," Yang Mingfeng declared with confidence. The woman initially appeared flustered, not anticipating that the opponent would indeed possess video evidence. However, upon reflection, she dismissed it as fabricated, believing the footage had been deleted, and regained her composure. How do we know you Haven T tampered with the video or manipulated it in some way? Yang Mingfeng replied calmly. Any alterations or edits to the footage would leave traces. If anyone doubts it, feel free to download the video and take it to a reputable verification agency to assess its authenticity. Should any tampering be detected, our hotel will fully compensate you for the value of your 2 pieces of jewelry. Regardless of their true worth, Yang Mingfeng's words rang with conviction. Naturally, these were his employer's directives. Otherwise, he would have no authority to speak on behalf of the hotel regarding compensation. Given his confidence, several individuals had already accessed the forum. Scrutinizing the video content, Yang Mingfeng then turned to the woman who had been instigating trouble, saying, "Conversely, your narrative raises suspicion. You claim that while bathing, someone entered your room. Logic dictates that after showering, one would promptly check their belongings. Why did you not raise this concern upon leaving, instead waiting until yesterday to confront our establishment?" The woman faltered, momentarily caught off guard by his inquiry. After a brief pause, she hastily explained, "At the time, I assumed it was housekeeping entering, so I didn't think much of it. It was only later that I realized items were missing," seemingly eager to divert attention. Another wealthy woman interjected, her tone acerbic. Then let me inquire about the quality of your hotel's ingredients. I booked a banquet costing $21,000 per table, totaling $40,000 for 2, with such exorbitant pricing. How could you possibly serve expired ingredients? You must admit, that reflects poorly on your hotel. Yang Mingfeng suddenly smiled. Finally addressing the crux of the matter, he clapped his hands, and Zhang Zhe, the head chef of Shenghao Hotel, stepped out from a lobby to ate tea that moment. Zhang Zhe felt a surge of anxiety, recalling the conversation he had with his boss the previous night. The extent of his accountability would hinge on his performance today. As the head chef, he had been responsible for the banquet preparations just days prior to it. Was now his turn to provide an explanation regarding the expired ingredients. Yang Mingfeng gestured towards him. Zhang Zhe swallowed hard, facing the crowd of hundreds, and steadied himself to speak. The banquet featuring expired ingredients was indeed prepared by me. However, it was not from our usual suppliers, but sourced from elsewhere. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Tang Ji, the president of Decreat Group, who harbors a grudge against our chairman and bribed me. He instructed me to serve expired ingredients to tarnish the reputation of Shenghao Hotel. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd of onlookers. What is happening? Decreat Group is a well-known entity in Jiangxing, yet no one anticipated that this incident would entangle another major corporation. How can we trust your words? Perhaps the hotel coerced you into saying this. Exactly. Dragging Decreat Group into this mess is truly disappointing. Your hotel seems willing to fabricate even the most absurd lies to evade responsibility. Naturally, those irate customers were not about to relent, determined to sway public opinion against Shenghao Hotel. Yet, Zhang Zhe continued, I have evidence. When Tang Ji solicited my assistance, he offered me a substantial sum, 1 million in total. I visited the bank yesterday and obtained the transaction records. Anyone can verify this. He produced a receipt detailing the transaction, clearly showing the transfer of 1 million, with Tang Ji's name prominently displayed, along with the bank's official seal, making it impossible to falsify without facing legal repercussions. To further substantiate its authenticity, he had even uploaded a photograph of the receipt to the forum. I have uploaded the receipt to the Jiangxing forum. If anyone doubts its legitimacy, they can inquire at the relevant bank. Moreover, I am not alone. 2 employees responsible for monitoring were also bribed, each receiving a payment of 1 million. As Zhang Zhe finished speaking, the 2 monitoring personnel stepped forward, presenting their own bank receipts for all to see. Faced with such compelling evidence, the crowd fell silent. This was indeed the strongest proof. 1 million is no trivial sum. If it were not for the necessity of assistance, who would hand over such a large amount without cause? Even the previously unruly customers now seemed at a loss for words. They exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Did Mr. Tang not assure us that all issues were resolved? There would be no surveillance footage or witnesses, and we could freely accuse and insult without consequence. Yet what is the outcome? Now we have video evidence, eyewitnesses and material proof, and the once proactive stance they held has turned into a defensive position. As they pondered in silence, Zhang Zhe continued. When Tangji initially approached me with his proposal, he made it clear that he had not only bribed me and the two monitoring staff, but had also hired several customers. He paid them to stay at the hotel or book banquets, instructing them to return a day or two later to create a scene. The individuals before us, appearing as victims of the hotel, are in fact hired instigators, deliberately inciting a public relations crisis for Shenghao Hotel. Chapter 58. The direction of the public relations crisis. What? Is this real? No way. These individuals were specifically hired to cause trouble. If that is the case, it is utterly despicable. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Having believed them to be genuine victims, it turns out they are merely accomplices in this scheme. These individuals are truly insidious, relying on the exploitation of public sympathy to malign the hotel. In an instant, many felt deceived and began to castigate these troublemakers that, of course, numerous others maintained a skeptical attitude. Do not slander us. We have no acquaintance with the person you refer to as Tangji. Indeed, be wary of my threats of defamation. This must surely be a conspiracy orchestrated by your hotel. The affluent ladies, sensing the tide turning, appeared somewhat flustered, promptly directing their ire towards Zhang Zhe and his companions. Meanwhile, Yang Mingfeng took a measured step forward, his expression darkening as he addressed the crowd with gravitas. Although we, at Shenghao Hotel, have proven our innocence, there are those who seek to frame us. Placing us in dire straits, we shall not remain idle. We will exert every effort to sue every accomplice intent on directing animosity towards Shenghao Hotel. As for Tangji of the Dachuan Group, our owner has declared that he will return 100-fold for all that Shenghao Hotel has endured today. Yang Mingfeng's words echoed the sentiment of the entire Shenghao Hotel, as well as the resolute determination of Xiao Fei. The weight of his statement resonated with all present, their spirits shaken, particularly the troublemakers of the forefront, who felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over them, as if they had provoked a formidable adversary. Fearing retaliation at any moment, it appears that Shenghao Hotel is indeed wronged, and there are those scheming to entrap them. Indeed, now that we have both eyewitnesses and evidence, I feel confident they are not deceiving us. Consider this. Has Shenghao Hotel ever been embroiled in scandal over the years? Suddenly, in these past few days, an avalanche of negative news has emerged. Do you not find this curious? As discussions among the crowd unfolded, their belief that sinister forces were at play grew stronger. The once arrogant troublemakers seemed to sense the shift and hastily attempted to vacate the scene. Yet the hotel had anticipated this. Just as they were about to depart, security personnel from Shenghao Hotel intervened, blocking their escape. Yang Mingfeng scoffed, "You think you can wreak havoc and simply walk away? It won't be so easy." Shenghao Hotel has reported this matter to the relevant authorities. Prepare to be taken away for questioning. Even if you flee, you may escape the monk, but not the temple. From the moment they checked into the hotel, their identities had been recorded. These individuals are now prime subjects for investigation, facing a comprehensive lawsuit from Shenghao Hotel. The onlookers displayed expressions of vindication. These troublemakers, who had indiscriminately accused others, had brought this upon themselves and were not deserving of sympathy. However, in an unprecedented turn of events, all the journalists who had come to expose the hotel conspicuously switched off their cameras. Their original purpose was to gather negative press about Shenghao Hotel. But at this moment, the focus had shifted to Dachuan Group, which was certainly not their intention. Yet, while they could restrain themselves, they could not contain the hundreds of spectators present. Many had recorded the entire incident on their phones and promptly uploaded it to the Jiangcheng Forum VX groups, and moments soon buzzed with the information, resulting in a significant turnaround for the beleaguered Shenghao Hotel. In no time, within a single day, public opinion had shifted, now targeting Tang Ji, the president of Dachuan Group at Jian University, in the classroom. Xiao Fei sat in a chair, observing on his phone how the narrative had pivoted away from Shenghao Hotel, yet his expression remained unchanged. The hotel star ratings were certainly secure. However, it was evident that the media's scrutiny of Dachuan Group was insufficient. Unlike the hotel, whose business could be impacted by public sentiment, Dachuan's real estate operations required more potent measures to inflict harm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have simultaneously completed 2 tasks. Task 1. He Xingli has officially stepped down. With Wang Yongfa succeeding him at Lingfeng Company, an exhaustive investigation into his company's illicit finances has commenced, and a lawsuit has been filed against He Xingli. Task Reward. Acquiring 51 of Wanjing Media Advertising Company. Task 2. The mastermind behind the framing of Shanghao Hotel has been identified, and the truth has been restored. Task Reward. Doubling of physical attributes. Host. Xiao Fei. Speed. 100. Strength. 100. Reflexes. 100.8 that moment. Xiao Fei felt his body infused with a surge of power. Hey, I could take down 2 bulls now. He had not anticipated Wang Yongfa's swift efficiency, but upon reflection, it made sense. Yanhai Bank held tremendous significance for Dahong Real Estate. Although their relationship was mutually beneficial, the bank would only incur minor losses if Dahong lost a client. Conversely, without Yanhai, Dahong would struggle to maintain its operations and support new projects. Thus, Wang Yongfa naturally spared no effort in expediting matters efficiently. That year, the paths you walked have faded from our memory. Xiao Fei's phone rang, the caller ID revealing an unfamiliar number. In such circumstances, he surmised it was a call from a company seeking his leadership. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? A woman's voice echoed through the receiver. Yes, this is he, Xiao Fei replied. Greetings, Mr. Xiao. I am Zhang Wan, the manager of Wanjing Media Advertising Company. This morning you acquired our company. The chairman has stepped down personally, and we hope you can take over immediately. Just as he had suspected, there was no surprise in the call. Taking over the company promised to be as mundane as anticipated. However, this opportunity came at a fortuitous moment, granting him a chance to strike a significant blow against Dachuan Group. I will assume my position tomorrow, Xiao Fei simply stated before ending the call. His thoughts then turned to inviting Su Yinchi for dinner. Setting aside other matters for the moment, a few days prior, during the crisis at Shanghao Hotel, Su Yinchi had come to inquire if he needed assistance, offering her brother and father as support. He had assured her he could manage, and she had subsequently relaxed. Now that the storm had passed, it was high time to enjoy a delightful dinner together. The Jiang University cafeteria buzzed with energy as Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi sought a quieter corner to sit. When you called, I thought we were going out for a grand feast, but instead, we're here in the cafeteria, Su Yinchi remarked with a pout. Having been momentarily excited, we eat lavishly every day. Sometimes we should change it up a bit. Xiao Fei smiled. Su Yinchi pouted further. No way, I want a grand meal with prawns, beef, and lamb. Once I finish dealing with Dachuan Group, I will treat you to a splendid dinner. Xiao Fei reassured her, sensing her thoughts that you're going after Dachuan. Su Yinchi's expression shifted instantly, momentarily forgetting what she had intended to say. She was aware of Xiao Fei's wealth and numerous enterprises, yet tackling Dachuan Group was no small feat. Xiao Fei, if it becomes too difficult, do not push yourself. I can have my dad assist. Our Tianxue Group has had previous conflicts with them, she expressed with concern. Rest assured, a few days ago, it might have posed some challenges. But now, everything is manageable. Xiao Fei merely smiled and shook his head. This time, he would utilize every available resource to thrust Dachuan into the eye of the storm, allowing the opposition to truly experience the formidable power of public opinion. At that moment, Xiao Fei received several messages on his phone from Yang Mingfeng. The Shanghao Hotel had initiated legal action against the troublemakers, including Chef Zhang Zhe and 2 surveillance managers. Not only would they be liable for compensation to Shanghao Hotel, but they would also face appropriate penalties. Moreover, there was the president of Dachuan Group, Tang Ji. However, given that he was the president of a large corporation, toppling him would not be an easy feat. Damn. How can Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi stand being together every day without getting tired of it? I'm so envious. Why does all the good fortune seem to fall upon him? Remarked a disgruntled student as he watched Xiao Fei and Su Yinchi together once again, prompting a flurry of comments in the cafeteria. The chicken leg I bought just now has lost all its flavor, said another student who had been enjoying his meal as he angrily tossed the chicken leg into his bowl. Brother Ben, it's them again. Should we go over and greet them? Commented one of the bystanders. As for Su Xiaohua, being with Brother Ben is surely better than being with that pauper Xiao Fei. I really don't understand why she would choose him to group at another table continue to discuss Xiao Fei and his companions. Clearly, their motivations leaned more towards flattering Zhou Wenbin. However, today Zhou Wenbin seemed to be out of sorts, paying little attention to Xiao Fei and the others. His expression was grim. Recently, his family's company, Zhouyang Holdings, had encountered significant issues. Their longtime partner, Yanhai Bank, had abruptly canceled their collaboration. This disruption caused a ripple effect, severing many funding avenues and prompting several other investors to withdraw. Without Yanhai as a stronghold, confidence in Zhouyang Group waned. In less than half a month, the company found itself in a precarious position, stuck between a rock and a hard place. While it was not on the brink of collapse, the situation was dire enough to leave him feeling increasingly agitated. He had always held a lofty position at school, revered by his peers, largely due to the prestige of Zhouyang Group. Now that the company faced turmoil, the heir apparent found his peace disturbed. Thus, when he received news from the school that the formidable opponent in the city sport competition would be Xiao Fei, replacing him, he initially reacted with anger, but soon set it aside. Lacking the inclination to confront Xiao Fei, he likely would never suspect that it was Xiao Fei who had orchestrated the problems plaguing Zhouyang Holdings. Had he known, he might have harbored thoughts of exacting brutal revenge. The following day, at Mingming Avenue, Wanzing Media Company Limited former chairman Fu Hai had stepped down from his position the previous day, having dedicated decades to the company. He never anticipated that someone would make a substantial offer to acquire them. He had grown accustomed to the routine of being the chairman. However, the offer was too generous to refuse. A white Pagani came to a halt outside the advertising agency. Dressed in a black suit, Xiao Fei exited the vehicle. As he gazed at the grandiose and flamboyantly decorated building, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. This was indeed the most prominent media company in Jiangxing. With advertisements plastered across its exterior, Fu Hai had been waiting since early morning. Upon seeing the Pagani, he realized that this must be the mysterious buyer. After all, who else could afford such a luxurious supercar? You must be Mr. Xiao Fei. Fu Hai greeted him warmly. I could see that moment. He remained oblivious to the fact that this individual was the hidden owner of Shenghao Hotel. His director had previously conspired with Tang Ji, the president of Dachuan Group, regarding how to deal with the newly appointed chairman. Had he known this, he would likely have been struck with astonishment. The process felt familiar to Xiao Fei, who responded naturally to Fu Hai's greeting, then proceeded into the building to sign the contract and officially take over as chairman. Once everything was completed, he addressed the assembled executives, stating, "From today onward, all advertising orders will be handled exclusively by the design department. We will selectively engage with clients, taking on what we can manage and declining what we cannot due to insufficient manpower. All other departments, aside from the design and finance departments, are to allocate 60% of their workforce to focus on Dachuan Group. Some entertainment journalists will be dispatched to unearth negative news regarding Dachuan Group, while others will investigate any shoddy projects or unreasonable practices. That we must gather as much information, big or small, negative or otherwise, as possible. We will dig relentlessly, and the media department will ensure this information is disseminated widely. Our promotion should saturate every platform, be it forums, media networks, or other channels." Xiao Fei spoke at length, his aim being to keep the public discourse surrounding Dachuan Group at its peak. If one day wasn't sufficient, then 10 days would do. If 10 days weren't enough, then a month would suffice. There must be no cessation. Moreover, when Xiao Fei dined with Su Yinchi the previous night and mentioned his intentions against Dachuan Group, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that, although she lacked knowledge of real estate, she had heard from her brother and father that there were numerous issues within the projects under Dachuan Group. However, her family had never deemed it worthwhile to leverage these matters in a confrontation. This time, Xiao Fei intended to seize the opportunity and fully utilize Wanzing Media's strengths. If the impact were significant enough, it could directly affect Dachuan Group's standing. Yet at that moment, his plans faced opposition from certain higher-ups. Qian Hui, the director of the planning department, was the first to voice his dissent, stating, "Mr. Xiao, I find your arrangement to be highly unreasonable, even devoid of logic. It is an entirely thankless endeavor for our company." "You are fired," Xiao Fei replied coolly. What did you say?" Qian Hui seemed momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "Was that not clear enough?" "You are fired. Effective immediately, you're no longer the director of Wanzing Media," Xiao Fei said with a cold smile. This was a classic case of setting an example. With a crash, Qian Hui, unable to maintain his balance. Fell from his chair. This must be a dream, he thought. He, Qian Hui, director of Wanxing Media, had labored for nearly a decade to attain his current position. Just days prior, he had been enjoying a jovial conversation with Tang Ji, the president of Dachuan Group. Believing his future was bright, he never imagined that in an instant it would all come crashing down. No, this cannot happen. He looked up at Xiao Fei, his mind racing, and suddenly stood up. Hastily straightening his appearance, trembling, he addressed Xiao Fei. Mr. Xiao, I was momentarily foolish. I overstepped my bounds and offended you. Please, have mercy and do not hold this against me. Xiao Fei's gaze turned icy as he stated. I have never gone back on my word. If you do not leave now, are you waiting for me to summon someone? His voice grew increasingly frigid, startling everyone present in the meeting room. They had initially assumed Xiao Fei was merely too young and inexperienced in company management to propose such a foolish plan. They were not prepared for the powerful presence he exuded. However, this was to be expected. Just the night before, Xiao Fei had undergone a system enhancement, doubling his physical capabilities and naturally amplifying his aura. Qian Hui was momentarily dazed, his intended pleas for mercy caught in his throat as he met Xiao Fei's chilling gaze. He instinctively retreated 2 steps before being ushered out of the large conference room by someone summoned by Fu Hai. Humph. If the company continues to operate under your leadership, we won't be able to secure any orders or generate profits. And we shareholders will suffer tremendous losses with little to gain, interjected a middle-aged man in his 40s. Unlike Qian Hui, he was the 3rd largest shareholder in the company, possessing 12% of the shares, and thus had the right to speak. If the company failed to turn a profit, his interests would be severely diminished, compelling him to stand up despite Xiao Fei's formidable presence. Once one person spoke up, others followed suit. I agree with Mr. Fong. While you may be the largest shareholder and hold decision-making authority, you must consider the other shareholders as well. Exactly, you may have proposed the plan, but if we shareholders are left to suffer, we will be left out in the cold. It seems we are in for a rough time. At this rate, it won't be long before the company faces bankruptcy. As several shareholders voiced their dissenting opinions. Other senior executives without stakes in the company nodded in agreement. Although they lacked voting power, they wholeheartedly endorsed the shareholders' perspectives. Xiao Fei remained composed, unflustered by the unfolding situation. Observing the assembly, he spoke in a measured tone. Prior to our meeting, I conducted an investigation into the company, and the design department is capable of handling at least 30% of our orders. Furthermore, with 40% of manpower still available across various departments, the company can sustain operations with a minimum of half its workforce. The remaining losses incurred due to manpower shortages will be solely borne by me, Xiao Fei, and deducted entirely from my shares. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. If this were the case, Xiao Fei's 51% stake could indeed compensate for the others' losses. Yet, such a willingness to sacrifice substantial profits for the sake of targeting the Chuang Group raised eyebrows. Was there some underlying animosity at play? If there are no further objections, we can proceed with the task delegation, Xiao Fei remarked calmly. Noting the absence of dissent that T owe him, Wanxing Media was merely a tool in a strategy against the Chuang Group. As for profitability, he was not overly concerned. After all, he was not solely reliant on this venture for income, and wealth was inexhaustible. Although the others struggled to comprehend Xiao Fei's actions, they began to allocate tasks, recognizing the authority of their chairman. Thus, from that afternoon onward, all entertainment reporters mobilized to investigate or seek out any negative incidents related to the Chuang Group. Meanwhile, the planning department took charge of organizing and synthesizing the information, which was then disseminated through the media department for promotion and publication. In no time, the media landscape in Jiang City erupted with fervor. Whether on forums, news outlets, group chats, or even television, nearly every conceivable platform was inundated with negative news about the Chuang Group. Shoddy construction, cost-cutting measures, arbitrary price hikes, inadequate housing space, and abysmal after-sales service. In summary, there was no limit to the group's transgressions. Naturally, the recent attempt by Tang Ji to frame Xinghao Hotel was also extensively reported by Wanxing Media. Within 2 days, the Chuang was thrust into the eye of the storm in Jiang City, severely tarnishing the company's reputation. The ensuing public outcry, was exponentially greater than that which Shenghao Hotel had endured previously. What the heck? The Chuang Group has so much dirt on them. This company is utterly shameless. Had I known Chuang real estate was of such low character, I would never have purchased a property from them. Now, I regret my decision. Their properties are riddled with issues, with leaks from above directly affecting my home, and cracked walls. When I reported it to the sales office, no one even bothered to respond. What nonsense! This company is woefully irresponsible, and to think they dare sell such subpar quality. Moreover, Tang Ji, the president of the Chuang Group, is a scheming individual who resorts to underhanded tactics. We must collectively resist this detrimental culture at the Chuang Group. We cannot allow them to continue their reign of impunity, but I, for one, will never purchase or rent any properties under their banner. As information spread with increasing frequency, the number of concerned individuals grew, igniting collective indignation. Days turned into a week, and soon, the negative events surrounding the Chuang Group erupted in full force. Everyone was aware of these scandals, and conversations abounded. Some expressed their outrage. Others merely observed the spectacle. While some resorted to insults, the entire group had become akin to a pariah, facing public condemnation, and their credibility in Jiang City plummeted to unprecedented lows. Consequently, their business suffered a catastrophic decline. Prospective buyers shifted from a frenzy of interest to utter disinterest. Investors withdrew en masse, and banks reconsidered their partnerships with the Chuang Group due to its tarnished reputation. In just a few short days, the results were astonishingly effective. Even Xiao Fei had not anticipated the extent of damage inflicted upon Chuang. Once a stable entity, the Chuang Group now faced a dire crisis of dwindling funds and business opportunities. Chapter 61. An unexpected surprise. Who could it be? In the office of the president of the Chuang Group, a furious roar erupted. Tang Ji swept his arm across the desk, transforming into a master of decluttering as he sent everything crashing to the floor. He had not slept well for several days. Ever since negative news about the company had been unearthed and disseminated across various platforms, it felt as if they were ensnared in an inescapable net. The entire group was besieged on all sides. Not only were they unable to attract investment, but they also faced a dire lack of business. If this continued, the company they had painstakingly built over the years would be reduced to nothing overnight. As the president of the group, Tang Ji could not bear to witness such a scenario. Yet, the situation had spiraled out of control, and no attempts to regain stability seemed feasible. The emergence of such a plethora of negative news could not possibly be coincidental. Someone must be orchestrating it from behind the scenes. With a dark expression, Tang Ji muttered to himself. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, prompting him to pull out his phone and dial Qian Hui's number. On the main thoroughfare near Shenghao Hotel, at the same restaurant as before, Tang Ji sat across from Qian Hui. Just 10 days prior, the two had been in high spirits, discussing issues surrounding Shenghao Hotel. They had initially believed their plan to be flawless, only to find at a critical moment that Xiao Fei had managed to contact the monitoring personnel and head chef, ultimately averting disaster. What was most infuriating was that those two monitoring individuals had even kept backup footage for their own protection. Upon learning this, Tang Ji had been seething with anger. However, the tides had turned swiftly. Just a few days later, the Chuang Group faced an even more brutal trial than that of Shenghao Hotel. Now, they found themselves in a precarious situation, teetering on the brink of collapse. How is it possible that the owner of Shenghao Hotel, Xiao Fei, has become the chairman of Yuan Xing Media? In a corner of the restaurant, Tang Ji's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed incredulously at Qian Hui. Initially, he had thought it merely a coincidence in names, but upon meeting, he realized it was indeed him. On his very first day in office, he had extracted half the workforce to target your Chuang Group, that I was the first to oppose him, and as a result, he made an example of me to establish his authority. Recalling that day from a week ago, Qian Hui felt a surge of anger. Had he not acted impulsively, perhaps the outcome would have been different. After being ousted, he had hoped to rely on Tang Ji to secure a position at the Chuang Group. However, given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that the other party would be able to protect himself, let alone offer him a role. Across from him, Tang Ji appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. His complexion pale, he sat there in stunned silence, A void within him that it was over. Everything was over. Initially, he had assumed that Xiao Fei had invested a significant sum to enlist a media company to unearth negative stories about Dechuan. Thus, he intended to inquire of Qian Hui whether Wan Xing had indeed taken on a contract from Xiao Fei, willing to expend such manpower and resources against their company, that if that were the case, he would offer an even higher price to buy out all negative news related to Dechuan from Wan Xing. However, at this moment, he realized with dread that Xiao Fei had become the chairman of Wan Xing Media. If that were indeed true, then the media company, under his direct control, would undoubtedly exert every effort to suppress the Dechuan Group. Would there be any way left for their company to survive? On the illuminated boulevard, at the offices of Wan Xing Media, Chairman Xiao Fei stared incredulously at several documents in his hands. After a full 10 seconds, he let out a cold laugh. These documents bore no relation to Dechuan Group whatsoever. However, they were intricately connected to Shifeng Group in Xiaqing. Although Shifeng Group was not a local enterprise, we now reside in the age of information technology. As a media company, Wan Xing Media meticulously compiles and organizes any noteworthy news from the internet, ready to disseminate it when the time is right. This document clearly recorded all negative news concerning Shifeng Group. Yet what shocked Xiao Fei the most was that Shifeng Group had long-term partnerships with both Lelong Electric Group and Lingfeng Group in Jiangxing. Lelong Group was precisely the last system task he needed to complete. Once the municipal sports meeting commenced, defeating Hongda, a formidable basketball rival, would grant him 51 of Lelong Group's shares. Like Lelong Group, Shifeng Group was also a large electrical company, producing not only a wide array of electrical appliances, but also transformers and other products, thus having extensive reach. Shifeng Group supplied various components to Lelong Group and Lingfeng Group, while Lelong and Lingfeng consistently provided core technological products to Shifeng Group. The manufacturing plants under the three companies produced vastly different products, thus necessitating collaboration for mutual benefit. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Fei conceived an effective strategy to deal with Shifeng Group. However, he intended to investigate first to ascertain whether this plan could indeed succeed. After all, he needed to ensure that while delivering a heavy blow to Shifeng Group, his own company would not incur any losses. A strategy that inflicted 1,000 losses on the enemy, while suffering 800 on oneself, seemed exceedingly foolish to him, unless there were no other options available. Now that a better plan had emerged, why resort to such drastic measures against Shifeng Group? With these thoughts settled, Xiao Fei set down the documents and prepared to leave the company to IT that moment. His assistant, Xiao Chun, knocked and entered the office. "What is it?" Xiao Fei asked nonchalantly. "The former chairman, Fu Hai, has arrived. He said he has something to discuss with you," the assistant replied respectfully. "The former chairman?" Xiao Fei furrowed his brow slightly. "Hasn't he already resigned? What is he doing here? Let him in." Xiao Fei responded promptly. Within half a minute, Fu Hai, who had been waiting outside, walked in. "Chairman Xiao," he greeted politely. Xiao Fei nodded and smiled. "What brings you here?" "Chairman Fu? Oh, I have already stepped down. There's no need for formalities. I simply wish to invite you to my daughter's birthday party," Fu Hai said, his face full of anticipation, as if he would not leave unless Xiao Fei accepted. Initially inclined to decline, Xiao Fei was interrupted by the system's voice. "Ding, system task issued. Accept Fu Hai's invitation to the banquet and bring Su Yinchi along. Task 1. Invite Su Yinchi to dance at the banquet. If she accepts and successfully dances a song, reward, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Task 2. Give Su Yinchi a hug. Reward, 1 luxury seaside villa. Refusal of task, 3 consecutive days of instant noodles." All right, in truth, the penalty for refusing the task did not seem overly severe. He could endure 3 days of instant noodles, but he was rather keen on attending the banquet with Su Yinchi. Xiao Fei nodded and then inquired, "Where will your banquet be held?" Seemingly unprepared for such a prompt agreement, Fu Hai excitedly replied, "The banquet will be at Shenghao Hotel, Chapter 62, the calculated schemes of the wealthy to Jiangda, in the girls' dormitory." Su Yinchi subtly applied some light makeup and donned a rarely worn white dress. "Wow. Xiaoxi, do you really need to dress up so beautifully? You're making us, your roommates, feel inadequate. Boo-hoo." "Exactly. Your stunning beauty leaves us feeling inferior. So you owe us a lavish dinner tomorrow. Dress to the nines. Combined with our Xiaoxi's unparalleled looks, we will surely outshine everyone and incite envy. Listening to her roommate's enthusiastic chatter, Su Yinshi could only shake her head helplessly. Earlier that afternoon, Xiao Fei had called her to invite her to a banquet, and she had readily accepted. Thus, even before the evening approached, she began her preparations early. Half an hour later, she received a message on WeChat from Xiao Fei. After bidding farewell to her roommates, she left the dormitory amidst their envious gazes. "What are you doing here?" Su Yinshi was taken aback to find Xiao Fei waiting for her directly beneath the dormitory building instead of at the school gate. "Let's go. We'll head out together." Xiao Fei smiled slightly, taking her hand and leading her toward the parking lot. He felt it was much better to walk together, relishing the sensation of holding her hand. Su Yinshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently followed beside Xiao Fei, slowly departing the dormitory. Meanwhile, at Shenghao Hotel, on the 25th floor, Fu Hai, the former chairman of Wanxing Media, was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate his daughter Fu Mengru's 21st birthday. Additionally, he had booked a luxurious suite on the 70th floor of the hotel for resting purposes. "Dad, is that really true? He not only acquired all your shares as chairman, but he's also the owner of Shenghao Hotel." A young girl in the room looked at her father, astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Of course. After I signed the contract with Xiao Fei that day, his first command was directed at Dachuan Group. He even went so far as to forego the profits from his own shares at AKT that moment. I found it strange. It seemed that only Shenghao Hotel was an enemy of Dachuan Group. So I investigated Shenghao Hotel and discovered that its chairman is actually Xiao Fei." Fu Hai spoke mysteriously to his daughter, as if he had unearthed a new continent. "Oh, you want me to get close to him? Perhaps even become involved with him?" The young girl suddenly smiled, comprehending her father's intention. "Mengru, you are exceptionally beautiful. If you make a move, you are bound to win over Xiao Fei. Just think about it. I sold the shares of Wanxing Media to him and received a substantial sum. If you can get close to him and eventually marry him, his company will inevitably be passed down, and it will essentially become our family's company. Don't you think so?" Fu Hai excitedly calculated his prospects. Fu Mengru nodded, not outright rejecting her father's idea, but expressed some concern. "Dad, your plan sounds great, but I wonder what he looks like that I won't be with an ugly man. Besides, I already have a boyfriend at Jiangda, who is also the son of a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangxing. In terms of status, he may not be inferior to Xiao Fei. Most importantly, he's not only handsome, but also a basketball genius. He is incredibly charming on the court. He is the true embodiment of my ideal As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with pride. T. Jiangda. Fu Mengru was indeed the unrivaled campus belle. Countless suitors pursued her. And even the campus heartthrob and basketball prodigy, Su Ziqian, had failed in his attempts to win her over. "Mengru, you don't understand. Regardless of who that boyfriend of yours is, he cannot possibly possess the audacity to acquire another large company. And as for looks, Xiao Fei is no less than those stars. He is perfectly suited for you." Having witnessed Xiao Fei's aura, Fu Hai naturally leaned towards his own judgment. He had been a chairman for decades, encountering hundreds, if not thousands, of business magnates, and his discerning eye was sharp. He knew Xiao Fei was no ordinary individual. Establishing a connection with him would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits in the future. Fu Mengru, however, remained unconcerned. "Men, as long as I wave my hand, who wouldn't be obedient?" With an unwavering confidence in her own beauty, she felt quite assured. However, now that her father had mentioned it, she was curious to meet this Xiao Fei. If he truly possessed the remarkable qualities her father spoke of, she might even consider having him as her boyfriend. Ultimately, it would depend on whether Xiao Fei was worthy, sincere, and whether she found him appealing. Tonight would provide the perfect opportunity to assess him. After a brief conversation between the two, an important call came through on Fu Hai's phone, indicating that a significant guest had arrived. Thus, he and his daughter exited the room, making their way down to the 25th floor. Meanwhile, on the vibrant streets of Jiangcheng, a dazzling white Pagani was en route to the Shenghao Hotel, with the windows closed and the heater turned on. Su Yinshi comfortably settled into the passenger seat, softly humming a tune. Xiao Fei looked at Su Yinshi, who was dressed rather lightly, with a hint of helplessness. Knowing it was cold, she still chose such minimal attire. clearly prioritizing style over warmth. Fortunately, he had a down jacket in the back seat, which he had specifically prepared for her. He could offer it to her when they returned to the dormitory later. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Shenghao Hotel. After opening the car door, they walked into the grand lobby. Su Yinshi linked her arm with Xiao Fei's and strolled gracefully towards the designated floor. Perhaps due to the invitation from the former chairman of Wanqing Media, the hotel was bustling with guests that evening. The parking lot and the front of the hotel were filled with luxury cars. Inside, a mix of prominent figures from various sectors, from high-profile business magnates to white-collar professionals, filled the space. Anyone of notable standing with ties to Wanqing Media had received an invitation. "Boss, Miss Su. I never expected to see you here," Yang Mingfeng exclaimed as he rushed to the lobby upon receiving a notification. Despite the busy schedule, the boss's matters always took precedence for him. After his outstanding performance in helping the hotel regain its reputation, Xiao Fei had even given him a raise, amounting to an additional 200,000 a year, an exhilarating boost for him. Thus, the boss held a lofty position in his heart, deserving of utmost respect. As for Su Yinshi, her identity was equally impressive. Being the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of the Tianxue Group and the boss's girlfriend, it was no surprise that she would soon become the hostess of Shenghao Hotel. Su Yinshi was quite familiar with manager Yang of the hotel, and she responded to him with a polite nod and a smile. They exchanged no further words as Yang Mingfeng led them directly to the banquet hall on the 25th floor. Once they arrived, Xiao Fei dismissed him, and he and Su Yinshi continued forward. The most luxurious hotel in Jiangxia, the Shenghao Hotel's venue was indeed grand. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by an opulent and spacious area already populated by numerous attendees. Each arrival, particularly those of notable stature, inevitably drew attention, and the striking presence of Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi only intensified this scrutiny. Su Yinshi, having dressed exceptionally for the occasion, radiated like a bright sun or an ethereal spirit, captivating the eyes of all. "Who are these striking young individuals? I don't believe I've seen them before," one guest remarked. "Indeed, the man is handsome, but the woman is simply breathtaking in all my years in business. I have encountered many beauties, yet few can compare to such exquisite charm that I recognize her. She is Su Yinshi, the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of the Tianxue Group." "Wow! The Tianxue Group? I had no idea her background was so illustrious. I only knew of Su Yunsheng's genius son, but was unaware he had such a stunning daughter. And who is that man beside her? I have never seen him before, yet he seems to share a close relationship with the daughter of Director Su. Speaking of Director Su, I believe he brought his wife along today." The arrival of Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi immediately sparked lively discussions amongst the crowd. Xiao Fei, unbothered by the attention, had encountered numerous such scenes before. As for Su Yinshi, despite rarely attending large gatherings, she had always been the center of attention. With poise and grace, she navigated the gazes of others, embodying elegance and confidence. "Director Xiao, it is a pleasure to finally see you here. I was beginning to worry you might not attend tonight." Fu Hai approached with a beaming smile. Welcoming them warmly, "I always keep my promises," Xiao Fei replied with a calm smile. "This must be Miss Su Yinshi." Fu Hai turned to Su Yinshi, greeting her amicably. Surprised that he recognized her, she nodded politely. However, Fu Hai's astonishment ran deeper. As the former chairman of Wanqing Media, he possessed more information than the average person. Not only had Xiao Fei brought a companion, but she was also the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of Tianxue Group. Having only seen Su Yinshi in photographs, he was utterly captivated by her beauty upon their first in-person encounter. He had always believed his own daughter was stunning, yet in comparison to Su Yinshi, she seemed somewhat overshadowed. His confidence in the evening's arrangements began to waver. Just then, his daughter, Fu Mingru, gracefully approached. Her movements elegant, accentuated by her friends, resembling a proud swan. Had it not been for Su Yinshi's presence, she would have undoubtedly been the evening's focal point. "Dad, is this the Xiao Fei who you mentioned was acquiring shares in Wanqing Media?" Fu Mingru inquired playfully as they drew closer. She had noticed Xiao Fei and Su Yinshi when her father greeted them. Xiao Fei indeed caught her eye. As her father had said, he was strikingly handsome, rivaling even the biggest stars. However, what intrigued her most was Su Yinshi, who was simply too dazzling. Upon seeing her for the first time, Fu Manchu felt a pang of jealousy, having always considered herself the epitome of beauty as the top belle of Hangzhou University. Unconsciously, she felt compelled to challenge Su Yinqi. Yet her question, though softly spoken, sent shockwaves through the nearby crowd, especially among other high-ranking business figures. Acquiring company shares. Old Fu. What is going on? Yes. Why would you suddenly decide to sell shares in the company? The startled executives around them bombarded Fu Hai with inquiries. Fu Hai furrowed his brow. Glancing at Xiao Fei, he dared not reveal Xiao Fei's identity as the chairman of Wanqing Media without his consent, knowing that he might prefer to remain discreet. However, Xiao Fei merely nodded, indicating that Fu Hai could speak freely. With that, Fu Hai disclosed the recent acquisition of all his shares, stating that 51 of Wanqing Media had been sold. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Good heavens! How much capital is required for such a transaction? Wanqing Media is the largest advertising company in Jiangcheng, valued at no less than 100 billion. To acquire such a company, one would need several billion in cash, an unattainable feat for most, as the reality settled. The attendees' perspectives on Xiao Fei shifted dramatically. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Many began to plot ways to cultivate relationships with him. By the way, who is this lady? Despite the surrounding thoughts, Fu Manchu's focus remained on Su Yinqi. She was eager to uncover the identity of the woman who walked so closely alongside Xiao Fei. She is my girlfriend and the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of Tianxue Group. As Fu Hai prepared to respond, Xiao Fei interjected, stating decisively, with so many esteemed guests present today, we cannot afford to be vague about Su Yinqi's identity. His statement not only clarified who Su Yinqi was, but also conveyed to everyone that she was not merely a companion, but indeed a girlfriend. Fu Manchu's expression shifted slightly. She was taken aback to learn that the other party was the daughter of the renowned Tianxue Group. Instantly, her feelings of jealousy intensified. Not only had she lost in terms of looks, but now she also found herself overshadowed by the other's status. However, at that moment, a few of Fu Manchu's close friends exchanged glances, and a plan began to form in their minds. Surely, the daughter of Tianxue Group must be well versed in various skills. One of her friends innocently inquired, I wonder if Miss Su can play the piano? Another friend chimed in, indeed, there will be a piano performance shortly. Miss Su, it would be delightful for you to perform a duet with Sister Xiaoro. They appear to be inviting Su Yinqi, yet in reality, they were aiding Fu Manchu. For everyone at Hongda knew that Fu Manchu not only possessed beauty, but was also an exceptional pianist. Anyone who played alongside her would undoubtedly feel the disparity in skill. Thus, should Su Yinqi agree, it would be akin to self-deprecation, as Su Yinqi initially intended to decline. Although she could play the piano, she felt that today was not her moment to shine, and she preferred not to draw too much attention to herself. Merely being by Xiao Fei's side was sufficient for her. Xiaoxi, haven't you always played the piano exceptionally well? Why not take this opportunity to showcase your talent? At that moment, a handsome man approached with a glass in hand. It was none other than Su Yinqi's elder brother. Su Ting.as he spoke. He turned to Xiao Fei, offering a subtle smile and nod of acknowledgement. His impression of Xiao Fei was quite favorable. In comparison to Xiao Yan, he was 1,000 times better. Xiao Fei naturally responded with a smile. Brother, what brings you here? Su Yinqi looked at her brother in astonishment. Since you're here, how could I not be? Su Ting replied with a hint of amusement. Continuing, not only am I here, but our parents are as well. They're over there watching you. He gestured toward the direction from which he had just arrived. Su Yinqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to see her parents approaching. Heavens, she thought, a wave of panic washing over her. Instinctively, she released Xiao Fei's arm, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing by their parents. She wished she could vanish in that moment. Why did both families' meetings come so unexpectedly? Swiftly, she turned to Xiao Fei, who remained as composed as a stone, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Mom and Dad, you're here too. She greeted them with a slight pout as they drew closer. Haha, Miss Su, you just Su is the most renowned business magnate in Jiangcheng. I had to extend numerous invitations to get your father to join us. Fu Hai chuckled, while Fu Manchu's expression darkened. Uncle, Aunt Xiao Fei greeted Su Yinqi's parents with a polite smile. Fully aware of the importance of making a good impression, he understood that ignoring them could place the charming Xiaoxi in a difficult position. Su Yinshang scrutinized Xiao Fei, secretly impressed by his demeanor, his poise. Confidence and absence of youthful arrogance left a strong impression. At first glance, he felt quite satisfied, realizing that his daughter had a keen eye for character, which explained her recent mysterious behavior at home. He couldn't help but smile, approaching Xiao Fei and patting him on the shoulder as if they were old friends, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable, a fine young man indeed." Witnessing this display, even Yao Yu was taken aback. When had her husband ever praised someone after such a brief meeting? Was it merely because Xiaoxi liked him? Based on her understanding of him, that shouldn't be the case. Miss Su, will you still participate in the piano performance? If not, there's no need to force it. After all, such an elegant art form isn't for everyone. Fu Mingru hinted discreetly to her friends, who were eager to support her with their inquiries. Of course, I will participate. It has been ages since I've heard Xiaoxi play a piece, and with our parents here, you cannot back out. Su Ting interjected, seemingly invested in the matter. His motivation was not only to counter the intentions of those who wished to undermine Xiaoxi, but also because he believed his sister possessed many talents that deserved to be showcased in front of someone she admired. Oh, how he worried for his little sister. All right, fine. Su Yinshi, feeling the weight of her family's gaze, realized she had no choice but to comply. Fu Mingru and her friends exchanged delighted glances, knowing their plan had succeeded. If Su Yinshi took the stage and her performance fell short of Fu Mingru's, she would certainly face embarrassment. Everyone would see that, despite being the daughter of Jiangqing's most famous entrepreneur, Su Yinshi was nothing extraordinary. While Fu Mingru would undoubtedly become the center of attention once more. Su Yinshi, you brought this upon yourself. Performing alongside me will only serve to highlight your insignificance, that I will make you understand that beyond your status as the daughter of Tianxue Group, you are nothing more. Fu Mingru thought resolutely, having already decided to deliver her finest performance that night. Fu Hai felt a flicker of excitement. He was well aware of his daughter's exceptional piano talent. Since she began her studies, countless admirers had praised her innate gifts, predicting her future success in the realm of music. Should she excel in their duet, it would undoubtedly bring him great pride. As for Mr. Su, he doubted the man would hold any grievances over such trivial matters. Chapter 65. Su Yinshi's dazzling performance. Good evening, everyone. The birthday banquet has commenced. Please welcome tonight's guest of honor, Miss Fu Mingru and the daughter of Tianxue Group, Miss Su Yinshi, to perform a duet. As the host's words echoed through the hall, all chatter ceased, and every gaze turned toward the stage. Simultaneously, two striking young women approached, each taking their place at the piano. Fu Mingru's eyes gleamed with uncontainable pride as she glanced at Su Yinshi, confident that soon everyone would recognize who the true star was, relegating Su Yinshi to the role of mere ornament. The friends seated below exchanged glances filled with anticipation. Witnessing the daughter of a major corporation falter was indeed a rare spectacle. It would also serve to demonstrate to Xiao Fei just how inadequate his girlfriend was in comparison to Sister Mingru. Meanwhile, Fu Hai beamed with pride, as if awaiting the accolades for his remarkable daughter. As the melodious music began to play, the atmosphere transformed into one of grace and tranquility. Suddenly, Fu Mingru's fingers danced gracefully across the keys. With each rhythm, melodious notes flowed like a gentle stream, rippling through the hall, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The tempo ebbed and flowed, at times languid, at others brisk, conjuring images of ethereal waves tracing a beautiful galaxy, cascading like flowing clouds. The performance was a splendid portrayal of softness and elegance, grace and vitality. Fu Mingru's father and a few close friends could hardly contain their excitement. Even those among them who were unacquainted with the piano felt the extraordinary essence of the music. How much more so for the others as anticipated. With the exception of a few, the audience was enraptured by the enchanting melody, enveloped in tranquility and beauty. As the segment concluded, Fu Mingru felt a surge of pride, satisfied with her own performance and eager to see how her counterpart would respond. Just as she finished, Su Yinshi's piano echoed forth, a powerful surge that seemed to shake the heavens. Instantly, the melody rolled forth like the mighty Yangtze River. Relentless and unstoppable, in stark contrast to Fumengru's noble elegance. Su Yanqi's performance was akin to a gallant charge on a blood-soaked battlefield. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, transporting the audience to another realm, one filled with fervent passion and fierce competition. Here, courage and determination surged, reminiscent of the resolve felt when first stepping into the world. The cutthroat nature of the business realm came rushing back, where each step forward felt perilous, with no turning back lest one be mercilessly eliminated. Captivated by the vibrant figure on stage, even Xiao Fei was left in awe, astonished that such a slender frame could unleash such tremendous power. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, the music halted, and so did the accompaniment. Silence, eerily profound silence, enveloped the hall, as if one could hear a pin drop. Each person remained lost in the echoes of the fervent music, like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. Cheers resounding in unison. Bravo! Bravo! Magnificent! The performance was nothing short of exquisite, utterly perfect. I have never heard such an exhilarating and stirring piece of music. Indeed, it felt as though one were amidst 1,000 galloping steeds, igniting a fervor within. Miss Fumengru's playing was serene and far-reaching, tranquil and harmonious, while Miss Su's resonated like the rushing waters of a river, flowing endlessly, stirring memories of unforgettable moments. Overall, I felt that Miss Su's performance surpassed the rest. Yes, indeed, I share that sentiment. What is truly commendable is that she is but a young girl, yet she can evoke such grandiose emotions through her music, a remarkable feat. The audience buzzed with admiration, clearly more captivated by Su Yanqi's display. Yet, the expressions of the two protagonists differed markedly. Su Yanqi maintained a calm demeanor, as though she had merely enjoyed a home-cooked meal. She felt her performance was nothing extraordinary and found no reason to boast. In contrast, Fumengru's complexion paled slightly. Disbelief etched on her face at the sheer beauty of Su Yanqi's music. The sound of her nails scratching against the piano produced a faintly grating noise, intensifying Fumengru's jealousy. Never had she felt so thoroughly defeated. A bitter pill for one as proud as a swan to swallow, that I never expected you to play so well. I truly underestimated you, Fumengru said through gritted teeth. Su Yanqi merely smiled faintly, seemingly reminiscing, and replied, I only know a little. The friends below were left dumbfounded, exchanging wide-eyed glances filled with astonishment. Who exactly is this Su Yanqi? With her beauty, prestigious lineage, and such extraordinary piano skills, is there no room left for others? The spirits of several girls plummeted, feeling as though 2 decades of their lives had been lived in vain. Meanwhile, Fumengru's father, Fu Hai, sighed deeply. He finally understood the adage of there are always greater talents. He had assumed his daughter could redeem herself in today's piano performance, yet she had ultimately fallen short. However, from an observer's perspective, he acknowledged that Fumengru's performance was not entirely lacking. While it may not rival Su Yanqi's prowess, it certainly had its own brilliance. With the piano segment concluded, the applause echoed warmly. Su Yanqi gracefully descended from the stage. Well done. My little sister's skills have certainly improved, remarked Su Ting with a teasing smile as she approached. Su Yunsheng and his wife looked on with pride, delighted by their daughter's outstanding performance. Xiao Fei, too, was astonished, never having expected the usually food-focused Miss Su to possess such talent on the piano. What a hidden gem! Su Yanqi caught Xiao Fei's gaze, and, sensing his astonishment, gave a subtle, triumphant smile. Now you see my prowess. Xiao Fei shook his head with a resigned smile, realizing this girl was truly challenging him. Following the piano, a lively dance segment commenced. As the enchanting music filled the air, many individuals took to the dance floor with their partners. Xiao Dong, may I have the honor of asking you to dance with me tonight? At that moment, Fumengru approached with elegant steps, boldly seeking to claim Xiao Fei as her dance partner. Apologies, but I already have a partner, Xiao Fei replied coolly, showing no regard. Fumengru, momentarily taken aback, smiled coyly. The dance will last a while. You can dance with Miss Su later. Are you afraid? Are you really intimidated by a mere girl such as myself? Men cannot resist provocation, especially under the gaze of many. Fumengru, fully aware of this. Spoke with an edge of aggression, confident that her words would provoke a reaction. Yet, today was destined to unfold differently. Xiao Fei completely disregarded her, taking Su Yinqi's hand and leading her into the dance floor. Fumengru's face turned pale. She had not anticipated that her first bold invitation for a dance would be met with such rejection, especially in front of so many people. The humiliation was overwhelming, more so than her earlier defeat to Su Yinqi at the piano. Just then, Su Ting interjected, "Miss Fumengru, why not let me accompany you for the first dance tonight?" Without waiting for a response. He took her hand and led her into the dance floor. Surprised that the heir of Tianxue group would invite her to dance, Fumengru couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "Oh, are you interested in me?" She mused that a woman of such arrogance leaves one speechless. Su Ting scoffed, observing her with disdain. The host of the evening was Fu Hai, who had extended numerous invitations to their family. Thus, he felt compelled to offer her this courtesy, lest Fu Hai lose face. "What did you say?" Fumengru's anger flared, rendering her momentarily speechless. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Stay away from my sister and from Xiao Fei. Even I cannot gauge his true depth. What business do you have, a mere girl, trying to act important?" Su Ting spoke coldly, a remark ill-suited for public ears, yet now it seemed appropriate. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side was markedly different. Xiao Fei held Su Yinqi's hand, his other hand resting on her waist, and they danced gracefully together. "You can dance too? You're really good," Su Yinqi exclaimed, surprise evident in her voice. "Actually, I can't dance. I just learned it moments ago." Xiao Fei replied with a light smile, speaking candidly. Such a statement was likely to provoke further annoyance. The adorable little Cece rolled her eyes in response. "You looked so beautiful playing the piano just now," Xiao Fei said earnestly, gazing at her. Taken aback by a sudden compliment, Su Yinqi felt her cheeks warm. She relished the sensation of being praised by Xiao Fei, akin to savoring a pear in summer or grapes in winter. A gentle sweetness blooming within her heart. Unconsciously, she began to hum a beautiful melody, her voice soft, audible only to her and Xiao Fei. For reasons unknown, Xiao Fei found that her humming was even more enchanting than the live music surrounding them. Was this what they meant when they said beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder? Even a simple tune could stir the heart more than professional music. Xiao Fei could not help but smile. Being with Su Yinqi truly brought unexpected delights from time to time that I can hardly believe she is our daughter. Did you see her shy demeanor, just now? Outside the dance floor, Yao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed her usually aloof daughter transform into someone unrecognizable. Shaking the very foundations of her worldview, it felt as though a precious treasure was on the verge of being snatched away, leaving her heart cold and empty. All right. What kind of expression is that?" Su Yinsheng noticed his wife's peculiar demeanor and quickly raised his hand to gently pat her back in a comforting gesture, inwardly chuckling at the situation, even if sadness were to arise. Surely it should be his burden as a father. "Shall we take our leave?" As the music concluded and there was little left to do, Xiao Fei suggested, "Sure, it's far better for us to be alone together." Su Yinqi pouted in agreement, especially with her parents still present, making it difficult for her to relax. With that, the two made their way to Su Yinqi's parents to bid farewell. "Mommy, a hug." Yao Yu suddenly extended her arms towards her beloved daughter. "Hug." Su Yinqi promptly stepped forward, nestling into Yao Yu's embrace. "I'm so comfortable. Indeed, a mother's embrace is eternally the warmest." Su Yinqi found herself reluctant to leave that comforting hold. After a significant pause, she finally released her mother and prepared to exit the banquet. After exchanging greetings with them, Xiao Fei turned to Su Ting, took her hand, and together they departed the hotel. However, they were oblivious to the gaze filled with hatred directed at them from the other side of the hall, where Fu Mingru watched their retreating figures. "Shall we indulge in some barbecue?" Once outside the hall, despite the chill in the air, Su Yinqi felt the allure of food calling to her. Although there were numerous delectable dishes at the banquet, they mainly consisted of fruits and desserts, which did not pique her interest. As a true food enthusiast, she naturally preferred something more savory. "Perfect, I'm famished as well." Xiao Fei could not refuse a request, and the two boarded a Pagani. Heading directly to the bustling snack street point 20 minutes later, put on this down jacket. Look at you shivering. As they arrived, Su Yinshi was already trembling from the cold. Thankfully, Xiao Fei had anticipated this and produced the down jacket he had prepared earlier. Otherwise, the beautiful Miss Su would likely have been frozen solid that night. Being a central snack street, the location was naturally bustling with an abundance of people, creating a lively atmosphere that made the cold winter night feel pleasantly warm. After selecting a restaurant, the two settled at an outdoor table. As Su Yinshi glanced at the menu lay before her and ordered several large sausages, stinky tofu, skewered meat, lamb and beef, chives, potato slices, and a plate of lobster. Are you sure you can finish all that? Xiao Fei asked, sweat beading on his forehead. What can I finish? Don't let my small stomach fool you. I can fit anything, Su Yinshi declared proudly. Their remarkable charm and attractiveness naturally drew the attention of those around them, with many whispering in awe at Su Yinshi's beauty. Xiao Fei, suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted their conversation. Is that really you? I can't believe we run into you here. The speaker was a young man of the same age as Xiao Fei, accompanied by a woman clinging to his arm. Xiao Fei turned to face them, surprise flickering in his eyes. He recognized these two individuals very well. Chapter 67. I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Who are they? Su Yinshi inquired, astonished. Fellow townsfolk, it's been years, Xiao Fei replied, regaining his composure and responding nonchalantly. In the past, they had caused him no small amount of trouble back in their hometown. Wow, what a stunning lady. I wonder how you ended up dining with someone like Xiao Fei. The young man's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Yinshi, his expression akin to that of a treasure hunter. The woman beside him felt a surge of jealousy, unable to contain her desire to compare herself to such a gorgeous woman. Do you have business with us? Xiao Fei frowned, wary of causing a scene with Su Yinshi present, as it might spoil their barbecue outing. Can't we sit down and chat? After all, we're from the same hometown. How can you turn your back on us in the big city? The duo appeared unconcerned, completely disregarding Xiao Fei's words. After finishing their remarks, they audaciously took a seat. Su Yinshi furrowed her brow slightly, clearly aware of their intent to provoke Xiao Fei, though she remained clueless about their grievances. I don't believe we have anything to discuss. There are other seats available for you if you wish to chat. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Fei's eyes, his voice chilling as he spoke. Xiao Fei, how can you speak to us like that? Even after all these years, we still remember you. The young man teased, glancing at Su Yinshi with a smirk. I heard from someone back home that you're studying at university in Jiangcheng, and your parents have moved here as well. How has life been treating you? What is so great about it? Zhangge, have you considered how old Xiao Fei's parents must be? They lack skills and friends. What prospects do they have in a city like this except to work on construction sites? The woman scoffed, then turned to Su Yinshi and said, I must say, little sister, you sure have an eye for men. Why would you choose Xiao Fei as your boyfriend? Did you know that in our town, the Xiao family was the poorest of the poor, unable to even build a proper house? Her expression radiated disdain, unable to hide her contempt for Xiao Fei's humble background. She was taken aback that he had come to the city pretending to be someone of substance, dressed well, which only fueled her irritation. Since they had crossed paths today, she felt compelled to mock him, hoping to demonstrate to the beautiful girl beside her just how impoverished Xiao Fei truly was. If she could succeed in embarrassing them both, it would bring her immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, the young man chimed in, I must ask this beautiful lady, why would you choose to be with someone like Xiao Fei? What can a poor loser provide for you? After saying this, he flashed a cunning smile and pulled a business card from his bag, handing it to her. This is my father's newly opened establishment, Henglida Lantian KTV. Feel free to drop by any time for a complimentary experience. I can also introduce you to some wealthy heirs if you're interested. The young man was secretly plotting, trying to entice Su Yinshi, feeling a sense of unease at the sight of such a beautiful girl being with Xiao Fei. A thought began to form in his mind. However, regrettably, this notion lasted only a few seconds before an overwhelming pain engulfed him. In a matter of moments, he was sent sprawling to the ground, his body convulsing in agony. Xiao Fei, what did you do? The woman beside him was rendered speechless. She had only seen Zhangge take out a business card to hand to Su Yinshi. And in that instant, Xiao Fei had grasped his shoulder. Then, without warning, Zhang Ji's expression shifted dramatically, his body jolting before being flung aside like a rag doll. Looking back now, she saw her companion cradling his arm. Writhing in pain on the ground, "I have given you a chance, yet you did not take it," Xiao Fei remarked coldly, observing them with a smirk. Throughout, his expression had remained largely unchanged, merely watching as they floundered in confusion. Utterly unaware of their predicament, if he did not intervene to warn them, they would likely chatter on indefinitely. Xiao Fei then turned to the woman, sneering, "What about you? Do you wish to experience what he is going through now?" The woman trembled, a wave of fear washing over her. She could hardly believe that after years apart, Xiao Fei had become this formidable, completely transformed from the person she once knew. She dared not utter another word. Quickly crouching to check on the man's injuries, Xiao Fei, uninterested in their plight, had no desire to linger at the barbecue any longer. After settling the bill and packaging their food to go, he took Su Yinxi's hand and departed. He silently committed Hengladelantian Kitivi to memory. Throughout the ordeal, Su Yinxi maintained a calm demeanor, neither frightened nor flustered to her. This hardly constituted a significant event warranting alarm. Outside the barbecue shop, only the two townsfolk remained, awkwardly stuck in their current predicament, bewildered as to how they had ended up in such a state. "Xiao Fei, just you wait. I won tea, let this go." It seemed that the man lying on the ground only unleashed his harsh words. After realizing the other had departed, he settled into the car and removed his down jacket. Su Yinxi promptly placed a heap of barbecue on the center console in front of the car, accompanied by a large bag of lobsters. "Let us dig in." Xiao Fei chuckled as he observed her opening the barbecue bag. "Weren't you planning to take it back to the dormitory?" "That would be impossible. If I took it back, I wouldn't get to eat it. And besides, I can't wait any longer." Su Yinxi pouted as she replied, "By the way, what grievances do you have with them? Why are those two so targeted towards you?" Su Yinxi handed a skewer of grilled meat to Xiao Fei, taking one for herself as she continued to inquire while eating. "There were some frictions back in our hometown, and since then, we've been at odds, accumulating more grudges over time," Xiao Fei explained, shaking his head helplessly as he watched Su Yinxi. He had thought the earlier incident would dampen her appetite for barbecue, but now it seemed that notion was entirely unwarranted. Seeing Su Yinxi relish her food so heartily, Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of hunger himself, grabbing a skewer she had offered him. The car was warmed by the air conditioning, making it quite comfortable despite the slightly cramped space. Time flew by swiftly. An hour later, the two had finished their meal and returned to campus. Xiao Fei held Su Yinxi's hand as they strolled along the paths of the school. The clock showed just past 9 in the evening, not too late, and they occasionally spotted other students wandering about. "Are you cold?" Xiao Fei turned and asked softly as Su Yinxi shook her head. At that moment, she wore Xiao Fei's down jacket and inhaled his scent, feeling an extraordinary sense of contentment. Suddenly, she turned, extending her arms to embrace Xiao Fei. Feeling that this gesture wasn't quite enough, she rose onto her toes, tilted her head slightly, and pressed her lips against his. Chapter 68. The arrogance of the Zhang family. Just 10 seconds later, they instinctively released each other, for they simply could not continue kissing with their mouths still tasting a barbecue. The lingering flavor of garlic lobster made the sweetness of their kiss seem utterly diminished. Su Yinxi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After mustering so much courage, she had completely overlooked what she had just eaten. If memory served her right, she had devoured a considerable portion of those lobsters herself, and she could only imagine how strong the flavor lingered on her lips. Yet, she had audaciously initiated such a rich kiss. Oh dear. Was there any way she could show her face again? Indeed, being a foodie came with its own price. Perhaps next time. Xiao Fei scratched his head, the impact of Su Yinxi's earlier actions still fresh in his mind. However, seeing her look so regretful and shy, he reached out to pat her head and pulled her into an embrace. "Don't feel disheartened. No matter what, you are the most beautiful in my eyes." He gently reassured her, akin to comforting a child. Feeling his affection, Su Yinxi buried her face in his chest, her lips curling into a soft smile. Inhaling his pleasant scent, she felt that nothing could be more blissful than this moment. The school sports meet is nearing its conclusion, and in a couple of days, you'll be participating in the city basketball tournament, right? After a while, Su Yinxi lifted her gaze to meet his handsome face, unable to resist asking. "Yes, soon. It's just a minor affair. Xiao Fei replied with a casual smile, displaying no concern over the matter. His physical condition had improved significantly, and he was well versed in the rules of basketball. While he would claim a 100 victory rate, he was confident of at least a 99.99999 chance that he even worried that his exceptional performance might intimidate the audience. You must give it your all. I'll be your cheerleader, helping you defeat Hongda and become the most radiant focus of the event, Su Yinchi declared, raising a fist in anticipation. All right, let us vanquish them, Xiao Fei replied with a confident smile. He lowered his gaze to her exquisite face, filled with excitement and expectation, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In truth, he hadn't thought much about being the center of attention. All he wished for was her happiness that day. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host, for completing the tasks. Task 1. Invite Miss Su Yinchi to dance. Reward. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Task 2. Give Su Yinchi a hug. Reward. A villa in Area A of Haiyan Mountain Villa. All rewards have been purchased by the system and will be delivered tomorrow along with the contracts. He discovered that, without realizing it, he had completed all the tasks. The next day, Xiao Fei could hardly fathom that he and Su Yinchi had embraced for several hours last night. It felt as though they had endless conversations, and even during the occasional lulls, they never felt bored. Thankfully, it was the dead of night. Otherwise, being seen lingering on the playground in broad daylight might have made them look foolish. Consequently, he awoke this morning, nearly at lunchtime. Fortunately, the sports meet was still ongoing, and there were no classes for the next few days, so there was no need to rush. However, today, he had a matter that required his attention. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he dressed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, tidied himself up, and then drove away from the school, heading straight for Henglida. Meanwhile, a subsidiary hospital in Jiangqing, Zhang Chao stood in the VIP ward, gazing at his son, who had just undergone surgery, a wave of uncontainable fury swelling within him. The night before, he received a call from the hospital stating that his son, Zhang Mao, had suffered a comminuted fracture in his shoulder and required immediate surgery, prompting him to come in for a signature. He had been utterly shocked. How had his son suddenly ended up in the hospital? Upon his arrival, and through Suya's explanations, he learned that it was the doing of the Xiao family. Back in the town, the Xiao family was destitute and looked down upon, often bullied by the Zhang family. Now that they had come to the city, they acted as if they were important figures, daring to harm his son. It was absolutely outrageous. Xiao Tong, Xiao Fei, I see that you truly believe your wings have grown strong enough to fly. This time, I won't let you off easy. You'll soon learn just how many eyes the King of Hell has. With that, Zhang Chao instructed Suya to take good care of his son and then pulled out his phone to make a call before exiting the ward. However, at that moment, he was unaware that his old rival, Xiao Fei, had already driven to the Henglida Plaza. The KTV that he had partnered with friends to open was now facing the risk of closure. What, big brother? You can't be joking. Why on earth would you want to shut down my KTV? While sitting in his car, Zhang Chao was preparing to reach out to various acquaintances to help him locate the Xiao family's address when he received a shocking call. Don't call me big brother. I have no relatives like you that I worked hard to secure a KTV rental spot for you. And now your son has caused trouble, even offending our new Henglida owner. What use is it for you to run a business? With that, Zhang Kai, the director of the Henglida, angrily hung up the phone. Your family is all troublemakers, and you haven't settled down since coming to Jiangqing. He then looked up at Xiao Fei, who was seated on the sofa, and quickly donned a smile. Oh, Zhang Chao's family is actually related to you. Xiao Fei set down his teacup, mildly surprised as he gazed at Director Zhang. They are relatives, but distant ones. They knew I was working in the city and have been asking me since last year to help them find a rental spot for a KTV. Coincidentally, the previous KTV owner, Henglida, had some issues at home and shut down. So I had them come and take a look, renovated, and reopened. I never imagined they would have landed themselves in this mess within less than a year. Zhang Kai shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously looked at Xiao Fei and asked, Xiao Dong, is there any room for negotiation in this matter? Xiao Fei smiled indifferently, leaning back on the sofa. Yet his voice turned icy as he replied, to be frank, even without last night's incident, if I knew they had opened a KTV here, I still wouldn't allow them to continue. Director Zhang, you should know what to do. He cast a casual glance at the man, the warning implicit in his gaze. Yes, yes, I understand. Rest assured, Xiao Dong, I will handle this matter to your satisfaction. Observing Xiao Fei's gaze, Zhang Kai felt a sudden jolt of alarm within his heart. He had every reason to believe that if this matter were mishandled, he might even lose his own position. Thus, he understood that he could not afford to be lenient in this situation. As their conversation unfolded, 20 minutes had already elapsed. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. It was Zhang Chao, Xiao Fei's longtime adversary. Chapter 69. The enigmatic Xiao Fei, big brother. What on earth is going on? Before anyone inside could call out to let him in, Zhang Chao barged through the door with an air of bravado. However, as soon as he finished his inquiry, his sharp eyes caught sight of Xiao Fei. Despite the years that had passed, their appearances were still etched in their memories, and Zhang Chao could hardly forget. It's you, Xiao Fei. Last night, you were the one who injured my son, you bastard. Upon seeing his opponent, Zhang Chao erupted with fury. The pent-up rage that had been simmering within him was ignited in an instant as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Fei, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, completely disregarding the question of why Xiao Fei was present in Zhang Kai's office. Enough! Are you out of your mind? Do you dare to provoke the mastermind behind Henglida? Suddenly, Zhang Kai bellowed, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Chao's face. The force of the blow left Zhang Chao momentarily dazed, causing him to shudder in fear and swiftly regain his senses. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Throughout the exchange, Xiao Fei remained largely composed. As his strength had grown, he recalled certain events and grudges from the past. Yet he chose not to express them overtly. He would either take action or leverage connections. Uncontrolled rage was the least admirable form of expression. You are the mastermind behind Henglida? How is that possible? Zhang Chao stared incredulously at Xiao Fei, seemingly unable to accept this revelation. He recalled earlier when his elder brother inexplicably mentioned wanting to shut down his establishment. Now, Xiao Fei was fortuitously seated here, confirming that his brother had not lied. Xiao Fei truly was the owner of Henglida. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Chao's forehead. Heavens, what have I just done? Having already made an enemy of Xiao Fei, his previous actions were akin to setting himself ablaze, plunging him into an abyss of despair. After the previous owner of the KTV departed, he had invested a significant amount into renovating the place, spending hundreds of thousands, a staggering sum for someone like him who had come from humble beginnings. If Xiao Fei were to reclaim the property now, all his efforts from the past year would amount to nothing, and he would even incur substantial losses. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Chao instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, which had been born of sheer terror. He steadied his thoughts. Casting aside his earlier anger, and unexpectedly donned a conciliatory smile toward Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei. Oh no, Director Xiao, it's all a misunderstanding. My son was blind to your greatness and foolishly offended you. Please forgive us this once. I apologize on behalf of my son. Zhang Chao bowed and scraped, even pulling out a pack of cigarettes to offer to Xiao Fei. However, Xiao Fei merely cast a cold glance in his direction, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Even for someone like Zhang Chao, who had seen his fair share of the world, the sight of those icy eyes sent a shiver down his spine, enveloping him in an unfamiliar dread. Before he could react, Xiao Fei had vanished from the sofa. What the hell? What just happened? Both Zhang Chao and Zhang Kai were taken aback, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at the now-empty sofa. No need to search. I am right behind you, came a sudden, frigid voice. Zhang Chao spun around in terror. Bang! In an instant, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen as he was forcefully kicked back onto the sofa. Oh, the pain, it's unbearable. It feels as though my insides are being twisted mercilessly. His chest churned violently, making it difficult for him to breathe, and he longed for death to alleviate his suffering. You Zhang family members have previously targeted my Xiao family. This single kick is already lenient. Xiao Fei remarked coldly that in truth, he had already restrained some of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, the consequences would have been far more severe than a mere hospital visit. Director Zhang, I trust that by tomorrow, I will no longer see your Zhang family's KTV in operation. Otherwise, you should consider whether you will still occupy your current position. Xiao Fei stated icily, casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Kai before leaving the office without waiting for a response. As for the grievances of the past involving the Zhang family's treatment of the Xiao family, Xiao Fei felt there was no need to reiterate. That kick had conveyed more than enough. Zhang Kai remained rooted in place, staring blankly at the departing Xiao Fei, then at the chaotic scene that had just unfolded. Utterly incredulous, fear gripped him. An overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him. It was all too bizarre. He could hardly fathom how Xiao Fei had managed to appear behind Zhang Chao so stealthily, in a fleeting moment. He even questioned whether Xiao Fei was human or merely an inscrutable specter. After a few seconds, he was jolted back to reality by Zhang Chao's agonized cries. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the hospital. Meanwhile, having resolved the issue with Zhang Chao, Xiao Fei drove away from Hanglida, heading towards Haiyun Villa. Today marked the day of his property handover. The sales office had called him early that morning, requesting his presence for the formalities. Located at the intersection of Zhaohua West Road and the Third Ring Road, the system was exceptionally user-friendly, having chosen a luxurious villa district nearest to the school. Remarkably, this area was also only a few kilometers away from the Yushan Park Villa District where Su Yinchi resided, that if Xiao Fei drove, he could reach it in just over 10 minutes. However, the villa's reputation was quite considerable, rivaling that of Yushan. 20 minutes later, his Pagani arrived near Haiyun Villa. A well-dressed man awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing the flashy Pagani approach, the man understood that his guest had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, the man escorted Xiao Fei into Zone A of the Villa District. The villa area was categorized by levels, with Zone A being the most prestigious. They continued deeper into the complex. They soon reached their destination. Before them stood an enormous villa in an excellent location, 3 stories tall, its exterior adorned in shades of blue, exuding a sense of modernity and freshness. A vast swimming pool sprawled out in front of the villa. Additionally, the interior was lavishly appointed, featuring a private cinema, karaoke room, gym, bar, study, and more, all equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. Once the sales representative concluded the tour, Xiao Fei found himself captivated, standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, unable to resist the allure of moving in. It truly was spectacular. Without hesitation, he signed the contract, officially becoming the owner of this villa. Xiao Fei contemplated inviting his parents to live with him. Otherwise, the vastness of the villa would feel overwhelmingly desolate for him alone. After bidding farewell to the sales staff, he retrieved his phone, dialing the number from the 4S dealership that had previously contacted him, providing them with the villa's address. With the villa secured and ample parking spaces available, he could conveniently store his car there. Even if he didn't drive it often, it would serve as an exquisite embellishment to the villa. If others were to learn that he adorned his villa with a Rolls-Royce Phantom, they would likely be driven to the brink of outrage. After contemplating this, Xiao Fei wandered through various rooms in the villa, snapping several photos with his phone before opening WeChat to send them to Xiao Shi. Before long, a large question mark appeared from Su Yinchi, Chapter 70. Many guests arrived at home. How do you like the villa I purchased? Isn't it beautiful? After sending all the pictures, Xiao Fei followed up with a big smiley face. Where is this? Su Yinchi, who was watching her classmates compete on the playground, couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression. Haiyun Villa, Zone A, Xiao Fei replied. As the message reached her, Su Yinchi was momentarily taken aback. Haiyun Villa, Zone A, that place's houses are priced similarly to my family's, over 100 million. She then quickly reassured herself, given that Xiao Fei owned luxury cars worth 50 million. How could he not afford a villa? However, Su Yinchi was quite eager to see what the new house he had purchased would look like. Meanwhile, after chatting with Xiao Sisi for a while, Xiao Fei promptly retrieved his mother's phone number, intending to call and inform his parents, so they would have a sense of reassurance that if there were no other matters at hand, they could relocate without delay. Although the new house had just been bought, it had already been luxuriously renovated. As for the sofa, television, bed, and various lights, everything was in place, requiring no additional concern. It was entirely ready for immediate occupancy. The phone rang a few times before it was answered half a minute later, revealing the voice of Tao Rong. However, the background noise was quite loud, as if many people were conversing. Mom, where are you? Why is it so noisy? Xiao Fei furrowed his brow. I'm at home washing vegetables. Uncle Yang, Uncle Pan, and Aunt Pan from our hometown are visiting us today. Your childhood friends, Yang Lingyi and Pan Kai, are also here. I was just about to call you. Since you called, perhaps you could ask for a leave from school and hurry back. His mother's cheerful voice resonated through the phone, sounding as though she hadn't laughed like this in a long time. Xiao Fei's expression momentarily paused, then he smiled. It turned out that the little fellow had come. Speaking of Yang Lingyi, Xiao Fei had indeed not forgotten him. He was the son of Uncle Yang from their hometown, known for his penchant for fighting, and he was quite skilled in the past, when he was targeted by Zhang Mao and Su Yun town. It was thanks to this brother that he often received assistance. Others shunned him, looking down upon him. Yet Yang Lingyi was a true friend who frequently played with him. One could say they had grown up together in short pants. As for the Pan family, his expression gradually turned cold. They were fine as long as they behaved, but if they continued to speak harshly as they did back in their hometown, he would not hesitate to be ungracious. Regarding Pan Kai, his interactions with her had been limited. The only impression she left on him was her arrogance. Moreover, Xiao Fei found it perplexing why the Pan family would come. Time flew by, and half an hour later, a Pagani slowly entered the alley, immediately drawing whispers from several women. Xiao Fei paid them no mind, opened the car door, pocketed the keys, and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, his home was bustling with activity, with everyone conversing animatedly, likely numbering over 10 individuals. Sister Ong, is what you said true? Your son is in a relationship. It's not that we look down on you, but given your family's circumstances, who would believe that Xiao Fei could find a girlfriend? Indeed, with nothing but bare walls and a rented house, life must be rather meager. We were just joking. Please don't take it to heart. In the aged hall, men and women sat together, voicing their opinions without regard for Tao Rong and Xiao Teng's feelings. Only Uncle Yang and Yang Lingyi wore slightly uncomfortable expressions. They had a good relationship with the Xiao family and felt uneasy watching everyone speak so harshly. Xiao Fei is handsome and a university student. It is quite normal for him to find a girlfriend at school. Yang Lingyi couldn't help but interject. Hiss! Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his waist as his girlfriend Pan Kai pinched him. What are you butting in for? It was clear that Pan Kai disapproved of Yang Lingyi's words. Tao Rong, busy washing vegetables and preparing meals, and Xiao Teng, who was accompanying the guests, although uncomfortable, said nothing more, as guests must be treated with courtesy. Today, Tao Rong's happiness stemmed entirely from the Yang family's presence. She did not particularly welcome the others. Lost in thought, the sound of keys jingling at the door announced Xiao Fei's return. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of everyone in the house. Although it was an old-style building, the rented apartment was quite spacious, over 80 square meters. The living room, while not overly large, was usually not crowded. However, it was currently filled to the brim, and one might mistake it for a gathering for lessons at Sister Rong, your son is back? After years apart, I didn't expect him to have grown so handsome. It was Pan Kai's mother, Wei Fong, speaking with a tone laced with sarcasm. The others in the room also turned their gazes toward Xiao Fei. Uncle Yang, Brother Yang. Xiao Fei glanced over at the Yang father and son, unable to suppress a smile. Although they had moved to a distant city, they had maintained contact with the Yang family. It was not surprising that Uncle Yang had found his way here. Xiao Fei, it's good to finally see you. Yang Lingyi, disregarding Pan Kai's objections, stepped forward to greet Xiao Fei, looking particularly pleased. Xiao Fei smiled back, reaching out to pat his shoulder. He looked almost exactly the same as he had in his memories. With little change, aside from the Yang family, Xiao Fei had completely ignored the others since he walked in. He clearly remembered how they had mocked his family in the past. Not having immediately kicked them out was already a display of courtesy. The others were not oblivious. Seeing Xiao Fei not even acknowledge them, they felt displeased. Yet Xiao Fei paid them no mind, only turning to the Yang family with a hint of curiosity. By the way, Uncle Yang, what brought you to my home so suddenly without prior notice? His inquiry was not one of unwelcomeness. He simply understood Uncle Yang's character. He would not venture far without cause, let alone travel over 100 miles to Jiangqing. Sigh, it's all because of the house, Uncle Yang sighed in response. You bought a house? Xiao Fei was taken aback. Yes, but not in Jiangqing. We can't afford a house here. We bought one in our small county town. Uncle Yang explained, revealing himself to be a straightforward man. He continued, Last month, Xiao, Yi, and Pan Kai got engaged. However, Pan Kai's father, who is also your Aunt Pan's brother, Pan Wei, is currently in Jiangcheng for business and is in need of funds. Therefore, he intends to use Xiao, Yi, and Pan Kai's wedding house as collateral for a loan at the Jiangcheng Bank. Thank you to the esteemed Long Yu for yet another generous certification. I am truly grateful to all who enjoy Huang Cha, such as Chu Ying, Shi Shui, and those who relish homemade soup. Thank you for your generous support. Wishing all readers a pleasant reading experience. Chapter 71. The Pan Family Scheme. I say, Old Yang, this is a private matter between our two families. Why mention it to outsiders? Wei Fang's expression shifted as she interjected. Exactly, it's just a trivial matter. It's as if you want the whole world to know. Pan Yin joined in with a mocking tone. All right, I won't say anything more. Yang Lingyi's father, Yang Shou, waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to stir up further conflict, and fell silent. Xiao Fei's eyes turned icy. These people were just as they had always been, unchanged in the least. However, as the two families were already engaged, sending them away would only embarrass Uncle Yang. Otherwise, he would have already taken action to expel them. Furthermore, what did Uncle Yang mean by collateral? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Mission issued. The Pan family is scheming to usurp the Yang family's assets. Resolve the Yang family's crisis. Completion reward. 60 shares of Fikini Paradise. Refusing the mission. Treat Miss Su to 10 days of instant noodles. Su Yinshi. Very well. Xiao Fei promptly accepted the mission that he actually wanted to inquire of the system why every time he refused a mission. It was the adorable and lovely Miss Su Yinshi who suffered. However, he decided to set that question aside for now. The primary concern was to uncover the truth behind the Yang and Pan families. It seemed that the collateral Uncle Yang mentioned was indeed a significant matter. A brilliant idea struck him, and he planned to pull Yang Lingyi aside for a private discussion. Just then, Wei Fang's phone rang. It was her husband, Pan Wei. About a minute later, she hung up. Why, husband just informed me that we're going to a big hotel for dinner. Let us not linger here any longer. Let us go. She put away her phone and stood up, speaking with satisfaction. Really? Big Brother has truly made a name for himself, treating us to a hotel meal, unlike some people who are so stingy. Pan Yun expressed her delight while taking a jab at the Xiao family. As the conversation began, the large group of people who had been seated promptly rose to exit the house, seemingly unwilling to remain for even a moment longer. Concurrently, Yang Shou and Yang Lingyi also prepared to follow suit. Old Yang, you and Xiao, you should stay here and eat with us. Yes. Why are you two leaving? Tao Rong and her husband hurriedly intervened. They wouldn't urge anyone else to stay, but since the Yang family had a very good relationship with them, they naturally wanted to persuade them to remain. This, Yang Shou hesitated. He actually did not wish to go to the big hotel with the Pan family. However, he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon, and if he did not leave now, it would delay his schedule. Haha, my brother is treating everyone to a hotel dinner. What is the point of eating here? Listening to the persuasion of the Xiao family, Pan Yin couldn't help but scoff. At this moment, they no longer needed to stay here, and their words became increasingly unrestrained. Why don't you, Uncle Yang, accompany them? Brother Yang can stay at my house for lunch. It's been years since we last met, and it would be a perfect opportunity to catch up. After we've finished eating, I'll send him to join you, Xiao Fei finally suggested. All right, then I'll stay. Yang Lingyi readily agreed, nodding cheerfully at his father. Dad, you go with them to the hotel. Wei Fang and Pan Yun exchanged glances. Then Wei Fang looked at her daughter, signaling her with her eyes, saying, You should stay too. Don't let Xiao Yi drink. I am not staying here. Whoever wants to stay can do so. Pan Kai resolutely shook her head, seemingly oblivious to her mother's hint. She had never liked being in such a dilapidated place, and the prospect of dining at a grand hotel was far more appealing. Then everyone exchanged looks, and it seemed no one was willing to stay. Reluctantly, Wei Fang turned to Yang Lingyi, frowning as she said, If you choose to remain here, make sure to join us promptly after your meal, and refrain from discussing matters outside. Be cautious. Having said that, they no longer delayed and began to head downstairs one by one. In the eyes of the Pan family, the Xiao family was merely comprised of individuals living at the very bottom of Jiangcheng society. Even if Yang Lingyi accidentally let something slip, they believed they could not prevent anything. Which is why they felt at ease leaving him behind, standing at the door and watching the crowd apart. Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile coldly. Even if Pan Kai stayed, he had ways to divert her attention, allowing him to inquire about Yang Lingyi and the guarantee matter. However, now that everyone had left, it actually saved Xiao Fei some effort. As soon as the people left, the once crowded living room became desolate. Xiao Fei felt a wave of relief. Otherwise, if the Pan family had lingered, he feared he might not be able to contain his anger and would have to chase them away. Before long, the lunch prepared by Tao Rong was nearly ready, with an array of dishes served on the table. What was once a feast for many had now become a meal for four, showcasing the abundance of the lunch. Xiao Yi, come eat. This isn't a grand hotel, so don't be picky, Xiao Fei's mother said with a smile. Not at all. With so many dishes, I can hardly keep up. Yang Lingyi shook his head, feeling somewhat reserved in someone else's home. Brother Yang, what is going on? How did you all end up in Jiangsheng? I just heard Uncle Yang mention something about using a house as collateral. What is that about? As everyone took their seats, Xiao Fei straightforwardly asked. Yang Lingyi hesitated, recalling Wei Feng's earlier words. However, since Xiao Fei was his good brother, it felt inappropriate not to answer. Seeing Yang Lingyi's indecisiveness, Xiao Fei solemnly said, "A house is no trivial matter. Once a problem arises, it's too late to regret it. You need to think this through. After all, we've been in Jiangxing for years and can offer you some advice." Seeing Xiao Fei's serious demeanor, Yang Lingyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, buying a house isn't easy, and why parents work hard all their lives, saving up 300,000 to buy a down payment for a house in the county. And they still owe quite a bit. That he continued, if anything were to go wrong because of this, our family would be ruined. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. I just got engaged to Pan Kai last month, and we only bought a new house a few months ago, planning to gather some money for renovations so we could move in after the wedding. However, this month, Pan Kai's father, Pan Wei, suddenly told my dad that he needed 500,000 for a business deal in Jiangxing. Since he has no assets to use as collateral, he wants to use our wedding house for notarization. Tao Rong and Xiao Tong were taken aback. Who would willingly accept such a risky arrangement? If the other party failed to repay, the house would no longer belong to them. Xiao Fei frowned and said in a low voice, "How could you agree to such a thing?" Since they had already arrived in Jiangxing, it was evident that the father and son had been persuaded. Yang Lingyi sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "It's because of Pan Kai. If we didn't agree, she wouldn't want to marry me. That I pursued her for years, and only last month did she agree to be with me. So, I didn't want to miss this opportunity." Chapter 72. Digging a deep pit for others to jump into. Which bank are they asking you to use for the guarantee? Xiao Fei inquired with a furrowed brow. In his heart, he understood that the Pan family had set their sights on the Yang family, behaving with such audacity that I think it's called Yanhai Bank. Yang Lingyi recalled. Xiao Fei nodded, his expression remaining neutral. Whether it was Yanhai Bank or not, he had ways to investigate what Pan Wei was truly up to. He took out his phone and sent a message to Director Wu, requesting an inquiry into Pan Wei's background. Within 10 minutes, a dossier arrived on his phone. As Xiao Fei opened the information, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. That was it. Clearly, the Pan family had indeed dug a deep pit, intending for the Yang family to fall into it. Without hesitation, he showed the phone to Yang Lingyi, urging him to look at the information on it. Having grown up together, Xiao Fei knew him well. Long ago, Yang Lingyi had confessed his feelings for Pan Kai. After all these years, she had finally agreed to marry him, which only heightened his joy. Thus, when the Pan family proposed using his house as collateral, he was inclined to agree. Xiao Fei understood that without presenting some undeniable facts, merely advising him to forego the guarantee would likely be futile. What is this? Yang Lingyi stared at the information on the phone. Shocked, Xiao Fei explained calmly, "This is information I had a friend, who happens to work at the bank, help me investigate. Pan Wei isn't in need of money for business. Rather, he is facing a failed investment and owes Don Bank hundreds of thousands that he can't repay. If you agree to act as a guarantor, he won't repay that debt, and your house will become collateral for his debt. Moreover, to avoid detection, he specifically wants you to go to Yanhai Bank for the loan guarantee. It is truly a cunning scheme." As Yang Lingyi listened to Xiao Fei's explanation, He shuddered. He stared wide-eyed at the information, unable to believe this could be a trap. That if you still don't believe me, I can take you to the bank now to clarify everything. Xiao Fei pressed on, seeing his opportunity to persuade him. After a full minute, Yang Lingyi finally shook his head. He sighed. No need. I know your character. You wouldn't deceive me. Just as Xiao Fei understood Yang Lingyi, the latter also understood his friend. Xiao Fei was not the type to speak without reason or to lie. Since he had said this, Pan Wei must indeed have some issues. In fact, for some time now, Yang Lingyi had felt uneasy, sensing that once he acted as a guarantor, something would go awry. After all, he had pursued Pan Kai for years, and she had only just agreed to their engagement last month. Now, her father suddenly needed money for a business deal. Wasn't this too coincidental? Somewhat unwilling to accept the situation, he had convinced himself it was merely a coincidence, which is why he agreed to the Pan family's request. Now it appeared to be a genuine scheme. I know you care for Pan Kai, but some matters don't require such concessions. Moreover, once you act as a guarantor, if she changes her mind about marrying you, it will leave you with nothing. Xiao Fei observed Yang Lingyi's expression, sensing that he had begun to believe his words. He continued to outline the pros and cons. Yang Lingyi nodded, his resolve forming. It was one thing if he were deceived, but the house was bought by his parents. If the Pan family tricked them, his parents would undoubtedly be heartbroken, and he would bear the brunt of their disappointment. Then let us go find my dad and stop them, Yang Lingyi said eagerly. Xiao Fei smiled lightly and shook his head. Let us eat first. I believe the house is registered in your name. Even if your father goes, he can't act as a guarantor. Yang Lingyi froze, realizing the truth. Yes, when his parents bought the house, it was placed in his name, and without his presence, the matter could not proceed. He soon felt a wave of relief wash over him. This release felt like shedding shackles. The lingering gloom that had clouded his mind for some time suddenly cleared, leaving him with newfound clarity. He had initially thought he would be heartbroken and distressed, but unexpectedly, it was the opposite. It seemed that some matters truly could not be forced. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. The meal was nearly finished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Shou had already joined the Pan family at the dining table. In a private room of a five-star hotel, the entire Pan family was in high spirits, except for Yang Shou, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Wei Feng's husband, Pan Wei, wore a broad smile as he poured a glass of wine for Yang Shou. He then poured himself a glass, chuckling as he said, "Old Yang, we're family now. No need for formality. Being here means we should eat and drink well. I can assure you regarding the collateral. There won't be any issues, although it's your house being used as collateral. The borrower is still me, Pan Wei. With me around, what's there to fear?" At that moment, other members of the Pan family began to urge him as well. "Indeed, we Pan family are just around the corner from you. How can we possibly harm you? Old Yang, we are all one family now. And in a family, there is no need for formalities. What belongs to your family is essentially ours. Just look at how beautiful Pan Kai is. If your son were to marry her, it would truly be a blessing earned from a previous life." At this moment, Wei Feng was also smiling, subtly nudging her daughter, who sat beside her. Although Pan Kai felt reluctant, for the sake of the Yang family's property, she still stood up to propose a toast to Yang Shou, saying, "Uncle, rest assured, Ling Yi and I are already engaged, and from now on, we shall be one big family, living together harmoniously." Yang Shou, being a straightforward man, could hardly withstand the persistent persuasion of so many people. Before long, he began to nod in agreement. After all, his son was fond of the girl. Observing Yang Shou's response, the Pan family members inadvertently displayed their smug expressions, particularly Pan Kai, who felt immensely satisfied, knowing that Yang Ling was completely under her control. Once the house was used as collateral, she planned to concoct a reason to have a fierce argument with him upon returning, thereby taking the opportunity to postpone the wedding. She was curious to see how the Yang family would react. This was precisely the Pan family's scheme. They were well aware of the Yang family's honest nature. Even if they faced losses, they would not dare to retaliate, which is why this deceitful plan was devised. Now that they still needed the Yang family, they feigned a cordial demeanor, but once this day passed, they would see. In the afternoon, outside the Yanhai Bank on Central Ring Road, the sky drizzled lightly, mirroring Yang Shou's mood. "Old Yang, what's going on with your son?" Why hasn't he arrived yet? Pan Wei asked, his face scrunched up in impatience. Indeed, it's almost been an hour. What could he possibly be doing? Wei Fong appeared displeased as well did that moment. A sleek white Pagani slowly approached the bank entrance. As the car door swung open. To their astonishment, out stepped Xiao Fei and Yang Ling. Chapter 73. An unbelievable identity is that Xiao Fei and Yang Ling. Pan Yin was the first to spot them, exclaiming in surprise. Her remark immediately drew everyone's attention. Indeed, it was Xiao Fei. The entire gathering was left in shock. What was happening? Xiao Fei had arrived in a luxury car. It wasn't just them. Even Yang Ling, who had been in the car moments ago, found himself momentarily bewildered. What kind of car was this? While the crowd was unaware, they were not foolish. They could tell by the design that it was undoubtedly a luxury or sports car. However, how could Xiao Fei's impoverished family possibly afford such a vehicle? Xiao Fei, where did you rent this luxury car? It looks quite impressive, Pan Yin couldn't help but remark. She simply could not tolerate anyone outshining her, daring to flaunt before the Pan family. I bought it. Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly. Pan Yin erupted into laughter. Xiao Fei, you are quite amusing. Given your family's circumstances, not to insult you, but affording even a bicycle would be a stretch. Exactly. Just look at the house they rent. How could they possibly buy such a luxury car? They must have borrowed it to put on a show. Young people these days. What are you rambling on about? We should focus on the matter at hand. At that moment, Pan Wei interjected. While Xiao Fei's luxury car was indeed astonishing, their priority was securing the Yang family's guarantee. Wei Fong nodded in agreement, urging everyone to enter, as the affair was about to unfold. She felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Fei and Yang Ling exchanged glances, choosing not to immediately impede their actions, and followed everyone into the hall. Just then, the bank president, Wu Cheng, and the hall manager exited from within. Manager Hao, you've come out. We're here for the guarantee, Pan Wei said, clutching his briefcase. Bowing respectfully to hall manager Hao Wenming, he then curiously inquired, and who is this? This is our bank president, General Wu, Hao Wenming responded. What? The president? Pan Wei was taken aback, never expecting such a high-ranking individual to be present. While he had conducted business at Yanhai Bank before, customers of his caliber usually did not meet the president. Thus far, he had only been attended to by manager Hao. President Wu. Pan Wei hurriedly greeted, fearful of offending this powerful figure. However, Wu Cheng did not return his courtesy, stating sternly, So you're Pan Wei? I've reviewed your file. You failed to invest in Oda and Bank 500,000, which is now overdue. They have already formally sued you. Expect the court summons. What? Already sued? Pan Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing. Hadn't Dun Bank previously assured him that as long as he repaid the money within a short time frame, he would be fine. How could he suddenly find himself facing a lawsuit? Moreover, the president of Yanhai Bank revealing such confidential information felt like exposing the truth to the Yang family. Not only he, but the entire Pan family was taken aback by this revelation. What a joke! If he was sued and unable to repay, Pan Wei would be imprisoned, leaving the Pan family without their pillar of support. Realizing something, Pan Wei swiftly turned to Yang Shou, as if he had found a lifeline. Old Yang, my in-law, I need your help. Please use your house as collateral. I promise to repay you as soon as I have the money. That moment, Yang Shou was equally bewildered, his mind struggling to process the situation. After a long pause, he finally responded, bewildered, You intend to use our house not for a loan, but to cover up your losses. Although the nature was somewhat similar, the implications were drastically different. This meant that once the collateral was used to settle the debt with Dun Bank, the Pan family would be left empty-handed. With no business or means to repay, the Yang family's house would inevitably be forfeited. In such a scenario, was he not essentially giving away the house? Pan Wei, you truly have a clever plan, seeking to harm us. Once the collateral is settled, you intend to turn your back on us. Is that it? Yang Ling stepped forward, raising his voice in accusation. Ling, what nonsense are you spouting? How could our Pan family do such a thing? Pan Wei protested urgently. You certainly would, Pan Wei. You overestimate yourself and your family's integrity. Xiao Fei interjected coldly, stepping forward with a mocking smile in his eyes. Xiao Fei, What right do you have to speak here? This has nothing to do with you. Pan Yun and Wei Fong could not help but retort as Xiao Fei interjected. However, before they could finish, Manager Hao and the president's respectful address of Director Xiao rendered everyone speechless. Director Xiao, what is happening? Why are the president and Manager Hao treating Xiao Fei with such respect? He is the chairman of Yanhai Bank. Xiao Fei, Pan Wei, if you truly wish to mortgage your property, you will need to consult with Director Xiao, President Wu stated nonchalantly. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. The Pan family was utterly dumbfounded. And even Yang Shou and his son stood in shock. They must have misheard. Xiao Fei was the chairman of Yanhai Bank? Yanhai Bank, a renowned and colossal enterprise nationwide. How could Xiao Fei, a young man from a destitute family, who appeared utterly ordinary, possibly be connected to such a prestigious institution? Now, who could explain to them why Xiao Fei had suddenly become the chairman of this major bank? This is impossible. Pan Wei could hardly articulate his shock. That I must be dreaming. Yes, this cannot be real. There is no way something so absurd could happen. The Pan family shook their heads in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. They had always looked down upon the Xiao family, and now that the tables had turned, their newfound status was beyond their comprehension. However, Pan Wei, having some experience in the world, quickly regained his composure. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Xiao Fei in front of the astonished crowd, pleading, Xiao Fei, we admit our wrongs. The Pan family has wronged you and your family. Please, show mercy and lend me this sum. I assure you, I will find a way to repay it. Without defaulting a single cent, Pan Wei's tone was filled with sincerity, as though he had genuinely realized his mistakes at that moment. He could think of nothing else. He was simply clinging to hope. Instantly, the other members of the Pan family found themselves at a loss for words. The once proud head of the Pan family, who had always identified as a businessman, was now reduced to such a pitiful state, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. If their neighbors from the old neighborhood were to find out, they would surely be left aghast. This is not ancient times. Such antics are out of fashion. You know well how you have treated us, so I shall say no more. Just wait for the summons. Xiao Fei was resolute in not wishing to prolong the situation any further. He refrained from uttering any sardonic remarks and promptly commanded the security personnel to expel everyone from the bank. The entire Pan family, apart from Pan Wei, who wore an expression of utter despair, seemed mostly engulfed in confusion. The once arrogant Pan Yun and Wei Fong had long since sealed their lips, their faces ashen, as if they were acutely aware that the Pan family was on the brink of ruin. Chapter 74. Xiao Fei's proposal to return to campus, it was over, utterly over. Pan Wei collapsed onto the floor outside the bank, his gaze vacuous. Once the summons arrived, the only path awaiting him was imprisonment. Dad, what should we do? Pan Kai anxiously inquired. If her father were to be incarcerated while the family was burdened with insurmountable debts, how would she and her mother survive? Xiao Kai, didn't Tiang Lingyi have feelings for you? You should seek his help. Otherwise, your father will be apprehended. Pan Wei's sister, Pan Yun, urged with palpable urgency. Your aunt is right. We must rely on you now. Wei Fong placed all her hopes on her daughter. Though they understood the slim chances, desperation led them to consider any potential remedy they could grasp that it's futile. Even if Yang Lingyi agrees, do you think Xiao Fei would comply? Would he lend us money? Pan Wei suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. He believed Xiao Fei was undoubtedly targeting them, with the intent to suppress the Pan family, showing no mercy whatsoever. This time, it truly felt like the end of everything. The Pan family members were engulfed in a profound despair. Inside the bank lobby, after expelling the Pan family, Wu Cheng turned to Xiao Fei with a smile. Director Xiao, you previously asked me to investigate the manufacturing issues concerning Lingfeng and Lelong Group. We have now clarified the matter and will provide you with a report shortly. All right, Xiao Fei nodded, eager to learn the details. Uncle Yang, Brother Yang, please sit for a moment. I will join you shortly. Xiao Fei then addressed Yang Lingyi and the others. The Yang father and son, still in a state of shock, merely nodded in a daze at Xiao Fei's words. Time passed swiftly. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Fei finally descended from the upper floor. Just as Yang Lingyi and his father finished the 2 cups of water the security guard had poured earlier, let's head to my home. Xiao Fei said with a smile. This moment. The Yang family had regained their composure after half an hour of reflection. Although they were filled with numerous questions, they understood that this was not the time or place for discussion, and thus followed Xiao Fei out the door. As for the Pan family, they had long since vanished from sight, and Xiao Fei could hardly be bothered to concern himself with their fate. Brother Yang, I recall that you excelled in high school. Why didn't you pursue a university education? Xiao Fei inquired as he drove. Despite the proliferation of university students nowadays, possessing a diploma is infinitely better than lacking one. Given Yang Lingyi's academic performance, it was inconceivable that he couldn't gain admission to university. At the very least, he could attend a third-tier institution. It's because of Pan Kai. Yang Lingyi began, but ultimately hesitated to elaborate. Xiao Fei nodded, likely understanding the implication without pressing further. How about I help you get into Jiangxing University? Xiao Fei suddenly proposed. Although he referred to Yang Lingyi as brother, the age difference was merely a year or two, and it would indeed be a shame for him not to attend university. Even if Xiao Fei intended to arrange a decent position for him in his company, some foundational knowledge would be essential. Jiang University? The Yang father and son were taken aback. Yang Lingyi shook his head in resignation. Jiang University is the most prestigious university in Jiangxing. It's not something one can simply enter. Besides, I've already purchased a house and can't afford university tuition now. Xiao Fei, however, replied with a serene smile. Although Jiang University is a renowned institution, the tuition is quite reasonable. Only a little over 10,000 a year. If you truly cannot manage, I can lend you the money. He added, not out of stinginess. Having several large companies, a few tens of thousands were trivial, but he understood the integrity of the Yang family. They were honest people. Not to mention, even 10 yuan given to them would weigh heavily on their conscience, as they would feel compelled to return it. Can I really do it? Yang Lingyi felt a flicker of hope. Truth be told, had it not been for Pan Kai, he might have seized the opportunity to attend university and would likely be nearing graduation by now. Embarking on a new chapter in life, that of course you can. Your previous academic performance was commendable. As long as you apply yourself, you will surely keep pace, Xiao Fei reassured him. Some foolish individuals could gain admission to Jiang University. Why not someone like Brother Yang, who had a solid foundation? Xiao Fei secretly scoffed, recalling a certain lunatic. Nevertheless, once he took over Lelong Electric, he would relish the opportunity to confront the West Wind Group. All right, I'll do it, Yang Lingyi declared resolutely, as if he had finally made up his mind. As a father, Yang Shou had nothing to say. Completing university could potentially transform their lives, with an opportunity now before them. Yang Shou readily offered his unwavering support. That moment, a notification chimed in Xiao Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward, 60 shares of Fikini Paradise. The contract has been generated and is currently being copied. Please continue to strive and complete the remaining tasks. The following day, with Yang Lingyi's decision to attend school, matters became considerably easier. With the impending city sports event, the school was counting on Xiao Fei to help them secure victory. Whatever conditions he proposed, as long as they were not excessive, the school would undoubtedly acquiesce. Next came the processes of registration, fee payment, document transfer, and dormitory allocation. However, the Yang family had come in quite a rush, bringing nothing with them. Thus, Yang Lingyi and his father returned home to gather their belongings. People like them, who lived counting coins, were unwilling to purchase everything anew. They had no idea how many bags they would need for the return trip. I sent their express delivery. Why go through such trouble? In the school cafeteria, Xiao Fei sat across from Su Yinxi, enjoying their lunch. Curiosity piqued by Xiao Fei's earlier statements, she asked, "What is going on?" His mother was still unaware of this news, and he had not called to inform her, planning to surprise her upon his return. Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly. Good child. Su Yinxi could not help but give him a thumbs up. By the way, let me tell you something, Xiao Fei suddenly said. Su Yinxi promptly stuffed a piece of braised pork in her mouth. I purchased 60 of the shares of Fikini Paradise. I've now become the chairman of their company. Xiao Fei stated casually, his tone nonchalant. Su Yinxi paused, her expression momentarily stunned, but after 3 seconds, she returned to her usual demeanor. All right then. In truth, she had grown accustomed to such news. She had lost count of how many times she had heard about Xiao Fei acquiring new ventures. In that case, let us plan a trip to the amusement park one day, Su Yinchi exclaimed with a spark of excitement, her mind racing with ideas. Yes, I was just thinking the same, Xiao Fei replied with a calm smile. Certainly not one to refuse. Visiting an amusement park alone was rather dull, but going as a couple would be a different experience altogether. Ate that moment. Su Yinchi felt an overwhelming thrill at the prospect of visiting the amusement park. She seemed to recall hearing someone say that if you kissed your beloved at the top of the Ferris wheel, your wish would come true.